Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 5566 to Chapter 5659. Those who had a good relationship with Muyasi could not help but sigh. It seemed that Muyasi had truly passed away. She was a peerless fairy. Yet, she had died just like that. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. Bang, the door to the private room was kicked open by someone. Everyone looked over and saw a young human cultivator walk in. "Brat, are you courting death?" one of the geniuses said furiously. What kind of status did they have? They were having a gathering here, but someone actually kicked the door of their private room. If this matter were to spread out, they would be in big trouble. All of them would have no face left. They were naturally infuriated. The newcomer's expression was indifferent. He flicked his finger, and a cold light flew out. Pooh, a piercing sound rang out. A bloody hole appeared in the cultivator's head, and he fell to the ground on his back. He was dead. "Brat, who are you? Why did you kill someone the moment you arrived? Brat, you've gone too far. Are you courting death by killing someone here?" One cultivator after another stood up. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they all looked at the newcomer with gloomy eyes. "Hee, young Master Shuiyu, young Master Mingyu, and young Master Xingyu, it's a pleasure to meet you." "I didn't expect to meet you here," said the newcomer with a cold smile. Many people were shocked. This newcomer actually knew the three young masters. It seemed that this person's status was extraordinary. "Lin Feng. You've come to the wrong place," said young Master Shuiyu sinisterly. "Lin Feng? He's Lin Baitian's son? The master of Sin Realm, Lin Feng?" Many people were shocked. Now, who in the undying world did not know of Lin Feng's name? As the saying went, who in the world did not know of a monarch? Lin Feng's name had long since shaken the undying world. Lin Feng found a place and sat down. He looked around the private room and said coldly, "I presume that the factions behind you have already submitted to Di Wudao, right? Many of you are famous geniuses, but you've become someone else's slaves. How laughable." Many people's expressions were gloomy. The factions behind them had chosen to submit to Di Wudao. It was something they could not change. Some people felt that it was the right choice, while others felt extremely sullen. However, they did not dare to casually refute Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too ferocious. Lin Feng is. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Is the Sin Domain's master that amazing? Now he was mocking Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently and said, "Young Master Shuiyu, I've wanted to kill you for a long time, but I never had the chance. Today is a good opportunity." Young Master Shuiyu looked at Lin Feng disdainfully and said, "You think you can kill me? How laughable. Let me take your head and give it to Sir Di Wudao. Sir Di Wudao will be very happy then." Young Master Shuiyu leaped forward and charged at Lin Feng. He was one of the 8 young masters. Young Master Shuiyu was famous. His cultivation base was very high. Although he was only a young cultivator, his battle prowess could compete with many of the older generation's cultivators. That was why many people looked at Lin Feng indifferently when they saw young Master Shuiyu attack. In their opinion, Lin Feng was dead for sure. Young Master Shuiyu's killing intent surged out of him. He quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. His killing intent seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. It directly enveloped Lin Feng. Die. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he lightly tapped the air. Pooh, a cold light flew out and pierced through young Master Shuiyu's head. Fresh blood immediately spurted out. Young Master Shuiyu did not die immediately. He even saw blood spurt out of his forehead. He reached out to block the wound. However, blood continued to flow out. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Young Master Shuiyu cried out in disbelief. He had always looked down on Lin Feng. He had never placed Lin Feng in his eyes. In his opinion, dealing with Lin Feng was easy. It was as easy as flipping his hand. However, he could not even take a single blow from Lin Feng. He could not accept this. Plop. In the next instant, young Master Shuiyu fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Dead. Young Master Shuiyu was dead, He was killed without even being able to take a single blow. At this moment, the room was completely silent. Whether it was the geniuses or the fairies, they all looked at Lin Feng as if he was a demon. Lin Feng's reputation. They had heard too much about him. However, they had never imagined that Lin Feng would be so strong and terrifying. Young Master Mingyu, young Master Xingyu. Lin Feng looked at the two of them. Hearing Lin Feng call their names, the two of them hurriedly stood up. They were among the 8 young masters. However, facing Lin Feng, it was like ants facing a dragon. Plop, plop, young Master Mingyu and young Master Xingyu actually knelt on the ground. Princess Lin, please spare us. The two of them begged for mercy. No one would believe that young Master Mingyu and young Master Xingyu had knelt down and begged for mercy. However, this had happened before everyone's eyes today. They had no choice but to believe it. Where is Di Wudao? Lin Feng asked coldly. This time, Lin Feng had come to the immortal celestial domain to kill Di Wudao. He wanted to kill Di Wudao, but who would have thought that he wouldn't be able to find Di Wudao? Lin Feng was annoyed. However, Lin Feng was not completely without results. Although he did not find Di Wudao's whereabouts, he found out that a group of geniuses and fairies were gathered here. Young Master Xingyu said, "We don't know." Poof, Lin Feng flicked his finger and a beam of light instantly pierced through young Master Xingyu's head. Young Master Xingyu fell to the ground. Dead, young Master Xingyu was also dead. Even the 8 young masters did not have the courage to attack Lin Feng. They were about to be killed in an instant. The remaining geniuses, fairies were all trembling in fear. They did not want to die, but they were worried that Lin Feng would kill them as well. Young Master Mingyu quickly kowed out and begged for mercy, saying, "Lin Gongzi, I really don't know where Di Wudao is, but I know where Muyasi is." "Oh? You know where Muyasi is? Muyasi is still alive?" Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. At this moment, in order to survive. How could young Master Mingyu dare to hide anything from Lin Feng? He would definitely tell him everything he knew. Young Master Mingyu said, "Yes, Muyasi isn't dead yet. She escaped to the Eternal Demon Cave. That place is really dangerous, and Di Wudao is there too. He chased after her, but in the end, he retreated. I don't know what the situation is now." Pooh. As soon as young Master Mingyu finished speaking, Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and a beam of light instantly pierced through young Master Mingyu's head. Young Master Mingyu fell to the ground. His body twitched violently, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. He originally thought that when he revealed these secrets, Lin Feng would let him live. But Lin Feng didn't do that. Young Master Mingyu was such an amazing person. He wasn't willing to die like this. But, so what if he wasn't willing to die? Lin Feng wasn't the kind of person who would let a tiger return to the mountain. The others were already trembling with fear. They were all silent. Their faces were pale. Lin Feng's methods were really too terrifying. It was simply too despairing. 3 of the 8 outstanding figures had actually all fallen. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. We really had no choice. Lin Gongzi, please spare our lives. Many people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. These people were all geniuses of the heavens, goddesses of the heavens. They were high and mighty, looking down on the heavens. They were so powerful and extraordinary that they were praised by countless people. But now, in front of Lin Feng, they were like ants. The heavenly court will be destroyed. Persuade the higher-ups of your families not to be stubborn. Otherwise, they will definitely be annihilated. Lin Feng said indifferently. If Lin Feng hadn't killed the 3 super geniuses and said this before, everyone would have snorted disdainfully. But now, who would dare to do that? Now, everyone was incomparably convinced by Lin Feng's words. In their hearts, Lin Feng was like a god, a devil, an immortal, and a saint. In their hearts, they were already deeply convinced. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly left. Half a month later, Lin Feng arrived at the Eternal Devil Cave. The Eternal Devil Cave was a famous land of death in the Immortal Heaven domain. The Eternal Demon Cave was located deep within a black mountain range. From afar, one could see that the black mountain range was shrouded in a terrifying aura of death. It was rumored. The Eternal Demon Cave had buried no less than 10 top demonic path powerhouses. After these top demonic path powerhouses died, their magnetic fields superimposed upon each other, changing the world laws of the Eternal Demon Cave. Thus, the current Eternal Devil Cave was incomparably dangerous. If a cultivator didn't enter the Eternal Demon Cave, then it was fine. If anyone dared to enter the Eternal Demon Cave, they would be able to escape. It was very likely that he would die. Back then, she had lured Di Wudao away in order to win a chance of survival for the other members of the sect. One could imagine the extent of her despair at that time. As soon as he entered the Eternal Demon Cave. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's killing intent was monstrous. Di Wudao, he had to die. In the past, there would definitely be many cultivators here to admire the Eternal Devil Cave's peerless glory. But with the current situation, who would have the mood to do so? As far as the eye could see, there was no one here. Where was Di Wudao? Lin Feng shouted, Di Wudao, come out and die. When Lin Feng's shout rang out, whoosh, 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 more than a dozen figures flew out of the forest. These people had all hidden themselves before this. They only came out when they heard Lin Feng's shout. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that these people were all true immortals. Their auras were deep and terrifying. So many true immortals? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Could these people have been lying in ambush in order to stop Muyasi? Brat, who are you? How dare you be so disrespectful to young Master Di Wudao? A skinny middle-aged cultivator said in a sinister tone. You shouldn't be from the Undying Realm, right? Lin Feng didn't answer, but asked instead. It was actually quite easy to determine that these people weren't from the Undying Realm. The Undying Realm lacked peerless experts, and these people in front of him were all very powerful. They definitely weren't from the Undying Realm. The thin cultivator said, you have some foresight. That's right, we're not from the Undying Realm. We're cultivators from the Celestial Realm. Hee, did Di Wudao's father send you here? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked. The group was slightly stunned, and then their expressions darkened. Whether it was the Undying Realm or the Celestial Realm, there were rumors that Di Wudao wasn't the Celestial Emperor's son. That Celestial Emperor had cheated on his disciple. Thus, Di Wudao was born. As for which Celestial Emperor it was, the outside world didn't know, and they didn't dare to guess. That was a Celestial Emperor, and he represented the will of the Heavenly Tao. If they dared to guess the Celestial Emperor's identity, wouldn't they be courting death? However, no matter which Celestial Emperor it was, everyone seemed to believe this rumor. Di Wudao. He was the Celestial Emperor's son. These people naturally knew that Lin Feng was mocking Di Wudao's background and the Celestial Emperor. They had indeed been sent by the Celestial Emperor to assist Di Wudao. Their souls had already been sold to the Celestial Emperor. Therefore, they definitely wouldn't allow anyone to insult the Celestial Emperor. Kill him, the thin cultivator said coldly. The group of experts revealed murderous intent, and they all charged towards Lin Feng. Kill. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He raised his right hand and a dazzling sword chi shot out. That sword chi seemed to be able to destroy everything. Pfft. The sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. One cultivator after another was killed, only the thin cultivator was left unkilled by Lin Feng. This was intentional on Lin Feng's part. He still wanted to ask this person some questions. Spare me. Spare me, young master. Seeing Lin Feng's tyrannical strength, the thin cultivator was almost scared to death. Tell me what I ask you. Lin Feng said indifferently. I will definitely tell you the truth, young master. The thin cultivator hurriedly said. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Just a moment ago, he still looked incomparably loyal to the Celestial Emperor. In the blink of an eye, his attitude had changed greatly. It was truly laughable. For some people, they were filled with loyalty to their master. They would rather die than submit. But for some other cultivators, what was loyalty? It was just empty talk. For example, this cultivator in front of him was like this. Lin Feng really thought that they were incomparably loyal to the Celestial Emperor. But now, it was truly laughable. Lin Feng looked at the thin cultivator kneeling on the ground and asked coldly, "Is Muyasi still inside?" The skinny cultivator hurriedly said, "She's inside. We've been waiting for her to come out on her own, but she never did." "Where's Di Wudao?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know what he's doing either. Most of the time, he's very secretive. Nobody knows where he is." "Even we don't know where he is," said Lin Feng. "If that's the case, then you're no longer of much use. You can die now." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he tapped the skinny cultivator's forehead. Pooh, the skinny cultivator's forehead was pierced, and his corpse fell to the ground. Lin Feng flew towards the mountain range. The mountain range was covered in restrictions. It was extremely terrifying. Many of the restrictions made Lin Feng feel that they were difficult to deal with. However, Lin Feng had the stone scripture's protection. No matter how terrifying the restrictions were, they couldn't hurt Lin Feng. Lin Feng went deeper into the mountain range. Half an hour later, he finally arrived outside the Eternal Cave of Demons. Outside the Eternal Cave of Demons, the atmosphere was gloomy and terrifying. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He directly walked into the depths of the Eternal Cave of Demons. The passage was very long and wide. As he walked, he could hear his footsteps echoing in the passage. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a gloomy and terrifying aura envelop his body. Lin Feng looked ahead. He immediately saw pairs of blood-red eyes staring coldly at him. Lin Feng took out the epic war spear. At this moment, the monsters quickly flew towards Lin Feng. They directly pounced towards Lin Feng. When the monsters got closer, Lin Feng's expression changed. The reason for that was because he saw that those monsters were all bats. However, they weren't ordinary bats. They were stone bats. Could they be from the stone race? Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble. Creatures from the stone clan, what kind of terrifying existences were they? If it really was a creature from the stone clan, then it would be terrifying. Lin Feng did not dare to be careless. He waved his epic war spear and swept it at the stone bats. Clang clang clang, clang clang clang, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. The strength of the stone bats was extraordinary. Lin Feng's epic war spear was unable to harm those stone bats. Even though they were sent flying by Lin Feng's epic war spear, they were not injured. It was extremely strange. After those stone bats were sent flying by Lin Feng's epic war spear, they would continue to attack Lin Feng. This was the Eternal Demon Cave. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Lin Feng. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. However, Lin Feng couldn't think of a solution at the moment. You can use your stone golem clone to deal with the stone bats. The avatar cultivates the stone man's 9 transformations immortal scripture, so it's very effective against stone creatures. At the moment of crisis, the demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he summoned his stone golem clone. After the stone golem clone was summoned by Lin Feng, it began to move. It immediately activated the stone golem 9 transformations immortal scripture. As the stone golem 9 transformations immortal scripture circulated, a terrifying pressure surged out from the stone golem clone's body. The pressure directly enveloped the group of stone bats. That terrifying pressure directly suppressed the body of the stone bat. After the stone bats felt such pressure, they actually became restless. The stone bats didn't dare to continue attacking Lin Feng, and they quickly flew away. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Indeed, there was always something to overcome something else. Lin Feng stored the stone golem clone in the spacetime continuum. Then, he continued to walk deeper. After experiencing the battle with the stone bats, Lin Feng was even more careful. As he went deeper into the Eternal Demon Cave, Lin Feng felt a terrifying magnetic field enveloping his body. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he sensed the magnetic field. It seemed that the rumors in the outside world were true. It was very likely that a large number of experts had died in this place, which was why such a terrifying magnetic field was formed. Facing such a powerful magnetic field, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Lin Feng continued to walk deeper. About a quarter of an hour had passed. Lin Feng arrived at the deepest part of the Eternal Demon Cave. The deepest part of the cave was a huge mountain. Inside the mountain, there was an ancient golden bell. Apart from that, there was nothing else. After seeing the ancient bell, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Could it be that the ancient bell was summoned by Muyasi? Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked towards the ancient bell. However, at this time, the ancient bell emitted a violent fluctuation. Lin Feng was pushed back by the strength of the attack. Asked Lin Feng. Celestial Mu, are you in there? There was no response from the bell. Lin Feng continued to try to get closer to the ancient bell. To Lin Feng's delight, the ancient bell didn't send him flying this time. Moreover, it didn't attack Lin Feng. Lin Feng lifted the ancient bell. He saw, a woman was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. That woman was none other than Muyasi. Seeing that Muyasi was still alive, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. Previously, he was extremely worried that Muyasi had met with a calamity. Fortunately, such a thing didn't happen. However, Lin Feng found that Muyasi didn't seem to show any signs of waking up. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. Fairy Mu, wake up. Lin Feng called out. Muyasi still didn't show any signs of movement. This place was dangerous. Lin Feng planned to bring Muyasi out of here first. Thus, Lin Feng stored Muyasi and her magic treasures into his space-time pocket. Then, Lin Feng quickly rushed outside. However, at this time, Lin Feng encountered a calamity. An invisible force ruthlessly bombarded Lin Feng, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng hadn't even stabilized himself yet when the invisible and intangible strength bombarded him again. Bang, accompanied by a violent collision, Lin Feng was sent flying again. This time, the situation seemed to be more serious than the previous time. Lin Feng's body slammed into the rock wall. Lin Feng only felt his blood and qi churning, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng knew that this invisible force definitely couldn't be born from nothingness. Perhaps, there was an unknown and terrifying existence in this place. Otherwise, Muyasi wouldn't have taken out that magic treasure to protect herself. Don't you have the courage to show yourself, coward? Lin Feng coldly said. Keek keek, at this time a sinister sound resounded in the belly of the mountain. That sound was so terrifying that it sounded like a voice from hell. It's one thing to trespass into the eternal demon cave, but you actually dare to boast shamelessly here? You're really courting death. A cold voice suddenly rang out. After hearing that voice, Lin Feng's expression became more and more serious. The other party still hadn't shown up. That terrifying existence still hadn't shown up. This was an extremely troublesome matter. Lin Feng said, let me guess who you are. You should be trapped in this place. You're not a cultivator from the outside, and you're not even human or living. Are you a Yin spirit left behind by a powerhouse who died? Thinking about it carefully, that doesn't seem to be the case. The aura of a Yin spirit is a bit strange. If you're a Yin spirit, you shouldn't be able to hide from me. Since you're not a Yin spirit, then what are you? Maybe an evil spirit? Or some other kind of existence? No matter what it is, it's definitely related to the dead cultivators and the magnetic field. After all, the magnetic field here is so strong that it wouldn't be strange if it could give birth to some strange existence. The unknown existence sneered, haha, I have to say that you're a meticulous person. Not bad, not bad. Lin Feng asked, it seems that you don't want to kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to talk nonsense with me. Boy, it's not impossible for you to live, but you have to promise me one thing. The unknown existence said. What is it? Tell me. Lin Feng said indifferently. Whoosh. There was a flash of light, and something appeared in the void. Lin Feng discovered that it was a sealed scroll. Lin Feng took the scroll and tried to open it, but he couldn't do it. Don't waste your time. This scroll isn't for you to see, so you can't open it. The unknown existence said. What do you want me to do? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked. Give this scroll to the great bright jade complete heaven of the heaven world, the unknown existence said. The heaven world's 33 layers of heaven. Each layer was different, and each layer had a powerhouse at the level of a sky lord. These were the legendary 33 heavens and 33 sky lords. The 33 heavens were divided into 4 major heavens. The 4 great heavens were the 6 heavens of the desire realm, the 18 heavens of the color realm, the 4 heavens of the colorless realm, the 4 heavens of the Brahma realm, and the 3 clear heavens. Among them, the 6 heavens of the desire realm included Supreme Emperor Huangxing Heaven, Supreme Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Qingming Hitong Heaven, Mysterious Embryo Pingyu Heaven, Yuanming Wenju Heaven, and 7 planets Moi Heaven. The 18 heavens of the color realm included the Shiwu Yueheng Heaven, Tai Chi Veil Heaven, Qiming Hiyang Heaven, Xianming Gonghua Heaven, Yaoming Zongpiao Heaven, Zhu Luo Huangjia Heaven, Xianming Tangyao Heaven, Guanming Duanjing Heaven, Xianming Gongqing Heaven, Taihuan Extreme Jade Heaven, Yuanzai Kongxing Heaven, Taiyan Emperor Cliff Heaven, Xianding Extreme Wind Heaven, Shihuang Xiaomeng Heaven, Taihuang Wingchong Heaven, Wuxi River Yu Heaven, Shangli Ruanla Heaven, and Wuji Tanbao Heaven. The colorless heavens 4 heavens included Haoting Heavens Xiaodu Heaven, Yuan Tong Heavens Origin Cave Heaven, Hanchong Miaoqing Heaven, and Xiao Le Forbidden Heaven. The 4 Brahma heavens included the unparalleled Changrong Heavens, Yulongting Heavens, Dragon Transformation Heavens, and Pingyu Jiayi Heavens. The 3 pure heavens included the Great Pure Heavens, the Great Pure Heavens, the Great Pure Heavens, and the Jade Pure Heavens. The Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven that the unknown existence asked Lin Feng to give the scroll to was one of the Sky Lords of 6 Desires Heaven. In fact, the 33 heavens and 33 Sky Lords had been passed down from generation to generation. Now, it had been passed down to the 9th generation. Cultivators in the outside world knew very little about the 33 heavens and 33 Sky Lords. However, there were a few existences that many people had heard of. They were the 3 pure heavens. The 3 pure heavens were the highest-ranked 3rd heavens among the 33 heavens. Lin Feng had cultivated the supreme divine power of One Qi into 3 pure heavens, which was passed down by the 3 pure heavens. Their status was supreme. Besides, Lin Feng also practiced the primitive celestial scriptures. The primeval Lord of Heaven once controlled the Jade Pure Heavens. Among the 3 pure heavens, their status was extremely respected. The 3 pure heavens belonged to the first generation of Sky Lords. However, it was unknown whether the Sky Lords after 9 generations were related to the 3 pure heavens. Lin Feng was someone who opposed the 33 Sky Lords. If he sent the scroll over, who knew what would happen? However, there seemed to be no other choice. Lin Feng asked, "Why do you think I can send the scroll over?" The unknown existence replied, "Intuition. I've always trusted my own intuition." "Alright, I can promise you that," Lin Feng said. "You're a smart person, and you've made a smart decision," the unknown existence replied. Lin Feng couldn't help but slander the unknown existence in his heart. "I don't want to agree." However, the situation was critical, and Lin Feng had no choice but to agree even if he didn't want to. Lin Feng asked, "Can I leave now?" "Yes," the unknown existence replied. Lin Feng left the Eternal Demon Cave. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He couldn't help but think, although I promised you, I don't have to go myself. I can find someone else to send the scroll over. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked at the scroll and carefully sensed it. Some information was transmitted to Lin Feng. Agreed time, 100 years. Mission, hand the scroll over to Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven. If the time is up and you haven't completed anything, the person who accepts the mission will die a horrible death. After sensing this information, Lin Feng felt the power of a curse envelop his body. Damn! A curse! Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Then, he became flustered and exasperated. That bastard had schemed so deeply. He had secretly used a curse on Lin Feng. He couldn't even get someone to send the scroll over. He had no choice but to send it over himself. Otherwise, once the curse was activated, it could very well take his little life. The Demon Lord said. "This time, I'm afraid it bodes ill rather than well. After all, if you hand the scroll over to Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven, Great Bright Jade Complete Heaven might try to kill you." Lin Feng smiled bitterly and nodded. He had indeed thought of this. Putting aside the fact that he was an enemy of the 33 heavens, he had already thought of this. Now, there was only the matter of sending the scroll over. Lin Feng could sense that the unknown existence in the eternal demon cave was filled with hatred towards great bright jade complete heaven. The two of them might have a great enmity. If he helped the unknown existence in the eternal demon cave deliver the scroll, the other party would definitely not let him off. However, since he had already formed a curse contract, no matter how dangerous it was, he had to deliver the scroll to great bright jade complete heaven. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I'm sure there'll be a solution. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He quickly flew outside. After coming out of the eternal demon cave, Lin Feng found a secluded cave to hide in. He summoned Muyasi out of the spacetime continuum. Seeing her pale face, Lin Feng was naturally worried about her. However, Lin Feng discovered that her complexion seemed to be gradually recovering. It was much better than when he had first seen her. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Now, all he had to do was wait and see if Muyasi would wake up on her own. If she couldn't wake up on her own, then he would try to wake her up when the time came. Time passed. The next day, Muyasi's long eyelashes suddenly fluttered. At this time, Lin Feng had just finished cultivating. His body had completely recovered. Lin Feng looked at Muyasi and saw that her eyes were slightly trembling. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably pleasantly surprised expression. About a quarter of an hour later, Muyasi finally opened her eyes. When she opened them, she saw a familiar face. Lin Feng, it's you. After seeing Lin Feng, Muyasi was extremely happy. She was a smart person, and she knew that she had escaped. In addition, seeing Lin Feng here, she guessed that Lin Feng had saved her. In her heart, she was naturally filled with gratitude towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Are you surprised to see me here?" "Are you surprised?" Muyasi was naturally a little surprised. She said, "I originally thought that I would die without a doubt, but I didn't expect to be rescued by you." "How did you know that I was trapped in the eternal demon cave?" "Of course it was because I missed you so much that I tried to find out where you were. That's how I found out you were trapped in the cave of eternal demons, so I went in and rescued you," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile. Muyasi had no experience in relationships, after all, so when she heard Lin Feng's blunt words, she could not help but feel her face heat up. Her beautiful face blushed a little. Such a beautiful person's bashful look was really mesmerizing. Although Lin Feng and Muyasi had known each other for a long time, they didn't develop a close relationship. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Muyasi's junior sister, Suihan, had a rather ambiguous relationship. Now that Muyasi's sect had undergone a huge change and countless people had died tragically, she was still very sad. However, Lin Feng had risked his life to save her, which made her very touched. Therefore, the way she looked at Lin Feng now was different from before. "Young master, do you know how my sect is doing?" asked Muyasi. At the mention of this matter, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He said, "The goddess palace has been destroyed. I'm afraid very few people have escaped." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Muyasi's heart was filled with sorrow, and she secretly cried. No matter how peerless she was, people had feelings. Muyasi naturally couldn't accept these things. However, this world was too cruel. There were many times. Many things. These were things that the people involved couldn't control. Lin Feng knew that Muyasi and Suihan had a very good relationship. Although the two were only senior and junior sisters, they were as close as real sisters. Thus, Lin Feng said, "Suihan, that little girl's luck is not bad. She successfully escaped and came to Sin Domain. I arranged for her to stay there." After hearing about Suihan, Muyasi's pale face finally regained some color. She asked, "Other than junior sister Su, is there no one else?" Lin Feng said, "Maybe there is. Maybe they broke out from other places." Muyasi also knew that this was Lin Feng's words to persuade her. Although she was sad, she kept telling herself to pull herself together. Only by pulling herself together and becoming stronger would she have a chance to take revenge. If not, then, she would never have a chance to take revenge. Lin Feng followed Muyasi to the ancestral ground of the goddess palace. Originally, this place was filled with immortal energy and auspicious clouds. It was a famous cultivation holy land. Countless people dreamed of joining the goddess palace. But now, in just a short period of time, this place had become a place filled with yin energy and death energy. It was truly terrifying. Anyone who came here would feel a chill down their spine. After arriving here, Muyasi cried again. Although she told herself that she had to be strong, when she saw that the sect she grew up in was in such a state, and thought of her family, fellow disciples, and teachers who had died tragically here, her heart was filled with grief. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Muyasi squatted on the ruins and cried. Her shoulders were trembling violently. The sadness in her heart was indescribable. At this moment, about 100 cultivators flew over from afar. These cultivators surrounded Lin Feng and Muyasi. Someone smiled coldly and said, Master Di Wu Dao is indeed a genius. He knew that there would be survivors of the goddess palace coming back. Today, 2 of them really came. Lin Feng sneered. So it was Di Wu Dao's people. They were a group of people who deserved to die. Lin Feng was about to kill these people when Muyasi said, Lin Gongzi, leave these people to me. Muyasi needed to vent the hatred in her heart. Otherwise, she felt that she would definitely go crazy. Lin Feng nodded and did not interfere in this matter. Muyasi stood up and charged toward the crowd. This girl is actually so beautiful. Brothers, it's a pity to kill her directly. Why don't we capture her and have some fun? It won't be too late to kill her after we've had enough fun. A cultivator said. Ha 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 ha. That's a good suggestion. We didn't even dare to think about such a top-grade woman in the past. Then, someone else agreed. They were really a group of people who were completely blinded by lust. At this moment, Muyasi rushed into the crowd. These cultivators originally wanted to capture Muyasi, but they soon realized how foolish their thoughts were. Muyasi was like the reincarnation of a female saint. She was really too terrifying. She killed her way into the crowd as if there was no one around her. Many cultivators were killed one after another. Muyasi. She's Muyasi. At this time, someone recognized Muyasi and immediately cried out in horror. Although Muyasi was no match for Di Wu Dao, it would be a piece of cake for her to kill all of them. Run. Hurry up and run. We'll be dead if we don't. Many cultivators cried out in horror. They were not fools and knew that Muyasi was powerful. It was impossible for them to deal with her with their means. Only death awaited them if they stayed here. The only thing they could do now was to run as far away as possible. Otherwise, they might really die without a burial ground. Alas, how could Muyasi give them the chance to escape? Muyasi immediately froze the void. Then, she took out a sword and walked toward those people with the sword in her hand. She killed the cultivators one after another with her sword. Many people could not help but show a look of despair. They loudly begged for mercy, hoping that Muyasi would spare their lives. However, she did not care about their pleas. Who would pity the fairy palace's cultivators? Who would spare the cultivators of the fairy palace? No one. No one would do that. Before long, over 100 cultivators were killed by Muyasi. Muyasi's expression turned cold as she looked at the dead cultivators. Ever since the fairy palace suffered a great change, Muyasi had completely changed. In the past, she was a peerless fairy who was carefree and carefree. Now, she had too much hatred in her heart. At this moment, a violent fluctuation came from the depths of the palace. Lin Feng and Muyasi were alarmed, and their faces were filled with shock. The 2 soared into the sky and quickly flew toward the depths of the palace, wanting to see the situation there. It was not very likely. Lin Feng and Muyasi arrived at the depths of the palace and saw a distorted vortex above an abandoned palace. Lin Feng didn't know where that vortex led to. When he saw it, he couldn't help but frown. That vortex gave Lin Feng a dangerous feeling. Muyasi suggested, "Shall we go in and take a look?" Lin Feng nodded. It would be a pity if they did not go in to take a look at such an opportunity. So what if it was dangerous? Even if it was dangerous, it was worth going in to explore. Hence, Lin Feng and Muyasi flew toward the vortex and entered it in an instant. After Lin Feng and Muyasi entered the whirlpool, Lin Feng and Muyasi entered. The whirlpool quickly disappeared. At the same time, a light flashed before their eyes. Lin Feng and Muyasi realized that they had entered a gigantic cave. They walked toward the depths of the cave. There was an altar in the deepest part of the cave. Lin Feng and Muyasi were shocked to see a person sitting cross-legged on the altar. The person sitting cross-legged was a middle-aged woman. However, the middle-aged woman's face was ugly. Of course, this was not the most important thing. Most importantly, a middle-aged woman had appeared in such a space. This matter was too strange. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's indeed possible." The two walked toward the middle-aged woman. They kept getting closer to her, but at this moment, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This was because he sensed something strange. There was a trace of fluctuation coming from the middle-aged woman. Although it was very weak, Lin Feng still sensed it. Muyasi seemed to have sensed it as well, and her beautiful eyes widened at once. "Senior, are you still alive?" she asked in surprise. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and said, "The situation is unclear, so don't act rashly for the time being. Let's wait and see." Muyasi nodded. Then, they began to wait. In fact, they did not wait for long. About half a quarter of an hour later, the middle-aged woman opened her eyes. The middle-aged woman was actually still alive. It seemed that she had cultivated a divine ability like the tortoise breathing technique. That was why she gave people the feeling that she was dead earlier. The middle-aged woman's eyes were very turbid, and Lin Feng could not help but raise his brows slightly when he saw her eyes. The middle-aged woman glanced at Lin Feng before looking at Muyasi. She asked, "What's your name? Are you from the fairy palace?" Muyasi replied, "This junior is called Muyasi, and I'm indeed from the fairy palace. May I know if senior is an ancestor of the fairy palace?" The middle-aged woman asked. "I can't be considered an ancestor, but I can be considered a member of the fairy palace." "How is the fairy palace now?" When the middle-aged woman mentioned the fairy palace's current situation, tears welled up in Muyasi's eyes again. She was truly heartbroken. She said, "The fairy palace has been destroyed." "What? The fairy palace has been destroyed? How is that possible?" the middle-aged woman exclaimed in disbelief. Muyasi continued to cry. "It's true. The heavenly court has destroyed the fairy palace. D*****. 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 The middle-aged woman cursed angrily. Her gaze was extremely gloomy, and her face was ugly to begin with. Now, coupled with her furious gaze, it made her look even more hideous and ugly. "I will definitely destroy the heavenly court and tear them to shreds. I will avenge the fairy palace," the middle-aged woman said hatefully. She then looked at Muyasi and asked, "How many members of the fairy palace are still alive?" "This junior isn't particularly sure, but based on the information I received, there shouldn't be many survivors," Muyasi said sorrowfully. The middle-aged woman said, "This is an absolutely irreconcilable hatred." She then continued, "Yasi, come here. Let me take a good look at you." Muyasi felt a little strange when she heard the middle-aged woman's words. However, she did not think too much about it. She nodded and walked toward the middle-aged woman. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in the depths of the middle-aged woman's eyes. However, she hid it very well, so no one noticed it. "Yasi, wait a moment." Lin Feng's voice rang out. "What's wrong?" "Lin Gongzi." Muyasi looked at Lin Feng in puzzlement. She did not know why Lin Feng had called out to her. Lin Feng said, "It's nothing. I just feel that this woman isn't as simple as she seems on the surface. It's better to be on guard against people." Muyasi's expression changed slightly when she heard Lin Feng's words. She naturally trusted Lin Feng. Since Lin Feng had said so, he might have discovered something suspicious. Thus, she nodded and stood where she was without taking another step forward. Brat, what do you mean by that?" The middle-aged woman seemed to have been angered by Lin Feng's words. Her expression was cold as she looked at Lin Feng gloomily. Lin Feng said, "Senior, please don't be angry. I don't mean anything by it. I just feel that sometimes, it's better to be careful," said the middle-aged woman coldly. "If that's the case, are you suspecting me?" Lin Feng said, suspecting you? Why would I suspect you? Senior, could it be that there's something shameful that's worth my suspicion? What a sharp-tongued brat. No matter how glib your tongue is, you won't be able to change one thing. The middle-aged woman said. Lin Feng asked curiously, what is it? The middle-aged woman said, you're trying to sow discord between me and Yasi. What are you trying to do? Lin Feng could not help but be speechless. He said, you're wrong. I don't need to sow discord between you two because my relationship with Muyasi is definitely much closer than yours with her. Muyasi could also tell that Lin Feng was targeting the middle-aged woman. This made her extremely puzzled, as she did not know why Lin Feng was doing this. Muyasi asked, what did you see? Lin Feng said, actually, I don't know who this woman is, and I don't know if she has any ill intentions towards us, but I still don't want you to come into contact with her because I saw something unusual in her eyes. Oh? What do you mean? Muyasi asked in confusion. Lin Feng said, it said that the eyes are the window to the soul. Look at my eyes. Aren't they very clean? This shows that I'm an incomparably pure person. Muyasi spat softly after hearing Lin Feng's words. You really have the nerve to say that you're a pure person. All you do is flirt with women. Of course, she did not say these words out loud in the end. Lin Feng continued, but look at the middle-aged woman in front of you. Her eyes are cloudy, and this kind of cloudiness gives people a very uncomfortable feeling. Old people's eyes are cloudy because they are about to die. Young man, middle-aged man's eyes are cloudy. As far as I know, there are several reasons for this. First, they harbor evil intentions. Second, indulge too much. Third, he might have suffered from an eye disease. I excluded the third point. Why did I exclude the third point? It's completely an intuition. I have a feeling that this woman's heart isn't in the right place, and she's the type of woman who indulges too much. This, Muyasi did not know what to say. She originally wanted to ask Lin Feng why he ruled out the third point, but since Lin Feng said that it was his intuition, the answer would probably be the same even if she asked. In fact, Muyasi had long noticed the middle-aged woman's turbid eyes. That gaze made her feel a little uncomfortable, but she did not think too much about it. From the looks of it now, things might not be as simple as they had imagined. Those turbid eyes were actually filled with secrets. Brat, do you think that you can judge what kind of person I am with just your conjecture? How laughable. The middle-aged woman looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged. You know that my friends believe you, don't you? The middle-aged woman's eyes were extremely gloomy, and she let out a sinister laugh. Her laughter was so unpleasant that it sounded like the laughter of a malicious spirit. The middle-aged woman said, what a meticulous brat. That's right, you've guessed correctly. You're not from my fairy palace? Asked Muyasi with an ugly expression. She was naturally furious after being deceived. The middle-aged woman replied, of course, I am. Following that, an extremely sinister expression appeared on her face. Although I'm from your fairy palace, I hate it very much. Lin Feng said, it seems that you've been imprisoned here, but the destruction of your fairy palace has caused the seal here to loosen, giving you a chance to escape. However, you won't be able to escape with your own strength, so you want to borrow our hands to escape, right? The middle-aged woman looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, you've guessed wrong this time. Although I can't escape now, I'll be able to escape very soon. I don't need your help to escape. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Muyasi asked curiously, then, why did you trick us into coming here? Do you want to hear my story? Asked the middle-aged woman instead of answering. I'd like to hear the details. Asked Lin Feng. The middle-aged woman continued, I've been ugly since I was young, so many men would stay far away from me. Later on, I joined the fairy palace by chance. The fairy palace is filled with beautiful fairies, but I'm the only one who's unbearably ugly. I've seen many outstanding geniuses trying to woo the fairies of the fairy palace, but when they saw me, they avoided me like snakes and scorpions. I hate it. Why does everyone treat me like this? Is it just because I'm ugly? Muyasi replied, a cultivator's focus is on improving their cultivation, not on their appearance. The middle-aged woman said angrily, you're a natural beauty, so of course you can say such things. However, you shouldn't be saying such things to me. You're just standing there and talking. You can't understand how I feel. You can't understand how much I want to have a perfect face," said Lin Feng mockingly. "I think you're just unwilling to be left out and want to be the center of attention, right? Especially the center of attention for men," said the middle-aged woman. "That's right, I don't deny this. I like men, strong men, and beautiful men. Even in my dreams, I'm always in love with 100 men." Muyasi could not help but feel disgusted by the middle-aged woman's words. She was a pure woman, so she naturally could not bear to hear such things. Lin Feng said, "You're awesome," said the middle-aged woman. "However, I can't get those men, so I started looking for a powerful technique to pluck them dry. It doesn't matter if the men I fancy don't like me. If they don't like me, I'll use this technique to suck all their yang energy dry." When Lin Feng heard that, he couldn't help but shiver. This woman is too disgusting. "You're a disciple of the fairy palace, how can you do such a thing?" said Muyasi with an ugly expression. The middle-aged woman's words had a huge impact on her, and she could not accept it at all. The woman's actions were indeed hard to accept. Even though she was a promiscuous woman, she wouldn't do such things, right? However, she had done such things. The goddess palace represented holiness. At least, that was what the cultivators of the goddess palace thought. Therefore, when Muyasi heard what the woman had done, the impact on her heart was indescribable. Lin Feng said, "It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your fault for coming out and scaring people." The woman was born ugly, so she naturally hated it when people talked about her appearance. Now that she heard Lin Feng mocking her, she was instantly infuriated. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and licked her lips. If Muyasi were to do such a thing, she would definitely be incomparably charming. However, the woman's actions were so disgusting that Lin Feng almost vomited his dinner from last night. Be a human. At the end of the day, one still needed to have some dignity, right? The woman said, "Boy, you're so handsome and strong. One look and I can tell that you're not a silver spear. Later, I'll suck you dry. F***CKU. If you continue to disgust me, do you believe that I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't recognize you?" Lin Feng could not help but scold her angrily. This was really intolerable. It was too disgusting. Muyasi seemed to have lost all hope in this woman. She said, "You're a disgrace to the goddess palace." "A disgrace to the goddess palace?" The woman said disdainfully, "What goddess palace? It's just a group that gained fame by deceiving the world. Now that the goddess palace has been destroyed, the heavens have opened their eyes. Moreover, the heavens have treated me well. Later, I'll take your beautiful body, and from then on, I'll have a peerlessly beautiful face." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped up and flew toward Lin Feng and Muyasi. "Die." Lin Feng's voice was cold. He held the epic war spear in his hand and used the epic spear technique to attack the woman. Muyasi took out a guqin. She sat down cross-legged. Her jade-like hands plucked the guqin. The sound of the zither rang out. The melodious sound of the zither was filled with endless killing intent. Streaks of terrifying cold light condensed. His speed was even faster than Lin Feng's. The terrifying cold light attack instantly slammed into the woman, but it did not cause her any harm at all. A star map appeared on her body. That star map. It was a diagram of meridians. Lin Feng was very surprised because this woman actually cultivated the meridian diagram. Lin Feng hadn't cultivated the meridian diagram yet. In fact, there were many ways to cultivate the meridian diagram. Different meridian diagrams. The power was also different. However, one had to consider carefully when cultivating the meridian diagram because the power of different meridian diagrams differed greatly. If one did not choose a good meridian diagram and casually cultivated it, it would be irresponsible to oneself. The reason for this was because cultivators only had one chance to choose the meridian diagram they wanted to cultivate. In other words, cultivators could only cultivate one type of meridian diagram. If he chose to cultivate the meridian network diagram, in the future, he would not be able to choose other meridian diagrams. The meridian network diagram that this woman cultivated was obviously an extremely extraordinary one. After neutralizing Muyasi's attack, the woman launched an attack on Lin Feng. She was still some distance away from Lin Feng. Therefore, she used a long-range attack. She slapped out with her palm and condensed a huge energy handprint in the air. That energy handprint instantly flew in front of Lin Feng and ruthlessly slammed toward him. Lin Feng swept the epic war spear at the energy handprint. Bang! Along with the violent collision, a loud sound was suddenly heard. Lin Feng was actually sent flying by the woman's attack. She then quickly charged toward Muyasi. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed abruptly. He really did not expect that woman to be so terrifying. It was too late to save Muyasi at this time. Soul-shifting technique. The woman flew in front of Muyasi and directly grabbed the top of her head. The technique she used was extremely terrifying and could destroy Muyasi's soul in an instant. Then, her soul quickly took over Muyasi's body. This kind of overbearing divine power was extremely evil, so it had been lost in the outside world. However, this woman knew how to use it. Lin Feng's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, Muyasi's body suddenly exploded. She disappeared without a trace. Only a small golden puppet was left on the spot. Puppet technique. Lin Feng's face could not help but reveal a look of joy. This was an extremely brilliant puppet technique. After it was used, it displayed an extremely extraordinary ability. Swoosh. A light flashed. Muyasi appeared beside Lin Feng, her face very pale. Lin Feng hugged her. He then planted a kiss on her red lips. Seeing that Muyasi was still alive, Lin Feng was really too excited. Muyasi was stunned on the spot. When she came back to her senses, her pretty face had already turned red. Cough, cough. About that, I was too excited just now. Fairy, please don't blame me. Lin Feng said awkwardly. Muyasi snorted softly. Her beautiful eyes became watery. That look was really going to mesmerize people to death. The woman said coldly, "What a pair of lovers who only envy mandarin ducks and not immortals. How dare you flirt in front of me? You really deserve to be killed. You old woman, not only are you old, ugly, and black-hearted, but do you think you can kill us? You're simply daydreaming." Lin Feng sneered. "Killing you naturally won't be a problem," the woman said coldly. This woman was not so confident for no reason. She was indeed too powerful. With Lin Feng and Muyasi's methods, dealing with this woman was indeed too difficult. However, the key was that Lin Feng still had a backup plan. Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's too early for you to be happy. Today, I'll let you know how powerful your grandfather is." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand. Suddenly, the Book of the Undead flew out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Next, one after another, the undead creatures flew out. There were a total of 56 undead creatures. Oh my god, how is this possible? Muyasi's face suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. Her cultivation was extraordinary, so she could naturally sense how terrifying those undead creatures were. Sage realm, those undead creatures, they were all sage undead creatures, a total of 56 undead creatures of the saint realm. What kind of terrifying power was this? And these undead creatures were all summoned by Lin Feng. How many unknown methods did Lin Feng have? Even Muyasi was extremely curious. Why do you have so many sacred realm undead subordinates? The woman's voice trembled slightly. Although she was powerful. But, on Lin Feng's side, there were 56 saints. There was more than one saint of the seventh sky of the saint layer. This was too terrifying. The woman was naturally aware of her own limitations. Looking at the situation in front of her, she knew that her situation would be extremely bad. Because I am the lord of the underworld, I can summon these powerful undead at will for my use. Lin Feng said with a smile. Muyasi shook her head slightly. Lin Feng seemed to have started to become indecent again. In fact, Lin Feng's character was indeed like this. Sometimes he was very serious, and sometimes he was very indecent. Muyasi had long been used to it. There is no need for us to fight to the death, right? The woman said. Hee, if I don't kill you, the anger in my heart will not be appeased. Lin Feng said with a cold smile. He waved his hand, and 56 Sacred Realm undead quickly attacked the woman. All kinds of terrifying attacks condensed, and it was as if they could destroy heaven and earth. They all bombarded the woman. The woman's face turned bitter. How could she resist so many Sacred Realm undead? She hurriedly took out a defensive magic treasure. It was a true dragon shield. She quickly activated the true dragon shield. The true dragon shield formed a powerful shield to protect the woman. Bang, 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 the powerful attacks ruthlessly bombarded the shield. The defensive power of the shield was very strong. However, it was difficult to resist the attacks of so many powerful undead for a long time. Under the continuous attacks of those powerful undead, it was not very likely. Crack! A cracking sound could be heard. Looking carefully, only to find, it turned out that many cracks had appeared on those shields. It seemed that the shield would be destroyed soon. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a smile. It seemed that the ugly middle-aged woman could not hold on much longer. Eliminating evil and defending the Tao is what cultivators of my generation should do. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. Why do I have such a sense of justice, in this world? It would be hard to find another person with such a sense of justice like him, right? Bang. There was a loud bang. The shield was completely shattered. All sorts of powerful divine abilities quickly blasted toward the woman. Without the protection of the shield, he could only endure the attacks head-on. She hurriedly condensed a powerful divine ability to resist the attacks of the 56 Saint-level undead spirits. Bang, the attacks from both sides collided fiercely. The woman was immediately sent flying, vomiting blood in midair. Initially, Muyasi could not bear to see her like this, but when she thought of all the things the woman had done to tarnish the reputation of the fairy palace, she could not help but feel sorry for her. The trace of sympathy in his heart dissipated. As for Lin Feng, he didn't have much sympathy for the woman. As the saying goes, a pitiful person must have something to hate. This woman was not a good person and deserved to be killed. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill the woman, suddenly, the woman loudly begged for mercy. I know some secrets, and I'm willing to exchange them for my life. Lin Feng sneered. I'm not interested in your secrets, so you'd better die. At that moment, Muyasi said, Sir, don't kill her. Are you feeling compassionate now? Lin Feng looked at her and asked. Muyasi replied, Perhaps I am, but I think that the situation outside is chaotic, and you need people. Why don't you subdue her? She'll be of great help to you, and when the war comes, she'll definitely be able to help you. She'll also be able to redeem herself. After hearing her words, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He thought about it carefully. Muyasi's words made sense. Lin Feng said, In that case, I'll give her a chance on your account. Lin Feng then looked at the woman and said, I originally wanted to kill you, but the fairy beside me pleaded for mercy on your behalf. If you swear allegiance to me now, I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Otherwise, you won't be spared. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman did not dare to say anything else. It was already extremely difficult for her to survive this time. She hurriedly kowtowed to Lin Feng and said, I'm willing to submit to you, sir. Make the oath. Lin Feng said. The woman raised her right hand to the sky. She began to swear, I, Lu Wen, hereby swear that I'm willing to be loyal to you, sir. If I dare to violate the oath I've made today, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. After the woman made the oath, both sides immediately formed an oath rune. From then on, the woman had completely become Lin Feng's slave. After subduing such a powerful existence, Lin Feng was in an extremely good mood. Such a terrifying existence, what kind of astonishing battle prowess did he possess? With such a strong cultivator joining them, Lin Feng's side would be of great help. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Lu Wen said, Please wait a moment, sir. What? Is there something else? Lin Feng asked. That altar is extraordinary. It swallows earth fiend chi and suppresses me. After a long time, it's very likely that earth fiend pills have been formed. Earth fiend pills are condensed from dark energy. Ordinary people can't refine them, otherwise, they'll definitely suffer a backlash and die. But you're different, sir. If I'm not wrong, you must have many kinds of celestial flames. With the celestial flames protecting your body, you won't have to worry about the backlash from the Earth Fiend pills. Once you refine them, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Luwen said. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. If there really are Earth Fiend pills, I'll definitely remember your contribution. Then, Lin Feng quickly arrived in front of the altar. There were many restrictions on the altar. If he wanted to forcefully destroy the altar, he might suffer a backlash. However, Lin Feng didn't care at all. He activated the stone scripture. Buzz, then, the stone scripture shot out a terrifying beam of light. The light beam shot out by the stone scripture directly bombarded the altar. Crack, crack. The altar began to crack. The stone scripture's power was becoming more and more tyrannical, and the beams of light were becoming more and more powerful. Dozens of beams of light continuously shone on the altar. Finally, the altar completely shattered, and a large amount of Earth Fiend Qi surged out. In the middle of the Earth Fiend Qi, a pill was floating. When he saw the pill, Lin Feng was overjoyed. That pill should be the Earth Fiend pill that Luwen had mentioned before. Lin Feng's large hand suddenly grabbed at the air. In an instant, the Earth Fiend pill quickly flew towards Lin Feng and was caught by Lin Feng. The Earth Fiend pill was a good thing. It just so happened that he could refine the Earth Fiend pill to increase his cultivation. Moreover, he had experienced many battles during this period of time, so he could already try to continue breaking through. After Lin Feng received the Earth Fiend pill, he did not continue to stay here. He left with Muyasi and Lu Wenna. After arriving outside, Lu Wenna was incomparably excited. Being able to see the light of day again made her feel as if she had been reborn. Lu Wenna used her transformation technique and instantly turned from an ugly middle-aged woman into a charming and seductive young woman. Her every move was extremely charming. Lin Feng said with a dark face, "You better not have any more bad ideas, and don't think about plucking male cultivators." Lu Wenna was a little depressed. She had transformed into such a charming appearance because she wanted to seduce some men and then pluck them. Previously, when she encountered some troublesome characters, Lu Wenna had used this method to transform into a beautiful woman to seduce them. Then, when the other party relaxed, she would take them down in one fell swoop. Lu Wenna was proficient in this kind of thing, and it was tried and tested. But now, her intentions were seen through by Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had already warned her. Although Lu Wenna was depressed, she did not dare to disobey Lin Feng's orders and could only agree. Lin Feng and the other two did not continue to stay here. After leaving this place, Lin Feng found a secluded place to cultivate. He wanted to refine the Earth Fiend pill to increase his cultivation. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and began to refine the Earth Fiend pill. Right now, Lin Feng was at the first heaven of the Tao Immortal realm. His soul was at the first heaven of the Great Sage realm. His physical body was at the peak of the Great Sage realm. After Lin Feng refined the Earth Fiend pill, Lin Feng's cultivation had risen to the third level of the Tao Immortal realm. He had broken through 2 levels in one go, which made Lin Feng rather happy. Lin Feng's soul power had also made a breakthrough, from the first firmament of the Great Sage realm to the second firmament of the Great Sage realm. His physical body was much stronger than before, but he was unable to achieve a breakthrough. It was not an easy task to make a breakthrough in one's physical body. However, Lin Feng believed that with the accumulation of time, a breakthrough was only a matter of time. Therefore, there was no need to worry. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng, Muyasi, and Luwen went to investigate Di Wudao's whereabouts. Muyasi knew how terrifying Di Wudao was. Previously, when she heard that Lin Feng wanted to find Di Wudao for a life-and-death duel, she was extremely worried. She was afraid that Lin Feng would suffer a huge loss at Di Wudao's hands. But now, she wasn't worried at all. After all, Lin Feng had so many undead creatures as his subordinates. Even if he couldn't defeat Di Wudao, those undead creatures should be enough to kill Di Wudao, right? Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that Di Wudao had ways to restrain those undead creatures. Perhaps those undead creatures couldn't threaten Di Wudao. However, no matter the outcome, Muyasi believed that Lin Feng could at least protect himself. Not long after, Lin Feng and the others found out Di Wudao's whereabouts. It was said that Di Wudao had led a group of people to Dragon Soul Mountain. Dragon Soul Mountain was home to some Dragon Clan cultivators. By the time Lin Feng and the others arrived at Dragon Soul Mountain, it had already been destroyed. Hundreds of huge dragon corpses lay in the forest, dyeing the ground blood red. Then, Di Wudao and the others disappeared. Lin Feng went to investigate again, but he couldn't find any news about Di Wudao and the others. They were really good at hiding. No one knew where they were hiding. Many forces were in a state of panic. After waiting for a few days, there was news that Di Wudao was heading to Donghua Immortal Palace. Hence, Lin Feng and the others rushed to Donghua Immortal Palace. By the time they arrived at Donghua Immortal Palace, it had already been destroyed. Then, Di Wudao and the others disappeared once again. D***. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. Di Wudao, that bastard, was really good at hiding. Muyasi said, it seems that Di Wudao did it on purpose. He wanted to make the other forces nervous. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and said, also, I feel that when Di Wudao spread the news, he must have already set off for the forces he mentioned. He didn't even give them a chance to call for reinforcements. They either submit or perish. There's no other choice. Yes. Muyasi nodded and said hatefully, Di Wudao is really evil. Even if we cut him into pieces, it won't be enough to vent our hatred. Lin Feng said, he's dead for sure. However, we need to know where he's going before we can stop him. But his whereabouts are really hidden. We have no way of knowing where he's going. Muyasi frowned. This was indeed a tricky problem, but Lin Feng thought of a solution. Perhaps he could use the Mirror of Now to try. The Mirror of Now had the ability to predict the past and future. Perhaps the Mirror of Now could really predict where Di Wudao was going. Lin Feng said, I have a treasure here. We can use it to try to deduce. As Lin Feng spoke, he took out the Mirror of Now and started to deduce. However, after a while, he didn't find anything. This made Lin Feng quite depressed. However, Lin Feng still had a solution. That was an ability that he could control. Lin Feng could also see the future. Lin Feng didn't want to use this ability. If he used something that was too heaven-defying, he would be punished by the heavens. However, there was no other way today. Lin Feng used this ability, but he still couldn't find out where Di Wudao was going. The main reason was that Di Wudao's fate was very strong. There was a layer of fate on him that concealed him from others. Therefore, it was very difficult to find Di Wudao's whereabouts. Lin Feng combined the Mirror of Now and his ability to foresee the future. At this time, some blurry images appeared on the surface of the Mirror of Present. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He had actually managed to deduce some images. Lin Feng took a closer look. The image was of an ancient forest. In the depths of the forest, a mysterious wheel was spinning. Then, all the images disappeared. What's the meaning of this? Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Muyasi and Lu Wen also had puzzled looks on their faces. It was very difficult to find the truth through those images. At that moment, the Demon Lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Don't you feel that the wheel is very similar to the Wheel of Reincarnation? With the Demon Lord's reminder, Lin Feng realized that it was indeed the Wheel of Reincarnation. Of course. Lin Feng had never seen the real Wheel of Reincarnation before. When Lin Feng mentioned the Wheel of Reincarnation, he was referring to the Wheel of Reincarnation that he had summoned with a divine ability. Could it be? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Was Di Wudao going to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect? Lin Feng felt that it was possible. Let's go to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng said. Muyasi asked, do you think Di Wudao will go to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. The three of them quickly set off for the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Lin Feng's relationship with the Reincarnation Immortal Sect was too deep. Back in the 9 states, Lin Feng had cultivated in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect for many years. Even his master, Lord Turtle, had a deep relationship with the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally did not want the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to be destroyed. They were not too far away from the reincarnation immortal sect. If they traveled at full speed, they could reach the reincarnation immortal sect in 10 days. 10 days later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the reincarnation immortal sect's mountain gate. Lin Feng saw many disciples patrolling outside the reincarnation immortal sect's mountain gate. The three of them flew over, but they were stopped. "Who are you?" the leader of the disciples asked in a low voice. "Lin Feng, the Lord of Sin Realm, is here to pay respects to the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect," Lin Feng said. In fact, Lin Feng did not know who the sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect was. Even Muyasi did not know. The sect leader of the reincarnation immortal sect had always been mysterious. Cultivators in the outside world did not know much about him. "You're the Lord of Sin Realm?" The pupils of the leading disciple suddenly shrank, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. The rest of the cultivators were shocked as well. Lin Feng's identity was too extraordinary. This gave them a great shock. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Go, and tell your sect master that I have something important to discuss with him." "All right, I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a while," the leading disciple said. Then, he quickly went to report. "I heard that the reincarnation immortal sect in the undying world used to be the first ancestral land of the reincarnation immortal sect. But later on, the experts of the reincarnation immortal sect moved it to the heaven world. So now, it's only the second ancestral land of the reincarnation immortal sect," said Muyasi at this time. Lin Feng nodded his head. He also understood this point. He guessed that the reincarnation immortal sect of the undying realm and the reincarnation immortal sect of the heaven realm should have some connections. "Not much," the disciple returned. The disciple looked deeply at Lin Feng and said, "Leader Lin, our sect leader invites you." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He then said, "Lead the way then." The disciple nodded his head and led the way. Muyasi and Luwen couldn't help but frown. How could the people of the reincarnation immortal sect be so arrogant? Even the higher-ups didn't come to welcome Lin Feng. They were really arrogant. Soon, Lin Feng and the other two were brought to a guest hall. A servant girl served tea for the three of them. Lin Feng sat down and didn't drink tea. Muyasi and Luwen didn't drink tea either. They were waiting for the sect master of the reincarnation immortal sect to arrive. Not long after, a hearty voice sounded, "Ha ha ha ha, Leader Lin, we're honored by your presence in the reincarnation immortal sect. You brought light to our humble dwelling." Following the voice, a cultivator walked in. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He had a medium build and looked quite dignified. Lin Feng smiled and asked, "Your Excellency, what's your name?" "Sect Master of the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, Situ Ming." The middle-aged cultivator introduced himself. "So it's Sect Master Situ. Nice to meet you." Lin Feng cupped his fists in greeting. Situ Ming smiled and said, "There's no need to be so polite, Leader Lin. May I know why you've come to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect?" Lin Feng calmly said, "Di Wu Dao will attack the Reincarnation Immortal Sect in the future. He might be here soon." "Oh? There's such a thing?" Situ Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He then asked, "May I know how Leader Lin found out about this?" Lin Feng smiled. "It seems like you already know about it, Your Excellency," said Lin Feng. Situ Ming's eyelids twitched violently. He said, "May I know what you mean by this?" Lin Feng said, "Sect Master Situ, why are you playing dumb? Haven't you already sided with Di Wu Dao?" "What do you mean, Leader Lin?" Situ Ming narrowed his eyes. Muyasi and Luwen were shocked as well. They didn't know why Lin Feng would say such a thing. But they didn't think Lin Feng would speak without thinking. He had probably found some clues, which was why he had said that. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to deny my suspicions. From the moment I entered the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, I noticed that something was amiss. First, you looked down on me. Of course, it's possible that you underestimated me because you looked down on me. Second, after entering the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, I sensed the presence of the Grand Tao. This means that there are experts fighting here, and the presence of the Grand Tao hasn't dissipated yet. The battle will happen soon. Third, didn't you arrange for many experts to hide in the Great Formation around the sect? You thought I wouldn't notice them, but I noticed them before I even entered. Based on these 3 points, I can deduce some conclusions. The reincarnation immortal sect has been through a great battle, but Di Wudao hasn't come. There's only one possibility for this: internal strife. Why would there be internal strife at a time like this? I'm guessing that Di Wudao has given them a hint or a promise. That's why they attacked. The sect leader is in charge of the reincarnation immortal sect, so there's no need for him to do that. Therefore, the person who did this must be a traitor. There's no enmity between us, but you sent people to hide in the Great Formation. It's obvious that you want to kill me. Why do you want to kill me? I'm guessing that you want to capture me and hand me over to Di Wudao. If you hand me over to Di Wudao, you'll be rewarded greatly. Sect Master Situ, what do you think of what I've said? Or am I wrong? When they heard Lin Feng, Situ Ming was astonished. Muyasi and Lu Wen were astonished. Lin Feng was extremely intelligent. He had managed to deduce so many things in such a short time. Situ Ming's expression changed, but he smiled coldly and said, "Leader Lin, you're really strong." "Not bad, you're right." As soon as he finished speaking, Situshi waved his hand, and the entire hall was enveloped by the absolute kill formation. Situ Ming wanted to use a great formation to kill Lin Feng and the others. Happy New Year. Ha 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 ha. Situ Ming, you're really an idiot. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. I'm an idiot? I think you're the idiot. You're trapped here, yet you're still laughing. With your intelligence, I really can't understand how you became the master of Sin Realm. Situ Ming looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng didn't continue to refute Situ Ming. Instead, he asked, "Where are the disciples of the reincarnation immortal sect master? What? Do you want to reminisce about the past with them? Those fellows are all locked up in prison. Once I capture you, I'll send you over to reunite with them." Situ Ming sneered. It had to be said that this guy had a sense of superiority. He looked as if he was certain that he could defeat Lin Feng. One couldn't help but feel a lot of disgust when looking at him. Lin Feng said, "If I'm not wrong, those people were captured because you plotted against them." Situ Ming didn't deny this and said, "During a Grand Elder's birthday celebration, I spiked their drinks with some good stuff. Their magic power was sealed, so they naturally couldn't resist." Despicable and shameless. Muyasi said coldly. Lu Wen was much calmer. Muyasi had too little experience in the world, and she was also relatively naive. She didn't know what those people would do for their own benefits. Many people would do anything for their own benefits. Fathers and sons would turn against each other, and brothers would kill each other. What's more, she'd only spiked their drinks, Situ Ming sneered. He simply scoffed at her, calling him despicable and shameless. "Alright, it's time to end this." Situ Ming sneered. "Activate the formation." Then, he shouted coldly. The cultivators hidden in the formation began to activate it. They wanted to use it to deal with Lin Feng and the others. However, Lin Feng forcibly took control of the formation. This wasn't difficult for Lin Feng. Bang bang bang, after Lin Feng seized control of the Great Array, the tens of cultivators within the Great Array were sent flying. All of them spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale as they looked at Lin Feng in horror. The Great Array here was so terrifying, but Lin Feng instantly seized control of it. This made them feel that it was inconceivable. The group of people were all suppressed. There were more than 50 people in total. They were all kneeling on the ground, trying to struggle but to no avail. How is this possible? Situ Ming's face turned pale. What was happening at this moment was beyond his expectations. Suppress. Lin Feng sneered. A terrifying attack landed on Situ Ming's body and sent him flying. Situ Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. He was in a sorry state. He had also been suppressed. Lin Feng didn't kill these people. Because these people were still useful. Wasn't Di Wudao about to arrive? Di Wudao had led an army here, and he had many experts under his command. Lin Feng had fewer people on his side, so it wouldn't be easy to kill Di Wudao. However, if he could restrain Di Wudao's army, it would be much easier to kill him. Lin Feng turned his attention to the reincarnation immortal sect. The Reincarnation Immortal sect had countless formations. If he activated the formation here, he would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to Di Wudao's army. I am the ruler of heaven and earth. Why aren't you all submitting to me? Lin Feng shouted coldly. He waved his hand, and a powerful force of purification surged into the bodies of Sitaming and the others. Their expressions were pained. They were trying their best to resist being purified. However, they soon failed. The group was purified by Lin Feng. Lin Feng removed the formation. Master. Sitaming and the others knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Feng. Muyasi and Lu Wen were astonished. Even though they knew that Lin Feng was an extraordinary cultivator, they were still astonished when they saw Lin Feng summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Lin Feng looked at Sitaming and said, "Get up and take me to the prison." "Yes, master, please come with me," said Sitaming. "Master." "All right." The hairdresser nodded. Then, Sitaming got up and led the way. After a short time, Lin Feng followed Sitaming to the prison. "Sitaming, you bastard. You traitor. You're a traitor. You'll die a horrible death. Sitaming, I curse you to go to purgatory after you die. You'll never be reincarnated." When Sitaming arrived at the prison, many people started cursing him. Sitaming's expression was unsightly, but he didn't dare lose his temper. Sitaming brought Lin Feng to the depths of the prison. There was a huge prison in the depths of the prison. The prison was made of extremely high-quality materials. Once imprisoned, one's dermic powers would be sealed. They couldn't move. There were men and women in the prison. There were more than 30 people in total. They were probably the higher-ups of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Sitaming opened the prison door. Lin Feng and the others walked in. "Sitaming, you ingrate. How can you face your ancestors? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Sitaming, the Reincarnation Immortal sect has a traitor like you. You're a disgrace to the sect." Some people started cursing. However, some people didn't say anything. They just looked at Sitaming coldly. Said Lin Feng. "Everybody, please don't be impatient. I have something to say." Everyone looked at Lin Feng and frowned. They didn't know who Lin Feng was. Lin Feng said, "I'm Lin Feng, the Lord of Sin City." "What? You're the Lord of Sin City?" Many people were shocked. They had heard of Lin Feng before. Lin Feng said, "I've already converted Sitaming. I can let you all out now." The group of people couldn't help but be stunned. They were extremely excited. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Lin." The higher-ups looked at Lin Feng gratefully. Lin Feng waved his hand. Immediately, people went to rescue the higher-ups of the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't be so polite. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Di Wudao wants to destroy the Reincarnation Immortal sect. His schemes won't succeed. Also, I have a deep relationship with the Reincarnation Immortal sect. To be honest, we're still family." "Oh? We're a family. What do you mean by that?" a beautiful woman asked. She introduced herself, "Lord Lin, I'm Xiaomu Xue. I'm the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect." And Lin Feng hadn't expected the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect to be such a beautiful woman. This figure, this face, she was truly a top-grade beauty. No wonder the sect leader of the Reincarnation Immortal sect had been so low-key. It was better for a beauty like her to keep a low profile. Of course, Lin Feng had seen too many beauties in his life. Muyasi was also a top-notch beauty. Therefore, Lin Feng wouldn't be attracted to her beauty. He didn't have any special feelings for her. He wouldn't lose his composure because of her. Lin Feng smiled. "When I was in the 9 provinces, I was a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect." "Sect leader, did you say that I was fated to meet the Reincarnation Immortal sect?" "Oh? You're a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect?" Xiaomu Shui immediately revealed a shocked expression. She naturally knew about the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but she had lost contact with them. After all, they were too far away. How difficult was it to get in touch with them? Lin Feng smiled. "I've been a member of the Reincarnation Immortal sect for many years. When I arrived in the Undying World, I wanted to visit the Reincarnation Immortal sect, but it was too far away, and I had many things to attend to, so I couldn't come. I divined that Di Wu Dao was going to attack the Reincarnation Immortal sect, so I hurried over. I didn't think that something would happen to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Xiaomuxua nodded. If it weren't for you, the Reincarnation Immortal sect would have been finished. Can you let me deal with that traitor, Situming? Master, please spare me. Situming's face turned pale. He quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. If Lin Feng really handed him over to Xiaomuxua, he would die. Situming wasn't stupid. Situming was not stupid. He knew this very well, so he begged for mercy. Said Lin Feng. I understand, Patriarch, you're furious, but Di Wu Dao is about to arrive. Situming will be of great help, so why don't we let him stay and let him make amends? Xiaomuxua was an intelligent person. She knew that Lin Feng's words made sense, so she nodded. He said, all right. Then we'll do as you say. Lin Feng said, I plan to connect all the grand arrays of the Reincarnation Immortal sect together. These grand arrays are extremely powerful. When the time comes, we'll let Situming lure Di Wu Dao and his army into the grand arrays. Then, it'll be much easier to deal with them. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiaomuxua couldn't help but nod her head. She also had this idea. Now that he had Lin Feng's help, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Said Xiaomuxua. The Reincarnation Celestial sect has a great deployment spell, and it was created in the ancient times. Unfortunately, it was damaged. If it could be repaired, then even if Di Wu Dao brought 10 million soldiers with him, he would still be able to make them suffer great losses. Oh? What kind of formation is this? Why is it so powerful? Lin Feng asked in surprise. The Great Deployment Spell of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is one of the most powerful deployment spells of the human clan. Back then, a holy ancestor of the Reincarnation Celestial sect had a good relationship with the 8th Emperor of the Earth, so he asked the 8th Emperor of the Earth to help him create the Great Deployment Spell of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. The Great Array of the Six Paths of Reincarnation was damaged. The 8th Emperor of Earth was one of the leaders of the human race. He had made great contributions to the human race. Lin Feng hadn't thought that the 8th Emperor of Earth would set up a great array of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Lin Feng said, Sect leader, please take me to see it. Perhaps I can repair it. Xiaomushua's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She nodded and said, come with me, territory leader Lin. Xiaomuxua led the way, and Lin Feng and the others followed her to the great array of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was made up of 72 mountains. The mountains were continuous. They crisscrossed. They stretched out for dozens of miles. The great array of the Six Paths of Reincarnation was special. It took 6 main mountains to guard 6 directions. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was surrounded by it. Under Xiaomushua's leadership, Lin Feng went to many places and carefully studied the damaged areas of the Great Array. Xiaomuxua asked, look at the damaged state of the formation. Are you confident that you can repair it? Lin Feng smiled and replied, I can definitely repair the formation. Xiaomuxua was astonished. Over the years, the Reincarnation Celestial sect had produced many extraordinary people, and the Reincarnation Celestial sect had also recruited many extraordinary people. However, no one had ever been able to repair the formation. Lin Feng only glanced at it, and dared to say that he could definitely repair the formation. Looks like Lin Feng is really confident. Lin Feng was so young, yet he had such extraordinary ability. It was really inconceivable. Lin Feng continued, time waits for no one. I'll start repairing the formation now. I need an assistant. Is there any powerful formation master in the Reincarnation Immortal sect? Xiaomuxua said, I'm the #1 formation master in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Can I be your assistant? Lin Feng glanced at Xiaomushua's enchanting body and beautiful face. Having such a beautiful woman as his assistant was something he couldn't ask for more. Besides, if a man and a woman worked together, it wouldn't be too tiring. Xiaomuxua was such a beautiful woman, Lin Feng was extremely motivated. Xiaomuxua seemed to sense Lin Feng's burning gaze, and her heart started beating faster. However, she still maintained a calm expression. Then let's start immediately, Lin Feng said. All right. Xiao Muxue nodded. Someone arranged accommodations for Muyasi and Lu Wen. Lin Feng didn't need to worry about the two of them. Over the next few days, Lin Feng started repairing the formation. Lin Feng was in charge of most of the repairs. As for Xiao Muxue, she was in charge of minor repairs. With the two of them working together, they were naturally very fast. There were many things that Xiao Muxue didn't understand. She would always ask Lin Feng about it. Lin Feng also told her everything he knew. Xiao Muxue benefited greatly from Lin Feng. That made Xiao Muxue even more shocked. Lin Feng was so young, but his cultivation was so terrifying. It was already inconceivable. Lin Feng's attainments and formations were also so high. It was truly inconceivable. The two of them spent 5 days to repair the array. Repairing the deployment spell required a lot of energy. After repairing the deployment spell, Lin Feng went to rest. He slept for a whole day, and then he felt refreshed. When he woke up, it was already night time. Xiao Muxue came to visit Lin Feng. Xiao Muxue had changed into a different dress. Right now, she was wearing a purple dress. The long dress wrapped around her graceful and enchanting body. It was very eye-catching. If he could have a romantic relationship with such a beautiful woman like Xiao Muxue, it would definitely be a very good thing. Of course, he could only think about it for now, because a woman like Xiao Muxue wasn't a simple person. She had great power. She was experienced and knowledgeable. How could it be easy to conquer a woman like that? Lin Feng knew that very well. I didn't disturb your rest, did I? Asked Xiao Muxue. Lin Feng smiled. Of course not. After they sat down, Lin Feng smiled and asked, You must have been exhausted from setting up the formation. How was your rest? Xiao Muxue smiled and said, I had a good rest. Thank you for your concern, Region Leader Lin. I came here because I have something I want to give you. Oh? I wonder what it is. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Muxue curiously. Xiao Muxue took out a jade tube and said, Since you're a disciple of the Reincarnation Immortal sect, you're naturally qualified to cultivate the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. This jade tube contains the cultivation method of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. I hope it'll be useful to you. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was definitely one of the most terrifying sutras. It was probably one of the best sutras out of all the other sutras. It was unimaginable how much it could help a cultivator. Lin Feng hadn't thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise. Before, Lin Feng had been collecting the 3,000 Great Tao to cultivate. Now, he was focusing on the Immortal Sutra. The 3,000 Great Tao were the foundation, but the Immortal Sutra was even more special. If a fish wanted to become a dragon, it might need the Immortal Sutra. Although Lin Feng didn't know how to surpass the Saint Realm, Lin Feng had a very strong intuition. If he wanted to surpass the Saint Realm, it might have something to do with the Immortal Sutra. That was why Lin Feng was so interested in collecting Immortal Sutras. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony with Xiao Muxue. He put away the jade tube containing the Immortal Sutra and clasped his fists. Thank you, sect leader. Xiao Muxue smiled. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I won't disturb you any longer. Take care, sect master. Lin Feng stood up, personally seeing Xiao Muxue off. Lin Feng then returned to his residence to comprehend the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. 7 days later, the scout came to report. He said that a large army was flying toward the Reincarnation Immortal sect. After receiving the news, Lin Feng knew. It must have been Di Wudao. Di Wudao led an army to conquer the undying world for the Heavenly Emperor. Rumor had it that this was the Celestial Emperor's final test for Di Wudao. Once this test was completed, Di Wudao would become the new Celestial Emperor. This matter actually caused a lot of discussion in private because many people believed that Di Wudao was the son of the Sky Emperor's first wife after she cheated on him. He wasn't the Sky Emperor's son at all. How many sons did the Sky Emperor have? Why did he value Di Wudao so much? On the contrary, his other sons were not as important as Di Wudao. This was something that no one could figure out. But no matter what the Sky Emperor thought, Di Wudao becoming the new Celestial Emperor was something that couldn't be stopped. Not all the forces wanted to fight to the death with Di Wudao. There were still many forces that chose to submit to him. Perhaps they would become cannon fodder for the Heavenly Court in the future. But they had to stay alive first. This time, Di Wudao led an army of 5 million cultivators. The composition of this cultivator army was rather complicated. Some of them were the elites of the Heavenly Court. Some were experts that Di Wudao had recruited. Some were from the Outer Realms. Some were from the Outer Realms. Some were from the epic lost races. There were even a dozen evil spirit warriors from the Mastermind's world. These people had high hopes for Di Wudao, so they were loyal to Di Wudao. The army quickly arrived at the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Sitaming personally led the higher-ups to welcome Di Wudao. In the middle of the army, 9 dragons pulled a divine chariot. This was Di Wudao's chariot. Servant Sitaming greets Master. Sitaming knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the chariot. The Reincarnation Immortal sect cultivators behind him also knelt on the ground and kowtowed. A voice came from within the chariot. Sitaming, very good, very good. You're quite sensible. I didn't misjudge you. Being able to serve Master is the accumulated merit of 18 generations of this servant's ancestors. Sitaming hurriedly said. It had to be said that Sitaming really knew how to flatter. A few words of flattery, Di Wudao was in a good mood. In reality, everyone liked to hear compliments. Di Wudao was no exception. Di Wudao asked, where are Qiao Muxue and the others? They're being held captive in the imperial prison. Sitaming said. Take me to them. Di Wudao walked out of the chariot. Yes, Master. Sitaming hurriedly replied and led the way. Di Wudao followed behind Sitaming, sneering inwardly. Qiao Muxue, oh Qiao Muxue, you rejected my advances in the past, but now you've fallen into my hands. I'm curious to see how you'll treat me later. The corners of Di Wudao's mouth curled up in a cold smile. At that moment, Di Wudao's army entered the Reincarnation Immortal sect and rested in various places. There was no big battle this time. They easily took over the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Di Wudao's army was naturally in a good mood. But at that moment, something strange happened. Countless runes intertwined in the sky. They were densely packed together. Heaven and earth were sealed. The Reincarnation Immortal sect was sealed in an instant. As for the cultivator army stationed in various places, they were also separated by a powerful formation. When he saw that, Di Wudao's expression became unsightly. Sitaming was very alert. He escaped into the formation and disappeared without a trace. Who dares plot against me? You must be tired of living. Get out here. Di Wudao said coldly. He naturally didn't think that Sitaming would dare do such a thing. After all, Sitaming was just a nobody. Di Wudao, it's time for you to die. A cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. After the voice finished speaking, a young cultivator flew out of the main mountain. That young cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. It's you. When Di Wudao saw Lin Feng, he was very surprised, but then he burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Asked Lin Feng. I'm laughing at your stupidity. You knew that you were going to die, but you still came to die. Di Wudao looked at Lin Feng mockingly. His eyes seemed to have everything under control. Lin Feng said, Di Wudao, do you know what your greatest strength is? What is it? Di Wudao asked in surprise. He did not know what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng smiled. Hee, your greatest strength is that you don't know your own limits. Pfft. Muyasi and Qiao Muxue could not help but laugh. Lin Feng really dared to say that. Di Wudao said coldly, I don't want to argue with you. You don't have the right to be my opponent. Your father is my opponent. I'll capture you and force your father to come out. Then, I'll trample your father under my feet in front of you. At this point, Di Wudao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Lin Feng said disdainfully, you think you're worthy of being my father's opponent? You're making me laugh. Don't forget who you are. Back then, you were just a dog by my father's side. You don't know the difference between life and death. Di Wudao looked coldly at Lin Feng, then stepped toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "You guys activate the formation. I'll go kill Di Wudao." Before leaving, Lin Feng left the Book of the Dead behind. Di Wudao had brought 5 million soldiers with him, and there were many experts. He left the Book of the Dead behind. 56 undead were participating in this battle. 5 million soldiers. Not a single one of them could escape. Lin Feng was confident. Lin Feng soared into the sky and charged at Di Wudao. Die! Di Wudao shouted coldly and used the primordial chaos beginning skill. Di Wudao waved his hand, and an endless amount of primordial chaos light appeared. This was definitely an extremely terrifying divine ability. The power of this technique was so strong that it left others aghast. However, Lin Feng was still sneering. Di Wudao, didn't your celestial tribe say that you're high and mighty, then call us humans a lowly race? Perhaps the celestial tribe has forgotten that you're actually part of the human race. Today, I'll show you how terrifying the ultimate skill of the human race is. Lin Feng immediately used the 6 paths of reincarnation. As the strongest skill of the human race in this era, this skill had been unparalleled throughout the ages. It had shocked 100,000 starry worlds. After Lin Feng used the 6 paths of reincarnation, 6 mysterious portals appeared behind Lin Feng. The 6 paths of reincarnation seemed to lead to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation was full of secrets to anyone. Even though the sages of the human race had created the 6 paths of reincarnation. But, they were Wudao was reincarnation. When the 6 mysterious portals appeared, they seemed to have established a connection with the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Wudao at the same time, an intense battle broke out below. Formations were activated. All sorts of killing formations attacked Di Wudao's army of 5 million. Countless cultivators died tragically. But, there were too many experts in Di Wudao's army, such as the otherworldly beings, the lost races of the epic, and the evil spirit warriors. They rushed into many formation cores and started a massacre, wanting to destroy the Great Formation. The battle didn't last long, and the mountains were littered with corpses. At the same time, Lin Feng's 6 paths of reincarnation clashed with Di Wudao's primordial chaos. Bang! The sound of a violent collision rang out. Di Wudao's skill was instantly destroyed by Lin Feng's. Di Wudao. He was sent flying. His face turned extremely pale. Di Wudao was now a sage immortal, the 4th level of the Golden Sage realm. Lin Feng was now a Dao immortal. Lin Feng's cultivation level had originally been lower than Di Wudao's. It was naturally difficult for Di Wudao to defeat him. But it was different now. Lin Feng and Di Wudao were at most 2 major realms apart. Di Wudao was a peerless genius. He had accumulated a lot and cultivated many immortal sutras, 3,000 great Daos, and top-tier mystiques. Not only did Di Wudao have the bloodline of the heavenly human race, but he also had the top-tier bloodline of the demon race. Di Wudao, who was a dual bloodline cultivator, was naturally terrifying. But compared to Lin Feng, there was still a big gap. For example, Lin Feng's immortal sutras were no less than Di Wudao's. Lin Feng had cultivated all 3,000 great Daos, while Di Wudao had only cultivated 2,700. Lin Feng could reach the perfected great Dao, but Di Wudao couldn't. Lin Feng's bloodline was even stronger than Di Wudao's. Undying bloodline, sovereign bloodline, destiny bloodline. There was also a bloodline that had yet to awaken. Of course, Di Wudao had his own advantages. For example, Di Wudao had cultivated the meridian diagram, although it hadn't been perfected. But since he had cultivated the meridian diagram, his strength was still terrifying. But overall, he still couldn't compare to Lin Feng. That was because Lin Feng had refined so many heavenly flames and 4 primordial spirits. Di Wudao, even if he wanted to defeat Lin Feng in a one-on-one fight, it would be extremely difficult. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Feng had mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation, a supreme technique of the human race. It was a mystique that could turn the world upside down. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation was used, who could compete with it? How could I possibly be defeated by you? Di Wudao's eyes turned bloodshot. His voice was extremely hoarse. He was furious and couldn't accept it. Hee hee, don't forget that you're just my father's dog, and I'm your master. Taking care of a dog is a piece of cake for me. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Di Wudao was furious. He said coldly, don't be so smug. I'll show you my peerless mystique. As soon as Di Wudao finished his sentence, a meridian diagram appeared on his body. Di Wudao's meridian diagram was connected to 32 points. There was only one last point left before they could be completely connected. This is a mystique diagram that only the masters of the 33 skies are qualified to cultivate. The three pure ones created this mystique diagram based on the 33 layers of heaven. Even though there's still one more thing I need to do to reach the maximum level of the diagram, it's enough to deal with you. After he said that, Di Wudao took out the mystique diagram. Di Wudao's clone flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation to meet the attack. The 6 ancient doors and Di Wudao's mystique diagram collided violently. In a flash, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Di Wudao's meridian diagram was indeed extraordinary. Its power was shocking. Even Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. However, Lin Feng was not an ordinary person either. Although he was shocked, Lin Feng had already expected this to happen. Under Lin Feng's control, the 6 paths of reincarnation continued to vibrate with horrifying waves. It gave off a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. The 6 ancient portals became even more mysterious. At the same time, the 6 doors started to change. The 6 doors turned into 6 black holes. Naturally, the 6 paths of reincarnation had many different forms. The different forms of the 6 paths of reincarnation had different powers. The 6 black holes that had turned into 6 black holes were much more powerful. Under Lin Feng's control, they charged towards Di Wudao once more. Di Wudao's expression darkened. He controlled the meridian diagram to attack Lin Feng. Bam! The 6 black holes collided with the meridian diagram, causing the void to split open again. The devastating spacetime power swept out. Many cultivators were swept into the shattered spacetime. Those cultivators were killed instantly in an extremely tragic manner. The scene before them was way too terrifying. Next, the 6 black holes attacked Di Wudao's meridian diagram one after another. Lin Feng wanted to destroy Di Wudao's meridian diagram. Under the continuous attacks of Lin Feng's 6 black holes, Di Wudao's meridian diagram was severely damaged. Di Wudao's meridian diagram started to crack as though it could not hold on any longer. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to destroy Di Wudao's meridian diagram. Di Wudao's expression turned grim. He naturally knew that if his meridian diagram was destroyed by Lin Feng, it would be extremely dangerous for him as well. Therefore, Di Wudao no longer held back and hurriedly displayed the second form of the meridian diagram. The second form of the meridian network diagram was actually like overlapping mountain peaks. Upon closer inspection, that mountain peak seemed to be formed by 32 overlapping mountains. Each mountain represented a heaven. The 32 mountains represented the 32 heavens. Bam! Bam! Bang! The mountain peaks formed by the meridian network diagram once again collided with the 6 black holes formed by Lin Feng. The two sides clashed dozens of times in a row. In the end, both sides were annihilated. What a powerful meridian diagram! It can actually block my 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected of a divine ability created by the 3 pure ones. Even if it wasn't as good as the 6 paths of reincarnation, it wouldn't be too far off. Lin Feng, the 6 paths of reincarnation is useless against me. What other moves do you have? Di Wudao's cold voice suddenly rang out. As the sound of his voice faded, he sped towards Lin Feng. At this moment, Di Wudao was incomparably arrogant. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. This guy definitely thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation was Lin Feng's strongest attack. Celestial Emperor Fist. Di Wudao threw a punch at Lin Feng. 9 figures appeared behind Di Wudao. Every figure, even if they were just illusions, emitted a suffocating aura. The origins of those 9 figures were incomparably extraordinary. Because they were the 9 celestial emperors. The Celestial Emperor Fist was a supreme divine ability created by the first Celestial Emperor, but the other 8 Celestial Emperors had improved it. Therefore, one could imagine that the current Celestial Emperor Fist was basically flawless. Its power was so great that it shocked both the past and present. After sensing the terrifying aura and pressure of the Celestial Emperor Fist, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Lin Feng directly activated his Tao of Supremacy. Now that he had mastered his Tao of Supremacy, it was different from before. Before mastering his Tao of Supremacy, although it was still quite powerful, it couldn't be considered heaven-defying. But after mastering it, his Tao of Supremacy could suppress all other Taos. Its power instantly increased. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng used the Supreme Cultivator's Tao to use the Supreme Cultivator's Reincarnation Punch. When this powerful divine ability was unleashed, Lin Feng's countless divine abilities and formations began to operate. The Tao of Supremacy. It ruled all Taos. These grand spell formations strengthened the Tao of Paragons. Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist had reached an unprecedented level of power. Bang! Lin Feng and Di Wu Dao's energies collided again. Lin Feng and Di Wu Dao collided. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Di Wu Dao's divine ability was instantly broken by Lin Feng. Not only was his divine ability broken by Lin Feng, but his arm was also broken. As for Di Wu Dao himself, he was sent flying. Barf! In midair, he spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned as pale as a sheet. Lin Feng's Tao of Supremacy was too violent. It directly injured Di Wu Dao. I don't believe this is real. Di Wu Dao went crazy, and his eyes turned blood red. Back then, he was like an ant in front of Lin Beidian. However, after so many years, Di Wu Dao felt that he had grown up, even if he was facing Lin Beidian. He shouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? As for Lin Feng, from the beginning, Di Wu Dao felt that it would be easy to deal with Lin Feng. The higher his expectations, the greater his disappointment. The huge difference almost made Di Wu Dao's heart collapse. Lin Feng sneered. Di Wu Dao, you're short-sighted and self-righteous. I'll send you to hell now. Lin Feng quickly attacked Di Wu Dao. I'll let you have a taste of my Dao. Di Wu Dao shouted coldly. He released his Dao. Di Wu Dao's Dao was transcendence. Di Wu Dao was extremely confident in himself, so when he molded his Dao into the Dao of transcendence. Transcendence meant transcending the sage realm. He wanted to become an immortal expert who could watch the end of an era. This Dao. It was indeed terrifying. It could suppress the heavens. There weren't many Daos that could compete with Di Wu Dao's Dao of transcendence. If Di Wu Dao continued to cultivate, he could really complete transcendence in the future. However, Lin Feng wouldn't give Di Wu Dao this chance. Lin Feng's Dao of Supremacy and Di Wu Dao's Dao of Transcendence collided fiercely. Supremacy. Disdain. Who could compete with him? The Dao of Transcendence couldn't compete with Lin Feng's Dao of Supremacy. Di Wu Dao's Dao of Transcendence was broken by Lin Feng's Dao of Supremacy. Lin Feng instantly rushed in front of Di Wu Dao. This is absolutely impossible. Di Wu Dao roared in horror, unable to believe it. His Dao of Transcendence was so powerful. But now that it had been broken, this was something that Di Wu Dao absolutely could not accept. However, what was done couldn't be undone. It couldn't be changed. Pooh. There was a tearing sound. Lin Feng used his palm as a knife and cut off Di Wu Dao's head. Blood gushed out. Di Wu Dao's headless corpse fell to the ground. Di Wu Dao is dead. Next is the final battle of the Undying World. Also, let's talk about the new book. The new book is the story of the 4 universes, the Kunlun universe. The ancestor of the sovereign realm is still very young and has a lot of scenes. Next is the previous life of the immeasurable Taoist, Yu Shang, who has a lot of scenes in the new book. Yu Shang is the first sage, Lin Feng is the 37th sage. The new book is now more than 300,000 words. It's very exciting. When Lin Feng saw that Di Wu Dao was dead, he looked relieved. That guy was finally dead, all the grudges are finally resolved. Lin Feng put away Di Wu Dao's storage ring and took out Di Wu Dao's source. Then, he took out the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire wrapped around Di Wu Dao's body and burned fiercely. Not much later. Di Wudao's body turned into ashes. Dead. Di Wudao is dead. The cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect shouted excitedly. Di Wudao's death was great news for them. While they were excited, everyone was shocked. Everyone was also incomparably shocked. What kind of terrifying existence was Di Wudao? He was actually killed just like that. Lin Feng, the master of the sinful realm, was too terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. Moreover, Lin Feng was still so young. No one could imagine what he could achieve in the future. The cultivator army that Di Wudao brought with him was in a complete mess. They really didn't expect Di Wudao to be killed. Di Wudao was so lucky. He was so strong. But he was still killed. What about them? Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were trapped in the array. Moreover, Di Wudao was killed. Their morale was low. They all wanted to break out of the array. But when they tried to break out, they realized how hopeless it was. So many people were like headless flies. The cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect were in high spirits. In the end, the 5 million cultivator army was killed. Corpses were everywhere in the mountains of the reincarnation immortal sect. The thick smell of blood filled the air. There were many cultivators who were watching the show in the periphery. At this moment, their hearts were in turmoil. Di Wudao was dead. The 5 million cultivator army was annihilated. This battle was simply too shocking. If the results of this battle were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. I finally got my revenge. I finally got my revenge. Muyasi looked in the direction of the goddess palace and couldn't help but cry. Lin Feng came to Muyasi's side. Muyasi lay in Lin Feng's arms and cried bitterly. Lin Feng could understand her feelings. Now, he had gotten his revenge. His feelings must be complicated. The rest went to clean up the battlefield while Lin Feng comforted Muyasi. Now that Di Wudao had been killed, the heavenly court would definitely take action. Lin Feng was very clear on this point, and so was Qiu Mu Shui. The cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect had to leave the sect as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would die. The Sin realm was naturally interested in accommodating the cultivators of the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng and Qiu Mu Shui discussed this matter, and both sides quickly reached an agreement. Everyone quickly gathered and followed Lin Feng back to the Sin domain. The large army returning to Sin domain naturally attracted the attention of many forces, including the forces that had sided with Di Wudao. They were also paying attention to Lin Feng and the others. The journey was not peaceful. Lin Feng and the others were ambushed several times. There were heavy casualties. However, in the end, Lin Feng and the others successfully returned to Sin domain. After returning, about half of the people were lost. The rest were very glad to be able to come to Sin domain. They were safe for the time being. Now, the Undying Realm was still very turbulent. Battles were happening everywhere, and more forces were being destroyed. Many forces also realized that they had to unite to fight against the Heavenly Court. If they were still scattered everywhere, it would be impossible to fight against the Heavenly Court. At this time, many forces received Lin Feng's message. Then, a large number of forces rushed to Sin domain. As a large number of cultivators poured into Sin domain, there were more and more people in Sin domain, and their strength was rapidly increasing. Lin Feng had always wanted to unite the forces of the Undying Realm to deal with the Heavenly Emperor. Now, he had finally achieved this goal. For many cultivators of the Undying Realm, this was naturally a good thing. Because only by gathering together would everyone have more confidence to fight against the Heavenly Court. Lin Feng decided to unite these forces and then organize the cultivators of these forces into different cultivator armies. Because if the cultivators of the same force were to join the same cultivator army, it would be easy for a lot of problems to arise. For example, if there was a mutiny, it would be very troublesome. Lin Feng had to be on guard against this. Lin Feng did not personally participate in this matter. He handed this matter to Du Zhu. Du Zhu was one of Lin Feng's most trusted people. Therefore, when this matter was handed over to Du Zhu, Lin Feng was very assured. In the end, all the forces were divided into 18 cultivator armies. Each army was composed of 3 million cultivators. Together, it was a cultivator army of 54 million. This was a very powerful force. Of course, the cultivators who could be incorporated into the cultivator army were all very powerful. As for the ordinary cultivators, they were not incorporated into the cultivator army. They were all cultivators in the reserve army. The reserve army was mainly responsible for defense, patrolling, transporting the injured, and so on. These people added up were 10 times more than the cultivator armies of the 18 cultivator armies. The day of the final battle was approaching. The air seemed to be filled with a solemn atmosphere. Everyone knew that this battle would determine the survival of countless forces in the undying realm. Therefore, the battle was imminent. Smoke filled the air. Many people's emotions also became incomparably nervous. Lin Feng naturally knew how important this battle was. Lin Feng was not too worried about the others. The person he was most worried about was the Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng knew that to deal with the Sky Emperor was much more difficult than dealing with Di Wudao. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to find the savages or the Red World Fairy to deal with their natural enemies. However, Lin Feng did not find their whereabouts. This made Lin Feng rather depressed. Since that was the case, he could only rely on himself to deal with the Sky Emperor. Although the Sky Emperor was powerful, he was not invincible. Lin Feng was not completely without a way to deal with the Sky Emperor. He thought of some strategies that might be used to deal with the Sky Emperor. However, before the final battle, Lin Feng decided to raise his cultivation level first. After all, Lin Feng was still in the Tao Immortal Realm. If he could raise his cultivation level to the Golden Immortal Realm before the final battle, that would be the best. If he could not raise his cultivation level to the Golden Immortal Realm, he would do his best to raise it by a few levels. Lin Feng planned to check Di Wudao's storage ring to see what was inside. Di Wudao was a person with great fortune. The number of things in his storage ring was definitely unimaginable. There must be many treasures or some top-notch inheritances. Therefore, Lin Feng was very interested in Di Wudao's storage ring. Lin Feng's divine will enter Di Wudao's storage ring. Di Wudao's storage ring had its own mountains and rivers. Vast and boundless. Huge immortal meridians. Lying among them. Who knew how many immortal stones could be extracted from those immortal meridians? Besides, all kinds of immortal iron and immortal stones were piled up like mountains. Pills, heavenly treasures, dharma treasures, etc. There were simply countless of them. But none of these could attract Lin Feng's attention. Lin Feng needed things that could be of use to him. Soon, Lin Feng found 9 stone swords. Lin Feng's face instantly broke into a smile. The stone swords were too useful to him. Lin Feng had 5 stone swords. Including Di Wudao's stone sword, he had a total of 14 stone swords. He could try to save the Black Tortoise Ancestor. The Black Tortoise Ancestor was an extremely powerful help. Lin Feng continued to search for other good things. Soon, Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. Because Lin Feng saw an ancient weapon. It was an ancient demon weapon. It was surrounded by endless demon light. Lin Feng took out the ancient demon weapon and instantly realized that it was a demon sword. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Ancient weapons were too important to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly refined this ancient demon weapon. Now, Lin Feng had collected an ancient killing weapon, an ancient demon weapon, and an ancient demon weapon. Besides, Lin Feng's epic war spear was equivalent to an ancient weapon. The sky-splitting axe, Pangu axe, was also equivalent to an ancient weapon. The Sunshot Divine Bow, Hoi Bow, and 10 Snake Sun Divine Arrows were also equivalent to an ancient weapon. Unfortunately, Lin Feng only found 2 Sunshot Divine Arrows. Therefore, the Sunshot Divine Bow and Sunshot Divine Arrows were not at the ancient weapon level. Lin Feng also had a broken ancient weapon, but it was a pity that it was not powerful. Only the ancient killing weapon, ancient demon weapon, ancient demon weapon, ancient demon weapon, epic war spear, and sky-splitting axe had reached the ancient weapon level. But that was enough. Lin Feng continued to search through the items in the storage rings. He actually found 2 parts of the heaven-shaking stone steel in Di Wudao's storage ring. They were exactly the 2 parts of his heaven-shaking stone steel. After filling in the gaps, the damaged heaven-shaking steel became complete. Lin Feng's heaven-shaking steel finally formed a yin-yang cycle in the true sense. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng originally wanted to find Di Wudao's many inheritances, such as the meridian network diagram created by the 3 pure ones. Lin Feng felt that he should be able to cultivate it. That kind of meridian diagram was really too powerful. However, it was a pity. Di Wudao had memorized all the most important inheritances in his mind. However, he hadn't left behind any records of those top-notch mystic abilities. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. However, he had more or less expected such a situation. This was because Lin Feng's various top-level inheritances were all memorized in his mind. Lin Feng then found more than 10 pieces of Kunlun immortal crystals. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. It seemed that these were the Kunlun immortal crystals that Di Wudao hadn't refined after obtaining them. There were many other things. Lin Feng only gave them a cursory glance. He didn't look at them in detail. Lin Feng refined the Kunlun immortal crystals. Lin Feng's realm broke through from the 3rd firmament of the Dao immortal realm to the 7th firmament of the Dao immortal realm. Lin Feng's soul realm broke through from the 2nd firmament of the Great Sage realm to the 5th firmament of the Great Sage realm. Lin Feng's physical body broke through from the pinnacle of the Great Sage realm to the beginner of the Great Sage realm. After completing the breakthrough, Lin Feng went into seclusion for a period of time to stabilize his realm. Then, Lin Feng came out of seclusion. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Du Zhu and the others came to report to Lin Feng about the recent situation in the Undying Realm. Lin Feng learned a lot about the Heavenly Court. For example, the Heavenly Court had basically pacified the Undying Realm. This was of course not a good thing for the Sin Realm. The pacification of the Undying Realm meant that the final battle was about to arrive. Of course, the Heavenly Court had suffered great losses after a series of battles. The Heavenly Court also needed a period of time to recuperate. And this period of time was also an opportunity for the Sin Realm to quickly increase their battle strength. Lin Feng let the Sin Realm's cultivator army practice the formation. The army condensed the formation to fight the enemy. It could greatly increase the battle strength of the cultivator army. Lin Feng left the Sin Realm the next day after coming out of seclusion. Lin Feng went straight to the Sea God Realm. He planned to rescue the sacred beast Xuanwu that was suppressed there. 3 months later, Lin Feng came to the Sea God Realm. The current situation of the Sea World was completely different from the inland world. The Sea World was incomparably vast and boundless. Therefore, it was difficult for the Heavenly Court to truly conquer all the Sea Worlds. The Heavenly Court only conquered the inland areas. However, many of the remnant cultivators of the inland forces had fled to the sea. Therefore, there were now many cultivators in the Sea World. Many people still wanted to kill their way back to the inland and reclaim their homeland. Of course, they were still in a wait-and-see stage. These people knew that the Sin Realm and the Heavenly Court would fight. Perhaps they would attack the Heavenly Court during the war. Lin Feng didn't recruit these cultivators. Lin Feng felt that since these people knew that the Sin Realm and the Heavenly Court would fight to the death, they didn't join the Sin Realm. It seemed that they didn't want to be restrained. Perhaps there were other reasons. Even if he sent people to recruit them, there probably wouldn't be many who responded. If they could stab the Heavenly Court in the back during the war, that would be the greatest help to Lin Feng. Lin Feng came to the place where the sacred beast Xuanwu was suppressed. When he arrived, he saw a dense crowd of cultivators surrounding and attacking the sacred beast Xuanwu. Among these cultivators were the lost races of the epic, foreign cultivators, and evil spirit warriors from the Mastermind's world. There were also many experts from the Heavenly Court. These were all experts sent by the Heavenly Court. In addition, Lin Feng also saw a mirror. It was the mirror of the future. The mirror of the future had originally sided with Di Wudao. However, the mirror of the future was very smart. It had sensed danger ahead of time, so it had left Di Wudao ahead of time. Then it had joined the Celestial Emperor. Now the mirror of the future had appeared again, leading a group of people to attack the sacred beast Xuanwu. Maybe the future mirror had sensed that Lin Feng might come to save the holy tortoise, so it had led so many strong cultivators to attack the holy tortoise. Although the black tortoise sacred beast was very powerful, it was still sealed. Thick chains wrapped around the black tortoise's body. The black tortoise sacred beast was unable to unleash its full strength at the moment. Under the siege of so many experts, the sacred beast had suffered grave injuries. If it had been any longer, the sacred beast might have been killed by these experts. Fortunately, Lin Feng had rushed over in time. Lin Feng quickly entered the battlefield and laughed, "Senior Black Tortoise ancestor, I'm here." When Black Tortoise saw Lin Feng, it was very happy and said, "You came just in time. If you hadn't come, I would have been killed by these guys." Lin Feng said, "It's better to come at the right time than early. I'll kill these people first, then I'll save the ancestor." After saying that, Lin Feng directly summoned the Book of the Dead. 56 undead creatures flew out. 56 undead spirits exuded a terrifying aura and charged towards the cultivators who were besieging the sacred beast Xuanwu. When the mirror of the future saw Lin Feng, it was almost scared to death. It shouted, "Not good. Lin Feng is here. Everyone, run." The mirror of the future didn't dare to stop and immediately teleported away, but Lin Feng had already locked onto it. Lin Feng punched the mirror of the future and the mirror of the future was blown away. The mirror of the future looked at Lin Feng in fear and said, "Lin Feng, I have no enmity with you. Please let me go." Lin Feng sneered, "No enmity? Didn't you join Di Wudao before? Di Wudao is my mortal enemy. Since you joined him, you're my enemy. I've decided to let my mirror of the present devour you. If the mirror of the present devours you, its strength will increase greatly." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the mirror of the future trembled in fear. Among the three mirrors, the mirror of the present was the strongest. Even though the mirror of the future had extraordinary means, it couldn't defeat the mirror of the present. It would be very difficult for it to devour the mirror of the present, but it would be very easy for the mirror of the present to devour it. Lin Feng summoned the mirror of the present, and the spirit of the mirror, Big Yellow, appeared. Big Yellow laughed loudly. Big Yellow looked at the mirror of the future and said, "Mirror of the future, you didn't expect us to meet here, did you? I was plotted against by you in the past, so it's time for us to resolve our enmity." After saying that, the mirror of the present flew towards the mirror of the future. The mirror of the present sent out beams of light, while the mirror of the future sent out beams of light. The two sides fought fiercely, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Lin Feng asked, "Do you still need my help?" The mirror of the present said, "No need. I can deal with this guy myself." After hearing that, Lin Feng didn't help. Lin Feng believed that the mirror of the present wouldn't speak without thinking. Since it said that it could deal with the mirror of the future, Lin Feng didn't need to worry about it anymore. Lin Feng then looked at the main battlefield. Even though the otherworldly creatures, the remnant races of the epic, the evil spirits, and the cultivators of the heavenly court were very strong, they couldn't compare to Lin Feng's 56 undead creatures. There was still a big gap between them, so they were all killed. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Lin Feng sneered when he saw that. He didn't need to sympathize with them, they deserved to die. Lin Feng then took out the stone swords. "Looks like you've killed Di Wudao." The Xuanwu sacred beast laughed when it saw Lin Feng summon 14 stone swords. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I've killed Di Wudao. I now have his stone swords. There are 14 stone swords in total. Just enough to help you escape." As soon as he said that, under Lin Feng's control, the 14 stone swords quickly flew towards the chains that bound the Xuanwu sacred beast. The 14 stone swords formed a special connection that greatly increased their power. The 14 stone swords continued to slash at the chains. Hundreds of attacks landed on the chains. Finally, the chains emitted cracking sounds. All the chains started cracking. Lin Feng continued using his stone sword to attack the chains. After a few hundred attacks, the chains finally broke apart. "I'm free. I'm finally free." The Xuanwu sacred beast laughed loudly. Its body soared into the sky like a huge island. In the end, the Xuanwu sacred beast turned into a skinny old man. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he saw that the Xuanwu sacred beast had finally escaped. Lin Feng was also happy for the Xuanwu sacred beast. After being sealed for so long, the Xuanwu sacred beast had finally regained its freedom. It hadn't been easy. After the Xuanwu sacred beast escaped, it quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng cupped his fists and smiled, "Congratulations on escaping, ancestor." The Xuanwu sacred beast smiled and said, "It feels great to be free." Then, its expression turned serious and it said, "Since Di Wudao is dead, are we going to have a final battle with the heavenly court?" Lin Feng nodded. His expression was grave. After all, they were going to face the heavenly emperor directly this time. The heavenly emperor was a titled god. Moreover, the heavenly emperor had fused with the undying world. He had also devoured a lot of the undying world's world origins. There was also, the heavenly emperor was currently forging the 33-layered heavens, but no one knew if he had succeeded. Thus, the heavenly emperor's methods were unimaginably powerful. Dealing with the heavenly emperor was just too difficult. Lin Feng said, "I estimate that the battle will happen soon, but I can't say for sure. It depends on the heavenly emperor's situation." The Xuanwu sacred beast nodded. The battle between the mirror of the future and the mirror of the present had reached its final stage. The mirror of the future was clearly no match for the mirror of the present. It was suppressed by the mirror of the present. Lin Feng said, "Don't devour it immediately. I still have some questions for you." "All right." The mirror of the present replied. "No matter what you ask, I won't tell you unless you agree to let me live." Lin Feng sneered. "Do you think you're still qualified to negotiate with me?" The mirror of the future said, "Whether I'm qualified to negotiate with you or not depends on whether the information you want from me is important or not." Clearly, the mirror of the future wasn't afraid. "My new book is called Devouring the Heavens. It's now over 300,000 words long. It's very interesting, and it's currently in the bookstore. Brothers, please bookmark it on QQ or the bookstore after you read it. Then, vote for it." Old Steamed Bun thanks everyone. Lin Feng sneered. Did the mirror of future really think that he had no way of dealing with it? What an arrogant fellow. Lin Feng said, "You think I don't have a way of dealing with you? You want to talk terms with me? How laughable." Lin Feng immediately activated the Tao of Destiny. Once the Tao of Destiny was activated, an endless stream of destiny energy was produced. Lin Feng sent all of that destiny energy into the mirror of future. Once the mirror of future was filled with destiny energy, the mirror of future could no longer control itself. The mirror of future was no longer able to control itself. It was completely under Lin Feng's control. This was because the mirror of future's destiny had been changed. It had no choice but to obey Lin Feng. In other words, the mirror of future was now Lin Feng's prisoner. What did Lin Feng want the mirror of future to do? Whatever the mirror of future wanted to do, it had no way of resisting Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, "Do you know what's going on with the Celestial Emperor?" The mirror of future said, "The Celestial Emperor is currently trying his best to refine the 33-layered heavens. Furthermore, he's about to succeed." When Lin Feng heard the mirror of the future, he pulled a long face. Refining the 33 groups of celestial groups was extremely difficult. The Celestial Emperor had spent his entire life trying to refine the 33-layered heavens, but he had never succeeded. Now that the Celestial Emperor's cultivation had greatly increased, coupled with the impending calamity, it was possible that the Celestial Emperor could seize this opportunity to refine the 33-layered heavens. If the Celestial Emperor succeeded in refining the 33-layered heavens, it would be an extremely terrible thing for Lin Feng and the others. After all, if the Celestial Emperor succeeded in refining the 33-layered heavens, who knew what terrifying level his cultivation would reach? Previously, someone had said that the Celestial Emperor wanted to use the 33-layered heavens to transcend. However, Lin Feng felt that this would be a difficult task. Even if the Celestial Emperor could use the 33 heavens to transcend, Lin Feng felt that it was impossible for him to escape directly. He should spend some time to settle down. Only then could he truly step into the next level. After all, it was too difficult to transcend the Sage Realm. There were so many heavens prides from ancient times. They were brilliant and their strength was earth-shattering. However, none of them were able to complete the transcendence. Thus, it wasn't easy for heavenly emperors to complete their transcendence. However, they couldn't do so in a short period of time. However, the celestial emperor's cultivation could also be at the level of the number one person below the transcendent realm. Therefore, if the celestial emperor really succeeded in refining the 33-layered heavens, it would be like a bolt from the blue. Lin Feng asked, "Do you think the celestial sovereign will be able to successfully refine the 33rd heaven?" It won't be easy to refine the 33-layered skies because the celestial emperor lacks something special. Oh, what's missing? Lin Feng asked. The mirror of the future said, "We lack a supreme treasure that can guard the 33-layered heavens. This supreme treasure is very special. Even ancient weapons can't do it. Now, Tiandi wants to find the main trunk of the Jianmu tree. He wants to use the main trunk of the Jianmu tree to guard the 33-layered heavens. If Tiandi finds the main trunk of the Jianmu tree, then Tiandi will be able to successfully refine the 33-layered heavens. If he can't find it, then he'll have to delay for a while." However, the celestial emperor's success in refining the 33-layered heavens is inevitable. No one can stop him. Even if it's delayed, it won't be delayed for too long. The mirror of future was obviously very confident in the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor was indeed an extremely powerful person. Lin Feng was afraid of such a person. Actually, there's no need to be so worried about this. I think it'll be extremely difficult for him to find the main trunk of the builder tree because it disappeared a long time ago. No one knows where it is. The celestial emperor might be able to find some clues, but even if he does, he won't be able to find the main trunk of the builder tree in a short time. Therefore, I think it's very likely that he won't be able to refine the 33-layered heavens in a short time. Moreover, I think that the lords of the 33 heavens will stop the celestial emperor from refining the 33-layered heavens. How can the lords of the 33 heavens allow someone to be on an equal footing with them? Especially when the celestial emperor himself was supported by them. How can they allow their subordinates to be on an equal footing with them? After hearing this, Lin Feng felt that it was very reasonable. He nodded and said, "That's true." However, even if the celestial emperor can't refine the 33-layered heavens before the final battle, he's still an unimaginably terrifying existence. It's a pity that we don't have much time left. If I had enough time to recover to my peak, I would have been able to fight the celestial emperor to the death. Lin Feng said, "I have a way to deal with the celestial emperor, but the premise is that the celestial emperor can't refine the 33-layered heavens. If he succeeds, I'm afraid that my method won't be able to deal with him. We can only take one step at a time." The black tortoise nodded. Lin Feng didn't have any more questions to ask the mirror of the future. Lin Feng looked at the mirror of the present and said, "You can now devour the mirror of the future." Big Yellow, the spirit of the mirror of the present, immediately barked excitedly. He had a deep grudge with the mirror of the future. Now that he could devour the mirror of the future, he was naturally very excited. The mirror of the present flew over and swallowed the mirror of the future. Then, it began to refine the mirror of the future. It estimated that it would take some time to completely refine the mirror of the future, so Lin Feng sent the mirror of the present into the temporal space. Lin Feng said, "Senior, let's leave this place now." The black tortoise nodded. Lin Feng and the black tortoise didn't stay any longer. They quickly left this place. Then, they found an island. The main reason was that the black tortoise had just escaped and was heavily injured, so it needed time to heal. After 10 days of seclusion, the black tortoise came out. Its injuries had recovered a lot. Then, Lin Feng and the black tortoise set off again. Lin Feng thought of the giant white snake that was suppressed by the 8 heaven-shaking heroes and the celestial emperor. Lin Feng had promised the giant white snake that he would save it when its cultivation was strong enough. Now, Lin Feng planned to save the giant white snake. On the way, Lin Feng told the ancestor of the black tortoise about going to the mountain of white snake to save the white snake. If you want to save the white snake, you need the blood of the celestial emperor or the celestial emperor's son. "Do you have anything like that?" asked the ancestor of the black tortoise. Lin Feng said, "I have Di Wudao's blood on me." The black tortoise said, "The outside world has always been saying that Di Wudao is the son of the Heaven Emperor's first wife, and that he's not the Heaven Emperor's son at all. Since it's been spreading like wildfire, I have a feeling that it's not a baseless rumor. Di Wudao might really be the son of the Heaven Emperor's first wife, and he's not related to the Heaven Emperor by blood. If that rumor is true, then Di Wudao's blood won't be enough to save White Snake. Have you thought about this? Lin Feng said, actually, I've thought about this before, but after thinking about it carefully, I feel that there's something fishy about it. The Heaven Emperor isn't a simple person. He's an ambitious and ruthless person. If Di Wudao is really the son of the Heaven Emperor's first wife, why would the Heaven Emperor tolerate such a thing? Moreover, the Heaven Emperor has always regarded Di Wudao with great importance. He has so many sons, and the other sons are all extremely talented. They're all very strong, but all of them combined aren't as important as Di Wudao. Why is that? I feel that the main reason is because Di Wudao is the Heaven Emperor's son. If he wasn't the Heaven Emperor's son, the Heaven Emperor wouldn't have regarded him so highly. Now, the Heaven Emperor even wants to pass the position of Heaven Emperor to Di Wudao. If Di Wudao isn't the Heaven Emperor's son, then it doesn't make sense. What do you think? The black tortoise fell into deep thought after hearing Lin Feng's words. He said, now that you mention it, I feel that Di Wudao might really be the Heaven Emperor's son. However, we can't ignore the rumors. Could it be that the Heaven Emperor is afraid of the Heaven Lord? Is that why he values Di Wudao so much? Or maybe Tiandi and the leader of the celestial world have reached some kind of agreement, which is why Tiandi thinks so highly of Di Wudao. Lin Feng nodded. What the black tortoise said was possible, but Lin Feng was a person who trusted his own intuition. He felt that Di Wudao was the son of Sky King, so Lin Feng planned to go to the White Snake Ridge to see if he could rescue White Snake. Apart from rescuing White Snake, Lin Feng also wanted to visit Lan Yingying and Lan Phoenix. He wanted to know how they were doing. Wangtian village, which they belonged to, was a very ordinary group. Therefore, the Heaven Emperor's army probably wouldn't attack small groups like them. The Heaven Emperor's army's main targets were the stronger groups, those who could pose a threat to them. A small force like the Sky-Gazing village would probably be ignored. Thinking about Lan Yingying and Lan Phoenix, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Back when Lin Feng had first arrived in the Undying World, he had met Lan Yingying, Lan Phoenix, and the others. It had been many years since he last saw them. Lin Feng missed Lan Yingying and Lan Phoenix a lot. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought about seeing them again. 3 months later, Lin Feng and ancestor Xuanwu arrived at the White Snake Ridge. It was shrouded in white mist and looked very mysterious. It had always been a forbidden area. Very few people dared to enter the White Snake Ridge. Even the top groups didn't dare to trespass. Wangtian village wasn't far from the White Stone Ridge. Lin Feng saw the bonfire in the village from afar. Wangtian village should be cooking. Lin Feng and the ancestor of the black tortoise flew towards Wangtian village and landed outside. Lin Gongzi, it's Lin Gongzi. Some cultivators patrolling outside Wangtian village shouted excitedly when they saw Lin Feng. They knew Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had left for many years, they still remembered him. Now that Lin Feng had returned, they were very happy. Of course. They didn't connect the Lin Feng they knew with the Lord of the Sinful Realm. After all, when Lin Feng first arrived in the Undying World, he was only a great emperor. The Lord of the Sinful Realm was a terrifying existence. Even an expert like Di Wudao was killed by him. Therefore, in such a short time, no one believed that Lin Feng could raise his cultivation to such a terrifying level. Soon, Lan Yingying received the news. Lan Yingying, Lan Phoenix, and the others all came out of Wangtian village. After seeing Lin Feng, Lan Yingying couldn't help but look excited. Lin Feng had been away for a long time. Now that he was back, he was very happy to see his old friends. Lin Feng, Lan Yingying, and Lan Phoenix were a little ambiguous. Therefore, Lin Feng was relieved to see them safe and sound. Lin Gongzi, we haven't seen each other for many years. You're even more handsome now. Lan Phoenix was a cheerful woman. She was a little seductive and charming. She didn't care when she spoke. Lan Yingying couldn't say many things, but Lan Phoenix could. Sometimes, Lan Phoenix liked to tease people. For example, she liked to tease Lin Feng. As the great leader of Wangtian village, Lan Yingying naturally had to maintain her image. She wasn't very good at expressing her feelings. Lin Feng smiled at Lan Phoenix and said, Lan Phoenix, we haven't seen each other for many years. You're even more beautiful now. Lan Phoenix smiled and said, our great leader has missed you a lot. You haven't come for so many years. If you don't come back, our great leader will marry someone else. When you come back, it'll be too late for regrets. Lan Yingying's face darkened when she heard Lan Phoenix. She couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng also noticed the change in Lan Yingying's expression. He couldn't help but wonder if Lan Yingying was in danger. Lin Feng had guessed correctly. Lan Yingying had indeed encountered a crisis that was difficult to resolve. However, she couldn't tell Lin Feng about it right now. Lan Yingying looked at Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, let's talk inside. Lin Feng nodded. Even though he really wanted to ask Lan Yingying about it, it wasn't the right time. Lin Feng followed Lan Yingying into the Wangtian village. Wangtian village didn't seem to have changed much, but there were many new faces, such as children and young people. Those people were probably children who had been born recently. Wangtian village's population had increased by around 4,000 to 5,000 people. When they saw Lin Feng arrive, many people greeted him. Most of his old friends knew Lin Feng. Only the children who were born later didn't know Lin Feng. He could feel everyone's warmth and care, so Lin Feng liked Wangtian village a lot. Lin Feng followed Lan Yingying into the living room, and they both sat down. Lan Yingying asked, Lin Gongzi, who is this elder next to you? You haven't introduced him yet. Lin Feng replied, this is Ancestor Xuanwu. He's one of my elders. Lan Yingying quickly stood up and bowed to Ancestor Xuanwu. Ancestor Xuanwu said, don't be so polite. We're family. When he said this, Ancestor Xuanwu looked at Lin Feng and Lan Yingying with an ambiguous gaze. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Ancestor Xuanwu probably thought that Lan Yingying was his lover. Lan Yingying could see the ambiguous look in Ancestor Xuanwu's eyes, and she couldn't help but blush. However, when she thought about the situation she was in, she couldn't help but sigh. She didn't dare to reveal her feelings because if she did, not only would Lin Feng be implicated, but the entire Wangtian village would be implicated as well. This was not what Lan Yingying wanted to see. Lin Feng asked, Yingying, did you encounter any problems? If you do, you have to tell me. I'll help you. Lan Yingying was touched when she saw that Lin Feng cared about her so much. However, she did not plan to tell Feng about what had happened, so she said, I'm fine. Don't overthink it. Seeing that Lan Yingying did not want to talk about it, Lin Feng nodded and did not ask any further. Even if he asked her, she wouldn't tell him anything. Lin Feng knew Lan Yingying's personality. Once she decided on something, she wouldn't change her mind easily. Lan Yingying asked, why are you here? Lin Feng replied, of course it's because I wanted to see my old friends. Lan Yingying asked, how long do you plan to stay here? Lin Feng replied, I don't think I'll be staying here for too long. I think I'll be leaving in a few days. Lan Yingying felt a little sad when she heard Lin Feng's words. If Lin Feng left this time, it would be their last farewell. Lan Yingying said, you must be tired from your journey. I'll arrange for you to rest. We'll catch up after you've rested. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Lan Yingying sent someone to bring Lin Feng and Xuanwu's ancestor to rest. Xuanwu's ancestor continued to recover in his room. Lin Feng lay on his bed, thinking about Lan Yingying. At that moment, someone knocked on his door. A charming voice said, Lin Gongzi, have you rested? Lin Feng immediately knew who it was. It was Lan Phoenix. Lin Feng said, I haven't rested yet. Wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. He got up and opened the door. When he did, he saw Lan Phoenix standing outside. Lin Feng said, let's talk inside. Lan Phoenix entered Lin Feng's room. Lin Feng closed the door behind her. Lin Feng didn't mince his words. Phoenix, did something happen to Yingying? She didn't tell me anything when I asked her. Lan Phoenix looked sad as she said, she missed you, so she came to see you. You asked her about the great master as soon as you saw her. How sad. Lin Feng hugged Lan Phoenix's waist and said, of course I missed you. But Yingying seems to be in some trouble right now, so I wanted to help her. Lan Phoenix blushed as she was hugged by Lin Feng. Although she and Lin Feng had a bit of an ambiguous relationship before, nothing intimate had happened between them. This was the first time they had hugged each other. Lan Phoenix looked charming and seductive, but she was a very conservative woman. Even now, she hadn't had any emotional entanglements with any men. It wasn't until she had a bit of an ambiguous relationship with Lin Feng that Lan Phoenix had her first emotional entanglement with a man. Now that she was hugged by Lin Feng and listened to Lin Feng's sweet words, Lan Phoenix felt happy and shy. The Blue Phoenix said, "Actually, I already guessed that the Great Master wouldn't tell you about this. I'm here to tell you about it." Lin Feng asked, "What is it?" The Blue Phoenix said, "It's like this. Recently, the Heavenly Court's army slaughtered all the top powers in the South Horizon region, the South Sea region, and the other regions. Then, the 8 regions merged into one region. The Celestial Emperor even sent a region lord here, and his name is Wu Tianqing. This person is very terrifying, and the Heavenly Emperor entrusted him with an important task. Some time ago, this person came to the Mountain of White Snake and observed the Mountain of White Snake. I don't know what his purpose is. Because our stronghold is next to the Mountain of White Snake, he came to our stronghold and took a fancy to our leader. He asked her if she wanted to be his concubine. Of course, she didn't want to be his concubine, so she rejected him. However, Wu Tianqing isn't a good person. He used the lives of all our people to threaten our leader. He gave the Great Master 10 days. After 10 days, if the Great Master agreed to be his concubine, he would let us go. If the Great Master didn't agree to be his concubine, then he would kill everyone in the village." After hearing Blue Phoenix's words, Lin Feng's face became extremely ugly. He really wanted to slap this Wu Tianqing to death. This guy really had the guts of a leopard. He even dared to provoke the woman he fancied. He simply didn't want to live anymore. Lin Feng naturally didn't put Wu Tianqing in his eyes. Perhaps this person's cultivation was very powerful, but in Lin Feng's eyes, it was nothing. The current Lin Feng was simply too powerful. Other than the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Feng was basically invincible in the Undying Realm. Since this Wu Tianqing was courting death, Lin Feng didn't mind sending him to hell. In any case, this guy was also one of the Heavenly Emperor's people. He wasn't a good person. Even if he died, he deserved to die. Blue Phoenix said, "Young master, what do you think the First Lady should do? If the First Lady becomes Wu Tianqing's concubine, her fate will be very miserable. This kind of person doesn't have any humanity to speak of. I'm extremely worried about the First Lady now." Lin Feng said, "You don't have to worry at all because I'm here. Don't worry, this Wu Tianqing definitely won't be able to do anything." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Blue Phoenix's eyes lit up slightly. However, thinking about how powerful Wu Tianqing was, Blue Phoenix became extremely worried. Blue Phoenix said, "But that Wu Tianqing is really too powerful. Moreover, he has so many soldiers and horses under him. If he comes, we won't be able to contend against him at all." Lin Feng said with a smile, "A mere Wu Tianqing is nothing. Soon, you'll know how powerful I am." Blue Phoenix looked at Lin Feng and said, "I feel that the current you is not the same as before." Lin Feng said, "How am I different? I'm still the same person." With that, Lin Feng lifted Lan Phoenix up and walked towards the bed. Lan Phoenix's face flushed red. She knew what Lin Feng wanted to do. She gently struggled and said, "No, I'm not that kind of person." However, the struggle of the Blue Phoenix was futile. Even though it was still daytime, Lin Feng and Blue Phoenix had already finished their conversation. The Blue Phoenix snuggled into Lin Feng's arms. He fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was still awake. He was playing with the Blue Phoenix. Lin Feng had always been a free and easy person. His life motto was to enjoy life when it was time to enjoy it. What did it mean to enjoy life? Women, good food, and a happy life. That was why Lin Feng did not think that he was a playboy. How could that be called a playboy? It should be called universal love. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines, and having a harem full of beautiful women, was every man's dream. However, many people could not realize it and could only dream about it. However, Lin Feng had the ability to realize it, so why would he not? When Blue Phoenix woke up, she saw that Lin Feng was looking at her. Her face flushed red, and the two of them rubbed each other's ears for a while before getting out of bed. At night, Lan Yingying prepared a welcome banquet for Lin Feng. The Xuanwu ancestor was in seclusion to recover from his injuries, so he did not attend the banquet. Only Lin Feng attended the banquet. The banquet was very lively. Many people came and danced around the bonfire. Many people did not know about the danger that Lan Yingying was facing. That was why they were still able to dance and sing. If they knew how much pressure Lan Yingying was facing, they might not be able to enjoy themselves as much as they were now. Only the Blue Phoenix and a few other higher-ups knew that Lan Yingying was facing the most important decision in her life. They also knew that Lan Yingying had already made her choice. She would sacrifice herself to protect Skygazing Village. They were angry and aggrieved, but they could not go against Wu Tianqing. Lan Yingying looked at Lin Feng and said, "Lin Gongzi, may I have a dance with you?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course." Lin Feng stood up and walked to the bonfire with Lan Yingying. They were dancing a very special dance. It was a dance unique to their race. Lin Feng had learned this dance from them before, so Lin Feng knew how to dance as well. He, Lan Yingying, and many others danced and sang together. At some point, Lan Yingying was lying in Lin Feng's arms. Her hands were tightly wrapped around Lin Feng's waist. Her beautiful face was pressed against Lin Feng's chest. "Yingying." Lin Feng called her name. Lan Yingying said, "Don't say anything, okay? I just want to quietly lie in your arms for a while." Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything. The two of them hugged each other. They only separated when the dance ended. After they separated, Lan Yingying quickly left. As she left, Lin Feng saw tears rolling down Lan Yingying's cheeks. It was obvious that Lan Yingying was in a lot of pain. After all, she would soon become Wu Tianqing's concubine. However, Lan Yingying's heart was filled with Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had not appeared, Lan Yingying might not have been in so much pain. However, Lin Feng had appeared. After seeing Lin Feng again, Lan Yingying realized that her feelings for Lin Feng were very deep. Her feelings for him were like a river that had burst out of a dam. She could not control her feelings. Now that they were facing a crisis, Lan Yingying could not express her feelings. She could only shoulder everything by herself. It was very difficult for her. Lan Yingying and Lin Feng hugged each other. It was the final decision between Lan Yingying and Lin Feng. From then on, they would have nothing to do with each other. "Go after her," Lan Yingying said. Lin Feng nodded and quickly chased after Lan Yingying. Lan Yingying returned to her room. When she saw Lin Feng coming after her, she quickly closed the door. Lin Feng knocked on Lan Yingying's door and said, "Yingying, open the door. I have something to say to you." Lan Yingying leaned against the door and said, "Lin Gongzi, I'm a little tired now. I want to rest early. If you have something to say, let's talk tomorrow." Lan Yingying was obviously avoiding Lin Feng. That was why she did not want to see Lin Feng. Moreover, she was in a mess right now. It was not the time to talk to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice did not come from outside. Lan Yingying thought that Lin Feng had left. When she saw Lin Feng leave so easily, Lan Yingying felt wronged for no reason. Women were like this. They were fickle. Her tears flowed out again. Lan Yingying sighed. She lifted her head and was about to go to bed. However, she saw Lin Feng sitting on a stool in the room. He was looking at her with a smile. Lin Feng was very powerful. Traveling through the void was a piece of cake for Lin Feng. Therefore, it was very easy for Lin Feng to enter Lan Yingying's room. Lan Yingying thought that Lin Feng had left, so she felt a little wronged. Therefore, when she saw Lin Feng, she was completely stunned. When Lan Yingying came back to her senses and wanted to ask Lin Feng to leave, Lin Feng had already stood up and walked over to Lan Yingying. Before Lan Yingying could react, Lin Feng held her in his arms and kissed her red lips. Lan Yingying started to struggle. She wanted to push Lin Feng away. However, Lin Feng held her tightly in his arms. She could not push Lin Feng away at all. Under Lin Feng's fierce attacks, Lan Yingying gradually lost herself. Eventually, her strength became weaker and weaker. Soon, she was completely lost in the storm. The kiss almost suffocated Lan Ying. When they separated, both Lin Feng and Lan Ying were panting heavily. Lin Feng held Lan Ying in his arms and said, "There are many things that I don't know even if you don't tell me. Why did you hide it from me?" Lan Ying said, "Phoenix must have told you. I told her not to tell you, but she didn't listen to me." Lin Feng said, "Don't blame Phoenix. It's my responsibility to know about this." Lan Ying said, "I didn't tell you because I didn't want to get you into trouble. Wu Tianqing is too scary. Offending him is no different from courting death." Lin Feng said, "Trust me. I can definitely solve this problem. If Wu Tianqing dares to come, I'll make sure he dies a horrible death." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Lan Ying's face was filled with disbelief. However, she knew Lin Feng very well. She knew that Lin Feng was not a person who liked to boast. However, she was very surprised that he would say something like this. Wu Tianqing was such a terrifying person. He also had many experts under his command. Even the top forces in the 8 regions had been eliminated by Wu Tianqing. Where did Lin Feng get the confidence to deal with Wu Tianqing? This was something that Lan Ying was very confused about. Lin Feng knew that Lan Ying was very confused about many things. Lin Feng said, "Don't ask now. You'll find out soon enough." Lan Ying quickly nodded. Then, she took the initiative to hug Lin Feng. She trusted Lin Feng very much. Lin Feng said that he had a way to solve this problem. She believed that Lin Feng would be able to solve this problem. Not long ago, Lan Ying was still feeling sad and hopeless about her tragic fate. However, in the blink of an eye, her life had taken a turn for the better. Now, she could be with the person she loved. Lan Ying felt as if she had risen from hell to heaven. It felt very surreal. However, she was more excited than anything else. She took the initiative to offer her red lips to Lin Feng. When he saw how passionate Lan Ying was, he did not hold back. This was a very important day for Lan Ying. She had truly become Lin Feng's woman. The next day, Lin Feng planned to go to the mountain of White Snake to try to rescue the White Snake. If he could rescue the White Snake, it might be an important help in dealing with the Heaven Emperor. The White Snake was very powerful. In order to suppress the White Snake, the Heaven-shaking 7 heroes and the Heaven Emperor had joined forces to plot against the White Snake. Only then did they succeed. They could not even kill the White Snake. This showed how terrifying the White Snake was. Even though the White Snake's cultivation level had dropped significantly over the years due to the suppression, it was still a terrifying existence that could not be underestimated. Lin Feng did not disturb the Black Tortoise ancestor as he was still in seclusion. He went to the mountain of White Snake alone. The mountain of White Snake was very dangerous. It was densely packed with restrictive spells. However, it did not pose any threat to Lin Feng. Lin Feng went deeper into the mountain of White Snake and arrived at the center of the mountain of White Snake. A small white snake flew out. It was about a dozen meters long, and Lin Feng naturally recognized it. It was the White Snake's child. It had not been hatched for a long time. It was only about 1,000 years old, but its strength was already very terrifying. The White Snake was very happy to see Lin Feng. It asked, "Are you here to rescue my mother?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, I'm here to rescue her. I'll take you there now," the White Snake said. Lin Feng followed the White Snake to the depths of the mountain of White Snake. The mountain of White Snake was shrouded by the laws of heaven and earth, and the White Snake was suppressed here. Rescuing the White Snake was both simple and difficult. All one had to do was extract the blood of the Heaven Emperor or the Heaven Emperor's son. The White Snake was very happy to see Lin Feng. It asked, "Did you bring the blood of the Heaven Emperor or the Heaven Emperor's son?" Lin Feng nodded. "I brought the blood of the Heaven Emperor's son. I'm here to rescue you according to our agreement." That's great, that's great. I'm finally going to be free. You're a trustworthy person," the White Snake said. Lin Feng said, "Of course I'm a man of my word. I always keep my promises." Lin Feng took out Di Wu Dao's original strength. Di Wu Dao's original strength contained original blood. Original blood was Di Wu Dao's most precious blood. Lin Feng extracted his original blood from his original blood. Then, he handed it to White Snake. The white snake chanted an incantation, but it was unknown what it was. Lin Feng couldn't hear it clearly. Lin Feng wasn't interested in the incantation that the white snake was chanting. However, after the white snake chanted the incantation, the blood flew towards the surrounding laws and fused with them. As time passed, Lin Feng discovered that the laws were beginning to crack. Clearly, Di Wudao was just as Lin Feng had guessed. He was indeed the son of the Celestial Emperor. The outside world had heard that Di Wudao was the son of the Celestial Emperor's first wife, who had cheated on him. This was simply a rumor. It was not reliable at all. Lin Feng did not know how this rumor had spread. Fifth update, Old Mantu's new book, Devouring the Heavens. Don't forget to collect it. Thank you, everyone. Break for me, the white snake roared loudly. Following the white snake's roar with a loud roar, all of the laws shattered and the white snake escaped. A terrifying aura surged out from the white snake's body. After sensing the aura from the white snake's body, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change slightly. Previously, the white snake had been suppressed by the laws, so it couldn't fully display its strength. But now, the white snake had escaped and its aura was completely released. Only then did Lin Feng know how terrifying the white snake was. Moreover, this was under the situation where the white snake's cultivation had fallen greatly. If it was at its peak state, it was simply unimaginable how terrifying the white snake was. Lin Feng felt that when the white snake was at its peak, it was at least at the peak of the sage realm. Perhaps it was an existence that had touched the door of transcendence. No wonder Tiandi the Celestial Emperor and the 7 heroes of the sky-shaking celestial sect had to resort to crafty plots and machinations to defeat Bai Shi. If they hadn't plotted against Bai Shi, they wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Lin Feng didn't know how they had plotted against her back then. Said Lin Feng. Congratulations on escaping, said Lin Feng. The white snake laughed and said, I have to thank you for being able to escape this time. Lin Feng said, you don't have to thank me. We're just taking what we need. The white snake said, I won't feel good if I don't thank you. In order to thank you, I've decided to eat you. After saying that, the white snake's thick tail directly whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a cold smile. He had long guessed that the white snake was not a kind person. Once it escaped, no one could subdue it, so it would become ferocious. Just as Lin Feng had guessed, the white snake became ferocious and wanted to eat him. How could Lin Feng let the white snake succeed? Lin Feng sneered and said, if you want to eat me, let's see if you have the ability. After saying that, Lin Feng slapped the white snake with his palm. The power that could topple mountains and overturn seas ruthlessly bombarded the white snake. Of course, the white snake's strength was very terrifying, but its cultivation had fallen greatly. In addition, the current Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. Now, Lin Feng's strength had long been raised to a very terrifying level. Therefore, it was not easy for the white snake to subdue Lin Feng. Lin Feng and the white snake's attacks collided. A destructive strength spread out in all directions. Space and time strength emerged from the broken space and time. Everything that was hit by that space and time strength, no matter if it was a mountain, a tree, or anything else, was instantly destroyed. The shattered void quickly closed up. Lin Feng stood in the void and looked coldly at the white snake. The white snake's cold eyes also looked coldly at Lin Feng. The white snake said, I really didn't expect that your cultivation would rise to such a terrifying level in just a few years. It's really incredible. Lin Feng said, there's nothing incredible about it. It's normal for this kind of thing to happen to me, but you've disappointed me. I thought that after our previous cooperation, we would be able to become friends, but I didn't expect that you would want to eat me. In that case, I don't need you to be polite. Today, I will kill you. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the white snake. The white snake sneered and said, even if your cultivation has increased a lot, even if my cultivation has decreased a lot, it's still wishful thinking for you to kill me. The two sides fought again. Lin Feng and the white snake were locked in battle. This battle was extremely fierce, but neither of them could do anything to the other. If this continued, both of them would suffer. Lin Feng said, since neither of us can do anything to the other, I don't think there's any need to continue fighting like this. Moreover, we both have a common enemy, and that is the Heaven Emperor. Why don't we work together to deal with the Heaven Emperor? The white snake's eyes were very cold. It originally wanted to devour Lin Feng to improve its cultivation, but it couldn't do so. Of course, its mood was quite bad. Since it couldn't devour Lin Feng, it was not bad to cooperate with Lin Feng. The white snake said, "What's the situation outside now?" Lin Feng said, "The Heaven Emperor has fused with the undying world. Moreover, he has devoured many world sources of the undying world. His cultivation has reached an unimaginable level. Moreover, he wants to forge the 33-layered heavens. If he can forge the 33-layered heavens, the future Heaven Emperor will very likely surpass the Sage Realm. At that time, no one will be able to subdue him." The white snake said, "How can it be so easy to forge the 33-layered heavens? In particular, forging the 33-layered heavens requires a supreme treasure that can support the 33-layered heavens. This kind of thing is very difficult to find. For the time being, we don't have to worry about the Heaven Emperor being able to forge the 33-layered heavens. As long as he can't forge the 33-layered heavens, he still has a way to kill the Heaven Emperor." At this point, the white snake's voice was extremely cold. Its eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Back then, it had a deep relationship with the Heaven Emperor. Lin Feng was very curious. He didn't know why the white snake was suppressed by the Heaven Emperor and the Heaven-shaking 7 heroes. Therefore, Lin Feng asked, "Back then, why did the Heaven Emperor and the Heaven-shaking 7 heroes suppress you?" The white snake obviously didn't want to tell Lin Feng about this matter. After hearing Lin Feng's question, it only sneered and didn't answer Lin Feng. Lin Feng saw that the white snake didn't want to say anything, so he didn't continue asking. Lin Feng said, "If you go out with your current body, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. Can you transform into a human?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, the white snake nodded and quickly transformed into a human. The white snake was a female snake, so after transforming into a human, it was naturally a woman. It turned into a beautiful young woman who looked to be around 30 years old. She was very flirtatious, and her eyes were extremely charming. If one looked into those eyes, they would instantly sink into them. Snakes were experts in the art of seduction, and since the white snake was so powerful, its seduction techniques were naturally even more terrifying. Even Lin Feng didn't dare to casually look into the white snake's eyes. This was because Lin Feng was worried that if he looked into the white snake's eyes, he would very likely be seduced by it. The white snake also transformed into a human, and it turned into a child who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. Lin Feng looked at the white snake and asked, "What's your name?" The white snake replied, "You can call me Bai Suzhen." After hearing this name, Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The legend of Su Xian and the white snake was a very familiar story. Lin Feng didn't think that there would actually be someone called Bai Suzhen in this world. Lin Feng said, "When I was young, I heard of the story of Bai Suzhen and Su Xian. You can't be that Bai Suzhen from the story, right?" Bai Suzhen said, "I gave myself this name after listening to the legends of you humans." Lin Feng was speechless when he heard Bai Suzhen's words. Wasn't she stealing someone else's name? But since she liked it that much, he decided to call her Bai Suzhen. "Let's go back to the skygazing camp now," Lin Feng said. Bai Suzhen nodded and flew towards the skygazing camp with Lin Feng. The mountain of White Snake was very close to the skygazing camp, so they soon arrived. Lan Yingying and the Blue Phoenix quickly ran out when they heard that Lin Feng had returned. When they saw Bai Suzhen and Lin Feng, their faces were filled with jealousy. Lin Feng knew that Lan Yingying and the Blue Phoenix had misunderstood, so he said, "This is Bai Suzhen, the one from the mountain of White Snake." Lin Feng's words shocked Lan Yingying and the Blue Phoenix. They didn't know why Lin Feng had gone to the mountain of White Snake, but after hearing what Lin Feng had said, they knew that Lin Feng had gone to the mountain of White Snake to rescue the White Snake. Moreover, Lin Feng had succeeded in rescuing the White Snake. Over the years, countless people who entered the mountain of White Snake had basically died in the mountain of White Snake, and the reason was this White Snake. But now, this White Snake had turned into a woman and came to Wangtian village. It was difficult to associate the ferocious White Snake with such a coquettish woman. "I'm tired. Hurry up and arrange a place for me to rest," Bai Suzhen said. Lan Yingying nodded and asked the Blue Phoenix to bring Bai Suzhen and the White Snake to rest. After Bai Suzhen left, Lan Yingying was still in shock. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "How did you save Bai Suzhen?" Lin Feng said, "I used Di Wudao's blood to save Bai Suzhen." Lin Feng said. Lan Yingying was in disbelief because Lin Feng had said that he had used Di Wudao's blood to save Bai Suzhen. Di Wudao had been killed by the Lord of the Sinful Realm. Lan Yingying didn't associate the Lin Feng she knew with the Lord of the Sinful Realm. After all, the Lord of the Sinful Realm was a terrifying existence who had reached the Saint Realm. When she first met Lin Feng was only in the Great Emperor realm back then. Only a few decades had passed. No matter how fast Lin Feng's cultivation improved, it was impossible for him to reach such a terrifying level. Lan Yingying had thought that the Lin Feng she knew and the Lord of the Sinful Realm only had the same name. Only now did she realize that the Lin Feng she knew was actually the Lord of the Sinful Realm, Lin Feng. "Now you know how powerful your man is, right?" Lin Feng said to Lan Yingying with a smile. Lan Yingying's face blushed when she heard Lin Feng's suggestive words. She quickly nodded. Lin Feng grabbed Lan Yingying's hand and they quickly went back to Lan Yingying's residence. Then, they started doing it again. When everything calmed down, Lin Feng held Lan Yingying in his arms. Lan Yingying leaned against Lin Feng's chest, enjoying the rare moment of intimacy. Lan Yingying still felt like she was in a dream. She leaned against Lin Feng's chest and asked, "What have you been through all these years? How did your cultivation improve so quickly?" Lin Feng said. "It's a long story. I'll tell you when we have time," Lin Feng said. He then continued, "Now, gather the people of Wangtian village. Let's return to the Sinful Realm. We don't have to stay here any longer." Lan Yingying's heart was completely devoted to Lin Feng. She had already slept with Lin Feng. She was now his woman. Wherever Lin Feng went, she would go. Therefore, Lan Yingying had no objections to Lin Feng's decision to bring everyone to the Sinful Realm. Lan Yingying said, "All right. I'll inform everyone to pack up. Once we're done, we'll head to the Sinful Realm." Lin Feng nodded. It took a day to pack up. The news that Lin Feng was the Lord of the Sinful Realm gradually spread throughout Wangtian village. When they heard the news, everyone was in disbelief. No one had thought that the Lin Feng they knew was the Lord of the Sinful Realm. It was too unbelievable. When Lan Phoenix heard the news, she was in disbelief as well. However, she quickly smiled. She was very happy to see that her man was so powerful. Lin Feng summoned the Xianyuan ancient ship, and the people of Wangtian village boarded it one after another. The Black Tortoise ancestor also came out of seclusion. After everyone boarded the Xianyuan ancient ship, the Xianyuan ancient ship rose into the sky and quickly flew towards the Sinful Realm. However, they didn't fly too far before many cultivators flew over from afar. If those cultivators were added together, there were probably tens of thousands of them. Many of them were riding huge dragons, huge tigers, lightning eagles, and other types of mounts. These cultivators were like thousands of heavenly generals. They were very terrifying. Lan Yingying's face turned ugly when she saw these cultivators. Obviously, these people were Wu Tianqing's subordinates. With so many cultivators here, they had completely sealed off the area. There was an ancient divine chariot in the middle of the cultivator army. The person sitting in this ancient divine chariot should be Wu Tianqing. Lin Feng sneered. He didn't go to Wu Tianqing, but this guy took the initiative to come here. He could take advantage of this opportunity to resolve the grievances between the two sides. Not long after, Wu Tianqing's army surrounded the ancient starship Xianyuan. Wu Tianqing stepped out of the divine chariot. This person was quite handsome, but his inverted triangular eyes made people feel uncomfortable. He gave off a sinister vibe. Wu Tianqing looked at Lan Yingying coldly and said, "Lan Yingying, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. You even wanted to sneak away. Do you think that I didn't send people to monitor your situation? Your every move is under my watch." Obviously, Wu Tianqing had sent people to monitor the Wangtian village secretly. Therefore, if the people of Wangtian village wanted to leave, it was simply impossible. Wu Tianqing must have received the news and personally led his army here to prevent the people of Wangtian village from leaving. Wu Tianqing, I didn't expect you to be so eager to die. Today is a good day. I'll send you to hell." A cold voice came from the Xianyuan ancient starship. Of course, it was Lin Feng's voice. Wu Tianqing's face darkened when he heard that someone had dared to be so disrespectful to him. Wu Tianqing naturally knew that a gigolo had come to Wangtian village. This gigolo had been fooling around with the Blue Phoenix and Lan Yingying. Moreover, Wu Tianqing had received news that this gigolo, the Blue Phoenix, and Lan Yingying had stayed in their rooms for a long time. What did this mean? This meant that this gigolo had probably slept with Lan Yingying and the Blue Phoenix. When Wu Tianqing heard the news, he almost died of anger. Lan Yingying was Wu Tianqing's target. Wu Tianqing treated her as his exclusive property. How could he let another man touch Lan Yingying? However, now that Lan Yingying might have slept with another man, Wu Tianqing had the urge to kill someone. What angered Wu Tianqing the most was that this gigolo wanted to take everyone in Wangtian village away. Wu Tianqing quickly led a large group of people to kill him. Wu Tianqing guessed that the person who had just spoken must be the gigolo who had slept with Lan Yingying and the Blue Phoenix. Wu Tianqing said coldly, "Boy, who do you think you are? You actually dare to say such words to me? How dare you touch the woman I like? You're dead. Not only are you dead, but your family is also dead. Anyone who has anything to do with you will die without a burial place." Wu Tianqing's voice was filled with killing intent. This person had killed countless people. Destroying a few families was nothing to him. When he heard Wu Tianqing's words, Lin Feng's face immediately showed a disdainful expression. He said, "Even Di Wu Dao doesn't dare to be so presumptuous with me. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so presumptuous with me?" When he heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, Wu Tianqing was shocked. Wu Tianqing was stunned. Who was this guy? How could he be so arrogant? Wu Tianqing asked with a gloomy expression, "Who are you?" "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter and said, "You don't even know who I am, yet you dared to bring people here to block my way? How laughable. I don't mind telling you, I'll let you know when you're dead. I'm the master of Xin domain, Lin Feng." The tens of thousands of cultivators in the army immediately fell into chaos. Even a terrifying existence like Di Wu Dao was killed by Lin Feng. They never thought that the Xin realm's master, Lin Feng, would actually appear in this place. Even Wu Tianqing did not expect that the Xin realm's master, Lin Feng, would actually appear here. Wu Tianqing panicked for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. Wu Tianqing was not a native cultivator of the Undying Realm. He was a cultivator from the outside. Back then, Wu Tianqing had competed with the Heavenly Emperor for the world's origin. Later on, he was successfully recruited by the Heavenly Emperor. Then, the Heavenly Emperor gave Wu Tianqing an important task. Wu Tianqing knew that the Heavenly Emperor was forging the 33-layered heavens. Once he succeeded, the Heavenly Emperor would complete his transcendence. At that time, those who relied on the Heavenly Emperor would also be able to receive his guidance. In the future, they might even be able to complete their transcendence. This was the main reason why Wu Tianqing relied on the Heavenly Emperor. Although Lin Feng had killed Di Wu Dao, he was still a saint. However, Wu Tianqing was also a sage. Wu Tianqing felt that Di Wu Dao might not be a match for him. Lin Feng's cultivation was at most on par with his. This was also the reason why Wu Tianqing was able to calm down so quickly. Lin Feng was indeed very strong, but in Wu Tianqing's opinion, he was not strong enough to fight against him and tens of thousands of soldiers. As for the people of Wangtian village, Wu Tianqing directly ignored them. There were no experts in Wangtian village, and the strongest person there was Lan Yingying. Over the years, Lan Yingying's cultivation had improved, but she was only at the peak of the Sky Immortal realm. This realm was not considered an expert in the Undying realm. As for the ordinary people of Wangtian village, Wu Tianqing did not care about them at all. In Wu Tianqing's opinion, they had too much of an advantage. Said Wu Tianqing while smiling coldly. "Lin Feng, you're too arrogant. Do you think that you can defeat so many of us by yourself? You killed Di Wu Dao, so the Sky Emperor will definitely want to cut you into pieces. Today, I will capture you and hand you over to the Sky Emperor. When the time comes, it will be a great merit." Wu Tianqing then shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Lin Feng's cultivation is very strong, but it is only on par with mine. Don't forget that we have tens of thousands of soldiers here. With so many people working together, Lin Feng is definitely not our match. After hearing Wu Tianqing's words, the army calmed down. Lin Feng glanced at Bai Suzhen and said, "You just escaped and need a lot of nutrition. Devour these cultivators and your cultivation will definitely recover a lot." Bai Suzhen of course knew that Lin Feng was just looking for a free fighter, but she had become Lin Feng's target. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng. However, Bai Suzhen really wanted to devour these cultivators. There were tens of thousands of them. After devouring them, their blood would be a great supplement. It would be very useful for recovering her cultivation. Moreover, Wu Tianqing was a sage realm cultivator. If she could devour him, her recovery would be even more obvious. Therefore, even if she knew that Lin Feng was looking for a free fighter, Bai Suzhen did not refuse. She directly flew out of the ancient starship. Seeing a beautiful young woman fly out, everyone was slightly stunned. Wu Tianqing narrowed his eyes at Bai Suzhen. Bai Suzhen had a tall figure, a beautiful face, and a charming temperament. She was a top-grade beauty. Moreover, the beauties of the snake race were naturally charming and alluring to the world. Their lethality towards men was too great. Wu Tianqing was a womanizer. After seeing Bai Suzhen, he immediately had some dirty thoughts. He laughed and said, "Beauty, quickly come to this king. Let this king take care of you. This king guarantees that you will be incomparably happy." After hearing Wu Tianqing's vulgar and shameless words, Bai Suzhen's beautiful eyes suddenly revealed a dense killing intent. Teasing Bai Suzhen, wasn't this just courting death? A terrifying killing intent surged out of Bai Suzhen's body. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped a lot. Bai Suzhen sneered and said, "You really don't know the difference between life and death. You actually dared to have ideas about me." After saying that, Bai Suzhen directly turned into a huge white snake. After seeing Bai Suzhen turn into a white snake, the cultivator army suddenly panicked. Of course, these cultivator army had heard about the legend of the white snake. Moreover, many people knew that the white snake in the White Snake Ridge was an extremely terrifying existence. In the past, Wu Tianqing had also been to the mountain of White Snake, wanting to see the white snake that had been trapped in the mountain. However, Wu Tianqing did not dare to go deep into the White Snake Ridge. He just looked at it from the outside, but even then, he still felt a suffocating pressure enveloping his body. Wu Tianqing knew that the terrifying white snake in the depths of the White Snake Ridge must be looking at him, which was why he had such a terrible feeling. Therefore, Wu Tianqing quickly left the White Snake Ridge. However, Wu Tianqing did not expect that the white snake would be released by someone. Moreover, that white snake was on the Xianyuan Starry Sky ancient ship. Now, Wu Tianqing finally understood why the Sin Realm's lord, Lin Feng, had come here. Unexpectedly, it was to save this white snake. Wu Tianqing's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He could not wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Wu Tianqing shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Let's attack this white snake together. We can definitely kill this white snake." Wu Tianqing took the lead to attack the white snake. Tens of thousands of cultivator army also started attacking the white snake. However, at this moment, the white snake opened its mouth and spat out a white fog. All the cultivators who were enveloped by the white fog screamed miserably. They felt as if their bodies had been stripped of all control. An unprecedented pain swept through their bodies. This feeling was so painful that it made them want to die. Obviously, the white snake had used an extremely powerful method to deal with these cultivator army. The cultivator army quickly lost their resistance. Then, the white snake suddenly sucked in a breath. A large number of cultivator army soldiers were swallowed by the white snake. Wu Tianqing was already halfway there. When he saw how terrifying the white snake was, his face turned as pale as paper. Wu Tianqing did not dare to stop and continue fighting with white snake. He turned around and wanted to escape, but how could white snake let Wu Tianqing go? The person the white snake wanted to devour the most was Wu Tianqing. If he could devour Wu Tianqing, he would be able to replenish his blood and qi, and his cultivation would increase by a large margin. The white snake quickly chased after Wu Tianqing and opened its bloody mouth, trying to swallow him whole. Wu Tianqing turned around and slashed at the white snake. A dazzling saber beam instantly condensed. The power of the saber beam was too strong. The void was instantly torn apart, but when the saber beam came to the white snake's side, it was swallowed by the white snake. Seeing this scene, Wu Tianqing's expression turned increasingly ugly. The white snake was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Wu Tianqing used the void traversal technique and his body instantly traversed the void and disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, the white snake's thick tail suddenly lashed out at the void. With a bang, the void shattered. Wu Tianqing flew out from the shattered void. The power of the shattered void had seriously injured Wu Tianqing. It was unknown how many bones in Wu Tianqing's body had been broken. The white snake sneered and said, "You dare to be so arrogant with your little cultivation? How ridiculous. Now, I will devour you. Spare me, spare me, spare me, please spare my life. I am willing to be an ox or a horse. I will be absolutely loyal and devoted." Wu Tianqing loudly begged for mercy. It was extremely difficult for him to cultivate to the saint realm. Moreover, he was now at the end of the epoch. A great opportunity was about to appear. If he could grasp this opportunity, he might be able to reach the level of immortality in the future. Of course, Wu Tianqing did not want to die. If he died, everything would be for nothing. However, the white snake did not care about Wu Tianqing's begging. The white snake swallowed Wu Tianqing and then turned back into Baisuzhen. Many people on the ancient starship looked outside and saw the one-sided battle. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. So many powerful cultivators, including a terrifying existence like Wu Tianqing, were actually so weak under the attack of the white snake. This was truly inconceivable. Existences in myths and legends were truly terrifying, enough to make people turn pale with fright. When the white snake turned back into Baisuzhen and returned to the ancient ship, many people looked at Baisuzhen in horror. Lin Feng looked at Baisuzhen with a smile and said, "Wait until the final battle against the Heavenly Court. You will definitely play a huge role." Baisuzhen naturally knew what Lin Feng was planning. Baisuzhen coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, "During the final battle, I will deal with the Heavenly Emperor. As for the cultivator army, it has nothing to do with me. I won't deal with them." Lin Feng said, "You must have misunderstood me. Actually, I wanted to say that we can work together to deal with the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor is so terrifying right now. You definitely can't deal with him by yourself. If we work together, we will have a higher chance of killing him." Baisuzhen coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. If she was at her peak, she naturally wouldn't be afraid of the Heavenly Emperor. However, she was currently very weak and couldn't recover in a short time. Therefore, it was understandable for her to work together with Lin Feng and the others to deal with the Heavenly Emperor. As for Lin Feng, she certainly didn't feel embarrassed about attacking the Heavenly Emperor. As long as they could kill the other party, it didn't matter what method they used. Besieging the Heavenly Emperor was indeed a good choice. At that time, they could join forces with the White Snake, the Black Tortoise Ancestor, and Wang Mingchuan to attack the Heavenly Emperor. The ancient ship didn't stop. It quickly flew into the distance. 3 months later, the Xianyuan ancient ship arrived at the Xin realm. Lin Feng ordered people to arrange accommodations for Lan Yingying and the others. After returning, someone came to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised when he saw the person who came. The person who came to visit him was Meng Bingyan from Tu Tiange. This woman was very charming and beautiful. She was definitely the best of the best. Lin Feng hadn't contacted Tu Tiange for a long time. Tu Tiange also didn't take the initiative to contact Lin Feng. Now, before the final battle, Meng Bingyan came to visit him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Tu Tiange was a terrifying force. Perhaps he could join forces with Tu Tiange to deal with the Heavenly Court. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Long time no see, Fairy Meng. You're still as elegant as ever." Meng Bingyan smiled after hearing Lin Feng's praise. "Thank you for the compliment, Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi is as handsome as ever." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Please have a seat, Fairy Meng." After the two sat down, Lin Feng asked, "May I ask why Fairy Meng is here?" Meng Bingyan replied, "The war is imminent, so I'm here on behalf of the previous pavilion master." Lin Feng said, "Recently, I've been wanting to pay a visit to the pavilion master. A few years ago, you said that the pavilion master wanted to meet me, but the two of us never met. I wonder when we'll be able to meet. Meng Bingyan said, the pavilion master did want to meet you a few years ago, but something happened to his cultivation. That's why he wasn't able to meet you. He's still in seclusion right now. Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought that the patriarch of Tu Tian Pavilion would have a problem with his cultivation. That was troublesome. When a cultivator had a problem with their cultivation, it could be extremely serious. If they lost control of their cultivation, it could be extremely harmful. The patriarch of Tu Tian Pavilion wasn't a simple cultivator, but he had a problem with his cultivation and hadn't come out of seclusion. This time, the problem with his cultivation must be extremely serious. Lin Feng asked, how is the pavilion master doing right now? Meng Bingyan replied, he's much better than before. The pavilion master knows that the situation outside is very dangerous, so he asked me to bring a group of people to help you. Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the Slaughter Heaven Pavilion. Although they didn't have a lot of people, they had a lot of experts. Moreover, the Slaughter Heaven Pavilion had always been very mysterious and possessed many unimaginable methods. Lin Feng asked, the people you brought this time shouldn't be simple, right? Meng Bingyan smiled and said, the people I brought this time are mainly divided into two types. The first type are spirit formation masters. They're proficient in all kinds of killing formations, and they're very good at combining them. I know that you're also a very powerful spirit formation master, but during the war, you'll definitely be tied down by the Celestial Emperor and won't have the time to take care of it. The people I brought can help you control the formations during the war. Moreover, during the war, they can guide the cultivator army and use all kinds of formations to attack the Heavenly Quartz cultivator army. This will greatly increase the fighting strength of our cultivator army. Hearing Meng Bingyan's words, Lin Feng was very happy. During this time, Lin Feng had been making the cultivator army practice all kinds of formations in order to prepare for the decisive battle. There weren't many top-notch spirit array masters in the Sin domain. If these spirit array masters joined the Sin domain, it would be an extremely beneficial thing for the Sin domain. At that moment, Meng Bingyan continued, the second group of people I brought are puppeteers. These puppeteers are good at all kinds of mechanisms, and they're also good at all kinds of puppeteers. For example, puppeteers can make soldiers out of beans. They're extremely good at that. If they join us, they'll be of great help. Lin Feng smiled and said, I really have to thank the pavilion master. He actually sent so many people to help the Sin realm. Meng Bingyan said, no need to thank me. Actually, young master should know that the old pavilion master had a deep grudge with the Heavenly Court. Originally, the old pavilion master wanted to break through to the next realm so that he could fight the Heavenly Court to the death during the final battle. Perhaps he was too anxious and went berserk. This time, the old pavilion master couldn't come out, which made him feel very regretful. This time, the old pavilion master sent the elite cultivators of the Slaughtering Heaven Pavilion to help the Sin realm defeat the Heavenly Court. Lin Feng's heart trembled. He asked, what kind of grudge does the pavilion master of the Slaughtering Heavens Pavilion have with the Celestial Emperor? Why is it so difficult to resolve their grudge? Meng Bingyan said, I know a little about this matter, but I don't know much. Without the pavilion master's orders, I can't tell anyone about this. So, when you meet the pavilion master in the future, you can ask him yourself. Moreover, the pavilion master's status is very special. If you meet him, you'll definitely be very surprised and pleasantly surprised. When Lin Feng heard Meng Bingyan, he was surprised. He didn't know why Meng Bingyan would say that. Why was he surprised to see the old leader of the pavilion? Why was he so happy to see the old leader? Was it because of his relationship with the pavilion master? Thinking about this, Lin Feng couldn't help but look happy. If that was really the case, it would be great. Asked Lin Feng. Have you arranged a place for you to live? Yes, Meng Bingyan said. All right. Lin Feng nodded. That's good. Meng Bingyan stood up and said, I'm sure you have many things to take care of, so I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Feng didn't insist. He really did have many things to take care of. He sent Meng Bingyan out. Right after Meng Bingyan left, Du Zhu and many other higher-ups came to report to Lin Feng. The Heavenly Quartz army was gathering, and they were about to attack Sin realm. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the Celestial Emperor couldn't wait to destroy Sin Realm. However, Lin Feng had already thought of this. It wasn't easy for the Celestial Emperor to condense the 33 layers of sky. The Celestial Emperor also knew that he couldn't allow Sin Realm to continue existing. Otherwise, Sin Realm would become stronger and stronger, which wasn't a good thing for the Heavenly Court. Thus, destroying Sin Realm as soon as possible was the most important thing. Lin Feng gave the order for the army to gather and prepare for the final battle. 3 days later, Lin Feng's ancestor, Wang Mingchuan, came out of seclusion. Lin Feng was very happy to see him. With his ancestor joining them, Lin Feng's confidence was greatly boosted. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. A large number of troops came from all directions. These armies were assembled by the Heavenly Court from various places. In addition to the experts of the Heavenly Court, there were also many foreign cultivators, remnant races of epics, and even many cultivators from the behind-the-scenes world. It was unknown whether those cultivators from the behind-the-scenes world were sent by the behind-the-scenes world or they came here on their own. The atmosphere in Sin Realm was very heavy as the Heavenly Court's army entered. The final battle. It was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, the entire Undying World was paying attention to the Sin Realm. Many forces had sent spies into the Sin Realm to gather information about the great battle, and many forces that had fled overseas were also gathering their armies at this moment. If the Sin Realm could win this great battle, then the cultivators from overseas would definitely counterattack, and some of them would even kill their way to the Heavenly Emperor's lair, the Heavenly Court, and then stab the Heavenly Emperor in the back. This was very likely. Meanwhile, Lin Feng also received news that the Heavenly Court's army has entered the Sin Realm. Thus, Lin Feng also gathered his army and prepared for the final battle. Rumble. 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 On this day, an earth-shattering explosion resounded between the heavens and the earth. In the distance, a black mass of people could be seen. Upon closer inspection, one would find that they were all cultivators. Who knows how many of them were gathered together? He quickly flew towards the direction of the Sin domain. Lin Feng's expression slightly changed after seeing this army. There were so many cultivators, at least 3 to 4 times more than the Sin Realm's army. The only advantage the Sin Realm's army had was that they could bide their time. The Heavenly Court's army quickly arrived. 9 huge evil dragons pulled a divine chariot over. It was the Heavenly Emperor's chariot. Heaven Emperor sat inside while Lin Feng stood on top of a tower and coldly stared at the Heavenly Court's army in the distance. Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be able to cause chaos in the Undying World when you were just an ant back then. You even killed my son, Di Wudao. However, everything will end today. I will personally capture you and use you to lure your father out. Your clan will be completely destroyed then. A cold voice came from the chariot. It was the Heavenly Emperor's voice. Heavenly Emperor, you're so full of yourself. You haven't even formed the 33rd heaven yet you dare to say that you can destroy me? How ridiculous. Lin Feng sneered. I don't need to use the power of the 33rd heaven to kill you. The Heavenly Emperor said with disdain. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. Lin Feng said coldly. Attack the city. The Heavenly Emperor said coldly. A dense army of cultivators quickly rushed towards Sin City. They wanted to attack Sin City. Sin Realm's army was already assembled, but they hadn't received the order yet. Therefore, they didn't go out and fight Heavenly Court's army to the death. Lin Feng glanced at Meng Bingyan and said, Fairy Meng, let the puppeteers attack first. Meng Bingyan nodded and went to give the order. Very quickly, ancient chariots flew out of Sin City and flew towards the Heavenly Court's army. A cold voice came from the Heavenly Court's army, destroy those ancient cities. All sorts of attacks were aimed at the chariots. However, these ancient chariots were very special. They were made by puppeteers and had extremely powerful defensive capabilities. When the enemy's attacks came, they simply couldn't destroy the chariots. On the contrary, all kinds of attacks were neutralized by the chariots. When Lin Feng saw that, he couldn't help but be astonished. Meng Bingyan's puppets were really extraordinary. Their skills were terrifying. These ancient carriages flew into the heavenly quartz army and shot out countless green poisonous needles. These needles were very terrifying. Once touched, one would immediately die. Although the cultivators of the heavenly court were wearing armor, ordinary armor couldn't withstand the attack of the poison needles. Many cultivators were pierced by the needles and their bodies quickly rotted. The heavenly quartz cultivator army's vanguard suffered heavy casualties. In this wave of attack, they had lost at least hundreds of thousands of men. Of course, this loss wasn't too much for the heavenly quartz army. However, it was a great blow to their morale. The Sky Emperor's face couldn't help but become gloomy. The battle had just begun, and the morale had already been damaged. Of course, he was very angry. Attack! Continue the attack! Heaven Emperor's cold voice came. The heavenly quartz cultivator army did not retreat because of this. They continued to charge towards the city of Sin. The second wave of attacks began at this time. The ground outside cracked open and huge stone balls were buried underground. These stone balls were very special. They contained explosives forged by alchemists. The stone balls quickly flew towards the heavenly quartz army and exploded in the void. Boom! Following a series of violent explosions, world-destroying energy swept through the world. A large number of cultivators were blown to smithereens, dying tragically on the spot. This time, the heavenly quartz cultivator army lost 300,000 to 400,000 men. Heaven Emperor's expression turned even uglier. The first two waves of attacks ended in failure and their side suffered heavy losses. The morale of the heavenly quartz army became somewhat low. However, this didn't shake their foundation. The heavenly quartz army continued to attack the capital. Soon, they broke through the encirclement and began to attack the city. Wang Mingchuan looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Lin Feng, what do you plan to do? Let the army charge out and fight the heavenly quartz army, or do you want to do something else?" At the beginning, Lin Feng wanted to have a decisive battle with the heavenly quartz cultivators outside, but when the heavenly quartz cultivators arrived, Lin Feng realized there were too many of them. Even though they had been weakened because of the long journey, the heavenly quartz cultivators were too strong. Although they might have been weakened due to the long journey, they were still 3 to 4 times more than the Sin Realm's army. If they rushed out like this, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Sin Realm's army. This wasn't a wise choice. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to temporarily defend the Sin Realm. After the Heavenly Quartz army broke through the Sin Realm's defensive restrictions, they would fight the Heavenly Quartz army in the streets of the city. The reason for this choice was very simple. The main reason was that the Sin Realm's army was densely covered with all kinds of formations. These formations could help the Sin Realm's army attack the Heavenly Quartz army. If they fought in the streets, the Heavenly Quartz army would quickly disperse. As a result, they could only engage in countless small-scale battles in the alleys and streets. Because the Sin Domain Cultivator army had been practicing all kinds of array formations, even after they split up, they could still use these array formations. Coupled with the support of the array formations inside Sin City, this was extremely advantageous to the Sin Domain Cultivator army. Lin Feng said, "Defend the city with all your might. Once the Heavenly Quartz army breaks through the city's defenses, spread everyone out into the alleys and streets. Then, fight the Heavenly Quartz army in the alleys and streets. Our spirit formation masters will be scattered everywhere to control the formations. Cooperate with our army here and attack the Heavenly Quartz army together." After hearing Lin Feng's idea, all the higher-ups' eyes lit up. Lin Feng's idea was indeed the best one at the moment. Moreover, Meng Bingyan had brought so many spirit formation masters to the Sin Domain recently, which made the Sin Domain even more powerful. Together with Lin Feng's idea, they could perfectly execute Lin Feng's idea. "Alright, let's do that," Wang Mingchuan said. The rest of the higher-ups nodded in agreement. In the next half a month, the Heavenly Quartz army launched a frenzied attack on the city. It wasn't easy for them to break through the city's defenses because before the Heavenly Quartz army arrived, Lin Feng had led many spirit formation masters to reinforce the various formations. Moreover, Lin Feng had also set up a main formation. This main formation was connected to all the other formations in the city to protect the city. Lin Feng's stone scriptures were in the middle of the main deployment spell. Commanding all the formations, the power of these formations had increased by more than 100 times. How could it be easy to break through these formations, even though the Heavenly Court's army was very powerful and had all kinds of siege weapons, as well as many top-notch experts working together? It was still extremely difficult to break through the city's great formation. In order to attack the city, the Heavenly Court's army had suffered heavy casualties. This time, there were about 200 million cultivators in the Heavenly Court's army. However, in order to break through the city's defensive formations, more than 20 million people had died, but they still couldn't break through the city's great formation. The Sky Emperor's expression was extremely gloomy. His cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng, who was standing on the city gate tower. Lin Feng's methods really surprised him. Fortunately, the Heavenly Court's actions weren't too late. If the Heavenly Court's actions were any later, Lin Feng's wings would have grown. At that time, it would have been much more difficult to deal with Lin Feng and destroy the Sin realm. This point. The Sky Emperor knew this very well. As expected of Lin Baitian's son. He's not inferior to Lin Baitian back then. The Heavenly Emperor said coldly. Actually, there were some differences between Lin Feng and Lin Baitian. Back then, Lin Baitian had many strong cultivators following him, but Lin Baitian's era was relatively peaceful. Lin Baitian didn't have many thoughts about establishing his own faction. Therefore, he lived a more carefree life and did as he pleased. He liked to travel the world with his lover and subordinates. But Lin Feng was different. Maybe Lin Feng was under too much pressure, too many responsibilities. Therefore, whenever Lin Feng went to a place, he liked to establish his own group of influence. Lin Feng knew that if he wanted to protect his family, friends, loved ones, friends, and so on, he had to be extremely strong. He had to be strong enough that his enemies wouldn't dare act blindly without thinking. Therefore, whenever he went to a new place, he had to establish his own group of people. It was the same in the Undying Realm. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would become a figure in the final battle against the Heavenly Emperor? No one would have thought of that. In just a few decades since Lin Feng came to the Undying Realm, he went from having nothing to becoming the Lord of Sin Realm and then the supreme commander of the Cultivator army. This showed how powerful Lin Feng's means were. The funniest thing was that many people thought that Lin Feng was just a puppet, that there was someone behind Lin Feng who was manipulating everything. They had just pushed Lin Feng to the front, that's all. There were simply too many people who harbored such thoughts, including Di Wudao from before. Even a Heaven's Pride like him had such thoughts, let alone the others. However, the Heavenly Emperor knew that all of this was Lin Feng's own means. Lin Feng was indeed a terrifying figure. Although Lin Feng was still very young. In this era, heroes weren't judged by their age, but by their success or failure. Lin Feng had done so many earth-shattering things. So what if he was young? Who would dare to underestimate Lin Feng? The Heavenly Court's army was still crazily attacking the defense of Sin Realm. After another half a month, Sin Realm's defensive formation couldn't hold on any longer. Many of the formations were destroyed. At this time, the Heavenly Court's cultivator army lost more than 20 million people. In order to break Sin City's formation, the Heavenly Court's cultivator army lost 40 to 50 million people. Outside Sin City, the place was filled with corpses. This place had turned into a hell. Some of the spies who were watching the battle from afar were already scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a tragic battle. This battle was truly hair-raising and appalling. When Sin Realm's defensive formation was completely destroyed, the Heavenly Emperor's cold voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Except for Lin Feng, kill everyone else. Kill. Countless roars could be heard. The Heavenly Court's cultivator army rushed towards Sin City. They wanted to go on a killing spree to vent their anger. During this period of time, they had been sullen in order to attack the city. At this moment, only the Sin Realm's cultivator army was left in Sin City. Lin Feng knew that once the final battle started, Sin City was likely to be destroyed. If ordinary people stayed here, they would probably die without a burial place. Therefore, before the final battle, Lin Feng had people move the ordinary people out of Sin City. Now that the final battle had arrived, apart from the cultivator armies of both sides, there were basically no ordinary people in Sin City. The cultivators of Sin City were scattered in various streets, alleys, or hidden in various courtyards. They waited for the Heavenly Quartz cultivator army to arrive before they attacked. All kinds of large arrays were activated, and the hidden spirit array masters cooperated with the cultivator army of Sin City to fight against the Heavenly Quartz army. The battle was incomparably tragic. Cultivators constantly died tragically. As the saying goes, every inch of land was an inch of blood. 10 million cultivators and 10 million soldiers. At this moment, cultivators were dying everywhere in Sin City. Blood dyed the entire city red. While the cultivator armies of both sides were fighting, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. 56 undead spirits flew out and joined the battlefield to help Xiao Jijun fight against the foreign creatures, foreign cultivators, the lost races of the epic, and the experts from the Mastermind's world. With the addition of these undead creatures, the other side's Sage Realm experts were also stalled. "Everyone, follow me to kill the Heavenly Emperor," Lin Feng shouted. He soared into the sky and took the lead to kill the Heavenly Emperor. Wang Mingchuan, Bai Suzhen, and the Black Tortoise Ancestor also soared into the sky and flew towards Tiandi. They joined forces with Lin Feng and attacked Tiandi. Tiandi sneered, "Do you really think you can deal with me? Ridiculous. I'm the ruler of 8 Desolaces and 6 directions. I've fused with the power of the undying world. Who can stop me?" Tiandi was obviously very conceited. Of course, he had the right to be conceited. After all, he was very terrifying. He had done 2 things. The first was to fuse with the undying world. The second was to create the 33 layers. Both of these were earth-shattering things, but they were done by the same person. Moreover, he had already accomplished one thing, and that was to fuse with the undying realm. If he was allowed to forge a complete set of 33 heavens, then this person would be too terrifying. Lin Feng said coldly, "Tiandi, there's one thing you did wrong. When you fused with the undying world, if you wanted to increase your cultivation, you could have gone to the time reversal world instead of devouring the world origin of the undying world. After you devoured the world origin of the undying world, you attracted so many people to devour the world origin. What happened to the undying world? It was almost completely destroyed. Even though the undying world wasn't destroyed in the end, more than half of it was destroyed. It can't be compared to the undying world in the past. The energy of the undying world has reached the lowest level in this epoch. Even though you fused with the undying world, how much energy can you borrow from it? Besides, don't forget one more thing. Even though you fused with the undying world, you're not the true master of the undying world. The undying world has been ruled by countless top experts over the years. The undying world doesn't have a true master. You're only the nominal master of the undying world, you can't control the entire undying world. The undying world has its own intelligence. Because of your selfishness, the damage you've caused to the undying world is unimaginable. Although you're still fused with the undying world, if I'm not wrong, the undying world has started to reject you. You can't use the undying world's power as you wish like before. Therefore, the current you isn't as terrifying as you imagined." After hearing Lin Feng, Tiandi's expression became gloomy. Some things were right. Lin Feng was right. There were some problems between Tiandi and the undying world. The main problem was that when Tiandi devoured the world's origin, it had caused a series of negative effects. But no matter what, Tiandi could still borrow the undying world's energy. Moreover, Tiandi's cultivation had also increased. In addition, Tiandi still had many incomparably powerful methods. Therefore, Tiandi was still unimaginably terrifying. Tiandi looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Even if what you said is true, so what? Some of you are young, some of you are old, some of you are old, some of you are sealed. How can you possibly fight against me?" Tiandi wasn't wrong. Among Lin Feng's group of 4, the Xuanwu ancestor had just been released. He had just recovered from his injuries. His cultivation was still far from his peak. It was already very good if he had 10 to 20% of his peak strength. Bai Suzhen had just been rescued by Lin Feng. Her strength was also far from her peak. Her strength had been greatly reduced. Wang Mingchuan, on the other hand, was older. His vitality had collapsed, and his strength was far from his peak. Lin Feng was the youngest among the 4. Although Lin Feng's methods were very powerful, Lin Feng's cultivation time was still too short. Therefore, there was a big gap in the realm. After all, Lin Feng was still a Dao immortal cultivator. Although Lin Feng's various methods could reach the sage realm, Lin Feng's combat strength was still far from the top experts. Lin Feng relied on some special divine abilities or methods. Of course, Lin Feng also had 5 ancient weapon-grade supreme treasures and a complete heaven-shaking steel. Moreover, there were 2 complete heaven-shaking steels, one yin and one yang. Could they kill Tiandi this time? The 5 ancient weapon-grade supreme treasures and the 2 complete heaven-shaking steels would play an extremely important role. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. Today, either you die or I die." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng began to recite an incantation. As he recited the incantation, a wheel of samsara appeared in the void. Lin Feng used the Great Samsara technique and summoned the Wheel of Samsara. Then, a karma gate appeared in the void. Lin Feng also used the Great Karma technique. The Great Samsara technique and the Great Karma technique were used together. This was a peerless divine technique created by Lin Feng. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Once it was used, it could display an extremely terrifying combat strength. At this time, Wang Mingchuan also used an extremely terrifying technique. Wang Mingchuan summoned the shadow of a mysterious palace. If one looked carefully, that palace was actually a supreme divine court. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Could it be that his ancestor Wang Mingchuan had also seen a supreme divine court? Bai Suzhen also made a move. Bai Suzhen summoned an ancient world. In that world, there was an unimaginably ancient and mysterious island. The island flew out rapidly, and a terrifying aura permeated between heaven and earth. The island seemed to be an island that would never be destroyed. When that island suppressed, the world seemed to fall into silence. The world seemed to be frozen. That island became eternal between heaven and earth. That island was called the Eternal Island. It was one of the supreme holy lands of the demon race. The Eternal Island's shadow could make the world stop. The black tortoise old ancestor also made his move. He struck out with his claw and a black tortoise claw condensed in the void. The black tortoise claw shattered the void and instantly enveloped the Heavenly Emperor. Then, it slammed towards the Heavenly Emperor. "I'll let you have a taste of my divine abilities." Tiandi smiled coldly and said, "I'm Tiandi. All the gods will submit to me." Tiandi's cold voice echoed throughout the world. He took a step forward, as if he had become the ruler of the world. His divine abilities were unimaginably powerful. When he used them, Lin Feng and the others' divine abilities were instantly broken by Tiandi. After the Heavenly Emperor's divine ability broke through the divine ability of Lin Feng and the others, the terrifying pressure ruthlessly fell on Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng, Xuanwu Old Ancestor, Bai Suzhen, and Wang Mingchuan were all sent flying. Their faces were very pale. The 4 of them had joined forces, but they were actually injured by the Heavenly Emperor in their first confrontation. The Heavenly Emperor was really too terrifying. Lin Feng's face was extremely ugly. Although Lin Feng knew that the Heavenly Emperor was an extremely difficult character to deal with, Lin Feng didn't think that the Heavenly Emperor would be this powerful. Lin Feng didn't know what the cultivation level of the Lord of the 33 Heavens was. But Lin Feng felt that the Heavenly Emperor's strength was very close to that of the Lord of the 33 Heavens. The Heavenly Emperor looked at Lin Feng and the others indifferently and said, "Do you know my strength now? You people can be considered as the best in the universe, but compared to me, you are still far behind. I only need to use some of my methods to scatter your souls and let you die without a burial place." The Heavenly Emperor was incomparably arrogant, but he had the qualifications to be arrogant. He easily defeated the joint forces of Lin Feng and the other 3. One could imagine that there weren't many people in the world who could do this, but the Heavenly Emperor easily did it. This was the terrifying part of the Heavenly Emperor. Bai Suzhen said with a gloomy expression, "Everyone, we can't delay with the Heavenly Emperor. He is fused with the Undying World. Although the Undying World is rejecting the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor can still borrow the power of the Undying World. In other words, if we fight a war of attrition with the Heavenly Emperor, our Fa-Li will be continuously consumed, but the Heavenly Emperor can continuously absorb the power of the undying world to replenish his own Fa-Li. He will recover very quickly, and our recovery time will be far slower than the Heavenly Emperor. In this situation, the difference in strength between us and the Heavenly Emperor will become bigger and bigger. When the time comes to face the Heavenly Emperor's attack, we won't have any strength to resist. Therefore, we must use our strongest skills to fight the Heavenly Emperor to the death. Bai Suzhen's words were very reasonable. Lin Feng and the others had to admit this point. Now, Lin Feng and the others really needed to use their strongest skills to fight the Heavenly Emperor. If they continued to delay, then they would inevitably be defeated by the Heavenly Emperor. At that time, everyone's fate would be very miserable. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. Then we'll use our trump cards to fight the Heavenly Emperor to the death. With that, Lin Feng directly summoned the 5 ancient treasures. They floated around Lin Feng. At the same time, the power of the Panga Seal, Ruler's Armor, Sacred Bone, the Magic Lotus, the Avatar, and the Avatar all poured into Lin Feng's body. With this influx of power, Lin Feng's battle prowess instantly reached the apex. Lin Feng felt the urge to raise his head and roar at the sky. When Tiandi the Celestial Emperor saw Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapons, he was astonished. Lin Feng, you're really strong. Most people have 1 ancient weapon, but you already have 5 of them. I'm astonished, said Tiandi the Celestial Emperor. Lin Feng, you're really strong. Most people have 1 ancient weapon, but you already have 5 of them. Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. I haven't used anything even more shocking. If I do, you'll be scared to death, said Lin Feng, smiling icily. Lin Feng couldn't beat the Heavenly Emperor in a battle of techniques. However, in terms of verbal skills, 10 Heavenly Emperors added together still weren't a match for Lin Feng. Thus, the Heavenly Emperor didn't want to argue with Lin Feng. He only sneered and didn't respond to Lin Feng. The Heavenly Emperor took the initiative to attack. 8 desolaces and 6 directions, sweep through the world. The Heavenly Emperor's cold voice resounded across the world. After the Heavenly Emperor used this ability, the world was filled with a suffocating pressure. Even someone as powerful as Lin Feng's group was deeply astonished. The Heavenly Emperor's battle prowess was truly unbelievable. Bai Suzhen, Wang Mingchuan, and the Black Tortoise Ancestor didn't dare to hold back at all. Bai Suzhen opened her mouth and an ancient sword flew out. This sword was called the White Serpent Sword, a supreme treasure that she had spent her entire life refining. Bai Suzhen turned into a rune and imprinted on the White Snake Sword. Bai Suzhen and the White Snake Sword had completely fused together. The might of the White Snake Sword had reached the pinnacle. With a light slash, the void shattered. With a light strike, the Milky Way world beyond the 9 heavens was about to collapse. This was the terrifying combat power of Bai Suzhen's human sword unity. Wang Mingchuan's body turned into a ray of destructive light. This ray of destructive light was like the first ray of destructive light formed at the beginning of the world. Its power was too terrifying, as if it could shatter billions of worlds. I'll borrow another 100 million years from the heavens. The Black Tortoise Ancestor roared. As his voice fell, his body began to turn younger. In the end, the Black Tortoise Ancestor turned from an old man into a strong middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator should be the Black Tortoise Ancestor when he was young. The Black Tortoise Ancestor's body also began to change. His body turned into a stone body. After turning into a stone body, the Black Tortoise Ancestor's battle prowess also reached the pinnacle. Lin Feng took the lead to control the 5 ancient weapons to attack the Heavenly Emperor. The other 3 also attacked the Heavenly Emperor. However, the Heavenly Emperor's 8 desolates and 6 directions was extremely terrifying. It actually sent Lin Feng's 5 magic treasures, Bai Suzhen, the Black Tortoise Ancestor, and Wang Mingchuan flying. Bai Suzhen and Wang Mingchuan were beaten back to their original forms. Lin Feng and the others' faces became extremely pale. Even with their peak battle prowess, it was difficult for them to fight against the Heavenly Emperor. This made their hearts feel extremely heavy. One had to know that at this moment, the Heavenly Emperor had not used his 33-layered heavens. If he used the power contained within the 33-layered heavens, the Heavenly Emperor's battle prowess would increase greatly. However, even without using the 33-layered heavens, the Heavenly Emperor still displayed a heaven-defying battle prowess. It was truly shocking. The Heavenly Emperor looked coldly at Lin Feng and the others. An ant is an ant. Even if it's a slightly stronger ant, he's still an ant. Now, I'll bestow death upon you. After saying this, the Heavenly Emperor quickly charged towards Lin Feng and the others. Fifth update, please subscribe to the original version. Old Steamed Bun was adjusting his condition. After adjusting his condition, the ancient dragonesque elephant art was still updating 5 times a day. Seeing how hard Old Steamed Bun worked, everyone should go and collect Old Steamed Bun's new book, Devouring the Heavens. After sensing the terrifying aura emitted from the Heavenly Emperor's body, Lin Feng and the others all turned pale with shock. The Heavenly Emperor was simply too terrifying. Right now, Lin Feng and the other 3 were extremely suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor. Against the Heavenly Emperor, the 4 of them were simply at a disadvantage. It was simply too difficult for them to defeat the Heavenly Emperor. The situation in front of them was extremely bad for Lin Feng and the other 3. However, at this moment, 2 cultivators walked over from afar. After seeing the 2 cultivators, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely pleasantly surprised expression. It was actually the Great Rock King and the Peacock King. Back then, when Lin Feng went to the Demon Clan's Holy Land, he had visited the Great Rock King and the Peacock King. At that time, the Great Rock King and the Peacock King had encountered many fortuitous encounters, and in addition to entering the world where time had reversed, they were envied by the people of the Demon Clan's Holy Land. As a result, they were ostracized, and in the end they chose to leave the Demon Clan's Holy Land. This was because they planned to go out and take a look. This way, they might be able to gain some inspiration and use this to increase their cultivation. Lin Feng had not seen them for a few years. He originally thought that they would definitely not appear in this battle, but he did not expect that they would actually rush back in time. The Little Pun King, Princess Shui Yao, the Little Princess, and the Fire Qilin were all very excited to see the arrival of the Great Demon King and the Peacock King. At this moment, they were fighting against the Heavenly Court's army in Sin City. Their strength was not enough to participate in the battle against the Heavenly Emperor. Fortunately, we're not too late. The Great Rock said. Lin Feng said with a smile, with the help of the 2 seniors, the 6 of us will definitely be able to defeat the Heavenly Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng also summoned the 2 heaven-shaking steels. Originally, Lin Feng wanted to bring out the 2 heaven-shaking steels at the most critical moment. After all, it was already very difficult for Lin Feng to control 5 ancient weapon-level treasures at the same time. The consumption of his body was too severe. If he used 2 more heaven-shaking steels, the consumption of his body would be too great. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long at all. His Fali would probably be exhausted, so Lin Feng didn't dare to use 2 heaven-shaking steels easily. But now, with the arrival of the Great Ping King and Peacock King, Lin Feng's battle prowess had reached its peak. Lin Feng could try to take out the sky-shaking steel and join forces with the Great Ping King and the others for a final battle. After Lin Feng took out the 2 sky-shaking steels, they immediately flew towards the Sky Emperor. Because the sky-shaking steels were one yin and one yang, the 2 sky-shaking steels had a special connection with each other. This connection formed the cycle of yin and yang. Therefore, the power of the 2 sky-shaking steels was quite terrifying. Under Lin Feng's control, the 2 sky-shaking steels rapidly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, they became 3,000 meters tall. The 2 sky-shaking steels seemed to be able to shake the void. They descended from the sky and enveloped the Sky Emperor, suppressing him. The Sky Emperor felt the terrifying pressure from the 2 sky-shaking steels, and his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. If he was suppressed, the situation would be very bad for him. The Sky Emperor naturally knew this very well. Facing the attack of the sky-shaking steels, the Sky Emperor didn't dare to be careless. Who can compete with me in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? The Sky Emperor's cold voice sounded. He once again used a powerful divine ability. After this divine ability was used, the Heavenly Emperor seemed to have become the strongest ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the billions of void worlds. Lin Feng's 2 sky-shaking steels were pushed up into the sky. At that moment, Lin Feng had already used 5 ancient weapons to attack the sky-shaking steels. The Great Ping King, the Peacock King, the Xuanwu Ancestor, Bai Suzhen, and Wang Mingchuan also attacked the sky-shaking steels. Each one of them used their own unique techniques. The Great Ping King had used the Great Ping Heaven Slashing technique. It was one of the most ancient magical techniques of the Great Ping race. It was rumored that an ancient expert of the Great Ping race had used this magical technique to kill an ancient Buddha. As for the Peacock King, he used the Peacock Treasured technique. After using the Peacock Treasured technique, the illusion of a peacock appeared behind the Peacock King. The illusion of a peacock was extremely fast. It was the first one to arrive next to the Sky Emperor. You really don't know the difference between life and death. So what if you have more people? Even if you have more people, you are still far from being able to contend against me. The Sky Emperor's voice was cold. As soon as his voice faded, the Sky Emperor slapped the illusion of a peacock. Bang, a violent collision sound was heard. The Sky Emperor and the illusion of a peacock fiercely collided. The illusion of a peacock was destroyed by the Sky Emperor, but the Sky Emperor was also sent flying. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Lin Feng and the others suddenly lit up. What a powerful attack! The Peacock King's current strength was absolutely unfathomable. In the past, the Peacock King and the Great Ping King were monstrous geniuses of the demon race. Later on, they entered the world of time reversal and came out of the world of time reversal. They had been cultivating bitterly for many years. All these years, they had been comprehending their own Tao. Therefore, their current cultivation was extremely terrifying. After the Sky Emperor was sent flying, the attacks of Lin Feng and the others came one after another. The 2 sky-shaking steels that were sent flying by the Sky Emperor also fell from the sky and attacked the sky-shaking steels. The Sky Emperor's face was extremely unsightly. Facing the attacks of the crowd, the Sky Emperor's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth once again. The monarch descends to the world, invincible in the world. After the Sky Emperor's voice faded, an unimaginably terrifying pressure gushed out of his body. This pressure. In an instant, the void shattered. An invisible force fiercely bombarded the magical treasures and the bodies of Lin Feng and the others. The sounds of violent collisions rang out one after another. The magical treasures were sent flying one after another. Lin Feng and the others were also sent flying by the invisible force. Their faces were all pale. But at that moment, the Great Ping King's body suddenly turned into a golden light. The golden light pierced through the shattered void and arrived in front of the Sky Emperor in an instant. Then, it slashed towards the Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor's expression changed slightly. He wanted to dodge the attack quickly, but he didn't manage to dodge it completely. Pooh! A tearing sound suddenly rang out. The Sky Emperor's vigorous force was torn apart. The Sky Emperor's head was almost chopped off. Blood spurted out, but at the critical moment, the Sky Emperor dodged the killing blow. He slapped the golden light that the Great Ping transformed into. The golden light that the Great Ping transformed into was beaten back to its original form. The Great Ping was also sent flying by the Sky Emperor's palm. The Great Ping King's face turned pale after receiving the terrifying attack from Heaven Emperor. Clearly, the attack had affected him quite a bit, but Heaven Emperor's injuries were even more severe. Half of Tiandi's head had been cut off. Unfortunately, King Zhangpeng hadn't managed to cut off Tiandi's head completely. If he had been able to cut off Tiandi's head, Lin Feng and the others would have been able to benefit from it. No matter how strong Heaven Emperor's cultivation was, as long as his head was separated from his body, his battle prowess would greatly decrease. However, there were no ifs in this world. What didn't happen, so there was no point in regretting it. The Sky Emperor couldn't even remember the last time he had suffered such a serious injury. Therefore, the Sky Emperor's face was extremely gloomy and his eyes were bursting with killing intent. Good. I didn't think that the demon race would have such powerful characters like you. In the past, I actually paid attention to you all. You're all demon cultivators from 9 continents world. One of you has some connections with me, but I didn't expect you to grow so quickly. Heaven Emperor was talking about the Peacock King because half of the White Peacock's blood flowed in his body. The White Peacock was one of the royal bloodlines of the Peacock race. The Peacock King's family was also one of the royal bloodlines of the peacock race. Even though the Peacock King wasn't born in the white peacock race, there were only a few branches of the peacock race. Of course, there was a certain bloodline connection, but after countless years, there wasn't much of a relationship between the two races. Lin Feng sneered. The cultivators of 9 continents are always able to create many unimaginable things. With your experience, you should have expected this, but you were still careless. Do you know why? The main reason is that you're too conceited. You underestimated all the cultivators in the world. Tiandi, as the master of the undying world, you should be protecting the peace of the undying world, not doing things that would harm the undying world. Today, we'll kill you and avenge those innocent lives. After his voice fell, Lin Feng's group of 6 launched another attack on the Heavenly Emperor. Although the Sky Emperor's head wasn't chopped off, it was still a very serious injury for him. Therefore, the Sky Emperor knew that he couldn't be as careless as before when facing Lin Feng's group. When Lin Feng and the other 5 joined forces, they were indeed able to create some terrifying killing intent that could even threaten his life. When the Sky Emperor saw Lin Feng and the other 5 charging towards him again, he said coldly, "Today, I'll let you experience the power of the 33 layers of heaven." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory image of the 33 levels of heaven appeared behind the Sky Emperor. Each of the illusory images represented a world. The 33-layered heavens were very special. The 33-layered heavens belonged to the world, but it also belonged to the treasure. The Celestial Emperor was the creator of the world, and also the owner of the treasure. When the 33-layered heavens were successfully forged, the world would also be forged. This new world would give birth to new life, new races, and they would be able to continue to multiply and live. Now, it could be clearly seen that only the 32 levels of heaven had been successfully forged. The 33 levels of heaven was still in chaos, so it could be said that the 33 levels of heaven hadn't been forged yet. If the Sky Emperor wanted to forge the 33 levels of heaven, he would need to find something like the Jianmu tree to guard the 33 levels of heaven and earth. Only then would he be able to forge a perfect 33 levels of heaven. However, the last step was often the most difficult step. It wasn't something that the Sky Emperor could complete even if he wanted to. But even if the 33 levels of heaven weren't completely forged, it was still unimaginably terrifying. After the Sky Emperor summoned the 33 levels of heaven, the faces of Lin Feng and the others became incomparably dignified. They felt that something was wrong. The 6 of them sped up and rushed towards the Sky Emperor. But at this time, the Sky Emperor coldly shouted, "Break for me." After the Sky Emperor's voice fell, an invisible force surged out and bombarded Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others were once again sent flying by the invisible force. The 6 of them vomited blood. This was because the invisible force was too terrifying. This was the power of the 33 levels of heaven. The Sky Emperor borrowed the power of the 33 levels of heaven, and his fighting strength had reached the peak of the realm. Lin Feng and the others were no longer on the same level as the Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor's fighting strength had far surpassed Lin Feng and the others. The Sky Emperor was almost an invincible figure in the Saint Realm. Only an existence that surpassed the Saint Realm could suppress the Sky Emperor. It was too difficult for others to suppress the Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor was naturally very satisfied with his method. When he saw Lin Feng and the others vomiting blood and being sent flying, a sneer appeared on his face. "Do you feel the difference in strength between us? Right now, you are basically no different from ants in front of me." The Sky Emperor's words were incomparably arrogant, but they couldn't refute him because the Sky Emperor was indeed too terrifying. However, it wasn't that Lin Feng didn't have any other methods because Lin Feng hadn't used his trump card yet. Lin Feng's trump card was the combination of the 6 of them and the sky-shaking stone steel. If Lin Feng activated the sky-shaking stone steel alone, it was impossible for him to display the full power of the ancient weapons and the sky-shaking stone steel. After all, Lin Feng's energy was limited, and it was very difficult to activate the sky-shaking stone steel. If Lin Feng activated only one of them, it would be much easier. Lin Feng had a total of 6 people, and Lin Feng had 5 ancient weapons and 2 sky-shaking stone steels. The sky-shaking stone steels were used by the Great Peking and the others. If Lin Feng activated the 2 sky-shaking stone steels, everyone would be able to divide the work and display the full power of the ancient weapons. This was Lin Feng's plan, and it was also his last resort. Lin Feng said, "Everyone. I have 5 ancient weapons here, one for each of you, and I will activate the sky-shaking stone steel. The 6 of us will activate the sky-shaking stone steel together and fight the Sky Emperor to the death. Okay, we'll use these ancient weapons and the Heaven Suppression Steel to deal with the Heavenly Emperor." The Great Ping King's group shouted as well. The ancient weapons around Lin Feng quickly flew towards the Great Ping King's group. The Heaven-Splitting Axe flew towards Wang Mingchuan, the Epic War Spear towards the Peacock King, the Ancient Demon Weapon towards the Great Ping King, the Ancient Slaughter Weapon towards Bai Suzhen, and the Ancient Devil Weapon towards the Black Tortoise Ancestor. In this way, each of them had a supreme treasure of the ancient weapon level while Lin Feng controlled 2 steels. In fact, Lin Feng himself had experience controlling the steels because Lin Feng had killed dozens of otherworldly existences back in the Starry Sky world. At that time, Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't as strong as it was now, yet he could control the steels to kill so many otherworldly existences, let alone now. Back then, there was another reason why Lin Feng had been able to use the strength of the Sky-Shaking Stone Tablet. The Sky-Shaking Stone Tablet contained the blood of Lin Feng's ancestor. Lin Feng had used his ancestor's blood to activate the Sky-Shaking Stone Tablet. But Lin Feng was convinced that if he used his full strength to activate the stone tablet, he wouldn't need to rely on anything else, he could rely on his own strength to activate the stone tablet's power. Lin Feng shouted, "Yin-Yang Fusion." After Lin Feng's command, the 2 steels fused together to form a dual yin and yang steel. Lin Feng smiled after seeing the 2 steels fused together. This was the first time the steel was fusing yin and yang after being completely repaired. Lin Feng flew over and placed the steel on his shoulder. It was just like when Lin Feng killed the otherworldly existences back then. So what if the otherworldly existences were powerful? They were still killed. The current situation didn't seem to be any different from back then. The Heaven Emperor was very powerful, but Lin Feng had the steel. Lin Feng was confident that he could kill the Heaven Emperor. If he didn't have confidence in himself, then there was no need to continue this battle. Lin Feng carried the steel and walked forward step by step. The Heaven Emperor borrowed the power of the 33-layered heavens to display a terrifying fighting strength. That invisible force spread out and erupted with an incomparably powerful might. However, when Lin Feng carried the steel, that invisible force was actually dispersed. That invisible force not only couldn't affect Lin Feng, but it also couldn't affect the Great Ping King and the others. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the Heaven Emperor. The Heaven Emperor's expression turned gloomy. The Heaven Emperor slammed his palm towards the steel. Along with a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and the steel were both sent flying. However, at this time, the Great Ping King and the others rushed over with their ancient weapons. They fused with their ancient weapons and the might of the ancient weapons erupted. When experts of their level activated their ancient weapons, even if they couldn't display 100% of the ancient weapon's power, they could at least display a large part of the ancient weapon's power. In addition to their cultivation base, the power of the ancient weapons, and their strength, their fighting strength would be incomparably terrifying. Therefore, when the Great Ping King and the others rushed to the Heaven Emperor's side, the Heaven Emperor didn't dare to be careless. The 33-layered heavens behind the Heaven Emperor floated above the Heaven Emperor. Strands of world energy fell down and formed a huge light shield. That light shield had an extraordinary defensive power. When the Great Ping King and the others attacked the Heaven Emperor with their ancient weapons, their attacks were actually blocked by the light shield. The Heaven Emperor, on the other hand, sent out 5 palm strikes across the void. The 5 palm strikes ruthlessly bombarded the Great Ping King and the others. Each palm strike seemed capable of shattering the universe. The 5 Great Ping Kings were sent flying. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. It was unknown how many of their bones were broken. Each of them coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Their injuries were more serious than before. "Kill!" Lin Feng roared. He once again charged towards the Heaven Emperor with the steel. "Kill!" The 5 Great Ping Kings also roared. They also charged towards the Heaven Emperor. Lin Feng raised the stone tablet and flew towards the 33rd group of the celestial layer. Now, Lin Feng was extremely important. If Lin Feng could break Tiandi's 33 groups of celestial emperors, then Tiandi wouldn't be able to use the strength of the 33 groups of celestial emperors. The defensive light shield of the 33 layered heavens would also be unable to continue protecting the Heaven Emperor. At that time, he would have to face the attacks of the 5 great Pin Kings and the 5 ancient weapons. Such a situation would be extremely bad for the Heaven Emperor. The 33 layered heavens of the Heaven Emperor was also completely activated. The 33 layered heavens slightly collapsed. That kind of power was really terrifying. When rushing towards the Heaven Emperor, Lin Feng and the others suffered extremely serious injuries. Lin Feng's body was so strong, but Lin Feng felt that his bones were all broken by that invisible power. Lin Feng hurriedly operated the immortal bloodline body to heal his injuries. But before he could heal his injuries, his body suffered another serious injury. Numerous cracks appeared on Lin Feng's body. It was as if his body would collapse at any time, but Lin Feng gritted his teeth and persevered. The situation of the great Pin Kings and the others was also extremely bad. Their bodies were the same as Lin Feng's. Everyone was on the verge of collapsing. If the Heaven Emperor's power was stronger, Lin Feng and the others' bodies would completely collapse. I will send you to the Western Paradise. The Heaven Emperor looked coldly at Lin Feng and the others. At this time, the Heaven Emperor began to communicate with the Undying World. He wanted to borrow the power of the Undying World to launch the final attack on Lin Feng and the others. Now, Lin Feng and the others had reached their limit. They couldn't bear any more power. If the Heaven Emperor borrowed the power of the Undying World to attack them, Lin Feng and the others knew that they absolutely couldn't resist the terrifying attack of the Heaven Emperor. But at this time, they simply couldn't retreat. If they retreated, they would die even faster. They still gritted their teeth and rushed towards the Heaven Emperor. But it was too late. The Heaven Emperor began to borrow the power of the Undying World. Lin Feng and the others could clearly feel the power of the Undying World madly rushing towards the Heaven Emperor. We're doomed. Lin Feng's face turned deathly pale. The situation in front of him was too hopeless. There was nothing he could do to get out of this predicament. The great Pin King and the others were in despair. The Heavenly Emperor's power was beyond their imagination. Now that they were about to die in his hands, they couldn't help but feel sorrowful. However, just as the Undying World's power was about to enter the Heavenly Emperor's body, the power of the Undying World quickly returned to the world's origin. The Heavenly Emperor didn't succeed in borrowing the power of the Undying World. After realizing this, Lin Feng and the others were pleasantly surprised. Ha 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 ha, Lin Feng laughed and said, Heavenly Emperor, back then when you devoured the origin of the Undying World, you almost destroyed it. It seems like the spirit of the Undying World is disloyal to you. That's why you can't even borrow the power of the Undying World now. The great Pin King and the others were also pleasantly surprised. They originally thought that they would definitely die under the Heavenly Emperor's attack. They didn't expect that the spirit of the Undying World would betray the Heavenly Emperor at the most critical moment. In fact, this kind of thing was already foreshadowed. Previously, due to the Heavenly Emperor's actions, he couldn't completely borrow the power of the Undying World. He could only borrow a part of it. Why did this happen? It was mainly because the spirit of the Undying World resisted the Heavenly Emperor. Therefore, when the spirit of the Undying World resisted the Heavenly Emperor couldn't borrow too much of the Undying World's power. At this moment, the spirit of the Undying World must have sensed the peak battle between Lin Feng and the Heavenly Emperor. Because the Heavenly Emperor was the master of the Undying World in name, the spirit of the Undying World should be loyal to the Heavenly Emperor. This was also one of the reasons why the Heavenly Emperor looked down on everyone. However, the Heavenly Emperor didn't expect the spirit of the Undying World to betray him. The morale of Lin Feng and the others was greatly boosted. An extremely powerful force erupted from their bodies. A person is most afraid of not seeing hope. If one can't see hope, then one's life will be extremely miserable. But if one can see hope, then one's life will be full of strength. Hope can give people endless strength. When we are tired, when we can't hold on, if there is hope, then we can burst out with strength that even we can't imagine. At this time, the power that erupted from Lin Feng and the others was the power of hope. The power of hope helped them quickly reach the Sky Emperor. Lin Feng carried the heaven-shaking steel and fiercely slammed into the 33rd layer of heaven. Bang! Along with the violent collision, the steel collided with the Celestial Emperor's 33 levels of heaven. The 33rd layer of heaven was almost sent flying. The Sky Emperor's face became incomparably gloomy. He slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm directly blasted onto Lin Feng's body. Half of Lin Feng's body directly exploded, but Lin Feng didn't retreat at all. He roared and continued to carry the heaven-shaking steel towards the 33rd layer of heaven. Bang! Along with the sound of the second violent collision, there was a loud sound. Lin Feng collided with the 33rd layer of heaven again. This time, the 33rd layer of heaven was almost sent flying by Lin Feng's heaven-shaking steel. Go to hell! The Sky Emperor roared and once again slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. This palm was even more terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't hold on anymore. After receiving this terrifying palm, Lin Feng's body directly exploded. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Great Rock King and the others turned red. Was Lin Feng dead? Countless cultivators in the Sin City also had their eyes wide open. Had the Lord of the Sin Domain fallen? Lin Feng's women let out heart-wrenching cries. Was the man they loved dead? The Sky Emperor's face revealed an incomparably cold expression. As long as Lin Feng died, no one would be able to do anything to him. But at this moment, Lin Feng actually appeared again. Lin Feng's undying bloodline revived him. Seeing Lin Feng appear, the Sky Emperor revealed an expression of disbelief. Lin Feng laughed out loud and said, I am an undying and indestructible existence. No one can kill me. The Sin Domain's cultivator army erupted into earth-shaking cheers. Was there anything that could raise their morale more than this? He was clearly dead, but he was actually revived. This was a huge blow to the enemy's morale, and it was also a huge blow to the Sky Emperor. While the Sky Emperor was in a daze, Lin Feng carried the heaven-shaking stone tablet and slammed it towards the 33rd heaven for the third time. Lin Feng's heaven-shaking stone tablet fiercely slammed into the 33rd heaven. Bang! Following the violent collision, this time, the 33rd heaven was unable to withstand the impact of the heaven-shaking stone tablet. The 33rd heaven was directly sent flying by Lin Feng's heaven-shaking stone tablet. From the depths, the stone scripture quickly flew out. Lin Feng used the stone scriptures to release an endless amount of talismans. He sealed the 33rd layer of the celestial world. The Great Ping King and the others seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the Sky Emperor with ancient weapon-grade treasures. Without the protection of the 33rd heaven, the Sky Emperor could only use other defensive treasures to block the attacks of the five people. The Sky Emperor took out a glazed pagoda, which floated above him and poured down billions of rays of saint light. This was to block the attacks of the Great Ping King and the others. However, the Great Ping King and the others were using ancient weapon-grade treasures. How terrifying were 5 ancient weapons! Even if the Sky Emperor used an ancient weapon, it would be difficult for him to fight against 5 people. Moreover, ancient weapon-grade treasures did not have any defensive treasures. The Sky Emperor only took out a top-grade sacred weapon-grade defensive treasure. Therefore, the Great Ping King and the others instantly destroyed the defensive restrictions of the treasure, and then the ancient weapons in their hands bombarded the Sky Emperor's body. Bang! The Sky Emperor's body directly exploded. Flesh and blood are born, I am immortal and indestructible. The Sky Emperor's angry voice came from the blood mist. Although his body exploded, the Sky Emperor did not die just like that. He still wanted to fight one last time. His flesh and blood were rapidly regenerating. He wanted to condense a new body. However, the Great Ping King and the others did not give the Sky Emperor a chance to revive. The 5 of them unleashed a destructive energy. The terrifying energy instantly drowned the blood mist formed by the Sky Emperor. The blood mist, including the Sky Emperor's soul in the blood mist, was instantly destroyed. The Sky Emperor had dominated the world for hundreds of millions of years. Now, just like that, he was killed by Lin Feng and the others. He's dead. Tiandi is dead. Run. Hurry up and run. Even Tiandi is dead. If we don't run now, we'll all die. Seeing that the Heavenly Emperor was killed, the Heavenly Court's cultivator army immediately panicked. Although the Heavenly Court's cultivator army was still very strong, after losing their commander, they were like a plate of loose sand. They couldn't withstand a single blow. The Heavenly Court's cultivator army was no longer a threat to the Sin Realm's cultivator army. A large number of Heavenly Court's army quickly fled. When Lin Feng saw the Heavenly Court's cultivators running away, he smiled icily and shouted, "Chase them! Kill them all! Don't leave a single one alive." There was no need to sympathize with the enemy in such a big battle. How many people had died in Sin Realm? Blood debts needed to be repaid with blood. The morale of the Sin Realm's cultivator army was greatly boosted as they chased after Shou Jijun. Although the Heavenly Court's cultivator army was very strong, they didn't have the courage to fight due to their desperate escape. Therefore, they couldn't display their strength at all. In the process of fleeing, a large number of Heavenly Court's cultivators were killed. When the spies in the distance saw the situation, they were shocked. Tiandi was actually killed. It was really inconceivable, no one had expected such a thing to happen. Although everyone had hoped for Sin Domain to obtain the final victory, when Sin Domain actually obtained the final victory, it still gave them a feeling of being in a dream. Soon, the spies came back to their senses. "Hurry up and send the news back," the spies said anxiously. The influential groups behind them were still waiting for the result of the battle. Of course, Lin Feng knew what they wanted to do. They obviously wanted a piece of the pie. However, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to those spies. After all, when Tiandi the Celestial Emperor had destroyed those spies had fought against the Celestial Court's army. The Celestial Court's army had lost a lot of strength. Otherwise, the Heavenly Court's army would have been even stronger. It would have been even harder to deal with. That's why Lin Feng didn't care when he saw the spies return. If the factions behind them could go back and reclaim their lost territory, then so be it. However, Heavenly Court couldn't be touched by them. If they knew what was good for them, they should know that they didn't have the right to occupy Heavenly Court. Lin Feng put away Tiandi's 33 layers of skies. It was now ownerless. Tiandi had spent his entire life forging it, and now it was Lin Feng's treasure. Lin Feng wanted to find an opportunity to refine the 33 groups of clouds. If he could refine the 33 groups of clouds, he would gain a lot of benefits. In the future, if Lin Feng could refine it, Lin Feng would be equivalent to a creator. Lin Feng's cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. After killing Tiandi, the Great Ping King and the others returned their ancient weapons to Lin Feng. The Great Ping King and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. Killing Tiandi had been too dangerous. Thinking about it now, they still felt a lingering fear. Bai Suzhen directly flew into the distance. Although she had cooperated with Lin Feng, in her heart, she still didn't consider him a friend. Her main goal was to kill Tiandi to take revenge. Since Tiandi was already dead, there was no need for her to stay here. Seeing Bai Suzhen fly away, Lin Feng shouted, "Bai Suzhen, why don't you stay in Sin City?" "Not interested," Bai Suzhen coldly said. The white snake flew out from Sin City and met up with Bai Suzhen. Then, they quickly left. The Black Tortoise ancestor said, "Tiandi is finally dead. The matter of the Undying Realm should be over for now. I'm planning to leave." Lin Feng said, "Ancestor, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? It won't be too late to leave after you've recovered." The Black Tortoise ancestor said, "My injuries can slowly recover on the way, but there's something I must do. I can't delay it any longer, so I have to leave now." Hearing this, Lin Feng could only nod. He couldn't stop the Black Tortoise ancestor. Lin Feng said, "Ancestor, I wish you a safe journey." "Alright, if fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future," the Black Tortoise ancestor said. He didn't stay and quickly left. Only Wang Mingchuan, the Great Ping King, and the Peacock King were still here. Of course, the Great Ping King and the Peacock King wouldn't leave because their descendants were still here. Of course, after a period of time, they might leave because they needed to find more opportunities to improve their cultivation. They weren't the kind of people who were willing to be ordinary. As for Lin Feng's ancestor, Wang Mingchuan, he probably wouldn't leave for the time being. Lin Feng and the others returned to the capital of Sin. Following that, all sorts of news spread. The news of the Heavenly Emperor's death spread not only in the Undying Realm, but also in the myriad worlds. Even the lords of the 33 heavens received the news. When they heard this, the heavenly Lord Palace fell into a deathly silence. In fact, the lords of the 33 heavens didn't want the heavenly emperor to be able to create the 33 layered heavens. They didn't want the heavenly emperor to be on the same level as them. They didn't want the heavenly emperor to be above them in the future. Of course, they wanted the heavenly emperor to be killed. However, when the heavenly emperor was killed, they had a different feeling. If even the heavenly emperor was killed, didn't that mean that the people who killed the heavenly emperor would be a great threat to them in the future? Heroes are created by the times, one of the lords said. That's right. When chaos comes, heroes will appear in large numbers. The waves behind will replace the waves in front. If the waves in front die on the beach, we will belong to the waves in front. Do you all want to die on the beach? Another heaven master said. Everyone naturally knew what the heavenly lord was trying to express. The lords of the 33 heavens had killed people who were about to rise up countless times, including when they dealt with the Red World Fairy. This time, Tiandi the celestial emperor had been killed. The leaders of the 33 skies wanted to kill Lin Feng and the others. They didn't want to see Lin Feng and the others rise up at the end of the new era. If Lin Feng and the others rose up, they would be a great threat to the lords of the 33 heavens. What do you plan to do? One of the lords asked. We can't leave the heavenly realm now. Since we can't do it ourselves, let's send our people. Let the 36 heavenly generals of the heavenly Lord Palace go and kill them. One of the lords said. Okay. Soon, the lords of the 33 heavens came to an agreement. Did everyone collect Old Mantu's new book, Devour the Heavens? Please collect it. Lin Feng did not know that the master of the 33 heavens had sent people to deal with him. Right now, Lin Feng was thinking about taking over the heavenly court. If he could take over the heavenly court, he would become the master of the undying realm in name. Moreover, only the person overseeing the heavenly court would be recognized by the undying realm spirit. Lin Feng organized the troops and led the cultivator army to the heavenly court. By the time Lin Feng and the others arrived at the heavenly court, the place had already been sealed off. When he saw the army sealing off the heavenly court, Lin Feng's face could not help but sink. Who would dare to seal off the heavenly court? Lin Feng sent Du Zhu over to inquire. Soon, Du Zhu flew back. Lin Feng asked, who sealed off the heavenly court? Du Zhu replied, it's the 9 island masters of the overseas world and the 3 Yao gods of the devil race. They joined forces to seal off the heavenly court. The overseas world was bigger than the inland world, but the population of the overseas world could not be compared to the inland world. Many places in the overseas world were more mysterious and dangerous. There were many peak experts in the overseas world, but Lin Feng was not familiar with them. As for the 9 island masters of the overseas world, Lin Feng had never even heard of them before. Lin Feng had been a little worried that some snobbish people would come to take over the heavenly court. He had not expected that someone would really come and take over the heavenly court. The cultivators of the overseas world were clearly very strong, and there were also the 3 Yao gods of the devil race. Naturally, they had nothing to fear. Lin Feng did not have a good impression of the 3 Yao gods. Back then, their descendants had made things difficult for the Great Ping King, the Peacock King, and the others. The 3 Yao gods had not dealt with this matter impartially and had always been biased towards their descendants. This had caused the Great Ping King, the Peacock King, and the others to break off relations with the devil race in the undying realm. The Great Ping King and the Great Ping King had fought a peak battle. After defeating the Great Rock Demon God, these people left with the Great Rock King, Peacock King, and the others. Now, these people actually came out to stir up trouble, which made Lin Feng extremely angry. The Great Ping King said, the 9 island masters aren't simple people. They're strong cultivators from the immemorial era. They've been cultivating in seclusion for many years. Some of them have been cultivating in the world of time reversal. When the Peacock King and I went there, we met some of them. These people's strength is unfathomable. Now that they know that the epic is about to be destroyed, they should have come out of the world of time reversal and want to seize the great fortune of the world at the end of the epic. If they can seize these fortunes, they'll definitely be able to defy the world and become a fish leaping through the dragon gate. They might even be able to transcend. However, as a half-supreme world, the Undying Realm is really extraordinary. Although the origin of the Undying Realm has been severely damaged, the remaining world origin is still very important for cultivators. Moreover, the spirits of the Undying Realm know many secrets. If they can communicate with the spirits and find out many secrets from them, it'll be very important for cultivators. Therefore, they definitely want to occupy the Heavenly Court and monopolize the world origin of the Undying Realm, as well as many other secrets. Lin Feng sneered and said in a cold voice, "When we fought the Heavenly Court's army to the death, where were these people? Why didn't they participate in the battle?" I won't say much about the cultivators who fled back then. They returned to the inland worlds to reclaim their lost lands because they suffered heavy losses in the battle against the Heavenly Court's army. It's only natural for them to reclaim their lost lands. I also hope that they can rest and recuperate, so that they can play a role in the final decisive battle with the Mastermind's world. But these cultivators from the overseas world, the so-called Nine Island Masters, what are they? They've been recuperating in the outside world and watching us fight to the death with the Heavenly Court's army. When the final battle ended, they led their army out and wanted to occupy the Heavenly Court. They're really naive. This matter made Lin Feng very angry. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? "Duzu," Lin Feng said in a deep voice. "Yes, young master." Duzu hurriedly replied. "Go and tell the Nine Island Masters and the 3 demon gods to withdraw from the Heavenly Court within 2 hours. If they don't, kill them without mercy." Lin Feng said coldly. "Yes, young master." After receiving Lin Feng's order, Duzu quickly flew towards the other side. Duzu said in a deep voice, "My master, Lin Feng, led the army of the sinners to defeat the Heavenly Court's army and killed the Celestial Emperor. Now, he's the master of the Undying World. You cultivators from the outside world, as well as the demon race, should serve my master, Lin Feng, as the master of the Undying World and not occupy the Heavenly Court. My master, Lin Feng, has already given the order to withdraw from the Heavenly Court within 2 hours. If you don't listen, don't blame us for killing you all." As soon as Duzu finished speaking, laughter came from the Heavenly Court. It was filled with disdain and contempt. Then, a group of people flew out. These people all had powerful qi and terrifying cultivation bases. Lin Feng recognized 3 of them. They were the 3 demon gods of the demon race. Lin Feng didn't recognize the other group, but 9 of them were unfathomable. They were probably the 9 Island Masters. No wonder they dared to come and occupy the Heavenly Court. So many strong cultivators working together couldn't be underestimated. They obviously knew that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, after joining forces, they had the advantage in numbers and strength. Naturally, they didn't need to fear Lin Feng. If they really wanted to fight, they would have more confidence in dealing with the army of the sinners. The army of the sinners had just gone through a great battle and needed time to recuperate. These people had grasped Lin Feng's mentality. That was why they were so unbridled. It had to be said that these people's wishful thinking was extremely good. "I'm the island master of the Sun Moon Horizon, Old Man Horizon. I've heard a lot about you, young Master Lin." At that moment, a white-haired old man cupped his fists and smiled. He had a smile on his face, but his face was extremely repulsive. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a person who hid daggers behind his smiles. Lin Feng hated dealing with people who hid daggers behind their smiles. He liked dealing with people who were straightforward and didn't have many tricks up their sleeves. Lin Feng looked at old man Xianxia coldly and said, "I don't have time to chat with you. Let me ask you, why are you occupying the Heavenly Court? Do you want to become enemies with Sin Realm?" Old man Xianxia was the representative of these people. He smiled and said, "Leader Lin, you misunderstand. We don't want to become enemies with Sin Realm. However, the Undying World doesn't have a ruler now. Naturally, whoever has the ability can occupy it. We're quite strong. Now that we've occupied the Heavenly Court, we want to rule the Undying World." Even though old man Xianxia said that he didn't want to become enemies with Sin Realm, how could they not become enemies with Sin Realm if they wanted to occupy the Heavenly Court? These people thought that they were very powerful, so naturally, they could do things their own way, and they didn't need to be afraid of so much. Even though they didn't directly shed all pretense of cordiality, it wasn't any different. After hearing old man Xianxia's words, Lin Feng looked furious. These people were really infuriating. Lin Feng naturally didn't mind dealing with them. Even though Lin Feng had lost 2 top-notch cultivators, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of these people. He absolutely wouldn't give up the heavenly court. At that moment, a person flew over from the distance. After seeing that person, Lin Feng was astonished. It was the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng hadn't thought that the Red World Fairy would come over at this time. Before the war, Lin Feng had looked for the Red World Fairy. However, he hadn't been able to find her. Lin Feng guessed that at that time, the Red World Fairy was probably still in the time reversal world. The Red World Fairy also saw Lin Feng. She flew over to Lin Feng and said, "I thought that it would take some time before the war with Heaven Palace. I didn't think that it would be brought forward. When I came out, the war was already over. It seems that the result wasn't bad." It seemed that the Red World Fairy also wanted to participate in the war. Lin Feng was happy because the Red World Fairy used to be an otherworldly fairy. Now, she was becoming more and more like a normal person. The Red World Fairy must have known that he would inevitably have a decisive battle with Tiandi, so she wanted to help him. This was a great sign that their relationship had improved. Although the Red World Fairy hadn't been able to participate in the war because she had come out late from the time reversal world, Lin Feng was very happy that the Red World Fairy had such thoughts. The Red World Fairy then looked at the 9 island masters, the 3 Yao gods, and the others and said, "These people aren't your people. What are they doing here?" Lin Feng sneered. "A bunch of people who want to take advantage of the situation." Just how extraordinary was the Red World Fairy. After hearing Lin Feng's words, she knew what these people were trying to do. This kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivation. The world of cultivation had always been this cruel. If one had the strength, they could naturally do such things. Even if they would be cursed, so what? In the face of benefits, being cursed was nothing. Benefits were the most important thing. As long as there were benefits, nothing else mattered. Hongchen Venerable understood this very well. Of course, the people in the overseas world also understood this very well. Therefore, the so-called infamy, loss of face, and other things didn't affect them much at all. They didn't care about it at all. At that moment, a somewhat trembling voice was heard. "It's her." The person who said this was also one of the 9 island masters. He was the island master of Sacred Fire Island. His strength was very terrifying. Among the 9 island masters, he could at least be ranked in the top 3. This island master was very important among the 9 island masters. In addition to the island master of Sacred Fire Island, several other island masters recognized the Red World Fairy. They had all been cultivating in the time reversal world for a very long time. Now that they recognized the Red World Fairy, their expressions became extremely ugly. "So it's you." The Red World Fairy also saw the island masters in the crowd. She immediately smiled coldly. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. The Red World Fairy and these island masters knew each other. Lin Feng hadn't thought of this before. Lin Feng asked, "Do you know these people?" Venerable Red Dust said, "I've met them before in the time reversal world." Sacred Fire Island said, "Today's matter was abrupt. We apologize to you. We will leave now." After hearing what the island master of Sacred Fire Island said, several other island masters who didn't know the Red World Fairy looked extremely surprised. The island master of Sacred Fire Island was an extremely hot-tempered person. He had always been very strong-willed, and he rarely submitted to anyone. However, after seeing the Red World Fairy, he was so frightened that he didn't even have any intention of attacking her. This made the other island masters feel that it was inconceivable. However, the island masters who had experienced what had happened before also looked like they wanted nothing more than to leave immediately. As for the 3 dire beast gods, they also had expressions of disbelief. They didn't know the Red World Fairy. They found it hard to understand why the island master of Sacred Fire Island would be so frightened. This human female cultivator didn't look very old. Was she so strong that the island master of Sacred Fire Island and the others were so afraid of her? The 3 dire beast gods were quite familiar with the island master of Sacred Fire Island. They naturally knew what kind of person he was and what kind of person he was. Since he was so afraid of this woman, it was enough to show how terrifying she was. Lin Feng sneered, "You want to leave now? Weren't you all very awesome before? Why are you all acting like cowards now?" Lin Feng's words were enough to infuriate them to death. The island masters and the three dire beast gods' expressions became extremely ugly. However, they didn't dare to refute Lin Feng because the Red World Fairy was here. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, contribute an immortal scripture, and I'll let you leave." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the 9 island masters and the 3 dire beast gods' mouths twitched violently. Lin Feng's conditions were too harsh and too excessive. Right now, the 9 island masters and the 3 dire beast gods wanted nothing more than to slap Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a devilish smile. He said, "Don't you want to hand it over? If you don't hand it over, then we'll have no choice but to kill all of you." As the saying went, evil people needed to be dealt with by evil people. These people were unlucky to have met a devil like Lin Feng. After hearing Lin Feng's threat, their faces became extremely gloomy. Their fists were clenched together. It was too sullen. Experts like them had never been so sullen before. But now that they were bullied to this extent, they had no way to resist Lin Feng. Everyone was extremely depressed. But no matter how depressed they were, what could they do? They only had 2 choices now. One was to cooperate obediently and hand over the immortal scriptures to Lin Feng. But if they really handed it over, their hearts would bleed. This was because the immortal scriptures were too precious. Moreover, these immortal scriptures couldn't be handed over casually. If they handed over the immortal scriptures, it wouldn't be as simple as handing over the immortal scriptures. In fact, it was equivalent to handing over a part of one's luck. This would have an extremely great impact on oneself. Therefore, all kinds of inheritances couldn't be casually passed to others. This was related to some things related to luck. Luck was extremely mysterious. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it really existed. Therefore, of course, these experts were extremely unwilling to hand over the immortal scriptures. But what could they do? Could it be that they chose not to hand it over? If they chose not to hand it over, when the time came to fight, they really had no chance of winning. The main reason was that the Red World Fairy was too terrifying. At that time, the Fire Saint Island Lord and the others had once competed with the Red World Fairy for a great opportunity in the world where time had reversed. Other than the 2 of them, there was another group of experts. However, that great opportunity was actually obtained by the Red World Fairy. One had to know that the Red World Fairy was only one person, and she was so young. Logically speaking, no matter who obtained this opportunity, it couldn't have been the Red World Fairy. However, the Red World Fairy had defeated all the heroes in the world. So many of them had joined forces, but they still weren't a match for the Red World Fairy. This made them feel incredulous. How could there be such a heaven-defying person in the world? And they had met such a heaven-defying person. Back then, the Red World Fairy had already been so terrifying before she had obtained that great opportunity. Now, the Red World Fairy had definitely improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, if they really had to fight, they wouldn't dare to fight with the Red World's Fair. Said the Lord of Fire Saint Island gloomily. "Brat, you win." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a jade tube and threw it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng caught the jade tube in his hand and used his divine telekinesis to sense it. The corners of his mouth immediately curled up into a smile. It was indeed a complete immortal sutra. When the rest of the people saw that the Fire Saint Island Lord had submitted, they had no choice but to submit. Then, they all took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally had to be wary of these people. Therefore, he carefully checked every jade tube. When he found that there were no problems with the immortal sutras recorded in these jade tubes, he smiled. Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of a smile. He said, "Our cooperation this time was very pleasant. I hope that we'll have a chance to work together again next time." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the group of experts almost vomited blood. Was he still trying to extort them? Why didn't he just die? The group of people quickly led the cultivators under their command and left in a sorry state. Lin Feng made 3 copies of the Immortal Sutras. 1 copy was given to the Red World Fairy, 1 to the Great Pin King, and 1 to the Peacock King. Whether they cultivated or not was none of Lin Feng's business. In any case, Lin Feng had already given the immortal sutras to them. Lin Feng looked at the Red World Fairy and asked, "Did you come here to look for something?" The Red World Fairy nodded and said, "That's right. I need the Celestial Emperor's throne." "The Celestial Emperor's throne? What do you need it for?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The Celestial Emperor's throne was equivalent to the dragon throne in the secular world. It could be considered a magic treasure, and a magic treasure at that. However, a magic treasure of that level shouldn't be that attractive to the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy said, "I need to use the Celestial Emperor's throne to exchange for something with someone." The Red World Fairy didn't say much else. The Red World Fairy didn't say who she was going to exchange with or what she was going to exchange for. Since the Red World Fairy didn't say anything, she naturally had her reasons and thoughts. Lin Feng didn't ask, and the group flew towards the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court was huge, and it floated in the clouds. From afar, it was filled with jade palaces and immortal palaces. Immortal chi lingered in the air, and red-crowned cranes danced in the air. Originally, there were many fairies, immortal children, immortal slaves, celestial soldiers, celestial generals, and so on. Now, however, it was empty. After Lin Feng and the others had killed Tiandi the Celestial Emperor, the people there knew that the Celestial Court was done for. Therefore, they didn't dare stay in the Celestial Court. If they stayed in the Celestial Court, the other groups of influence would come and kill them. They weren't stupid, so they decided to run away. After Lin Feng and the others entered the Heavenly Court, they found that some of the more important places in the Heavenly Court were covered by powerful restrictions. Previously, the 9 Island Masters and the 3 Demon Gods were trying to break some of the restrictions. Some of the restrictions were broken, but most of them weren't. Lin Feng and the others arrived outside the Lingxiao Palace. The Lingxiao Palace was where the Celestial Emperor worked. Every once in a while, the celestial soldiers, celestial generals, and the important ministers of the Heavenly Court would come to the Lingxiao Palace to participate in the Morning Court. The Morning Court in the Lingxiao Palace wasn't much different from the Morning Court in the secular world. At this moment, the Lingxiao Palace was also enveloped by powerful restrictions. Previously, the 9 Island Masters and the 3 Demon Gods had tried to break the restrictions of the Lingxiao Palace. However, before they could break the restrictions of the Lingxiao Palace, Lin Feng and the others had already arrived. Therefore, they had no choice but to stop. After the group of people stopped, they went out to deal with Lin Feng and the others. However, the arrival of the Red World Fairy prevented the battle from erupting. Lin Feng said, "I'll bring everyone in." Although these restrictions were powerful, they were useless against Lin Feng. Lin Feng's stone scripture was unparalleled in the world. He could bring everyone freely through any restrictions. Lin Feng activated the stone scripture. The stone scripture emitted a powerful holy light that enveloped everyone. Then, Lin Feng led everyone through the restrictions and entered the Lingxiao Palace. The interior of the Lingxiao Palace was resplendent and majestic. In the interior of the Lingxiao Palace, there were a total of 9 huge pillars. Each pillar had a golden dragon hovering above it. However, they were not real golden dragons. They were golden dragons forged from magic treasures. What was shocking was that these golden dragons had long since developed spirituality. They coiled around the pillars, constantly moving about, emitting a powerful draconic aura. Of course, this level of draconic aura was nothing to experts at Lin Feng's level. In the depths of the Lingxiao Palace, there was a desk. It was the desk where the Celestial Emperor usually worked. Behind the desk was the Celestial Emperor's throne. Honored Immortal Red Dust put away the Heavenly Emperor's throne. The Red World Fairy then walked outside. Lin Feng asked, "Where do you plan to go next?" The Red World Fairy replied, "There are many places that I want to visit. For example, the Celestial Realm, the chaotic Xianhuang world, the Wasteland, and even the Otherworld. I want to see all of them." The Red World Fairy was a person with ambitions. Some of her thoughts were incomprehensible to ordinary people. Although she was a woman, she was more opinionated than men. Lin Feng knew that the Red World Fairy was also someone who could not stay idle. It was impossible for her to stay in one place for long. Lin Feng said, "I look forward to our next meeting." Honored immortal Hong Chen nodded his head and headed outside. After leaving the Lingxiao Palace, she flew into the distance. Lin Feng also walked out of the Lingxiao Palace. Long after the Red World Fairy had left, Lin Feng retracted his gaze and returned to the Lingxiao Palace. Du Zhu said, "Congratulations, young master. From now on, you will be the master of the undying world." The others also congratulated Lin Feng. "Congratulations, young master, on becoming the master of the undying world." Lin Feng smiled and said, "This time, I was able to defeat the Celestial Court's army and control the undead world. Thank you very much for your loyalty." "Don't worry, I won't mistreat you," said Lin Feng. "Many thanks, young master." The group of subordinates bowed to Lin Feng. Next, the Heavenly Court issued a decree: Lin Feng has become the new master of the Undying Realm. However, Lin Feng did not become the Celestial Emperor. Lin Feng did not like the title of Celestial Emperor. Furthermore, this was no longer the era of titled gods. Very quickly, the news of Lin Feng becoming the Undying World's Lord spread throughout the entire Undying World. Then, this news quickly spread to the outside world. At the same time, many forces in the Undying Realm were also encircling and annihilating the remnants of the Heavenly Emperor. For example, the Heavenly Emperor's younger brother, the Undying World's Realm Lord, and others. It was said that when the Undying World's World Overlord and the others were escaping to the Outer Realm, they were stopped by someone. The Undying World Overlord and the others were all killed. In addition, a few of the Heavenly Emperor's sons seemed to have been captured. Some of them were killed and some became captives. Lin Feng heard about this later, but he did not pay attention to this matter. In the following period of time, the Undying World seemed to be more turbulent. However, everything was still under Lin Feng's control. However, Lin Feng did not want to see the Undying World continue to be turbulent. Lin Feng hoped that all the influential groups would calm down. During this period of time, they had to become stronger as much as possible. They didn't want to fight against other people, because when the world-destroying war arrived, the undead world, the three highest worlds, and so on could all be destroyed. Surviving was the most important thing. As long as one could live, there would be no hope. If one died, there would be no hope. Therefore, the most important thing was to increase one's cultivation and not to fight for territory and satisfy one's desire for power. Lin Feng issued his first edict as the Lord of the Undying World. Lin Feng strictly ordered the various forces to prohibit private fights. If any force dared to engage in large-scale private fights with other forces, they would be severely punished. Now that Lin Feng was in power, the prestige of the Lord of the Undying World shook the Undying World. Naturally, the various forces did not dare to go against Lin Feng. After Lin Feng's order was issued, the Undying World quickly entered a period of peace. Even the 9 island masters and the 3 great demon gods knew that Lin Feng had become the Lord of the Undying World. They had lost their momentum and no longer had the intention to fight with Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent Du Zhu and the others to the 9 continents world to pick up Xianxia and the others. Because the journey was long, Lin Feng sent many experts to follow Du Zhu and the others. Lin Feng was also worried that his women would encounter danger on the way. It had been 100 years since they left the 9 continents world. In fact, Lin Feng also missed Xianxia and the others very much. He wondered how they were doing in the 9 continents world now. Lin Feng's women were all outstanding beauties. They were so beautiful that when they came over, he could sleep with them. Just thinking about it made him excited. Time passed very quickly. Lin Feng had been in seclusion all this time. He was comprehending the world source of the Undying World. Lin Feng was now the new Lord of the Undying World, so in theory, Lin Feng could sense the world source of the Undying World. He could even merge with the Undying World, but this was a relatively difficult thing. Because even Tiandi the Celestial Emperor had spent many years to fuse with the Immortal World. If Lin Feng wanted to fuse with the Immortal World, it would be extremely difficult. Besides, after what had happened to Tiandi the Celestial Emperor, the Immortal World was even more resistant to fusing with other people. After all, Tiandi the Celestial Emperor had almost destroyed the Immortal World. There was a saying that once bitten by a snake, twice shy. This saying was very reasonable. Lin Feng spent about 3 years to successfully communicate with the world source of the Undying World. Lin Feng came to a mysterious space. In this space, Lin Feng saw the world source of the undying world. Originally, the world source of the undying world was in the depths of the Earth's core. Back then, the Sky Emperor and the others had devoured the world source of the undying world. Fortunately, someone intervened and prevented the Sky Emperor and the others from completely devouring the world source of the undying world. Moreover, the various parties had no choice but to compromise and stop devouring the world source of the undying world. Moreover, they joined forces to seal the world source of the undying world in this mysterious space. This was to prevent others from devouring the world source of the undying world. However, these seals were basically useless to Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng had the stone scripture. He could easily break the seals. I knew that you would eventually find this place one day. Will you devour me like the Sky Emperor? A voice came from the world source of the undying world. Lin Feng guessed that this voice should be the voice of the undying world spirit. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to worry about this, I won't devour you." Is what you said true? But how can I believe you? Back then, the Heavenly Emperor also said that he wouldn't devour me, which was why I fused with the Heavenly Emperor. But later on, in order to increase his cultivation, the Heavenly Emperor destroyed my foundation and then devoured most of my origin. At that time, I almost died at the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. When the spirit said these words, it was clearly very wary of Lin Feng, because it had already been deceived by the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, being deceived this time was too harmful to the spirit, so it was very difficult for the spirit of the undying realm to trust others. Lin Feng could understand this point, and Lin Feng would not blame the spirit for not being able to trust others. No matter who it would be very difficult for them to trust others. Lin Feng said, "We will slowly get along, and you will know that I am completely different from the Heavenly Emperor." "I hope so," the spirit said. Lin Feng then left the space. In the following years, Lin Feng had been trying to communicate with the spirit. Perhaps the spirit of the undying realm also felt Lin Feng's sincerity, so the spirit's resistance towards Lin Feng became smaller and smaller. In these years, Lin Feng's cultivation had not increased slowly, but it was not too fast either. Lin Feng's cultivation had risen to the peak of the Tao Immortal realm, and now he was about to break through to the Gold Immortal realm. However, breaking through to the Gold Immortal realm was an extremely difficult matter, because transforming from the Tao Immortal realm to the Gold Immortal realm was equivalent to transforming into an immortal realm. This was a huge threshold that cultivators faced. Once they broke through, it would be a huge improvement for them. However, more than 95% of the cultivators who broke through to the Gold Immortal realm failed in the end. This showed how difficult it was to break through to the Gold Immortal realm. Lin Feng's accumulation was so powerful, it was even more difficult for him to break through. However, Lin Feng had already thought of a way, and that was if he could fuse with the undying realm, breaking through to the Gold Immortal realm would not be a problem at all. The key was that it was very difficult for Lin Feng to fuse with the undying realm right now, because the spirit was still very resistant to this matter. Even though it had become extremely familiar with Lin Feng over the years, it was still resistant to this matter. The spirit probably also knew that Lin Feng had reached a more critical period, so during this period of time, it had not communicated with Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed that the spirit might be thinking about whether to fuse with him. Lin Feng received a piece of news that made him extremely happy. Du Zhu and the others had returned. Lin Feng quickly went outside and saw ancient ships flying from afar. Those ancient ships stopped on the square outside the Lingxiao Palace. Many familiar faces came into Lin Feng's sight, such as Shangguan Yudi, Wan Wan, Morong Shui, Xiao Yufei, and so on. All of Lin Feng's confidants in the 9 continents had appeared. Lin Feng was a relatively romantic person, so these confidants added up to dozens of people. After seeing Lin Feng, they all showed an extremely excited expression. After being separated for so many years, everyone missed Lin Feng very much. And Lin Feng also did a very absurd thing, and that was, he really slept with these confidants. What was the meaning of only envy the monarch for not having morning court? Heroes find it hard to resist the charms of beauties. Lin Feng really had a deep understanding of this. Perhaps every man had a harem dream. Even heroes would fall into the infinite tenderness of beauties, and Lin Feng was no exception. During these years, Lin Feng had people inquire about the buried god Starfield. The main reason was that Lin Feng wanted to go to the buried god starfield to rescue his mother. However, Lin Feng still couldn't find a specific starry sky map. Without a map, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to reach that place. Regarding this matter, Lin Feng was quite anxious. Lin Feng couldn't wait to rescue his mother. Lin Feng really didn't want to see his mother suffer in that place. On this day, Ling took the initiative to communicate with Lin Feng. Lin Feng once again came to that space. After seeing Ling, Lin Feng was very happy. He felt that perhaps Ling had already made her choice. Ling said, "This year should be the 20th year since you became the Lord of the Undead Realm." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, this year is the 20th year since I became the Lord of the Undead Realm. 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye." Ling said, "It has indeed passed very quickly. During these 20 years, I discovered that the Undead Realm has become prosperous. Back then, before the Undead Realm was almost destroyed, although there weren't any large-scale battles, all kinds of conflicts, and killings were incessant. Whether it was the inland world or the outer world, these kinds of battles never stopped. However, after you took over the Undead Realm has become a different scene. It has truly become a golden age for cultivation. Just as you hoped, everyone is a dragon." Lin Feng sighed. "It's so difficult to make everybody become a dragon," said Lin Feng, sighing. Ling said, "You don't have to belittle yourself. In fact, you have already done very well. The Heavenly Emperor has been in charge of the Undead Realm for so many years, but he hasn't done as well as you have in the past 20 years. I feel that you are someone worthy of my trust." Hearing Ling's words, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed an extremely happy expression. Lin Feng said, "Are you planning to let the Undead Realm fuse with me?" Lin Feng had been waiting for this day. This was the key to him breaking through to the Golden Immortal Realm. Ling said, "Yes, I have indeed planned to do so. I hope that my choice is correct." When she said this, Ling's expression was very complicated. Back then, she had said the same thing to the Heavenly Emperor, but at that time, she had made the wrong choice. At that time, the Undead Realm's source was still very strong. The stronger the world's source was, the stronger Ling was. Therefore, the Undead Realm's Ling was very powerful at that time. Of course, to be honest, that was not the peak of Ling's power. However, it was still considered to be at a very high level. But now, it was different. Now, it didn't even have 1/10 of the world's origin. The power of spirit was also extremely weak. Its power could only support the undying world from collapsing. If Lin Feng also devoured the Undead Realm's source like the Heavenly Emperor, then the Undead Realm would be completely destroyed, and countless living beings would die tragically. Therefore, Ling was also gambling. She hoped that she had made the right choice this time. Lin Feng began to fuse with the undying world because Lin Feng had obtained the recognition of the spirit. Therefore, as long as he had the help of the spirit, fusing with the undying world shouldn't be a particularly difficult thing. Back then, the Sky Emperor was also able to fuse with the undying world because he had obtained the recognition of the spirit. Without the recognition of the spirit, no matter how powerful one was, there was no way to fuse with the undying world. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that fusing with the undying world wasn't something that could be done overnight. After all, the undying world was a half-higher plane world. It would naturally take some time to fuse with such a huge world. However, once fused, the benefits would be huge. Back then, the Sky Emperor had used the opportunity of fusing with the undying world to break through to the Sage Realm. However, at that time, the undying world was still relatively powerful, and the world's origin was also very powerful, belonging to the peak state. But now, the undying world was too damaged, and the world's origin was particularly damaged. Therefore, the current undying world couldn't be compared to back then. However, even if it couldn't be compared to back then, there was no problem in fusing with the undying world to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm. In the next 3 years, Lin Feng had been trying to fuse with the undying world. During the process, Lin Feng encountered a lot of difficulties, but these difficulties were successfully resolved by Lin Feng in the end. Although 3 years wasn't particularly long, these 3 years were extremely important for Lin Feng. Fusing with the undying world to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm would allow Lin Feng to complete a major transformation. He would become an immortal existence in the golden immortal realm. This was the beginning of the path to immortality. And what was the peak of the path to immortality? The peak of the path to immortality was immortality. In other words, Lin Feng now had the qualifications to pursue the ability of immortality. Before this, he didn't even have this qualification. After having this qualification, Lin Feng might really have the ability of immortality one day in the future. The world of cultivators was like this, everything was possible. After fusing with the undying world, the tribulation light flickered between Lin Feng's eyebrows. Lin Feng knew that he was about to undergo the gilded immortal tribulation. Lin Feng was naturally full of confidence in this tribulation. If he still couldn't pass the tribulation after fusing with the undying world, then wouldn't he be too trashy? In the next few months, Lin Feng began to transcend the tribulation. His tribulation was extremely terrifying, much more terrifying than the tribulation when he broke through to the Tao immortal realm. However, such a terrifying lightning tribulation was successfully resolved by Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng broke through to the Gold Immortal stage. His realm had stopped at the first level of the Golden Immortal realm. In addition to the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lin Feng's physical body had also reached the peak of the fourth stage of the Sage realm. His soul had also reached the peak of the fourth stage of the Sage realm. That was the pinnacle of the Saint King realm. After this breakthrough, Lin Feng immediately felt that his life aura seemed to have completed a transformation. Among his life aura, there was an additional special aura. This aura seemed to be the aura of immortality. After feeling this aura, Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. The path of immortality was finally about to begin. After Lin Feng broke through, he returned to the heavenly court. As Lin Feng had been in seclusion all these years, no one had seen Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng return, everyone was naturally very happy. Especially Lin Feng's women, they were even happier. Lin Feng and this group of peerless beauties were carrying out a great activity of making babies. This was related to the inheritance of the race. Of course, they couldn't be careless. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many things to do and too many responsibilities on his shoulders, Lin Feng really wanted to be unbridled and be a romantic and happy person. How comfortable would that be? This was the life that Lin Feng wanted. However, at this stage, Lin Feng knew that he couldn't live such a life. Because Lin Feng had too many things to deal with. In the next few years, Lin Feng kept asking people to find out the route to the buried God Star field. However, there was no news. Most of the time, Lin Feng was in seclusion. He continued to study his Tao, various powerful sacred arts, immortal scriptures, and the 3,000 great Taos. Lin Feng hoped to improve further. If he could cultivate his Tao, sacred arts, immortal scriptures, and 3,000 great Taos to the Great Circle realm, it would be a major transformation. However, Lin Feng also knew that this wasn't easy. 5 years later, Lin Feng finally obtained some information about the route to the buried God Star field. It was said that a cultivator's ancestor had passed down many starry sky route maps. That cultivator found a scroll of a starry sky route map that led to the buried God Star field. That cultivator knew that the undying world lord was looking for the route map to the buried God Star field. Therefore, he came to the heavenly court and wanted to offer the map to Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked someone to bring that cultivator to the living room. When he saw Lin Feng, that cultivator hurriedly knelt on the ground and saluted Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Quickly get up and talk." Only then did that cultivator get up. Lin Feng asked, "Are you the one who said that a starry sky route map passed down by your ancestor is the one I'm looking for?" The cultivator hurriedly nodded and took out a jade tube. He said, "Your Excellency, this is the starry sky route map." Lin Feng took the jade tube and sensed it. A smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, there really was a route map to the buried God Star field. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. He had finally found the route to the buried God Star field. However, when Lin Feng looked through the entire route map, Lin Feng immediately frowned. This was because the route map wasn't complete. Perhaps it was because it was too old. A portion of the route had been damaged. That was to say, although this route map was the correct route map, because a portion of it was damaged, it could no longer form a complete route map. Such a missing route map could easily cause people to lose their way. This is a starry sky route map that is severely damaged. Lin Feng looked at the cultivator and said. The cultivator nodded and said with a bitter smile, Your Excellency, it's because too much time has passed that this starry sky route map is incomplete. However, after careful observation, I can see that there are many planets with life in the intact route map. There should be some powerful forces on those planets. Since this route map is indeed the route to the buried God star field, we might be able to find the complete starry sky route map on some of the planets marked on this route map. This cultivator's words were very reasonable. It was indeed possible to find the complete starry sky route to the buried God star field from these life planets, and the probability of finding the route was also very high. After thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. If he could find the starry sky route, at that time, he would be able to find the buried God star field. However, Lin Feng didn't plan to bring too many people to the buried God star field this time. If he brought too many people, it would be easy to alert the enemy. Once discovered, it would be an extremely troublesome matter, and it would be even more dangerous. Lin Feng wanted to bring a few people and wait until he reached the buried God star field. After finding the 9 heavens God burying coffin, he would then think of a way to sneak in to save his mother. Lin Feng let Duzu take this cultivator away. Naturally, there would be a great reward. Lin Feng began to prepare for the trip to the buried God star field. In fact, Lin Feng still had many things to do, such as returning to the 9 continents world to collect the ancient weapon, the demon blood saber. However, the 9 continents were too far away, so Lin Feng didn't plan to go there yet. Another thing was to go to the dragon world and the devil world. However, compared to the trip to the buried God star field, these things weren't important. What Lin Feng wanted to do the most now was to rescue his mother. The undying world was developing very well. In addition, he had obtained countless treasures, cultivation resources, and other things from the Heavenly Court's treasury. These things were enough to support the Heavenly Court's operation for a very long time. In addition, Lin Feng's Grandmaster Wang Mingchuan wouldn't leave the Heavenly Court. He planned to continue to stay in the Heavenly Court. With Wang Mingchuan here, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about the Heavenly Court's safety. After all, Wang Mingchuan was so powerful that there weren't many experts who could threaten him. In addition, the Heavenly Court's army rapidly expanded, adding up to about 1 billion cultivators. This 1 billion cultivator army, part of it was the original cultivator army, and part of it was the cultivator army that came from the undying world. In addition, many cultivators outside the domain came to the undying world after hearing that Lin Feng had killed the Heavenly Emperor, and then joined the Heavenly Court. Because the Heavenly Emperor was a person with heaven-defying opportunities, it was basically impossible for such a person to die. However, the Heavenly Emperor actually died. What did this mean? This meant that the people who killed the Celestial Emperor had more destiny than the Celestial Emperor. Such people were even more heaven-defying than the Celestial Emperor. Such a person had heaven-defying luck. If he could obtain the protection of such a person, perhaps when the epoch was destroyed, everyone would be able to escape successfully and live until the next epoch. Therefore, the Heavenly Court's influence had expanded tremendously in recent years. Moreover, there were many top experts among the cultivators who joined Lin Feng. There were over 200 true immortal cultivators and 13 saints. Therefore, even if Lin Feng left, Wang Mingchuan still had so many saints, true immortal cultivators, and billions of cultivators. Even if the leader of the Tian clan came, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, the combined attack of these people might be able to kill the Heavenly Emperor. After all, no matter how strong a person was, it was impossible for him to fight against so many people. Lin Feng told his women about his intention to leave, and they could understand Lin Feng's decision. This short separation was also for the sake of living happily together in the future. Moreover, they lived with Lin Feng in the undying world for many years, and it was very happy and blissful. The only thing that made Lin Feng's women regretful was that none of them could get pregnant. If they could get pregnant with Lin Feng's child, that would be even better. This way, they would be able to give birth to Lin Feng's children. Moreover, the inheritance of the children was very important. The main reason why so many women couldn't get pregnant was because Lin Feng's bloodline was too powerful. Generally speaking, the more powerful the bloodline, the harder it was to give birth to children. Therefore, the number of people from those heaven-defying races was relatively small. The strength of Lin Feng's bloodline was definitely unique in this epoch. Of course, it didn't mean that it was completely impossible to give birth to children. If one was lucky, after having sex with some women with relatively ordinary bloodlines, there was also a probability of giving birth to children. However, this probability was relatively small. If Lin Feng had sex with those female cultivators with very powerful bloodlines, the probability of giving birth to children would be higher. For example, if Lin Feng had sex with the Red World Fairy, because the Red World Fairy was very powerful, even more powerful than Lin Feng, the Red World Fairy's bloodline was also very powerful. The two of them could give birth to children, but Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy hadn't reached this step yet. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been preparing to leave the Undying Realm. Sometimes, Lin Feng would think of the Empress. Over the years, Lin Feng had been sending people to inquire about the Empress, but Lin Feng hadn't been able to find any information about her, which made Lin Feng very depressed. The Empress should have come to the Undying Realm. Because there was no news about her, Lin Feng guessed that she might have left before he came to the Undying Realm, but Lin Feng didn't know where she went. Before leaving the Undying Realm, Lin Feng went to the desolate Heaven Ridge. Lin Feng planned to send some people into the time reversal world. Now that the Battle of Extinction was not far away, Lin Feng wanted to seize this opportunity to improve their cultivation, and entering the time reversal world was obviously the best way to improve their cultivation. However, Lin Feng knew that Heaven Emperor Huang wasn't easy to talk to, but today was different. Heaven Emperor Huang should know what to do. After seeing Lin Feng arrive, Heaven Emperor Huang's expression was quite ugly, just as Lin Feng had guessed. Heaven Emperor Huang didn't like Lin Feng very much. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Why do you have such an expression when old friends meet? Don't you welcome me?" Heaven Emperor Huang sneered and said, "Don't you know whether I welcome you or not? Why are you still asking me?" Lin Feng said, "Don't say that. We're old friends. When old friends meet old friends, they should be teary-eyed." Heaven Emperor Huang was speechless, and he was also very vigilant. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Clearly, Lin Feng had come to find him because he had something to ask of him. Lin Feng didn't have the time to waste with Huang Tiandi. Lin Feng went straight to the point. "I'm here because I hope you can reopen the passage to the world of time reversal. I want to send a group of people there. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" The corner of Huang Tiandi's mouth twitched after hearing Lin Feng's words. "Do you know how much energy it takes to open the passage to the world of time reversal? I was already giving your father face by sending you there last time. Don't go too far," said Lin Feng. "I'm giving you face because we're friends. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being impolite to you," said Lin Feng. Huang Tiandi was furious after hearing Lin Feng's words. Now Lin Feng dared act arrogantly in front of him. He was furious. "You think that because you joined hands to kill Tiandi, you can act arrogantly in front of me," said Tiandi Huang icily. "You think that because you joined hands to kill Tiandi, you can act arrogantly in front of me?" Lin Feng smiled. "I was just about to see what you're capable of." Lin Feng threw a punch at Huang Tiandi. 6 paths of reincarnation were formed, and the power of 6 paths of reincarnation supported Lin Feng's punch. The power of this punch was hair-raising. Huang Tiandi's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng's punch didn't just contain the power of 6 paths of reincarnation, it also contained the power of the undying world. This was because Lin Feng wanted to intimidate Huang Tiandi. Huang Tiandi was indeed terrifying. It would be extremely troublesome if he failed to intimidate Heavenly Emperor Huang. However, if he could intimidate Heavenly Emperor Huang would probably agree to his conditions. After weighing the pros and cons, Huang Tiandi was shocked by Lin Feng's attack, but he wasn't afraid. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Their attacks collided, but no one could do anything to the other. The two of them were evenly matched. Huang Tiandi said, "You actually fused with the power of the undying world." Huang Tiandi was once the 7th Heavenly Emperor, so he was very familiar with the power of the undying world. He didn't manage to fuse with the undying world back then. However, he could still tell that Lin Feng's attack had fused with the power of the undying world. Lin Feng said, Huang Tiandi, I'm not afraid of you right now. You should know that our heavenly court has more than 1 billion cultivators. With a wave of my hand, 100 of you will be annihilated. That's why I hope that you can cooperate with me. Well, I don't want to have a falling out. Huang Tiandi had a dark expression. In the end, he said coldly, since you become the lord of the undying world, I can give you some face, but I can't let you send a large number of cultivators in. Lin Feng said. Huang Tiandi sneered. You're asking for too much. 80 at most. They haggled for a while. Finally, the number was set at 200. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this number. Lin Feng returned to the heavenly court after leaving Huang Tiandi's place. Lin Feng planned to send some people into the time-reversed world. For example, Lin Feng's women, Lin Feng's friends, the Little Rock King, the Fire Qilin, and the others. Lin Feng also wanted to send Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the others into the time-reversed world. However, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint didn't agree when they heard that Lin Feng wanted to send them into the time-reversed world. They wanted to stay by Lin Feng's side and not enter the time-reversed world. Once they entered the time-reversed world, they wouldn't be able to follow Lin Feng to the buried god starfield. Compared to entering the time-reversal world, they preferred to follow Lin Feng all the way. Lin Feng said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you might not be able to enter the time-reversed world again. I hope you can consider this carefully. Poison Ancestor and Evil Dominator Saint's attitudes were very firm. They said in unison, we've already thought about it. We don't plan to enter the time-reversed world. We plan to follow you to the buried god starfield. Lin Feng was actually very touched. After all, entering the time-reversed world was equivalent to an extremely heaven-defying opportunity. However, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint gave up on this opportunity and chose to follow him to the buried god starfield. This trip to the buried god starfield was obviously very dangerous, but even if they knew this, they still didn't hesitate. They hadn't hesitated at all, which meant they were loyal and devoted to him. Lin Feng tapped Ancestor Du and Saint Xiazun's shoulders and said, all right, since you've made your choice, you can come with me to the god's grave star region, said Lin Feng, patting Ancestor Du and Saint Xiazun's shoulders. Lin Feng spent a few days picking out 200 people. After that, Lin Feng brought them to the desolate Heaven Ridge. These people were basically coming to the desolate Heaven Ridge for the first time. In their opinion, this place was extremely dangerous. There was only a slim chance of survival if they stepped into it. They never thought that they would come to the desolate Heaven Ridge one day. Now that they had followed Lin Feng to the desolate Heaven Ridge, they felt that it was inconceivable. When they saw the desolate Heaven Emperor, they were even more shocked. They actually saw the ruler of the land of death. It was really inconceivable. However, no matter how they looked at it, the desolate Heaven Emperor seemed to be on equal footing with the Realm Master. Had the Realm Master become so powerful? Lin Feng's subordinates were all extremely shocked. Lin Feng's friends and women were all happy for Lin Feng. Perhaps, Lin Feng's current cultivation was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Desolate Heaven Emperor, I brought the people. Now, open the passage to the time-reversal world and send them in, Lin Feng said. Alright, you'll need to wait a few days. I'll try to open the passage to the time-reversal world now. After saying that, the desolate Heaven Emperor began to try to open the passage to the time-reversal world. 3 days later, the passage to the time-reversal world was opened by the desolate Heaven Emperor. Heaven Emperor Huang said in a deep voice, with so many people entering the time-reversal world, it's too taxing on me. I can't hold on for much longer. Don't waste time, hurry up and enter the passage. Everyone, let's enter the passage. Lin Feng said. Then, the group of people flew into the passage one after another. Lin Feng's women looked at Lin Feng affectionately. They were obviously reluctant to part with him, but this kind of parting was inevitable. They also knew that they had to seize this opportunity to raise their cultivation as much as possible. Only by becoming stronger would they be less of a burden to Lin Feng in the future. This was the consensus they had reached in private. Therefore, they were cultivating very hard. Being able to enter the world of time reversal was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before this, they didn't even have the extravagant hope that they would be able to enter the world of time reversal. To many people, the world of time reversal was just a fleeting legend. Now that they had the chance to enter the world of time reversal, they would naturally cherish this opportunity. After everyone entered the passage, Emperor Huang stopped. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "I've sent your people into the world of time reversal. You can leave now." Lin Feng said, "Is this how you treat your friends? How can you chase your friends away?" Emperor Huang said speechlessly, "Who's your friend? Don't randomly make friends." After a pause, he continued, "I realize that your skin is really thick. One thing I'm sure of is that your skin is much thicker than your father's." Thanks for the compliment." Lin Feng grinned. This was because Lin Feng's skin was already very thick. The cultivators of the world of cultivators were each thicker than the last. To put it bluntly, they were each more shameless than the last. A proper gentleman wouldn't be able to survive in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng didn't continue to stay here. After returning to the heavenly court, Lin Feng started preparing to head to the buried God Star field. In fact, Lin Feng still had some unresolved matters. For example, Lin Feng originally wanted to eradicate the Assassin dynasty. Moreover, he had planted spies in the Assassin dynasty. However, ever since he ruled the Undying Realm, the entire Assassin dynasty disappeared without a trace. The spies he planted in the Assassin dynasty also disappeared. They should have been taken away. As for where the Assassin dynasty went, Lin Feng didn't know. Of course, Lin Feng still issued an order before leaving the Undying Realm. If they could find clues about the Assassin dynasty, then they would eliminate the Assassin dynasty. Then, Lin Feng took Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign holy sage aboard the ancient starship Xianxia and quickly left the Undying Realm. They entered the starry sky world and flew towards the depths of the starry sky map. Lin Feng took out the heart plate. Lin Feng summoned the sacred Martin Great Immortal. In the starry sky world, it was difficult to use an ordinary compass to locate a location. However, using the heart plate to locate a location was much easier. Lin Feng asked the sacred Martin Great Immortal for help. Lin Feng asked for a lot of good things, and Lin Feng also satisfied all of his requests. After killing the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Feng obtained a lot of good things from the Heavenly Emperor. In addition, he also obtained a lot of good things from the Heavenly Court's treasury. He also had a lot of good things. Lin Feng had a lot of treasures on him. However, Lin Feng couldn't use many of them. If the people around him could use them, Lin Feng wouldn't mind giving them to them. The sacred Martin Great Immortal was still useful to Lin Feng. The only pity was that although the heart plate could locate some places, however, it couldn't locate the buried God Starfield. This was because the buried God Starfield was related to the epic remnant race and the mastermind. This place had been concealed by them using powerful laws. It was very difficult to locate this place. Moreover, if they forcefully located it, they might be discovered by the top experts. If they discovered it, this matter would become extremely bad. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't let the sacred Martin Great Immortal locate the buried God Starfield. It was safer to search for the Starfield map. He would arrive at the buried God Starfield silently. Then, he would be able to rescue the people when they least expected it. Brother Xianyuan's ancient starship flew rapidly in the starry sky world. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Lin Feng had been cultivating in seclusion. His Tao, Immortal Sutra, Divine Ability, and the 3,000 Great Taos had all reached the peak of the grand completion stage. However, he was still some distance away from breaking through to the grand completion stage. Breaking through to the grand completion stage required a deeper understanding of the Tao, Immortal Sutra, Divine Ability, and the 3,000 Great Taos. This was often the most difficult thing. However, Lin Feng was very confident in himself. Lin Feng believed that a breakthrough was only a matter of time. On this day, Lin Feng and the others saw a huge life planet from afar. Lin Feng and the others had been sailing in the starry sky world for several years. Therefore, they also wanted to land on the life planet and rest for a while. At the same time, they also wanted to inquire about the route to the buried God Starfield. It would be even better if they could inquire about the route. The ancient starship Xianyuan quickly flew towards the life planet. When it got close to the life planet, Lin Feng saw many cultivators flying over from all directions. Moreover, many ancient starships also flew over from all directions towards the life planet. The life planet should be a relatively powerful life planet in this star field. Therefore, it attracted so many cultivators. The ancient starship Xianxia landed on the life planet. There were many ancient cities on this life planet. Lin Feng and the others landed in an ancient city called the Heavenly Demon City. The city lord of this Heavenly Demon City was an extremely powerful heavenly demon. It was said that he had existed in this world since ancient times. Lin Feng knew that there were indeed many powerful heavenly demons in the starry sky world outside the starry sky world. However, Lin Feng didn't have a good impression of heavenly demons. This was because heavenly demons had invaded the 9 continents great world in the past and caused great damage to it. Of course, the heavenly demons that invaded the 9 continents great world might not have anything to do with the heavenly demons in other places. However, in general, no matter where the heavenly demons came from, they were basically very evil. Although there might be some good heavenly demons. However, there weren't many good heavenly demons. At the very least, Lin Feng hadn't encountered any. After arriving at the Heavenly Demon City, Lin Feng and the others first found an inn and rented a separate courtyard in the inn. Then, they washed up and had a good rest. After eating a big meal, they went to inquire about information. There was a Heavenly Demon Pavilion in the Heavenly Demon City. This place not only sold all kinds of things, but also sold all kinds of information. As long as one had the money, they could buy anything they wanted here. Lin Feng and the others met an elder of the Heavenly Devil Pavilion. He looked to be in his 30s. Of course, he only looked young, but he had actually cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. The elder smiled and asked, "May I know what you want to buy, young master?" Lin Feng said, "Do you have a star map that leads to the Buried God Starfield?" "Young master, you want to go to the Buried God Starfield?" The elder was very surprised. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Is there a problem?" The elder said, "Of course, there's no problem. However, that place is very special. If you want to go there, you have to pass through a magnetic field. Young master, you should know that the magnetic field is very strange. Once you enter it, it's very easy to get lost. That's why even our Heavenly Devil Pavilion can't find a specific star map. Moreover, the most frightening thing is that the route to the Buried God Star Field is covered by several magnetic fields. If there was only one magnetic field, it would be easier, but with so many magnetic fields, it would increase the difficulty of drawing a starry sky map. In the past, our Heavenly Devil Pavilion also tried to draw a starry sky map like this, but after trying many times, we still didn't succeed. Moreover, the losses were extremely great. Later, the higher-ups gave up on the idea of drawing a starry sky map themselves. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard that. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to obtain any information here. Lin Feng was about to leave. Said the elder. "Even though the Celestial Devil Pavilion doesn't have a starry sky route map, I know someone who might have a complete starry sky route map." "Oh? Who has a star map?" asked Lin Feng in surprise. The elder said, "In the easternmost part of our planet, near the sea, there's a place called the White Immortal Valley. It's surrounded by restrictive spells and is very dangerous. It's a place that can't be entered. If anyone dares to enter that place, only death awaits them. Rumor has it that the master of the White Immortal Valley has a star map. Of course, that's just a rumor. Whether it's true or not, I can't be sure. However, in the past, our city lord went there in search of a complete star map, but in the end, he returned in failure. I think that since our city lord went there, that person might really have a star map. If young master wants to find a complete star map, you can go there and try your luck. However, whether or not you can obtain a star map will depend on your own ability." After hearing that, Lin Feng was very happy. At the very least, he had some clues. Lin Feng gave the elder a large number of immortal stones. Naturally, the elder was overjoyed. He personally sent Lin Feng and the others out of the Heavenly Devil Pavilion. When Lin Feng returned to his residence, he frowned slightly. Du Zhu saw Lin Feng's frown and couldn't help but ask, "Young master, why are you frowning?" Lin Feng said, "I feel that someone is secretly watching us. However, I don't know who it is. When I tried to sense them, I couldn't find them. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Zhu and the heretical diviner saint's expressions changed slightly. Lin Feng was so strong now, but he couldn't find the other party. This meant that the other party's strength was too terrifying. Just what kind of cultivator was able to hide from everyone? We'll deal with whatever comes our way, Lin Feng said. After that, he didn't care about this matter anymore. After all, Lin Feng was very bold now. If the other party dared to come, he could guarantee that they wouldn't be able to return alive. After returning to their residence, Lin Feng and the others had a good night's rest. Lin Feng originally planned to stay here for a while, but since he had some information about the star map, Lin Feng didn't plan to stay in Heavenly Devil City any longer. The next day, Lin Feng and the others set off for White Immortal Valley. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived outside White Immortal Valley. White Immortal Valley was shrouded in a mountain range. There were continuous mountains and green trees. This mountain range was adjacent to the sea, and many people came to see White Immortal Valley every day. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. The restrictions in this place were indeed very terrifying and strange. He didn't know who had set them up. Lin Feng used the power of the stone scripture and tried to use it to break the restrictions here. However, something unexpected happened. When Lin Feng activated the power of the stone scripture, Lin Feng found that the stone scripture couldn't break the restrictions here. This was something that Lin Feng couldn't understand. In theory, the stone scripture could break all restrictions. In the past, no matter what kind of restriction it would be able to break it. Even if it was a powerful restriction like the Lingxiao Palace, the stone scripture could easily break it. However, the restrictions in White Immortal Valley couldn't be broken. Lin Feng decided to go to White Immortal City, which was more than 50 kilometers away from White Immortal Valley, to inquire about White Immortal Valley. He still didn't know much about White Immortal Valley. Perhaps he could find out some useful information. Lin Feng and the others arrived at White Immortal City. Then, the three of them went to a large trading company to inquire about White Immortal Valley. Lin Feng really did find out some information. White Immortal Valley had an extremely long history. It was said that White Immortal Valley already existed before life appeared on this planet. White Immortal Valley was one of the oldest and most mysterious places on this planet. As for the woman who lived in White Immortal Valley, no one knew which era she was from. Moreover, it was said that the woman would occasionally take in disciples. However, the last time she took in a disciple was a long, long time ago. Furthermore, it seemed that no one had come out of White Immortal Valley for a long time. Outsiders didn't know what the situation inside White Immortal Valley was like. Lin Feng asked if there was a way to enter White Immortal Valley. However, the answer he received was that it was impossible to enter White Immortal Valley. Barging into that place was simply courting death. After receiving this information, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Entering White Immortal Valley was indeed extremely difficult. When the stone scripture couldn't break the restrictions of White Immortal Valley, Lin Feng was already mentally prepared. However, Lin Feng wouldn't give up. Lin Feng planned to stay in White Immortal City first before thinking of a way to enter White Immortal Valley. After that, Lin Feng often inquired about the White Immortal Valley in the White Immortal City. Lin Feng went to all the major trading companies, but he couldn't find a way to enter the White Immortal Valley. This made him quite depressed, but Lin Feng had already expected this situation. After all, the White Immortal Valley was too mysterious. Of course, it was extremely difficult to enter. Lin Feng went to the White Immortal Valley a few more times and tried to use the stone scripture to enter the White Immortal Valley many times, but he failed. Lin Feng sent a sound transmission to the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, what do you think is going on? Why can't the stone scripture break the restrictions here? That shouldn't have happened, unless the other party's attainments and restrictions are greater than those of the Celestial Masters. However, theoretically speaking, the Celestial Masters are absolutely unparalleled in all kinds of restrictions and formations. There shouldn't be anyone who can surpass the Celestial Masters. The Demon Lord said, there are always some people in this world who have more powerful methods. Therefore, even if someone's attainments in formations or restrictions surpass those of the Celestial Masters, it's actually understandable. Lin Feng nodded. He could only comfort himself like this. Lin Feng returned to the White Immortal City once again. That night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He felt as if someone was spying on him in the dark. Lin Feng stood up and went to the courtyard outside. He saw a woman standing there. It was a woman in white. She looked to be in her 30s and was very beautiful, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. When he saw the woman, Lin Feng felt as if he was facing a great enemy. Who was this woman? He didn't even notice that she had come here. If she wanted to harm him, then it would be impossible for him to guard against her. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, this woman didn't attack him. If she did, it would be too terrifying. After this woman saw Lin Feng come out, she turned around and seemed to want to leave. Asked Lin Feng. "What's your name, celestial being?" The woman didn't say anything and immediately floated away. After the woman left, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered that he was still lying on the bed and wasn't in the courtyard outside. Just now, it was actually a dream. Moreover, he dreamt of a beautiful woman. What was going on? Lin Feng got up. He heard the sound of the night watch outside. It should be 5 o'clock right now because the sound of the night watch outside rang 5 times in a row. The 5th watch was around 3 p.m. There was still some time before dawn. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the moon in the sky and couldn't help but think about what he had just experienced. What was the matter with that woman? This was because an expert like Lin Feng wouldn't dream casually. Generally, if he did dream, the dream would often indicate something special. For example, the dream that Lin Feng had just had. In the dream, a woman appeared. Was it a sign of something? On this day, in a courtyard not far from Lin Feng's courtyard, the sound of a zither could be heard. The sound of the zither was like the sound of flowing water. It was unknown who was playing the zither. On the second day, Lin Feng saw dozens of people gathered in the grass not far away. Then, a woman sat in the grass with a zither in front of her. The woman was playing the zither, and the sound was very pleasant. Lin Feng looked at the woman. The woman was very beautiful. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the zither sound he heard yesterday. Could it be that the woman playing the zither yesterday was the same woman playing the zither now? Was this the woman playing the zither yesterday? She disturbed this lord's dream. Duzu couldn't help but pout. He wasn't interested in listening to the zither, so naturally, he didn't like listening to others play the zither. It was a very elegant thing, but in Duzu's case, it became a very bad thing. The people listening to the zither here had extraordinary backgrounds. This could be seen from their auras. They were very strong. Evil Sovereign Saint said, originally, there shouldn't be many experts on this kind of planet, but after the end of the epic, many people came out one after another, and the number of experts increased. Lin Feng nodded and said, true immortals used to be very rare, but now, they aren't that rare anymore. After all, after the end of the epic, the surviving experts of the 3,000 epics have all come out. One epic is very long, so how many experts were born in the 3,000 epics? Besides, many strong cultivators have entered the time reversal world. Now that they've all come out, there are even more strong cultivators in the universe. Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing that there are so many strong cultivators, because maybe we can join hands with them to resist the battle of destruction. That way, we'll have a much higher chance of success. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil sovereign saint didn't talk much about this matter. At this moment, everyone was seriously listening to the zither. Lin Feng, Duzu, and the evil sovereign saint also walked over and listened quietly. Lin Feng liked listening to the zither, as it could calm his mind. However, Duzu didn't seem interested in listening to the zither. He kept looking around, and no one knew what he was looking at. The evil sovereign saint was also interested in listening to the zither, and he seemed to be intoxicated. After the zither stopped, a cultivator in his 30s smiled and said, Fairy Fengxian's zither is really beautiful. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to find another person in the universe who can play the zither as well as you. This compliment naturally made people overjoyed. The woman called Fairy Fengxian smiled and said, Young master, you praise me too much. Fengxian really doesn't dare to accept your praise. Lin Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This woman was actually called Fengxian. He also knew a fairy with the same name, but it was obvious that they weren't the same person. However, how many people in this world had the same name? Thus, Lin Feng didn't think too much about it. Fairy, don't be modest. No words can describe Fairy Feng's zither music. It's not enough to describe even a tenth of Fairy Feng's zither music. Another cultivator said. One after another, many cultivators stood up and chatted with Fairy Feng Xian. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. It was obvious that these people were all Fairy Feng Xian's pursuers. P.S. First update. Can anyone guess who this woman is? Has anyone collected Old Mantu's new book, Devouring the Heavens? It's almost 400,000 words, you can go read it now. It's the last round of PK, everyone go collect it and then vote for it. Old Mantu thanks everyone here. Fairy Feng Xian was obviously used to such compliments. Therefore, after hearing these people's compliments, she only smiled and politely chatted with them. Fairy Feng Xian was very elegant. She kept a certain distance from everyone and didn't seem to be too enthusiastic with anyone. From a man's point of view, Fairy Feng Xian was indeed a very charming woman. She was different from those girls. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a mature and charming temperament. This temperament was extremely attractive to men. Therefore, the fact that so many people were pursuing Fairy Phoenix Fairy was not a particularly strange thing. Fairy Feng Xian looked at Lin Feng and said, "This young master looks unfamiliar. You don't seem to be a cultivator from our planet, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "I came from outer space and passed by this place. I came here to rest, so I'm not from this planet." "How should I address you, young master?" Fairy Feng Xian asked. "My surname is Lin, and my name is Feng." Lin Feng said. "So it's Lin Gongzi." "Nice to meet you," Fairy Feng Xian said with a smile. Many people saw that Fairy Feng seemed to be quite enthusiastic towards Lin Feng, and their expressions immediately became unsightly. Many people glanced at Lin Feng with a trace of coldness in their eyes. There was also a trace of fear in their eyes. Actually, this was very understandable. They had been chasing after Fairy Feng Xian. However, no one had been able to succeed. Lin Feng had an extraordinary aura and was handsome and confident. In addition, Fairy Feng Xian seemed to treat him differently. Naturally, they felt a sense of danger. In fact, the reason why they felt such a sense of danger was mainly because they were worried that Fairy Feng Xian would fall in love with Lin Feng at first sight. This kind of thing was common in the world of cultivators. After all, matters of the heart were the most difficult to talk about. Once they liked each other, their feelings could become uncontrollable. Even if they hadn't experienced it before, they had at least heard of it. "Lin Gongzi, where do you want to go?" Fairy Feng Xian looked at Lin Feng and asked. "I want to make a trip to the buried god Starfield." Lin Feng said. Everyone was shocked after hearing Lin Feng's words. The buried god star region was very far away. Plus, there were many remnants of the previous epoch in this place. Therefore, very few cultivators would go there. Of course, it was said that the buried god star region had some things left behind from the previous epoch. Some top experts would still go there in search of opportunities. In their opinion, Lin Feng might have gone there to find some opportunities because he knew some information. Not just anyone can go to the buried god Starfield. It's better to have some self-awareness. Otherwise, you'll just lose your life in vain. His eyes were filled with mockery as he spoke. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. He didn't pay attention to that person. Why should he worry about someone who had nothing to do with him? Fairy Feng Xian said. It is extremely difficult to find a star map that leads to the buried god Starfield. In the past, cultivators would come to our planet one after another. They also wanted to go to the buried god Starfield, but they did not have a complete star map. Could it be that young Master Lin has a complete star map that leads to the buried god Starfield? After hearing Fairy Feng Xian's words, everyone was shocked. The eyes of the others lit up slightly. They also knew how precious a complete route to the buried god Starfield was. If Lin Feng really did have such a route, they might be able to make a deal with Lin Feng. If they could obtain such a route and sell it, they would be able to make a fortune. Lin Feng said, "I don't have a complete route to the buried god Starfield. I came here because I wanted to find a complete route to the buried god Starfield, but I couldn't find any clues even after visiting many large businesses. However, I heard that the master of the White Immortal Valley seems to know a complete route to the buried god Starfield. I want to visit the master of the White Immortal Valley, but I can't enter the White Immortal Valley. Fairy Feng Xian, do you know how to enter the White Immortal Valley? A cultivator said, the White Immortal Valley is a forbidden area. Over the countless years, those who have dared to trespass into the White Immortal Valley have never had a good ending. Sir, you should think twice before you act. Lin Feng said, thank you for the reminder. However, entering the White Immortal Valley and finding the route is still a hope. At that moment, Fairy Feng Xian said, if you want to go to the White Immortal Valley, it will be quite difficult. Then, she frowned slightly. It was unknown what she was thinking. Lin Feng sighed. It seemed that these people also didn't know how to enter the White Immortal Valley. Wanting to enter the White Immortal Valley really made one feel helpless. Lin Feng had already stayed here for a while, but he still hadn't found any clues. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to find clues. At that moment, Fairy Feng Xian said, actually, if you really want to enter the White Immortal Valley, I know someone who might be able to help. After hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Fairy Feng really did have some clues. She had obviously been keeping him in suspense. The others were also surprised. They hadn't thought that Fairy Feng would have such a clue. Everyone looked at Fairy Feng Xian. If they had the chance, they would naturally want to enter the White Immortal Valley to take a look and try their luck. Perhaps they would be able to obtain some good fortune. Lin Feng asked, may I know who Fairy Feng Xian is talking about? Fairy Feng faintly smiled and said, in 3 days, she will come from afar. At that time I will hold a welcoming feast for her. At that time you will be able to see her and know what kind of person she is. Alright, I'll have to trouble you to introduce me then, Lin Feng said. Of course, no problem, Fairy Feng Xian smiled. This woman was beautiful to begin with, and when she smiled, it was even more moving. Lin Feng asked, may I know where we will hold a welcoming party for your friend? Fairy Feng Xian said, at the 10,000 Immortals restaurant. When the time comes, please don't forget to come over. I'm sure that my friend who is about to arrive will be extremely interested in getting to know a genius like you. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He felt that there was a hidden meaning behind Fairy Feng Xian's words. After parting ways with Fairy Feng Xian, Lin Feng returned to his residence with Du Zhu. Fairy Feng Xian didn't stay outside for long. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her pursuers, she returned to her residence. After returning, Du Zhu said, why do I feel like there's something wrong with that Fairy Feng Xian? Lin Feng said without batting an eyelid. What do you think is wrong? I can't pinpoint the specifics, but I feel like her appearance and her friend's appearance is a conspiracy. Evil Sovereign said, actually, I have the same feeling. Young master, think about it. We're looking for a star map, but we haven't found it after so long. However, we just met someone, and she just so happens to have a friend who can help us solve this problem. How can there be such a coincidence? Although there's no lack of coincidences in this world, I still feel that there's something fishy about this. Lin Feng nodded, actually, I also feel that there's something fishy about this matter, but we can't say for sure. Maybe Fairy Feng Xian's friend can really help us. Du Zhu and Evil Sovereign nodded. This was indeed a possibility, but one had to be vigilant. Even if this was a possibility, they still had to be careful when facing Fairy Feng Xian. This was because if she really did use some dirty tricks, they might fall for it if they weren't on guard. However, Lin Feng was still puzzled. If Fairy Feng Xian really had some ulterior motive, what was it? He didn't know this Fairy Feng Xian at all. Moreover, Lin Feng was very sure that this was the first time they had met. There was no conflict of interest between them. She also didn't have any reason to scheme against him, right? He could only take one step at a time. Once her friend arrived, he might be able to unravel all the mysteries. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day that Fairy Feng Xian's friends arrived. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and the other two headed to the Myriad Immortal House to participate in the gathering. The 10,000 Immortals restaurant was a very lively restaurant in the White Immortal City. It was also a very high-class restaurant. Fairy Feng Xian's status on this planet was obviously very high. When they heard that Fairy Feng Xian was here, many geniuses came one after another. 2 days ago, Lin Feng asked Du Zhu to investigate the identity of Fairy Phoenix Fairy. After investigating, Lin Feng found out why so many people were chasing after her. It turned out that Fairy Feng Xian's father was the planet master of this planet. With such an extraordinary identity, Fairy Feng would naturally have many suitors. When Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the Myriad Immortal Tower, they bumped into a few geniuses. Previously, when Fairy Phoenix Fairy was playing the zither, these geniuses were also present. These people obviously saw Lin Feng and the other two. The leader looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brother Lin, I have something to tell you." After pausing for a moment, this person continued, "Since you are a passerby here, you should know that there are some things that you should do and some things that you should not do. I think you are a smart person, and smart people know how to choose, so there are some things that I don't have to say so directly. I believe that Brother Lin definitely knows what I mean." Lin Feng could obviously hear the threat in his words. Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a cold smile. This person was clearly more enthusiastic towards him because of Fairy Feng Xian. His heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, which was why he said such threatening words. What was Lin Feng's status now? How could he be threatened by a mere so-called heaven's pride? "I don't need you to teach me how to do things. You just need to take care of yourself. Also, there are some people that you can't afford to offend. It's best if you don't say things that you shouldn't say. If you offend someone you can't afford to offend, it will be a disaster for you." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivator's face immediately revealed an extremely ugly expression. Of course, he could hear that Lin Feng's words were a warning to him. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Lin Feng was just a foreign cultivator, and he actually dared to say such words to him. He really didn't put him in his eyes. "Brother Liu, it seems like the other party really doesn't put you in his eyes. You can't just take this lying down," someone said, instigating this person to make a move. The cultivator named Lu coldly glanced at Lin Feng. He didn't say anything, nor did he make a move. This was because it was not a good time to make a move. Once he made a move, it was very likely that he would attract Fairy Feng Xian's attention. If Fairy Feng Xian saw this, her impression of him would be greatly reduced. Therefore, this cultivator didn't plan to make a move. The group of people went upstairs. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint didn't stop either. They also went upstairs and soon arrived at the Myriad Immortal Tower. It was very lively inside. However, ordinary heaven's prides could only gather on the first, second, and third floors. Only the top heaven's prides of this planet were qualified to enter the fourth floor. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Saint arrived at the private room on the fourth floor. When they arrived, there were already dozens of heaven's prides sitting here. Of course, there were also some heaven's goddesses. Clearly, these people were of noble birth and should be the descendants of the top forces on this planet. After seeing Lin Feng and the other two arrive, many people revealed surprised expressions. This was because they didn't know the three newcomers. Of course, there were also people who knew them. However, perhaps because Fairy Feng Xian was more enthusiastic towards Lin Feng, those who knew Lin Feng didn't have a good expression when they saw Lin Feng. Their eyes were gloomy and cold. "Lin Gongzi, you're here. Lin Gongzi, please take a seat." After seeing Lin Feng arrive, Fairy Feng Xian was as enthusiastic as ever. Seeing Fairy Feng Xian being so enthusiastic towards Lin Feng, many people were shocked. Many male cultivators were Fairy Feng Xian's pursuers, and their faces immediately became gloomy. As the daughter of the planet's master, Fairy Feng Xian's identity was too noble. Who knew how many people wanted to pursue her? When those people saw how enthusiastic Fairy Feng Xian was towards Lin Feng, they naturally felt that Fairy Feng Xian might have a crush on Lin Feng. This was naturally something they couldn't accept. Lin Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror. Maybe Feng Xian was trying to make people think that she was interested in him. Lin Feng's heart was like a mirror. Maybe Feng Xian was trying to make people think that she was interested in him. Was she trying to draw hatred towards him? Lin Feng thought so because he felt that a woman like Fairy Phoenix Xian couldn't be so superficial. How could she fall in love with a stranger at first sight? Moreover, Lin Feng felt that Fairy Phoenix Xian had some other motives, but Lin Feng didn't know what they were. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything. He planned to wait and see. He, Du Zhu, and the evil Reverend Saint found a place to sit down. Fairy Phoenix Xian said, "Everyone, I believe that my friend will be here soon. Let's wait patiently." Naturally, no one had any questions. Everyone was curious about who Fairy Phoenix Xian's friend was. After waiting for about 15 minutes, a woman entered the private room. This woman was tall and wore a long white dress. Her graceful and delicate body was wrapped in the dress. She was very charming, and the mature temperament she exuded was even more charming than Fairy Phoenix Fairy. Fairy Phoenix Xian could be considered a top-grade beauty, but compared to this woman, she was still lacking. Every action of this woman was extremely tempting to men. Her face was exquisite and beautiful, like a masterpiece from the heavens. It was like a perfect work of art. After seeing this woman, many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Clearly, this woman had a great impact on everyone. She was the kind of woman who could make people fantasize with just a glance. However, Lin Feng wasn't like the others. Lin Feng had seen all kinds of beauties. Although this woman was very charming, Lin Feng didn't have any special thoughts about her. "Little sister Phoenix Xian, am I late?" After this woman arrived, she looked at Fairy Feng Xian and revealed a smile. "Sister, of course you're not late. We just arrived not long ago." Fairy Feng Xian was very happy to see this woman. She quickly got up and walked over to the woman. She grabbed her hands. It seemed that the person Fairy Phoenix Xian was waiting for was this woman. Originally, some of them were worried that the friend Fairy Feng Xian was waiting for was a male cultivator. That way, the competition between them would be even greater. However, when they saw that it was actually such a beautiful woman, many of them finally relaxed. Some of them were even fantasizing that if they could get their hands on Fairy Feng Xian and this female cultivator who had just arrived, they would be able to play with two phoenixes. That would truly be the ultimate enjoyment of life. However, it seemed that this kind of thing could only be thought of. If such a woman could be with one of them, it would be a blessing from his previous life. To want to get both of them at the same time, wasn't this just a daydream? It has been many years. Have you been well these years? The woman asked. Everything has been well. It's just that I have been missing Big Sister all these years. Now that Big Sister has arrived, I am very happy. Big Sister, let's take a seat, Fairy Phoenix Xian said. Of course, they were not sisters by blood. This was because Fairy Phoenix Xian was the only daughter of the Planet Lord. Since they called each other sisters, perhaps they were god sisters, or perhaps they were close friends. Hence, they called themselves sisters. After the two of them sat down, a genius asked, Fairy Phoenix Xian, may I know the name of this new fairy? Fairy Phoenix Xian smiled and said, this big sister is called Fairy 100 Flowers. She is a heavenly fairy born from flowers. Fairy 100 Flowers was a titled god. However, it was hard to say whether this woman was a titled god or not. After all, Fairy 100 Flowers was in existence from a very long time ago. This woman did not seem very old, and her life force was also relatively young. Hence, she might have simply inherited this title. As for Fairy Phoenix Xian's specific name, she did not tell the others. Since Fairy Phoenix Xian did not say anything, the others were very tactful and did not ask. If they insisted on getting to the bottom of this matter, it would only give them a bad impression. Fairy 100 Flowers said, this is my first time here. I hope that everyone can take care of me in the future. Many people were very enthusiastic, and then they hurriedly tried to get close to Fairy 100 Flowers. Of course, the ones doing this were mostly the male cultivators. As for the female cultivators, they did not move, and their expressions were cold. Women liked to compare. Some women liked to compare wealth and material things, while others liked to compare appearance and figure. Women who liked to compare wealth and material were often women from the secular world. This was because women from the world of cultivators could obtain wealth at their fingertips. As for the women who came here, their status was extraordinary. Naturally, they didn't lack wealth. Of course, they would compare their figures, appearances, and other aspects. They could not compare to Fairy Phoenix Xian, and were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Fairy Phoenix Xian. When they saw that Fairy Phoenix Xian's best friend was actually so charming, and even more mature and charming than Fairy Phoenix Xian, they naturally felt even more jealous. It would be strange if they could not look at her with a good expression. At this time, Fairy Phoenix Xian said, "Sister, let me introduce you to a young master." "Oh, who is it?" Fairy 100 Flowers asked curiously. "It's this young master." Fairy Phoenix Xian pointed at Lin Feng and said, "This young master is called Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi wants to go to the buried god Starfield." Because Lin Gongzi does not have a complete starry sky route map, he has been looking for information about it during this period of time. Back then, I remember Sister telling me that Sister has some connections with the White Immortal Valley, and that she has a way to enter the White Immortal Valley. After I found out that Lin Gongzi wanted to enter the White Immortal Valley to find the starry sky route map, I thought that Sister would come over during this period of time, so I told Lin Gongzi some things about Sister. After hearing Fairy Phoenix Xian's words, Fairy 100 Flowers was very surprised. She looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Young master actually wants to go to the buried god Starfield? That place is very dangerous, and there are many magnetic fields along the way. If you go there, you might get lost in those magnetic fields, and once you get lost, you will be doomed eternally." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Could it be that 100 Flower Fairy has been to the buried god Starfield before?" 100 Flower Fairy replied, "Back then, I did follow an elder to the buried god Starfield, but when we reached the first magnetic field, we were forced to return. That place was simply too dangerous, and even with a star map, it was very difficult to successfully pass through the magnetic field." Lin Feng revealed a trace of joy, because 100 Flower Fairy's words contained an extremely important piece of information, that elder of hers had a star map. Lin Feng asked, "May I know where that elder of yours is now?" 100 Flower Fairy replied, "My elder has already passed away." When Lin Feng heard by Hua Fairy, he said, "I'm sorry, I reminded you of something so sad." 100 Flower Fairy replied, "It's fine. Everyone is born, grows old, gets sick, and dies. This is the law of nature, and it's unavoidable." 100 Flower Fairy was clearly open-minded, and Lin Feng admired her quite a bit. Asked Lin Feng, "Do you know the route to the god's Gravestar region, celestial being?" 100 Flower Fairy said, "Although that elder of mine knew the route, I didn't. Because I was still young at the time, I wasn't particularly interested in starry sky routes, so I didn't ask that elder what the route to the buried god Starfield was like. Later on, when I wanted to know more about it, that elder of mine had already passed away, so I couldn't ask about it. I'm really sorry, but I can't provide the complete starry sky route for young master." Lin Feng said, "Fairy, please don't tell me. Also, what did you do wrong?" Fairy Phoenix Fairy said that you have a way to enter the White Immortal Valley. "Is that true?" 100 Flower Fairy said, "I do know how to enter, but if someone who has no connection to the White Immortal Valley enters, they will have to undergo a test. The White Immortal Valley's test is extremely dangerous, and once you undergo the test, you won't be able to withdraw. If you can't pass the test, you will definitely die." There have been many dazzling geniuses who thought they could pass the test, so they accepted the test, but in the end, they all died in the test. Lin Feng said, "Although the test is very dangerous, I still want to participate in it. I hope Fairy can help me talk about this matter." 100 Flower Fairy said, "Since Lin Gongzi insists on entering the White Immortal Valley, I can help you ask about it. Give me a few days, and I'll inform you when I have news." At that moment, a cultivator asked, "Fairy, can we also accept the test?" 100 Flower Fairy said. 100 Flower Fairy said, "If you want to participate in the test, of course, you can, of course, but I've already told you that the test is dangerous, and it's very likely that you will die in the test, so you must be very careful." Many people were very curious about the White Immortal Valley. After all, the White Immortal Valley had a long history, and it had always been shrouded in a mysterious aura. Many people believed that there must be many great opportunities in that place. If they missed this opportunity, it would be impossible for them to get such an opportunity again. Therefore, even though they knew that this test was very dangerous, many people still wanted to participate in this test. Therefore, a cultivator said, "We have already thought about it." Said by Hua Fairy while nodding. Then, she told everybody to wait for news from her like Lin Feng. As for the test, Lin Feng was not worried. Lin Feng was quite confident in himself. Although the White Immortal Valley was very strange, and the restrictions there were very powerful and terrifying, Lin Feng believed that with his current means, it should not be too big of a problem to deal with these dangers. Of course, there were still some things that should be taken care of. Therefore, Lin Feng planned to go to the White Immortal Valley by himself. As for Du Zhu and the evil sovereign saint, Lin Feng asked them to stay for the time being. Lin Feng wanted to leave some backup plans. If he really needed to use these backup plans, Du Zhu and the evil sovereign saint would play a key role. After returning, Lin Feng lived in seclusion and prepared some backup plans. At this time, 100 Flower Fairy and Phoenix Fairy were flying in the direction of the White Immortal Valley. Seeing Phoenix Fairy frowning, 100 Flower Fairy said, "Sister, do you want to help me deal with Lin Feng? Do you feel bad about it? After all, there is no enmity between you and Lin Feng, and I've dragged you into our enmity." Hearing 100 Flower Fairy's words, Fairy Phoenix Fairy asked, "Why does elder sister think so?" Flower Fairy sighed and said, "That's because sister has always been an extremely kind person, but now that she's involved in this matter, she'll definitely find it hard to accept." "I can understand that." Fairy Feng Xian said, "Although we are not sisters by blood, we are as close as sisters. Back then, if it wasn't for you, I would have died in the outer realm. So, no matter what you want me to do, I will do it willingly. Lin Feng has enmity with you, so he is my enemy. Therefore, I have no qualms about dealing with Lin Feng." Hearing Fairy Phoenix Fairy's words, 100 Flower Fairy felt much better. Phoenix Fairy said, "It's just that I'm a bit worried. After all, Lin Feng is an extremely powerful person, and we might not be able to deal with him. If we fail this time, our end will be very miserable." 100 Flower Fairy smiled, "Sister, you don't have to worry. This time, we're borrowing the power of the White Immortal Valley to deal with Lin Feng. The White Immortal Valley is an extremely terrifying place, and dealing with a mere Lin Feng won't be a problem." Fairy Phoenix Fairy could not help but ponder for a moment before nodding. Although she did not know much about the White Immortal Valley, she knew that 100 Flower Fairy was very familiar with it. Since 100 Flower Fairy had said so, then she did not have to worry too much about this matter. Soon, Lin Feng received news from Flower Fairy. She said that he could go to White Immortal Valley in 5 days and accept the test. If he could pass the test, he would be able to enter White Immortal Valley. After receiving this news, Lin Feng was very happy. He could finally go to White Immortal Valley to accept the test. Lin Feng had been looking forward to this matter. Of course, he also knew that there was something wrong with the two women, but it didn't matter. Lin Feng had already prepared for everything. No matter what schemes they used, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of them at all. When the appointed day arrived, Lin Feng went to White Immortal Valley. When they arrived outside of the White Celestial Valley, Lin Feng noticed that there were many people there. Some people had come to watch the fun, and some people had come to take the test. For example, the cultivator named Lu had come to take the test. His cultivation was quite good, but it also depended on who he was compared to. If he was compared to Lin Feng, the difference was too great. When the cultivator surnamed Lu saw Lin Feng, he smiled coldly. Previously, he didn't want to arouse Fairy Fengxian's disgust. Even if he had a verbal conflict with Lin Feng, he didn't do anything to Lin Feng. However, he also wanted to enter White Immortal Valley to accept the test. If he met Lin Feng during the test, he wouldn't mind attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng also saw this person, but Lin Feng didn't care at all. At this moment, Lin Feng was guessing the content of this test. However, no matter what kind of test it was, Lin Feng could deal with it accordingly. With his current strength, he indeed dared to say such words. Not long after, Flower Fairy and Fairy Feng Xian flew out of White Immortal Valley. There was a reason why the White Immortal Valley was named White Immortal Valley. It was said that the original master of White Immortal Valley was surnamed by. This was an immortal valley surrounded by countless mysterious colors. From then on, this place was called White Immortal Valley. This was also the origin of the name White Immortal Valley. As for the woman's name, no one knew. After Flower Fairy and Fairy Feng Xian flew out, they smiled and looked at everyone. Flower Fairy said, "Everyone, those who want to participate in this test, please come to my left." Then, all the participants came to the left side of 100 Flower Fairy. In total, there were more than 30 people. Every one of them was eager to take part in the White Immortal Valley's test. However, most of the people here were just here to watch the show. Flower Fairy looked at the 30 people and said, "Everyone, since you want to participate in the test, there are some things that I have to tell you. When you participate in the test, you must be careful. This is because the test area of White Immortal Valley is very strange. It can often create a lot of illusions. Therefore, only those who are very familiar with you can trust them. If you are not familiar with them, don't trust them, because they might not be cultivators who entered with you. It is very likely that they are illusions created by White Immortal Valley during the test. If they are cultivators who entered with you, of course we can trust them, but if we can't confirm their identity, we must be careful." After hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. If Flower Fairy didn't know how to deal with these dangers, Lin Feng wouldn't believe it. However, at this moment, Flower Fairy said not to trust others easily, and before the test, it seemed like she wanted to make everyone suspicious of each other. Lin Feng always felt that this Flower Fairy wasn't as pure as she looked on the surface. 100 Flower Fairy said, "Everyone, if you're ready, let's begin the test." Then let's begin. After hearing Flower Fairy's words, many people responded. Then, the group of people who were about to participate in the test arrived outside White Immortal Valley. In front of them was the terrifying restriction of White Immortal Valley, so everyone stopped. Before the restriction was opened, no one dared to rashly touch the restriction of White Immortal Valley. Doing so would be courting death. Baihua Fairy formed one hand seal after another. The hand seals sank into the restriction. Then a lot of very strange energy escaped from the restrictions. This strange energy wrapped around the more than 30 cultivators participating in the test. When the energy wrapped around these cultivators, all the cultivators were sucked into the White Immortal Valley by the energy. When Lin Feng reappeared, he found that the surroundings were covered in white fog. Moreover, the other cultivators were nowhere to be seen. After arriving here, Lin Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. It seems that this is the place where the test will be held. Lin Feng walked all the way into the depths. Not long after, Lin Feng heard a scream from afar. He quickly rushed over and saw a cultivator lying on the ground. At this moment, the cultivator was already dead. Lin Feng checked him, but didn't find any wounds on his body. It was really strange. However, the cultivator's pupils were wide open. From the looks of it, he seemed to have seen something terrifying, and then that terrifying thing scared him to death. Although it sounded unbelievable, but from his expression, he really did die like that. However, what exactly scared him to death, Lin Feng didn't find out. After Lin Feng came in, he felt that this place was very quiet. Nothing came out to attack Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng very surprised. Lin Feng continued to walk inside. Not long after, he saw another corpse. Lin Feng frowned. After walking next to the corpse, he checked it. The corpse still didn't have any wounds, but the way this cultivator died was the same as the previous one. His pupils were wide open. Obviously, he died from excessive fear. Of course, it was also possible that his soul was attacked. However, since he had been dead for so long, his soul had already dissipated. Lin Feng naturally had no way to check his soul. Therefore, Lin Feng had the impression that they had either died because their souls had been attacked or because they had been scared to death. If their souls were attacked, then it would be better. But if they were scared to death, then what in the world could scare these cultivators to death? Lin Feng continued to walk inside. In the following period of time, he found more than a dozen corpses. These cultivators all died in the same way. However, Lin Feng walked for so long and still didn't encounter any danger. This place didn't even have restrictions. It was reasonable to say that this place was where everyone was tested. Why were there no restrictions? It was really quite strange. The more peaceful a place was, the more dangerous it might be. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He was very vigilant and carefully used his spiritual force to sense the surroundings. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a few more corpses. These corpses fell outside a valley. After seeing these corpses, Lin Feng quickly walked over and checked the situation of these corpses. These corpses died in the same way as the cultivators before. However, one of the corpses caught Lin Feng's attention. This corpse had died in the same way as the other corpses. However, there were some blood-colored words in the palm of this corpse. Unfortunately, these words couldn't be seen clearly. This made Lin Feng feel a little helpless. This was the only clue, but it was broken just like that. Ah! At this moment, a scream of horror came from afar. After hearing that scream, Lin Feng quickly flew over. In a mountain not far away, Lin Feng saw the cultivator surnamed Lu, who had a verbal conflict with him before. At this moment, the cultivator surnamed Lu's body fell to the ground and twitched violently. Lin Feng quickly came to the side of the cultivator surnamed Lu. Lin Feng wanted to get some clues from him, but when Lin Feng came to his side, the cultivator was already dead. His pupils suddenly widened, as if he had experienced something terrifying before he died. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This cultivator had died in such a strange way. However, Lin Feng didn't find any clues. How did he die? This time, Lin Feng even watched him die. Lin Feng went to check his soul and found that his soul didn't suffer any damage. However, he still died. It was very strange. This method of death seemed to be cursed. Lin Feng sensed for a moment and didn't feel the power of the curse. Although he didn't feel the power of the curse, Lin Feng still felt that it might be related to the curse. Not long after, Lin Feng heard another scream. Lin Feng quickly rushed over. This time, it was a woman who had screamed. There were a total of 3 women participating in the test. This woman was one of them. At that moment, the woman was hugging her head and leaning against a tree. She was shrieking in pain. Nobody knew what was going on. Lin Feng arrived next to the woman. Then, he gently touched the woman's body. The woman immediately quieted down. Then, her body softly fell into Lin Feng's arms. The woman looked to be around 30 years old. Of course, her real age was obviously more than that. She had a voluptuous figure and was quite beautiful. After falling into Lin Feng's arms, she finally showed an expression of relief. He wondered what she had gone through in the past. In order to prevent any other accidents from happening to the woman, Lin Feng carefully checked her body and soul. After finding that there were no problems, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. The woman didn't die. It was a happy thing. When she woke up later, he could ask her about some of the things she had encountered before. Lin Feng found a place to put the woman down. The woman's breathing gradually stabilized. When night fell, the woman woke up. I actually didn't die. The woman was pleasantly surprised after waking up. She sat up and saw Lin Feng. It's you? The woman asked. She clearly recognized Lin Feng. Although she didn't know who Lin Feng was, they had taken the test together. Naturally, she still remembered Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "How do you feel now?" "I feel much better now." "You must have saved me." "Thank you for saving me," the woman said. Lin Feng said, "No need to thank me." "Oh, right. What on earth did you experience during the day? Why did you feel so much pain?" The woman said, "It felt like a special power invaded my body, making it difficult for me to control my body. Then, I fell into a world of darkness. I saw many terrifying scenes. I wanted to struggle and resist, but I couldn't. I thought I was going to die, but at that moment, a ray of light appeared in the darkness. After seeing that light, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw you, sir. Now that I think about it, was that ray of light because of Sir's arrival?" Hearing the woman's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be astonished. Then, he frowned. What was going on? Could it be that the strange energy had pulled her into a dark world? Could it be that those people had died in the same way? At that moment, the woman who had been talking to Lin Feng revealed a strange smile. Then, she suddenly sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Luckily, Lin Feng was extremely strong, and his reactions were extremely fast. Although the two of them were very close to each other, the woman suddenly launched a sneak attack at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng still managed to react. Lin Feng sent a palm strike at the woman, and the two of them collided. They were evenly matched. The woman's sneak attack had failed, and her body quickly floated back. Who are you? Lin Feng looked at the woman with a gloomy expression. The woman laughed sinisterly and said, "What a good method. You've made me feel a trace of excitement. Only killing an expert like you is interesting to me. It won't be that easy to kill me." Lin Feng sneered. The woman revealed a strange smile. Then her eyes dimmed, and her body fell to the ground. Lin Feng could clearly feel that when her body fell to the ground, all the vitality in her body quickly disappeared. Lin Feng quickly walked over and checked the woman's condition. The woman's eyes suddenly widened, and she died in the same way. Lin Feng's expression became more and more serious. Why did the woman suddenly seem like a different person after waking up? Then she attacked him. Then she suddenly died. Was he possessed by something just now? Lin Feng felt that this might be the reason. He felt that although the person who had just spoken was still in the woman's body, her soul seemed to have been replaced by the soul of another creature. But Lin Feng didn't feel anything approaching. Lin Feng had checked her soul before, and there was no problem at all. With Lin Feng's powerful cultivation, it was basically impossible for the other party to hide from him. But the thing was, everything clearly pointed to the woman being controlled. This was also something that Lin Feng couldn't understand. Looking at the woman's corpse, Lin Feng sighed. She was originally a peerless beauty, but unfortunately, she had died in this place. It was really a pity. But the world of cultivators was really too cruel. Who knew how many people died every day, and among those who died, who knew how many beauties there were? Lin Feng left the place and found a place to rest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged. The night was getting darker, and he couldn't see his own fingers. A gloomy aura filled the world. At that moment, Lin Feng clearly felt that a strange power was invading his body. When Lin Feng wanted to resist, he found that his body couldn't. Lin Feng felt that things were a little bad. Was this the strange energy that the woman had mentioned before? What kind of energy was this? Soon, Lin Feng felt that his thoughts were still there, but he lost control of his body. Then, Lin Feng felt that he had arrived in a dark world. Then, Lin Feng saw countless scenes. Those scenes included his family, relatives, lovers, friends, fellow disciples, subordinates, and so on. At that moment, those scenes showed that they had all died miserably in the destruction of the world. Those scenes should be the scene of the end of the era. And he could only watch them die. There was no way to save them. The endless dark power was devouring him. Lin Feng could feel that he was walking towards death. No wonder these people were so terrified. They could clearly feel that they were being devoured by the darkness. They could clearly feel their lives slipping away. But they couldn't resist. Was there anything scarier than this situation, watching one's loved ones, relatives, friends, subordinates, and so on die miserably and feeling their lives slipping away, yet they couldn't resist? The two emotions intertwined and dealt a heavy blow to one's soul. No one could resist. No one could break free from the darkness. Lin Feng was the same. He kept struggling, trying to escape from the darkness. He wanted to see the light. He wanted to return to the real world. He wanted to regain control of his body. But no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he couldn't do it. What is hiding in the dark? Lin Feng shouted in the darkness. At that moment, a gloomy voice resounded, "Boy, I have to say that you have some tricks up your sleeve. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you know what's going on." When that voice resonated in the air, Lin Feng knew that the person who had caused all these strange things had appeared. "I'm a demon born from the darkness. I don't have a physical body. Strictly speaking, I'm just an extremely special form of energy. I can enter anyone's body and create a dark space of death. No matter who it is, as long as they're trapped in my space of death, they'll die, just like what you're going through right now." After hearing that, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. What kind of method was that? It was so strange. Lin Feng had never seen such a strange method before. It was really terrifying. It could kill people silently. Anyone who encountered such an existence would be terrified. Because, the unknown was the scariest. Now that you know everything, you can die, the terrifying existence's voice resounded again. Then, endless darkness swept over, as if it wanted to devour Lin Feng's life. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice resounded between heaven and earth, I am the master of fate. I control the fate of all living things. After Lin Feng's voice resounded, an endless amount of holy light gushed out of Lin Feng's body. The dazzling holy light made Lin Feng look like an incomparably hot sun. When the light of the sun shone out, the darkness was dispelled. Lin Feng struggled out of the darkness. Then, he opened his eyes and summoned his 6 black holes. The black holes condensed together and sealed the void. An extremely strange energy was sealed in midair. This energy was the terrifying existence that had been hiding in the dark. Seal. Lin Feng sneered. He directly sent out endless runes. The runes that surged out were combined with the stone scripture. The power of the stone scripture increased greatly. It directly sealed the unknown and terrifying existence. Damn it, let go of me, let go of me. The unknown and terrifying existence struggled violently. However, Lin Feng's sealing runes were too terrifying. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Ha 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 ha. Do you know how strong I am now? Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He was feeling a little proud of himself. In fact, Lin Feng had planned to beat the other party at his own game. He had risked his life to lure the terrifying existence out because that was the only way Lin Feng could lure it out. If he didn't lure the terrifying existence out, it would just hide in the dark. Who knew when it would attack? Lin Feng just so happened to have the Great Destiny technique, and he also had a Destiny bloodline. When the Great Destiny technique and the Destiny bloodline were used together, they could erupt with terrifying power. In other words, Lin Feng had managed to reverse fate at the most crucial moment. He had even managed to seal the terrifying existence. The terrifying existence was indeed very strong. The most powerful thing about it was its strange methods. It could silently kill people. If it hadn't appeared, no one would have been able to deal with it. If it hadn't let down its guard after getting carried away, Lin Feng wouldn't have been able to turn the tables on Lin Feng. At this moment, the terrifying being had clearly figured out the ins and outs of the entire matter. It roared furiously, "Brat, you're despicable and shameless. You tricked me on purpose." Lin Feng sneered, "Yes, I tricked you on purpose. You got carried away too much. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have been able to trick you even if I wanted to. You brought this upon yourself. Now, answer my questions honestly. If you don't, I'll use my heavenly flames to burn you alive." The terrifying existence said coldly, "I'm an energy body, and an immortal one at that. Your heavenly flames won't be able to burn me to death." Lin Feng sneered. Even if there was something in the world that was immortal, it definitely wasn't this guy. "Is that so? Then let's see if I can really burn you to death," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Then, he released his 8 types of celestial fire. When the cultivator saw that Lin Feng had 8 types of celestial fire, he couldn't believe his eyes. "How come you have so many celestial fires?" Lin Feng said, "That's because I'm awesome." The terrifying existence was speechless. This brat was too full of himself. Lin Feng said coldly, "Do you think I can burn you to death with these heavenly flames?" If Lin Feng only had 1 or 2 heavenly flames, he might not be able to burn this guy to death. However, Lin Feng now had 8 heavenly flames. It was simply unimaginable how terrifying the power of these heavenly flames would be when stacked together. Given enough time, Lin Feng could burn Lin Feng's heavenly flames to him. "Any's cultivation," said the terrifying existence with a gloomy expression. "Fine, you win. What do you want to ask?" Lin Feng asked, "How were you born?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, the terrifying existence said, "Actually, I was born because of some special reasons." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Back then, I was just a strand of spirituality within the demonic energy. However, one day, I fused with a strand of the first celestial master's demonic will, and I began to transform." Lin Feng was astonished. He hadn't thought that such a terrifying cultivator would have something to do with him. The first celestial teacher was the one who had created the celestial teacher sect. He could be considered Lin Feng's ancestor. Lin Feng wasn't particularly familiar with the first celestial master. However, the celestial master Dao he had created back then was terrifying. From this, one could see how extraordinary the first celestial master was. However, Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. With the first celestial master's ability, he should have been able to break the curse of the celestial master Dao, right? However, he hadn't been able to do so. Lin Feng asked, "Who is the first celestial master? Aren't you the successor of the celestial master Dao? You don't even know who the first celestial master is?" The terrifying existence asked. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Many of our records have disappeared. Of course, the first celestial master is a mystery. Is it strange that I don't know who the first celestial master is?" The terrifying existence said, "If that's the case, then I can understand. The first celestial master is called Yu Shang." Yu Shang? You're saying that he's called Yu Shang? Lin Feng was astonished. Back then, Lin Feng had seen some images of the mysterious metal box in the supreme divine ability. He had seen a ruler who had been ambushed inside. That ruler was called Yu Shang. Were the two of them the same person? Asked Lin Feng. You're talking about Yu Shang, is he the ruler of Ba Huang? The terrifying existence said, "Yes, it's him. He's the founder of the celestial master Dao." Back then, when he created the celestial master Dao, some methods of the celestial master Dao threatened some extremely terrifying existences. Therefore, those existences joined forces to destroy Yu Shang. Those existences are too terrifying. They're so terrifying that you can't even imagine them. I can only tell you that one of those people who joined forces was the ruler of the world of the Master Hand. Think about it, the ruler of the world of the Master Hand manipulated this universe. He destroyed epics one after another. He was a terrifying existence, but he was only one of those people. Actually, they wanted to kill Yu Shang, but Yu Shang was too strong. He fought with them until both sides were injured. Therefore, they joined forces to weaken Yu Shang's cultivation. Because Yu Shang's cultivation was weakened too much, he suffered a calamity later on. If Yu Shang's cultivation hadn't been weakened, perhaps the celestial master Dao wouldn't have been cursed. Lin Feng asked, "What do you mean? Are those existences who cursed the celestial master Dao mainly the ruler and the others behind the scenes?" The terrifying existence said, "That's right. It's those guys. Of course. There are many curses in the world. Some of them are related to them, but there are also many that have nothing to do with them. If you're an existence born from a strand of Yu Shang's demonic will, why are you here?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "I've been imprisoned in this place. I've tried to escape again and again, but I've never been able to." You're imprisoned here? Who would imprison you here?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The terrifying existence said, "Of course it was that bitch from the White Immortal Valley who imprisoned me here and tortured me for many years. She made me wish I was dead, and she refused to let me out. I hate her to death, and I want to eat her flesh and drink her blood. I want her to descend to the 18th level of hell, and I want her to never rise again. I want her to never be reincarnated." It seemed that the terrifying existence's hatred was quite deep. It was gnashing its teeth as it spoke. It wanted nothing more than to kill that bitch from White Immortal Valley. Lin Feng asked curiously, "Is there some kind of enmity between the two of you?" The terrifying existence said, "I don't even fucking know this woman. We met by chance, and then this woman captured me and imprisoned me here. You must have offended her with your words. That's why she attacked you." Lin Feng said. The terrifying being replied, "Offended my ass. I didn't even say a single word to her back then. Then she captured me. Now that I think about it, it's really depressing. If she hadn't captured me, I wouldn't have been able to imagine how terrifying I would have been all these years. Besides, because of her imprisonment, my strength has been greatly reduced. Otherwise, do you think you would have been able to seal me?" This guy's words were quite true. After being sealed for so long, this guy's strength had indeed declined greatly. With such a drastic decline, it was very normal for him to be depressed. "Is this place connected to the inner part of White Immortal Valley?" Lin Feng asked. "Correct. This place is connected to the inner part of White Immortal Valley." However, the natural laws here restrict me greatly, so I can't leave. You guys aren't restricted at all. Generally speaking, very few people would enter this trial path. I'm rather puzzled as to why you all would enter this place. The terrifying existence asked. I wanted to find the star map that led to the buried god's starfield, and I received news that the master of the White Immortal Valley knew about the star map. A woman called 100 Flower Fairy said that if I passed the test, I would be able to reach the depths of the White Immortal Valley and meet the master of the White Immortal Valley. So I participated in this test. Lin Feng said. The master of White Immortal Valley fell into a deep sleep a long time ago. Of course, she might have already died. I don't know the details because I've been imprisoned here all this time. I can't go out and see how she's doing. What? Is that so? When Lin Feng heard that, his expression suddenly changed. He had wanted to obtain the star map from the leader of the White Celestial Valley. If the leader of the White Celestial Valley died, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to obtain it. Of course. If that bitch hadn't encountered some terrible situation, why wouldn't she have come to torment me? I haven't sensed her life force all these years, so I think it's very likely that she has died. This was something that Lin Feng didn't expect. However, Lin Feng still had some doubts. The fact that 100 Flower Fairy could freely enter and leave White Immortal Valley meant that she had some sort of relationship with White Immortal Valley. Who exactly was she? Maybe Bai Hua Fairy knows the complete route. However, when she said that she didn't know, she was obviously lying to him. You know this 100 Flower Fairy, right? Lin Feng asked. I know this woman. Back then, she came to the White Immortal Valley with a keepsake, but I don't know what kind of relationship she has with the White Immortal Valley. Perhaps there's some history between them. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The current situation was somewhat out of his expectations. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. This time, 100 Flower Fairy set him up to come here. She wanted him to die here, right? What kind of grudge do I have with 100 Flower Fairy? Lin Feng hadn't seen 100 Flower Fairy before, so he really didn't know what kind of grudge she had with him. As for that Fairy Phoenix Fairy, in Lin Feng's opinion, she was only one of 100 Flower Fairy's followers. The mastermind behind all of this was actually 100 Flower Fairy. Do you want to go out? Lin Feng asked. Yes, yes. Of course I want to go out. Can you let me out? The terrifying existence hurriedly asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, of course I can let you out. If you bring me to the exit, I'll let you out. The reason why he let this guy out was because Lin Feng felt that 100 Flower Fairy might have some powerful tricks up her sleeves. This terrifying existence might be of some use. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the terrifying existence became extremely excited. But then it shook its head and said, I'm heavily restricted by the laws here, I can't leave this place. Lin Feng said, why can't you leave? Everything is possible, I'll use the Great Fate technique to change your fate. After your fate is changed, you can leave. Hearing that, the terrifying existence's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. This guy in front of him knew the Great Fate technique and could change someone's fate. Once someone's fate was changed, some impossible things could happen. Very well, follow me. We'll go to the exit now. The terrifying existence said. Lin Feng removed the seal on the terrifying existence's body. This was because Lin Feng's power had already fused into its life force. Even if Lin Feng removed the seal, it still wouldn't be able to escape. Lin Feng wasn't afraid that it would ambush him again. Furthermore, Lin Feng felt that this guy really wanted to leave, so it probably wouldn't attack him again. After about an hour, they arrived at a valley. This place was filled with extremely powerful space-time laws. The terrifying existence said, after passing through the space-time laws in the depths of the valley, you'll be able to enter the core of the White Immortal Valley. You can go in now, but because I'm restricted by the laws here, I can't pass through. After saying that, the terrifying existence looked at Lin Feng expectantly. It hoped that Lin Feng could fulfill his promise and help it change its fate, allowing it to escape the restrictions of this place. End of chapter. Since he had already agreed to this matter, Lin Feng naturally would not go back on his word. Lin Feng directly activated the Great Fate technique, and a powerful force of fate descended, directly enveloping this terrifying existence. Then, this terrifying existence's fate was immediately changed, and its life aura underwent an earth-shattering change. This terrifying existence excitedly laughed out loud, "My fate has been changed, I no longer need to be suppressed, this is great, I can finally see the light of day again." Right now, this terrifying existence was extremely excited. Previously, it had been imprisoned here. That kind of life was worse than death. However, it had always persevered, it hoped that one day it would be able to see the light of day again, and now it finally saw this hope. Said Lin Feng. "Congratulations, you're finally free. Now, let's go in together, but you better hide. Don't expose yourself." "Don't worry, I will hide very well, I want to see if that bitch from back then is already dead." This terrifying existence fiercely said. Its resentment towards that woman in the white immortal valley was truly great. Lin Feng and this terrifying existence directly passed through the distorted spacetime, and then they entered a mountain forest filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds, spirit beasts galloping, and purple chi spewing out. The environment here was really too good. It was like a paradise, without any disturbances, it was very peaceful. Even further away, immortal cranes flapped their wings and flew past. These immortal cranes were not afraid of people, and soared above the 9 heavens. Lin Feng knew that this should be the core of the White Immortal Valley. Lin Feng did not know where 100 Flower Fairy and Phoenix Fairy were, he flew towards the depths, and not long after, 2 figures flew out from the depths. After seeing these 2 figures, Lin Feng revealed a cold smile, but then his expression returned to normal. The 2 people who flew out from the depths were none other than 100 Flower Fairy and Phoenix Fairy. 100 Flower Fairy and Phoenix Fairy landed beside Lin Feng. 100 Flower Fairy said, "I did not expect Lin Gongzi to pass through the trial so quickly, Lin Gongzi's methods are really amazing, this little girl admires him greatly." In fact, 100 Flower Fairy was also very puzzled, she knew how dangerous the trial was, and did not know how Lin Feng passed through it. Logically speaking, Lin Feng should not have been able to successfully pass through the trial, but thinking about how Lin Feng was indeed different from others, and how he had many extraordinary methods, Lin Feng finally passed through the trial. It did not seem to be too difficult to understand. Lin Feng said, "This journey was really hard to explain, but fortunately, I successfully passed through the trial." After Lin Feng's voice fell, a few more cultivators passed through the distorted space and entered the depths of this space. The greatest danger of the trial was the terrifying existence Lin Feng released. Because it was released by Lin Feng, it did not target other cultivators, so the danger of the trial was naturally eliminated, and then the cultivators who did not encounter a calamity successfully passed through the trial. In fact, a few of them were a little puzzled, didn't they say that the trial was very difficult to pass? Why did they not encounter any special difficulties along the way? Could it be that because his methods were too powerful, he was able to pass the trial so easily? Thinking of this, some people could not help but feel complacent, if they knew the whole story. At that time, who knows what kind of mood they would have, including Lin Feng, there were a total of 6 people who passed through the trial. Among them was a female cultivator. This female cultivator looked a little similar to the female cultivator who died before. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little moved. Could it be that this female cultivator and the female cultivator who died were related by blood? Otherwise, why do the 2 of them look so similar? Maybe they are a pair of beautiful sisters. It was a pity that one of them had already died tragically on the road of trials. Congratulations to everyone for passing through the trial. 100 Flower Fairy said with a smile after seeing these cultivators. Several cultivators politely exchanged a few words with 100 Flower Fairy, then the female cultivator asked, "Has anyone seen this concubine's younger sister?" Obviously, these people should know this female cultivator. Even if they did not know her, they had seen the 2 sisters before, and the 2 of them looked so similar, they could probably guess their specific identity. So when this female cultivator asked if they had seen her younger sister, they all thought of another female cultivator. That female cultivator was definitely a beautiful young married woman, a pair of beautiful sisters. If they could have a romantic relationship with this pair of beautiful sisters, it would definitely be unforgettable for the rest of their lives, right? Everyone else shook their heads. They had not seen her younger sister before. Said Lin Feng. "I've seen her, but she died on the path of the exam," said Lin Feng. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the beautiful woman suddenly showed an extremely sad expression. Then she asked about some of the things that happened at that time. Lin Feng told the beautiful woman everything that happened at that time. In fact, the beautiful woman had seen the tragic deaths of several cultivators before, but at that time she hid and did not come out. The way they died was very similar to how Lin Feng described her younger sister's death. The beautiful woman sighed, her expression sorrowful. But the world of cultivators was this cruel, accompanied by the danger of death at every moment. Since she had embarked on this path, there was no turning back, so after being sad for a while, her mood had calmed down a lot. 100 Flower Fairy asked, "Everyone, what do you want?" A cultivator said, "I heard that the White Immortal Valley has endless mysterious techniques and many immortal scriptures. I want to obtain a top-notch inheritance." A second cultivator said, "I heard that the White Immortal Valley has top-notch magic treasures passed down from the previous era. I want to obtain a top-notch magic treasure." A female cultivator said, "I heard that the White Immortal Valley has a rainbow-colored immortal robe, an extremely powerful defensive immortal robe. I want to obtain one of those robes." A fourth cultivator said, "I want to obtain a true immortal pill, then use that pill to break through to the true immortal realm." A fifth cultivator said, "I heard that the master of the White Immortal Valley has the Nirvana technique. I want to obtain the cultivation method of the Nirvana technique." End of chapter. The thing Lin Gongzi wants is the star route map that Lin Gongzi mentioned before, right? 100 Flower Fairy looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right, what I want is that star route map. Can Fairy help me get it?" Lin Feng's face was full of smiles. In fact, Lin Feng knew that there was something fishy going on, but he still didn't know who 100 Flower Fairy was. If he fell out with 100 Flower Fairy now, and if she still had some tricks up her sleeve, 100 Flower Fairy might be able to escape. That was why Lin Feng didn't expose 100 Flower Fairy directly. He planned to play with 100 Flower Fairy slowly. Obviously, 100 Flower Fairy didn't know that Lin Feng already knew a lot of things, and thought that everything was still within her calculations. "I'm not sure if Sir can get the star route map, because I need to ask the master of White Immortal Valley first," 100 Flower Fairy said. "So that's how it is. Then I'll wait for your news," Lin Feng said. "You're welcome, sir," 100 Flower Fairy said. After a pause, she continued, "I'll take you to rest first." "Thank you, Fairy." Everyone thanked 100 Flower Fairy. Then, 100 Flower Fairy and Fairy Phoenix Fairy led Lin Feng and the others to rest. When they passed by a mountain range, they saw many tombs, but there were no names on the tombs, so no one knew who was buried under the tombs. A cultivator asked curiously, "Fairy, can I ask a question?" 100 Flower Fairy smiled and said, "Of course." Then, the cultivator asked, "Who are the people buried in the tombs?" Hearing this question, 100 Flower Fairy sighed and said, "I'm sure everyone has heard that the master of White Immortal Valley would take in a disciple every once in a while. The people buried under the tombs were the disciples of the master of White Immortal Valley. Perhaps because she was too sad, she didn't write down the names of her disciples. So that's how it is." Everyone nodded. 100 Flower Fairy and Fairy Phoenix Fairy led Lin Feng and the others to a courtyard, then arranged for Lin Feng and the others to rest in the courtyard for Lin Feng and the others. Then, 100 Flower Fairy and Fairy Phoenix Fairy left and went to another place shrouded in white fog. There was a very powerful restriction there, and if they didn't bring the others in, they wouldn't be able to enter. The place was very powerful. The restriction here was extremely terrifying. It was unknown whether it was a natural restriction or a restriction set up by someone. Lin Feng felt that this place had many natural restrictions to begin with. Later, powerful cultivators added some new restrictions on top of the natural restrictions. After the natural restrictions and the new restrictions merged into one, the two restrictions became one. Once the restrictions had completed their transformation, the power of the restrictions had increased substantially. This was the reason why the stone scripture couldn't break through the restrictions. Of course, Lin Feng might have guessed wrong. After all, the restrictions were too ancient, and there were many things that couldn't be investigated. At night, Lin Feng suddenly heard a knock on his door. Lin Feng went to the door and opened it. Then, he saw the beautiful woman standing outside. Lin Feng asked curiously, "Fairy, it's already so late. Why aren't you resting?" "I have some questions about my younger sister that I would like to ask you." Is it convenient for me to enter now? As the saying goes, a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Since the woman didn't mind, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't mind. Fairy, please come in. After the woman entered the room, Lin Feng closed the door and invited the woman to sit. Lin Feng then invited the woman to take a seat. I'll pour you a cup of tea, Lin Feng said. The woman replied, thank you, young master. Lin Feng poured a cup of tea for the woman, but she didn't drink it. The woman revealed a sorrowful expression and asked, young master, did my sister leave behind any special words before she died? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Could it be that the woman had some secrets that he wanted to pass on to this woman? However, it was true that her sister didn't say anything. Everything had happened too suddenly, and even if she wanted to say something, it was too late. Thus, the woman didn't say anything before she died. Lin Feng said her death was very sudden, so she didn't say anything. The woman's face was covered in tears, and she looked very sad. The death of a loved one was indeed a very sad thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, not knowing how to console the woman. This kind of thing wasn't easy. After all, anyone who encountered something like this would feel extremely sad. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, wanting to pat the woman's shoulder and comfort her. However, he pulled his hand back in the end. The woman threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace and hugged Lin Feng with both hands. Her beautiful face pressed against Lin Feng's chest as she sobbed. She said, I just want to find a hug to lean on. I hope young master doesn't mind. Lin Feng nodded. The woman continued to cry as she said, my sister and I have relied on each other for survival since we were young. Who would have thought that we would be separated forever? From now on, I will be alone, and I no longer have any relatives. Lin Feng said, please restrain your grief. The woman didn't say anything else, and she continued to cry. Suddenly, after crying for a while, a fierce look appeared in her eyes. She hugged Lin Feng's right hand and viciously pressed down on Lin Feng's spine. However, at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly pushed the woman away. Thus, the woman's sneak attack failed. Lin Feng sneered, what are you doing? I have no enmity with you, so why did you sneak attack me? The beautiful woman said coldly, it was you must have killed my little sister. You must have seen how pretty my little sister was and had some improper thoughts about her, so you killed her. I'll kill you to take revenge for my little sister. After saying that, the woman formed a restriction and sealed the room. Then, she quickly attacked Lin Feng. She sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Fuck, she's a crazy woman. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse when he saw the woman attacking him. It was no wonder that Lin Feng would be so depressed. This woman was simply too crazy. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Lin Feng. He had told her about her sister out of kindness. However, he had not expected this woman to suspect that he was the one who had done something to her sister. She was definitely a persecuted paranoia patient. Wasn't this way of thinking a little too weird? How could he face this woman's attack? Lin Feng waved his robes, and a powerful force surged out, sending the woman flying. Even though her cultivation was relatively strong, compared to Lin Feng, there was still a huge gap. Lin Feng said coldly, I won't lower myself to your level on account of your sister's death. Don't be unreasonable. If you continue to be unreasonable, yours truly will make you pay a heavy price today. The woman said, you've finally revealed your true colors. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll kill you to avenge my sister. As soon as she finished speaking, said the woman, summoning many poisonous insects. Those poisonous insects flew towards Lin Feng. Those poisonous insects were extremely poisonous. If Lin Feng was surrounded by them, he would be in great danger. Lin Feng looked at the woman coldly. He cursed again, what a crazy woman. He then waved his hand. The heavenly flame immediately flew out and burned fiercely. When those poisonous insects flew over, they were all burned to ashes by the heavenly flame. Lin Feng's body flashed, and he appeared in front of the woman in an instant. He then tapped her lightly, and her body froze. She could not move at all. Since I can't kill you, you can kill me, the woman said coldly. Do you think I'll let you off so easily? Lin Feng pinched her snow-white chin gently. The woman looked at Lin Feng with a look of fear. Seeing that, Lin Feng was secretly delighted. Lin Feng wanted to scare this crazy woman. This crazy woman, she probably thought that he would do something heartless to her, right? Seeing the woman's look of fear, Lin Feng felt extremely satisfied. What are you doing? You can't touch me. I'd rather die than let you ruin my body. The woman said in fear. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng laughed out loud. He did not continue to tease her. Instead, he lay on his bed and turned off the lights. The night passed quickly. When Lin Feng woke up the next day, he found the woman glaring at him. Since Lin Feng had restrained her body, she could not move. She stood there for the whole night and listened to Lin Feng's breathing for the whole night. This made her very depressed. A delicate beauty like her had stood there for the whole night while Lin Feng slept comfortably. Now, she wanted nothing more than to strangle Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng looked at her and said, although there is a saying that a woman with big breasts is brainless, you don't look like that kind of woman. Why do you think I'm the one who did this to your sister? The woman said, because my sister has an extremely rare Dao integration physique. Once a cultivator achieves Dao integration with my sister, their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. You've met my sister before, so it's very normal for you to attack her. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. The beautiful woman's words actually made some sense. Once a top-grade cultivation vessel like her was encountered by someone, especially when she was alone, it was very easy for others to attack her. This kind of thing was very common in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng was the last man to come in contact with her sister, so it was not strange for her to suspect Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's thoughts were all focused on finding that terrifying existence in the dark. He did not observe what kind of physique his sister had. Lin Feng said, I didn't know that your sister had a Dao integration physique because we didn't even talk much before she died. Everything I said is true. Whether you believe it or not, that's all I have to say. The beautiful woman replied, I believe you. Said Lin Feng while looking at the beautiful woman. He was astonished. The woman said, because I stood here all night and you didn't do anything to me. This proves that you're a gentleman. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This woman's way of thinking was indeed a bit strange. Lin Feng released her restriction and said, you can leave now. The woman nodded and opened the door to Lin Feng's room and walked outside. When the beautiful woman came out, two cultivators were whispering to each other in the courtyard outside. Seeing the woman come out of Lin Feng's room early in the morning, the two cultivators revealed an extremely ambiguous look. Obviously, the two cultivators thought that Lin Feng and the woman must have spent the night together. At this time, Lin Feng walked out of his room. The two cultivators looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. In the afternoon, 100 Flower Fairy and Fairy Phoenix Fairy came to Lin Feng's place. 100 Flower Fairy smiled and asked, did everyone rest well? We rested quite well. Everyone replied. Only the woman didn't say anything. Instead, she glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Obviously, she was very angry that Lin Feng didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex last night. Flower Fairy then said, I have already reported to the Master of White Immemorial Valley about the things that everyone wants. However, I do not dare to guarantee that you will be able to obtain them because the Master of White Immemorial Valley intends to conduct a face-to-face test on you. When the time comes, they'll probably ask you some questions. I don't know what they'll ask, but if the Master of White Immemorial Valley is satisfied with your answers, they'll probably satisfy your conditions. Now, come with me, said the Master of White Immemorial Valley. After hearing 100 Flower Fairy's words, everyone quickly nodded. However, they couldn't help but feel nervous. What kind of questions would the Master of White Immemorial Valley ask? Among these people, only Lin Feng sneered because Lin Feng knew that the Master of White Immemorial Valley had most likely fallen. Even if he didn't fall, he must have fallen into a deep sleep. Therefore, how could the Master of White Immemorial Valley ask them some questions face to face? Lin Feng guessed that 100 Flower Fairy had already made her move, and this time, she was only here to find an excuse to trick everyone. Lin Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror, but he didn't say anything and continued to cooperate with 100 Flower Fairy. Under the lead of 100 Flower Fairy and Phoenix Fairy, they arrived at the area shrouded in white fog. Then, Lin Feng's group of 6 followed 100 Flower Fairy and Phoenix Fairy into the area shrouded in white fog. Soon, they reached the depths of the white fog. At this time, 100-Flower Fairy and Phoenix Fairy suddenly sped up and rushed forward, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chase them. The others felt that something was wrong and quickly chased after them. However, Bai Hua Fairy and Feng Xian Fairy had already disappeared. As for them, they were trapped here. Many terrifying restrictions appeared around them. These restrictions completely sealed off the area. It had become impossible to get out of here. Therefore, the group of people's expressions were extremely ugly. A cultivator said with a gloomy expression, 100-Flower Fairy, what do you mean by this? Why are we trapped here? 100-Flower Fairy said, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being greedy and being easily tricked by me. This time, to awaken the master of White Immemorial Valley who has been sleeping for a long time, we need the blood of many powerful cultivators as a sacrifice, and you people are the last batch of sacrifices. After hearing 100-Flower Fairy's words, everyone's expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that they had been tricked by 100-Flower Fairy. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that 100-Flower Fairy didn't only want to trick him, but also these people. This was something that Lin Feng didn't expect before. And from 100-Flower Fairy's words, he could confirm that the master of White Immemorial Valley was asleep and not dead. However, it required a sacrifice to awaken the master of White Immemorial Valley. This method was extremely evil and vicious. 100-Flower Fairy, you dare to trick us like this, you will die a horrible death. 100-Flower Fairy, we will not rest until you die. Fairy of 100 flowers, you bitch, I'll kill you. Fairy of 100 flowers, I will tear you to pieces. 100 flowers Fairy, your fate will be 10 times worse than mine. The cultivators cursed loudly. They knew that they were tricked by 100-Flower Fairy. Naturally, they were furious and wanted nothing more than to tear 100-Flower Fairy into 1,000 pieces and cut her into 1,000 pieces. Flower Fairy said, right now, I only need 4 spots to gather enough offerings, so 2 of you won't have to die. Also, let me tell you, this Lin Feng will definitely die. He has great enmity with me, so I will definitely kill him. You can be the first to kill him, and after you kill him, there will be 1 less spot to compete with you. In that case, if 3 of you die, the remaining 2 will be able to survive, said Lin Feng. Hearing 100-Flower Fairy's words, their expressions darkened. They looked at Lin Feng with a cold glint in their eyes, which made their hair stand on end. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Although their cultivations were not bad, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were just a bunch of mobs. 100-Flower Fairy wanted to use these people to deal with him, it was simply a fool's dream. Lin Feng looked at 100-Flower Fairy and said, I have no enmity with you, and we have never met before. Why would you scheme against me? 100-Flower Fairy said coldly, 100-Flower Fairy is just a title, it's not my real name. Do you know what my real name is? I really don't know. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, what's your real name? 100-Flower Fairy said, my real name is Huangfu Xianer. When Lin Feng heard the name of the celestial lady of 100 flowers, he was astonished. He had been thinking for a long time, but he hadn't thought that the celestial lady of 100 flowers was Huangfu Xianer. Lin Feng was astonished. Previously, Lin Feng had learned from Nziro that Huangfu Xianer had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where she had gone. Later, due to the great battle in the Undying Realm, Huangfu Xianer's Ascension Immortal sect was destroyed. Huangfu Xianer was even less likely to appear. Therefore, Huangfu Xianer had completely disappeared. It turned out that this woman had been hiding in the dark and had been keeping track of his whereabouts. Then, she planned step by step to scheme against him. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have already been killed by Huangfu Xianer's scheme. However, Huangfu Xianer might not have thought that his means would be so powerful. Lin Feng said coldly, so you're here to avenge Huangfu Qing Tian? That's right. You killed Tianer, so I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. I'll send your soul to the 18th layer of hell so that you'll never be reincarnated. Huangfu Xianer glared at Lin Feng hatefully. Lin Feng said, I heard that Huangfu Qing Tian was the child of your Heaven-Man connection. Why don't you tell us what happened back then? I'm very interested in this Heaven-Man connection. Huangfu Xianer was slightly stunned when she heard Lin Feng's words. She had expected Lin Feng to react in all kinds of ways, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to ask her about the heaven-man connection. Naturally, it was difficult to talk about it. Huang Fuxianer couldn't help but blush. Then, anger appeared on her face. She said coldly, "You're about to die, yet you're still spouting such filthy words. You're simply courting death." Huang Fuxianer then looked at the other 5 and said, "What are the 5 of you waiting for? Hurry up and kill Lin Feng." The 5 of them looked at each other and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. If these people wanted to court death, he didn't mind sending them to hell. Lin Feng was now a decisive killer. Who knew how many people he had killed over the years? Adding a few more lives to his list was naturally not a big deal. Just as the two sides were about to attack, suddenly, the beautiful woman ambushed a cultivator next to her. With a wave of her sleeve, a green bamboo leaf snake flew out. The green bamboo leaf snake opened its mouth and bit the cultivator's neck. The poison entered the cultivator's body from the wound, and the cultivator immediately died from the poison. The green bamboo snake's poison was simply too horrifying. Even such a powerful cultivator would find it hard to endure. It was a hair-raising experience. Seeing the beautiful woman kill off one of the cultivators with a sneak attack, the faces of the other 3 cultivators turned extremely ugly to behold. They pulled away from the beautiful woman and coldly looked at her. One of the cultivators coldly said, "What are you doing?" The beautiful woman came to Lin Feng's side and said, "Can't you see what I'm doing? I'm with him." Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman with interest. It seemed that she had made the right choice. The other 3 cultivators' expressions became even uglier. One of the cultivators said, "I already knew that you had an affair with this brat, but what kind of man can't you find? If you want to find a man, you can find one 10 times better than this brat. There's no need to fight to the death with us because of this brat. Besides, this brat is dead for sure, because Flower Fairy won't let him go. That's why you have to think twice before you act. Don't do anything that will make you regret it." The beautiful woman coldly said, "What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Let's see who's the real deal." Seeing that the beautiful woman was determined to join forces with Lin Feng to deal with the 3 of them, the other 3 cultivators' eyes suddenly burst out with killing intent. At this time, Flower Fairy said mockingly, "Lin Feng, I knew you were a romantic person, but I didn't expect you to hook up with this girl after knowing her for such a short time. I'm very puzzled, how could someone like you have such great achievements in cultivation?" In fact, the beautiful woman's words were not without reason. This was because many male cultivators who were lustful towards women would gradually lose interest in cultivation after indulging themselves in women's charms. The saying that a woman's home was a hero's grave was very reasonable. However, Lin Feng liked women. However, Lin Feng did not indulge in women's charms. This was the biggest difference between Lin Feng and other people. Because Lin Feng knew what his life goal was. He also knew what his responsibility was. So what if he had more women? As long as one's Dao heart remained unchanged, one's cultivation speed would naturally increase. Lin Feng said, "Huang Fuxianer, this young master's ability is not something you can guess." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng revealed a brilliant smile and said, "I'm very interested in taking you as my slave. I plan to take you as my slave. If you know what's good for you, take the initiative to acknowledge me as your master. When the time comes, I might be gentler to you. If you don't know what's good for you, just wait and see how I'll deal with you when the time comes." When she heard Lin Feng's words, Huang Fuxianer's pretty face turned ashen, and her gaze turned cold. Fairy Phoenix Fairy said coldly, "It's hard to imagine how someone like you could do so many shocking things." Lin Feng looked at Fairy Phoenix Fairy and said, "Sometimes, you can't judge a person by their appearance. I have many good points. After I take you as my slave, you'll know what my good points are. Take me as your slave? In your next life." Fairy Phoenix Fairy sneered, then looked at Huang Fuxianer and said, "Sister, hurry up and urge them to kill Lin Feng." Huang Fuxianer looked at the other 3 cultivators and said, "What are you waiting for?" The 3 cultivators looked at each other, then pounced at Lin Feng and the beautiful woman. Lin Feng's face was full of a sneer. He raised his right hand and lightly waved it in the air, sending out a ray of sword chi. The sword chi quickly slashed at the 3 cultivators. The three cultivators wanted to dodge, but they weren't able to. With a ripping sound, the three cultivators' heads were lopped off by Lin Feng's sword energy. Amazing, amazing. Really amazing. Huang Fuxian sighed. Lin Feng said, "You clearly know that these people can't pose any threat to me, so why did you let them attack me?" Huang Fuxian said, "Because I find them very annoying, and if I kill them myself, it would dirty my hands, so I'll borrow your hands to kill them." Lin Feng said, "I have to say that you're really a vicious and merciless woman." Huang Fuxian said, "Then I should thank you for your praise." Following which, Huang Fuxian struck out a series of mysterious hand seals that fused into the surrounding restrictions. Next, those seals shook and released extremely terrifying fluctuations. One seal after another was activated. The seals in this place were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng was very clear about this. When Lin Feng felt the terrifying fluctuations from the restrictions, his expression changed slightly. Lin Feng felt that the restrictions here were much more terrifying than the ones outside. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless and summoned the stone scripture. Lin Feng activated the stone scripture. Rays of holy light surged out from the stone scripture. The holy light wrapped around Lin Feng and the beautiful woman, forming a defensive barrier. When the densely packed attacks arrived, they were all blocked by the defensive light shield. Huang Fuxian sneered, "Lin Feng, I know that you have many tricks up your sleeves, and you even have the stone scripture of the heavenly masters. But it's useless because the master of the White Immortal Valley has spent her entire life researching ways to break the inheritance of the heavenly masters. The restriction formations created by the master of the White Immortal Valley can restrain the restriction formations of the heavenly masters." Lin Feng was astonished by Huang Fuxian's words. He asked, "Could it be that the master of the White Immortal Valley has some deep enmity with the ancestors of the heavenly masters? Otherwise, why would she research ways to deal with the heavenly masters?" Huang Fuxian sneered, "If you want to know, go to hell and ask King Yama." As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Fuxian continued to activate the restrictions here, and the power of the restrictions suddenly increased by more than 10 times. An even more terrifying attack blasted towards Lin Feng. After Huang Fuxian increased the power of the seals, Lin Feng naturally became more cautious. After all, the seals here were indeed very powerful. Lin Feng continued to activate the stone scripture, and the power of the scripture increased as well. When the attacks from the seals once again bombarded the defensive light barrier, a series of banging sounds came from the defensive light barrier, and the defensive light barrier shook violently. It seemed that the attacks from the seals could indeed cause a huge impact on the defensive light barrier formed by the stone scripture. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng was also aware of this. In fact, Huang Fuxian and Fairy Fengxian didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Feng. The main reason was that the seals here posed a greater threat to Lin Feng. Just as Huang Fuxian had said before, the master of White Immortal Valley had spent his entire life researching methods to restrain the seals of the heavenly master lineage, and the results were extremely significant. The stone scripture was a top-grade treasure passed down by the heavenly master lineage, and many of the techniques of the heavenly master lineage required the help of the stone scripture. As a result, all kinds of techniques would be easily suppressed by the seals. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. If this continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he had to find a way to resolve the crisis before him. Lin Feng took out 5 ancient weapon-grade magic treasures, and the 5 magic treasures flew out rapidly, shaking with world-destroying fluctuations. The 5 magic treasures bombarded the seals around them, and along with the sounds of violent collisions, cracks appeared on many of the seals. Ancient weapon-grade magic treasures were indeed powerful, and the power they displayed was truly terrifying. Lin Feng's face revealed a trace of a smile. It seemed that using ancient weapon-grade magic treasures could really break the seals here. The main reason was that the seals had already weakened greatly compared to their peak state, and could no longer reach their peak state. If they were still at their peak state, it would obviously be more difficult to break these seals. When Fairy Fengxian saw the seals start to crack, her expression changed abruptly. She looked to Huang Fuxian and asked, "Big sister, what do we do now?" Huang Fuxian replied, "Don't worry, this situation is within my expectations." Huang Fuxian took out a command token. It was a white jade command token. There seemed to be many mysterious patterns on the white jade command token, but what was so special about those patterns? Lin Feng didn't know either. Lin Feng hadn't seen this kind of white jade token before, so he didn't know what was so special about it. However, Lin Feng felt that the white jade token was very likely related to the White Immortal Valley. After the white jade token was activated, a wave of destructive energy surged out from the white jade token. The white jade token suddenly shone with a dazzling light that flew in all directions of the White Immortal Valley. Then, the light merged with the White Immortal Valley. When the light completely merged with the White Immortal Valley, all the seals in the White Immortal Valley were awakened. The White Immortal Valley even shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. The beautiful woman's expression changed, and she asked, "What's going on?" Lin Feng said, "She should have used the power of all the seals here, and even the energy that the White Immortal Valley has stored for countless years. She wants to use it to kill us." After hearing Lin Feng's words, the beautiful woman's face paled. The White Immortal Valley was too terrifying. With so many terrifying powers, it was too difficult to resist. At that moment, all kinds of attacks came at them, and Lin Feng's 5 ancient weapons were sent flying. Huangfu Xian'er said coldly, "The energy that the White Immortal Valley has stored for countless years is absolutely unimaginable. After adding the power of all the seals here, even I don't know how powerful the attack will be. This is also the first time I've used such a powerful attack. Lin Feng, even if you have extraordinary abilities, you won't be able to escape today." It seemed that Huangfu Xian'er was very confident in her methods. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Huangfu Xian'er, I know that you're very strong, but there's one thing you didn't think of." "What is it?" Huangfu Xian'er asked doubtfully. "You underestimate my ability. After killing the Heavenly Emperor, my cultivation increased greatly, and I even fused with the Undying World. Now that I've completed my transformation, the power I have is not something you can imagine." After saying that, Lin Feng started chanting the incantation for the Great Fate technique. After Lin Feng broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm, the power of the Great Fate technique was even more terrifying. When the incantation of the Great Fate art fell, a powerful fate force descended from the sky and fused with many restrictions. At the same time, Lin Feng continued to use the stone scripture and the Great Fate technique to deal with the seals here. Those seals were completely suppressed by the Great Fate technique and the stone scripture. They could no longer pose any threat to Lin Feng. Now, the only thing Lin Feng had to face was the boundless and powerful energy of the White Immortal Valley. Lin Feng took out his ruler's armor and phoenix shield. He held the phoenix shield and wore the ruler's armor. When the terrifying energy attacks came, they were all blocked by Lin Feng's ruler's armor and phoenix shield. The combined power of these two magic treasures was really terrifying. Lin Feng quickly moved towards Fairy Feng Xian and Fairy Bai Hua. He wanted to oppress them. Then he would turn them into his slaves. 100 Flower Fairy's expression became unsightly. She hurriedly waved the white jade token in her hand. A white light surged out and enveloped Fairy Phoenix Fairy and Fairy Phoenix Fairy. Following which, Fairy Phoenix Fairy and Fairy Phoenix Fairy disappeared without a trace. Where did they run off to? Lin Feng's expression became unsightly. At this time, a distorted darkness appeared behind Lin Feng. The terrifying existence in the darkness appeared, and his deep voice came out, "I know where these two women ran off to. They must have run to the place where that bitch is sleeping. Follow me, I'll take you to find them." That terrifying cultivator was leading the way. Lin Feng and the beautiful woman were following closely behind him. They were moving at full speed. Under the guidance of this terrifying existence, Lin Feng and the beautiful woman quickly arrived at the deepest part of the formation. There was a huge innate 8 trigrams formation there. This innate 8 trigrams formation was very complicated. Lin Feng carefully studied it and found that this heavenly 8 trigrams formation was formed by 8 small innate 8 trigrams. These 8 small innate 8 trigrams formations formed a very mysterious connection with each other. Therefore, it was very difficult to pass through. The terrifying existence said, "This innate 8 trigrams formation is blocking the way, so we can't pass through. Perhaps you can use your stone scripture to try and see if it can resolve the 8 trigrams formation here." Lin Feng could not help but nod. He summoned the stone scripture and tried to use it to break through the 8 trigrams formation here. However, Lin Feng found that the stone scripture was unable to do so. It had to be said that the master of the White Immortal Valley was truly a genius to be able to research such a powerful 8 trigrams formation. Lin Feng became more and more curious. He did not know what kind of enmity this person had with the ancestor of the Celestial Master bloodline to make her hate the Celestial Master bloodline so much. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been studying the 8 trigrams formation here. Although it was very complicated, Lin Feng's attainments in formations were still very high. With the help of the stone scripture, although Lin Feng did not find a way to break through the 8 trigrams formation here, he found a way to pass through the 8 trigrams formation here. However, passing through the 8 trigrams formation here was obviously very dangerous. Lin Feng looked at the beautiful woman and said, "Wait outside." The beautiful woman also knew that passing through the 8 trigrams formation here was too dangerous. Therefore, she did not insist on entering with Lin Feng. The beautiful woman said, "Be careful." Lin Feng nodded and then brought this fellow into the 8 trigrams formation. All kinds of attacks bombarded Lin Feng and this terrifying existence. Lin Feng brought this terrifying existence and quickly shuttled through the 8 trigrams formation. Some of the attacks were dodged by them. Lin Feng used the stone scripture to block the attacks that he could not dodge. As a result, he was able to pass through the extremely complicated 8 trigrams formation without any danger. After passing through the 8 trigrams formation, Lin Feng and this terrifying existence heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, when they were inside the 8 trigrams formation, they were truly on tenterhooks because the formation was too powerful. A moment of carelessness would have resulted in death. Fortunately, the result was not bad. What appeared before them was a huge valley. The two of them walked into the valley. There was a cave in the depths of the valley. After seeing the cave, the terrifying being said, "That cave used to be the place where the master of the White Immortal Valley cultivated. It's the core of this place. If you go in, you should be able to find the master of the White Immortal Valley and the 2 women." Lin Feng nodded and walked into the cave with this terrifying existence. When they arrived at the cave, they saw that there was a crystal coffin inside the cave. A woman was lying inside the crystal coffin. The woman's clothes were as white as snow, and she looked quite beautiful. She was in her 30s. In front of the crystal coffin was a small altar, and Fairy Feng Xian was standing next to it, looking at it. Huangfu Xian'er was conducting a sacrificial ceremony. It seemed that Huangfu Xian'er wanted to use the sacrificial ceremony to awaken the master of the White Immortal Valley. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let Huangfu Xian'er do as she wished. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Huangfu Xian'er. Huangfu Xian'er's expression suddenly changed. She didn't expect Lin Feng to arrive at this place so quickly. Huangfu Xian'er quickly took out the white jade token. The white jade token quickly grew in size. Then, it formed a huge barrier, separating her from Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the Panga heaven-splitting axe. He held the heaven-splitting axe in his hand and attacked the enlarged white jade token. Dozens of attacks bombarded the white jade token. The enlarged white jade token was blasted away. Huangfu Xian'er suffered a backlash and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng quickly flew towards Huangfu Xian'er. He wanted to seize this rare opportunity to suppress Huangfu Xian'er. But at this time, Fairy Feng Xian rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to intercept Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his sleeve and sent Fairy Feng Xian flying. Then, Lin Feng arrived beside Huangfu Xian'er and exchanged a palm with her. Huangfu Xian'er was immediately sent flying by Lin Feng. All the magic power in her body was scattered, and Huangfu Xian'er no longer had the strength to fight. Lin Feng coldly looked at Huangfu Xian'er and said, "Now that everything is over, obediently tell me the starry sky route to the buried god star field. This is your only choice." Huangfu Xian'er coldly said, "You want the starry sky route? That's simply a fool's dream. Even if I bring this starry sky route to hell, I will not tell you." As her voice fell, Huangfu Xian'er slapped her own forehead. This woman actually had an unyielding character. She knew that today, she would definitely be captured by Lin Feng. At that time, she would become Lin Feng's female slave. At that time, who knew what would happen? So, Huangfu Xian'er chose the most extreme method. Seeing that Huang Fuxianer's palm was about to land on her forehead, Lin Feng flicked his finger. A powerful force imprisoned Huang Fuxianer's body. Huang Fuxianer immediately couldn't move. Huang Fuxianer's face turned extremely pale. She wanted to commit suicide, but she couldn't. Huang Fuxianer couldn't help but feel sad. She originally thought that this plan was perfect and would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng. But she didn't expect that this seemingly perfect plan would actually have so many flaws. Lin Feng was completely fine, and instead, she had become Lin Feng's prisoner. Lin Feng looked coldly at Huang Fuxian and said, "You haven't even told me what I want to know, yet you want to die. Do you think that's possible? You're still very valuable to me. You can choose not to tell me, but I have 100 ways to make you talk on your own." Huang Fuxianer's face was pale, but she kept her mouth shut. She only looked coldly at Lin Feng. Fairy Fengxian said, "Lin Feng, no matter what, you're still a great hero that countless people admire. How can you bully two little women like us?" Lin Feng was speechless after hearing Fairy Fengxian's words. He sneered at Fairy Fengxian and said, "Why didn't you call yourself little women when you were scheming against me? Also, don't flatter me. I'm not a great hero. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to live on and protect my family, relatives, lovers, and friends. When you opposed me, you should have expected this to happen. That's why I won't be merciful to you." Fairy Fengxian's face turned pale after hearing Lin Feng's words. Fairy Fengxian's face turned extremely pale. She said, "My father is the planet lord of this planet. If you try to harm me and my father finds out, you won't have a good ending." Lin Feng sneered, "I can even kill the Celestial Emperor. Do you think I'll be afraid of your father? If your father dares to come looking for me, I'll send him to the 18th level of hell and make sure he'll never be reincarnated." Fairy Fengxian said, "You were able to kill the Celestial Sovereign because many of you joined hands to deal with him. As for my father, he is an expert that has existed since the Immemorial era. How are you going to deal with him by yourself?" Lin Feng smiled icily. "Back then, we joined hands and killed Tiandi the Celestial Emperor. Now, I'm completely different from back then. I'm much stronger than back then. If I fought against Tiandi the Celestial Emperor now, I'm convinced I could defeat him alone," said Lin Feng icily. Fairy Fengxian couldn't help but sigh. She knew that the situation was hopeless, and there was no turning back now. She had become Lin Feng's prisoner. Before taking action, Fairy Fengxian had thought that this might happen. However, when it really happened, she couldn't help but feel sad. However, she didn't regret attacking Lin Feng because Lin Feng was Huang Fuxianer's enemy. Lin Feng was Huang Fuxianer's enemy. That meant that he was her enemy. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a terrifying aura behind him. Lin Feng turned around and saw that the woman lying in the crystal coffin was sitting up. She looked coldly at Lin Feng. "She's awake. She's awake." The guy next to Lin Feng shouted in fear. Clearly, this terrifying existence still remembered many things that had happened in the past, especially the time when he was tortured by the woman. It was so painful that he wished he was dead. When he saw that the woman had woken up, he was extremely nervous. However, when he thought about how long she had been sleeping, her cultivation must have declined greatly. If he and Lin Feng worked together, they might not necessarily be her match. As for Huang Fuxian and Fairy Fengxian, they were extremely excited when they saw that the woman had woken up. Perhaps they saw a chance to turn the tables. Of course, Lin Feng knew what the two women were thinking. He just sneered. Lin Feng looked at the woman in the crystal coffin. The woman was floating in the air. She looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "I really didn't expect that the successor of the Sage faction would appear here." The woman was extremely terrifying. She had spent her entire life researching ways to deal with the formations of the Sage faction, so it wasn't particularly surprising that she could recognize that he was from the Sage faction. Lin Feng said, "Who are you? Why have you spent your entire life researching ways to deal with the formations of the Sage faction?" The woman said coldly, "I hate the Sage faction. I'll kill all of you." As soon as she finished speaking, she flew towards Lin Feng. Then, she sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. After sensing the terrifying power contained in the woman's attack, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. This woman was extremely powerful. As expected of an expert who had existed countless years ago. Although she had gone through a long period of slumber, which had caused her strength to drop, her strength was still extremely terrifying. Lin Feng even suspected that she was someone from the era of the First Sage faction. In the early days of this epoch, there was a high chance that she had already existed in the world. Perhaps she was even a Xianxia life form. It was simply unimaginable how powerful someone like her would be. Fortunately, her current strength was far from her peak. Otherwise, she would be too terrifying. Facing the woman's attack, Lin Feng put on his ruler's armor and wielded the phoenix shield in his left hand. His right hand struck out with the 6 paths of reincarnation. Their attacks collided fiercely, and a terrifying shockwave surged out. Then, the two sides unexpectedly formed a very strange stalemate. An extremely powerful chi field appeared around the two of them. The void violently distorted because of the chi field formed by the two sides. Seeing Lin Feng resist the attack of the master of the Valley of White Immortals, even Huangfu Xian'er showed an expression of disbelief. Because she had some relationship with the Valley of White Immortals, she knew the origin of the master of the Valley of White Immortals. It was precisely because he had some understanding of her background that he knew how terrifying this woman was. Lin Feng was just a young cultivator. He hadn't even practiced cultivation for 200 years. Surprisingly, he was able to block such a terrifying attack. It was hard to imagine how strong Lin Feng was. Huangfu Xian'er finally understood why Lin Feng had defeated Huangfu Qingtian. He was the first inheritor of Pangu's Dao, and he was an extraordinary cultivator. Huangfu Qingtian's defeat by Lin Feng seemed to have been predestined from the very beginning. I didn't think that a young cultivator like you would appear in the Xianxia branch. You're not inferior to the earliest members of the Xianxia branch, said the woman. Lin Feng couldn't help but think that this woman was probably from the early days of the Xianxia era. Since she had spoken, it meant that things had taken a turn for the better. Lin Feng said, "What kind of hatred do you have against the Xianxia branch? I know that you won't tell me even if I ask you, but I can guess that this guy next to me is the result of the first ancestor of the Xianxia branch, Yushang's evil spirit. But you hate him so much. What does that mean?" "It means that you hate him very much." "But why do you hate him so much?" "So much so that you tortured him for so many years instead of killing him. Obviously, the celestial master who has a grudge against you is the ancestor of the angel branch, Yushang. My guess is not without basis. Yushang was the creator of the Xianxia branch. He was unimaginably strong. Back then, the Dark Master of the universe and some other terrifying existences joined hands to deal with Yushang. That's enough to explain many things. As a woman, and a very beautiful woman at that, there are only 2 reasons why you hate Yushang so much. First, you and Yushang have a blood feud. However, I feel that this possibility is relatively small, because if it was really possible, you would have already killed this guy beside me a long time ago. Only then would you be able to resolve the hatred in your heart. You didn't kill him, which means that your hatred isn't as strong as a blood feud. If it's not the first reason, then it must be the second one. The second reason is that your hatred is born out of love." "Shut up," said the woman icily when she heard Lin Feng. Lin Feng's attitude made Lin Feng furious. Lin Feng was even more certain that the woman's hatred towards Yushang was because of the second reason. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It seems that my guess is correct. You really hate Yushang because of your love. Why would you hate him because of your love? Did Yushang do something wrong to you? For example, abandoning you after having sex with you? Or maybe you love Yushang, but Yushang doesn't have any feelings for you. He doesn't like you, so you hate him. Or is there some other reason?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, the woman's face turned extremely pale. For a long time, no one had dared to be so presumptuous in front of her. Even if some of her disciples had guessed the reason, no one had dared to talk about it in front of her. But today, Lin Feng had dared to expose it all in front of her. Of course, it made her extremely angry. She looked at Lin Feng with a murderous intent. She said coldly, "Tianxi's bloodline, I'll kill you today." Tianxi's bloodline. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman attacked Lin Feng again. This time, she condensed an endless amount of death energy in her hand. When he sensed the death energy in her hand, Lin Feng's face changed slightly. This kind of qi was really terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the attacks she had condensed before. It seemed that the woman hadn't used her full strength before. Now that Lin Feng was here, she began to use her full strength. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of her. Facing her attack, Lin Feng directly used his Tao of Supremacy. He used his Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng used his Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Then, he fiercely collided with the woman again. The shockwaves released by their attacks were as if they were going to destroy the world. It was really terrifying. Just when the two sides were in a deadlock, the terrifying existence beside Lin Feng started to attack the woman. Suddenly, an endless amount of darkness enveloped the woman's body. The terrifying existence laughed loudly, "You've been enveloped by my dark energy. You're already a turtle in a jar. You're at my mercy. I'll send you into the endless world of darkness. I'll bury you in the world of darkness so that you'll never be reincarnated." At this moment, all the hatred in his heart exploded out. After all, he had been tortured for such a long time. Naturally, his hatred for this woman could not be washed away even with all the water in the 5 lakes and 4 seas. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was extremely cruel. How could it be so easy to kill this woman? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A kind of golden energy surged out of the woman's body. That kind of golden energy was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be the nemesis of the dark energy. After that kind of golden energy collided with the dark energy was quickly destroyed. This is the power of transcendence that can only be born when you're infinitely close to the realm of transcendence. The terrifying existence cried out in fear. That's right, this is the power of transcendence. You're quite knowledgeable, the woman said coldly. Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. Although this woman didn't complete the transcendence, she was obviously infinitely close to the realm of transcendence when she was at her peak. She even gave birth to the power of transcendence. Lin Feng knew that once the power of transcendence was born in her body, she was only one step away from the realm of transcendence. This step could be taken anytime, anywhere. Then, she would become an existence that transcended the realm of transcendence. This level of expert was too terrifying. In this era, there weren't many experts of this level that were born. It's time to send you to the place where you should go, the woman said coldly. The golden energy in her body was rapidly devouring the dark energy. The terrifying existence screamed in terror, "Don't kill me, spare my life, I beg you, spare my life." But no matter how much he begged, the woman didn't intend to let him go. Lin Feng used the Great Destiny technique. The power of destiny descended from the sky. It directly poured into the dark energy. With the help of the power of destiny, the terrifying existence struggled to get rid of the golden energy and finally escaped. End of chapter. Although he had successfully escaped, he had lost a lot of energy, and his strength had decreased by a lot. On the other hand, the woman's cultivation had increased by quite a bit after devouring the terrifying existence's energy. This made Lin Feng's expression sink. This woman's methods were truly horrifying. Now that they were facing this woman, it was truly a troublesome matter. After all, this woman was simply too frightening. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was thinking about how to deal with this terrifying woman. Lin Feng said, "I don't think there's a need to fight to the death between the two of us. After all, what happened between you and Yu Shang happened countless years ago. Yu Shang has been dead for so many years. Why do you still hate him so much? Why do you hate him so much? Do you know what happened back then? If you know what happened back then, and if you become me, you'll want to kill him even more than I do." The woman said coldly. Lin Feng said, "I don't know what happened back then, but if you're willing to tell me, I don't mind hearing about what happened between you and Yu Shang. I think you need an audience. What do you think?" The woman's expression was cold as she said, "You're going to die anyway. There's no harm in telling you this before you die." After saying this, the woman fell silent. Lin Feng knew that she was thinking about something. Lin Feng didn't disturb her. Instead, he waited for her to carefully think about what to say. In fact, women were emotional creatures. No matter how powerful this woman was, she still couldn't shake off the fact that she was a woman. Lin Feng grasped this point and made the woman give up on the idea of fighting to the death with him. Then, she told him about what happened back then. This was a good start, even though she kept saying that she wanted to kill him. However, once this good start was made, she would slowly let go of the grudge in her heart. When the time came, she might be able to let go of this grudge. After about 15 minutes, the woman said, "Back in the Kunlun universe." "Wait a moment," Lin Feng said. The woman frowned and coldly stared at Lin Feng. "What are you doing? Why did you interrupt me?" Lin Feng said in surprise, "You mean? You and Yushang are both from the Kunlun universe?" The woman nodded and said, "That's right. We are all from the Kunlun universe, not the Nine States universe." Previously, Lin Feng thought that Yushang was from the Nine Continents universe. However, Lin Feng thought about it. Back then, Yushang was the ruler of the wasteland. The wasteland was connected to the three supreme realms and the otherworld. The foreign worlds referred to the other three universes. Kunlun was the head of the four universes. Therefore, the Kunlun universe and the wasteland world were connected, said Lin Feng. "You can continue now," said Lin Feng. The woman continued, "Back then, I was the goddess of the Kunlun universe's top power, while Yushang was just an ordinary person. The two of us were able to walk together after breaking through many obstacles. Only then did we succeed. Later on, we had a cute child. Yushang's comprehension was very high. Back then, he was trying to create the celestial master path. Back then, the four universes were very turbulent. There were many dark things in the four universes. Yushang and his good friend Yixian had always wanted to bring peace to the four universes, but it wasn't easy. However, if Yushang could perfect the celestial master path, everything would change. This was also the reason why Yushang created the celestial master path. Later on, Yushang succeeded. The core orthodoxy of the celestial master path is very terrifying. Although you have the stone scripture now, I believe that you definitely haven't obtained the core orthodoxy of the celestial master path. Because the core orthodoxy of the celestial master path is sealed in the deepest part of the stone scripture, it is extremely difficult to obtain the core inheritance of the heavenly Tao. However, the core orthodoxy of the celestial master path is said to be able to change the structure of the four universes. However, this matter touched upon the interests of those terrifying existences. They felt threatened and wanted to destroy this matter. Thus, those people targeted us, mother and son. That battle resulted in my son's tragic death at the hands of the enemy. I don't understand what righteousness is. I also don't understand if what they did was worth it or not. I only know that my son is dead and all of this is Yushang's fault. From then on, we became enemies. After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This was truly a sad story. After all, her son had died in that battle. For a mother, this was indeed a very painful thing. It was also something that was hard to accept. There was nothing more painful than the pain of losing a child. Lin Feng could understand that woman's feelings. She hated Yushang so much that the husband and wife had turned into enemies. He couldn't help but feel regretful. Lin Feng said, "So in the long years that followed, you hated our celestial master path so much. You even spent a long time researching formations and restrictions to deal with the celestial master path. Did you want to attack Yushang? I want to give him a blow. I want to prove that I'm better than him in this aspect. He should put more of his love on his wife and children, and not spend his time on other things. Saving the universe? Who would say that he's good?" Lin Feng said, "I agree with you. The first thing I want to do is to survive and protect my family, loved ones, and friends. If I have the ability, I don't mind doing things to save the world and the epic. If the world is destroyed, the epic is destroyed. Everyone will die. Maybe I will die, but so will my family, loved ones, and friends. So, sometimes, some things need to be done by people." Maybe that was what Yushang was thinking back then, but Yushang did not expect those evil people to be so heartless. After all, the four universes agreed to not harm one's family. But those evil people violated those rules. It made people want to cut them into 1,000 pieces and cut them into 1,000 pieces. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's words that resonated with this woman. Therefore, the coldness in the woman's eyes lessened a lot. In fact, if one really wanted to talk about it, the hatred towards Yu Shang was because of the death of his child. But deep in his heart, he still loved Shang. After all, after being in love for so many years, how could he let go of the love in his heart so easily? Even after countless years had passed, this kind of love was still unforgettable. Many times, the woman was still thinking about what she had experienced with Yu Shang back then, but now, she would never be able to see Yu Shang again. Because Yu Shang had already died, she was unable to see him for the last time. When she found out that Yu Shang had died, she was very sad. At that time, Yu Shang's good friend, Yi Xian, told her that Yu Shang would return. She knew how powerful Yi Xian was. She believed Yi Xian's words. However, when would Yu Shang return from his tribulation? Yi Xian wasn't sure either. This was something that no one knew. Those who returned from the tribulation might never be able to awaken those memories. If he couldn't even remember the memories from back then, would he still be Yu Shang? For a very long time, she had been slowly waiting for the right moment. She hoped that one day, she would be able to see Yu Shang appear by her side again. However, she waited for a long time, but Yu Shang did not appear again. Later on, she saw the demon spirit that had fused with a trace of Yu Shang's demonic will. For some reason, he really wanted to torture that demon spirit. Perhaps he wanted to vent the hatred in his heart. As a result, the demon spirit was captured by this woman and imprisoned. In the following years, the demon spirit lived a life worse than death. The demon spirit was also very depressed. He thought to himself, I was just born, I haven't even stirred up any trouble or harmed the world, yet I was captured and tortured to the point of wishing I was dead. The other demon spirits all became unpardonable devils, and everyone's expression changed when they talked about it. As for me, it was really too tragic. However, these were some things that he had experienced and were difficult to change. Of course, there was a reason why the demon spirit hated this woman so much. This woman actually abhorred evil as if it were her enemy. If it was any other demon spirit, she would have already killed it. However, the demon spirit formed by Yu Shang's demonic will had not been killed for a long time. Perhaps it was because he wanted to see the demon spirit and think of her. Later on, there was a time. She once went to find Yi Xian and asked him why he wanted to do that. She couldn't understand what Yi Xian and Yu Shang had done. At that time, Yi Xian was very silent. This was because his good brother, Yu Shang, had no choice but to undergo a tribulation because of this matter. Moreover, some people in his family had also fallen because of this matter. The two of them were silent for a long time before Yi Xian said. It is said that in the beginning, there were no 4 universes. This world was one world, one universe. But later, it was divided into 4 universes because some unimaginably powerful people forcibly divided the originally complete world into 4 universes. And these people control everything in the 4 universes, including reincarnation, rebirth, or the fate of others. They are above all living beings, such as the 9 provinces universe, the supreme existence of this universe. What they like to do the most is to destroy countless worlds, destroy countless living beings, destroy a long era, and then let a new era be born. Then, our Kunlun universe has also experienced the destruction of the universe several times. After the destruction of the universe, a new universe will appear. Other than the destruction of the universe, there is another extremely terrifying thing. Many of the powerful forces in our Kunlun universe have been captured, and after they were captured by those supreme existences, their fates were extremely tragic. Because their bodies were dissected while they were still alive. Those terrifying existences used parts of the bodies of different races to create some extremely strange creatures, said Xianxia. What a cruel thing to do. Do you think the existences behind the scenes are still human? When you were weak, you wanted to become strong, so you could protect your loved ones, family members, friends, and so on. But when you became strong, you realized that the world was so dark. When faced with many things, we feel helpless and helpless. All we can do is try our best to resist these things. Even if we don't do it for the people we don't know, we still have to do it for ourselves, for our loved ones, our family, our friends, and so on. Don't you think so? Yu Shang and I have known each other since we were young. Maybe you don't know about some of the things that happened when we were young, but when I was young, I first came in contact with some of the Celestial Master's inheritances, which came from Yu Shang. That was the predecessor of the Celestial Master's path, and it was called the Genesis Master's path. Yu Shang gave me the Genesis Master's book, and then I came in contact with a new world. Later on, Yu Shang created the Celestial Master's path on that foundation. The core content is terrifying, so the existences behind the scenes are extremely afraid. Yu Shang is now going through the Kulpa, but there are some things that need to continue. I will do them. Isn't this very dangerous? Asked the woman. But someone has to do it. I hope that my loved ones, family members, and friends can live happily. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. So I hope that you can understand Yu Shang, said Yi Xian. That was the last time she saw Yi Xian. After that, she lived in seclusion in the 9 continents universe. After a long period of time, she woke up again, but everything had changed. It seemed that this epoch was about to be destroyed again. This epoch was the saddest epoch, and the most despairing one. Because this era was the 3000th era, the 3000th era. According to Yi Xian, the 3000th era of the 9 provinces universe was equivalent to a great cycle of reincarnation according to the time of the 4 great universes. The 4 great universes would undergo reincarnation at the same time. In other words, the 4 great universes would be destroyed at the same time, and all living beings would die. A new universe would be born. The funny thing was that many of the survivors of this epoch didn't know. They didn't even know about this. They thought that they would be able to survive the next epoch. But this time it was basically impossible. When the 4 universes were destroyed at the same time, only the supreme existences, such as the existence of the Mastermind's world, would be able to survive. The rest of the living things would die. The woman thought too much, and her expression kept changing. She looked at Lin Feng, sighed, and said, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave. Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, I want a star map to the buried god starfield. P.S. Yi Xian is the main character of the new book, Devour the Heavens. The immeasurable Taoist's previous life was Yu Shang. The new book has 400,000 words. Everyone, go and collect it. This is the first update. There are 4 more updates tonight. Please subscribe. You want the starry sky map to the buried god starfield? What do you want it for? That place isn't a place you should go. If you go there, do you think you can survive? Let me tell you, there are many people who want to kill you in that place. The woman said. Lin Feng didn't deny this point. That place was indeed very dangerous. If he went there, there would be many people who wanted to kill him. After all, that place was a place where the lost races of the epoch gathered. There were many terrifying lost races of the epoch in such a place. For example, the Black Robe race, Black Mist race, and other races. They were very powerful forces in the buried god starfield, and they had top experts guarding them. In addition, the most terrifying thing was that it was said that the mastermind behind the scenes was also active in that place. If Lin Feng went to the buried god starfield and the news didn't spread, then it would be better. But if it spread, then he would be wanted by those big forces. Although Lin Feng's trump card was very powerful, the key was that if those big forces sent their top experts, for example, some transcendental level existences or even higher experts, then it would be too dangerous for Lin Feng. However, no matter how dangerous it was, Lin Feng had to go to the buried god starfield. Lin Feng said, I have a very important matter to deal with in the buried god starfield. Even if there is a slim chance of death, I must go there and take a look. The woman nodded and said, if you aren't afraid of death, then I can give you the starry sky map. She threw a jade tube to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng carefully looked at it, his face suddenly revealed an extremely excited expression. Because the starry sky map recorded in the jade tube was the starry sky map to the buried god starfield. He finally got the starry sky map to the buried god starfield. This way, he could continue to go to the buried god starfield. Because of the various magnetic fields along the way, it would be very dangerous. After all, it was very easy to get lost in those magnetic fields. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the heart compass, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost in the magnetic fields. For others, this starry sky ancient path might be very difficult to cross, but for Lin Feng, it wasn't impossible. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said. Then Lin Feng continued, Senior, these two women have a grudge with me. Can I take them away? In fact, Lin Feng wanted Huang Fuxian and Fairy Feng Xian to become his slaves. When the time came, he would properly train them and then play a good show with them. Lin Feng couldn't wait to see the two women's expressions when they turned into slaves. That kind of extreme difference must be hard for them to accept, right? Senior, please don't hand us over to him. I beg you, Senior. Huang Fuxian begged. The woman looked at Huang Fuxian and looked at her carefully. She said in surprise, You're actually the reincarnation of the Empyrean fairy. Huang Fuxian hurriedly nodded and said, That's right, Senior. I'm one of the 9 reincarnations of the Empyrean fairy, but I haven't awakened some of my memories from my previous life. Please save us. The woman looked at Lin Feng and said, Back then, the Empyrean fairy helped me. Since she's the reincarnation of the Empyrean fairy, I can't let you take her away. I hope you can understand. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, since the woman had said so, even if Lin Feng didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng didn't want to completely offend this woman. Moreover, it was basically impossible to snatch him away from this woman. Lin Feng said, Then I'll take my leave. The woman nodded. Lin Feng then flew outside. Mo Ling wanted to leave with Lin Feng, but he was restrained by the woman. Evidently, this woman wouldn't let Mo Ling go so easily. Moreover, Mo Ling had been formed by fusing with Yu Shang's demonic will, which contained the will to kill. If Mo Ling was allowed to leave, and there was no one to restrain him, this guy would definitely become a heinous devil. It was better to let him continue to stay here. With this woman restraining him, he wouldn't become an unpardonable existence. Lin Feng smoothly walked out from the depths of the White Immortal Valley. Seeing Lin Feng come out, the beautiful woman looked extremely happy. She asked, Did you get what you wanted? Lin Feng nodded. The woman said mysteriously, I found some Dao aura in a certain place, so I went there to gain some enlightenment and obtain some powerful immortal spells and divine incantations. Do you want to go there and take a look? I can take you there to have a look. Evidently, the beautiful woman was quite excited because of this fortuitous encounter. Lin Feng thought about it and gave up on the idea. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. After all, who knew if the woman would go back on her word? If she were to go back on her word, it would be too dangerous for him. Lin Feng said to the beautiful woman, We can't stay here for too long. Let's leave quickly. The beautiful woman nodded and left the White Immortal Valley with Lin Feng. After they came out, the beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng and asked, What do you plan to do next, young master? Lin Feng said, I plan to go to the buried god's starfield. What do you plan to do? The beautiful woman said, I want to go to my homeland and build a cenotaph for my younger sister in front of my parents' graves. I hope that she can accompany them forever. Lin Feng nodded. After chatting with the beautiful woman for a while, the two parted ways. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng's departing figure inside. She withdrew her gaze and quickly flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng didn't stop on the way and directly returned to his residence. When they saw that Lin Feng had returned, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint were very happy. Lin Feng hadn't used any of the trump cards he had left behind. It seemed that the situation wasn't as bad as they had imagined. Du Zhu asked, Did everything go smoothly? Lin Feng nodded and said, Although there were many twists and turns, it was still relatively smooth. I've already found a spatial map to the buried god's starfield. Let's rest for a day, then we'll set off tomorrow. On the second day, Lin Feng's group of 3 set off towards the buried god's star field along the starry sky route. The Xianyuan ancient starship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, Evil Revered Holy, and the others were cultivating inside the Xianyuan ancient starship. Lin Feng entered the Divine Dao Immortal Palace to check what was inside the 7th palace. When Lin Feng came in, he immediately discovered that there was a scroll inside the Divine Dao Immortal Palace. The scroll recorded a complete meridian diagram cultivation method. After seeing the meridian diagram cultivation method, Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. In fact, Lin Feng had been thinking about cultivating the meridian diagram recently. However, Lin Feng hadn't obtained an extremely powerful meridian diagram. Therefore, this matter couldn't be realized for the time being. Of course, Lin Feng's main focus wasn't on the meridian diagram. However, if he could obtain some meridian diagrams, he could study them carefully. When he obtained a powerful meridian diagram in the future, he could choose the best meridian diagram to cultivate. Lin Feng looked at the picture of the meridians. This meridian diagram was called the chaotic meridian diagram. The chaotic meridian diagram contained all the acupoints in the human body. This made Lin Feng extremely surprised. After all, the human body had so many acupoints. An ordinary meridian diagram basically contained a portion of the acupoints. The smallest meridian diagram only contained 7 acupoints. This meridian diagram actually contained all the acupoints in the human body. If these acupoints could be connected together, then the meridian diagram formed would be terrifying. Lin Feng carefully examined it. He wanted to see the origin of this meridian diagram. However, this meridian diagram only contained the cultivation method. There was no information about its origin. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he could know the origin of this meridian diagram, then it would be even better. However, even if he didn't know the origin of this meridian diagram, it didn't matter. Obtaining the cultivation method was the most important thing. Then, Lin Feng started to meditate on the primal chaos meridian diagram. Time passed slowly like this. The ancient starship Xianxia flew for about 5 years in the starry sky world and passed through many regions with life planets. Sometimes, they would also land on some life planets to rest. After all, Lin Feng and the others also needed to relax. Constantly traveling in the cold and desolate starry sky world was very torturous for people. After all, humans were social creatures. Anyone who had been stuck in this cold and desolate world would feel lonely. On this day, 5 years later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the first magnetic field. The magnetic field here was very terrifying. Although they were quite far away from the magnetic field, Lin Feng and the others could still feel the terrifying aura emitted by the magnetic field. That kind of terrifying aura made Lin Feng involuntarily shocked. Soon, the Xianyuan ancient city arrived at the periphery of the magnetic field. In the starry sky world, there were many cultivators wandering around outside the magnetic field. Obviously, they knew that it was not easy to pass through the magnetic field here. Therefore, they did not immediately enter the starry sky world where the magnetic field was located. Instead, they stood outside and watched. Lin Feng's group of 3 also flew out of the ancient starship Xianyuan. Lin Feng did not intend to ride the ancient starship Xianyuan to pass through the starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field. If they encountered any danger, they could easily destroy the ancient starship Xianyuan. The ancient starship Xianyuan had followed Lin Feng for a long time. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally did not want to see the ancient starship Xianyuan get destroyed in the starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field. Lin Feng immediately took out the heart compass and summoned the sacred Martin Great Immortal. Then, he asked the sacred Martin Great Immortal to help him locate the magnetic field. Lin Feng hoped to borrow the sacred Martin Great Immortal's ability to pass through the starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field. Previously, the sacred Martin Great Immortal had received many benefits from Lin Feng. Therefore, the sacred Martin Great Immortal agreed to all of Lin Feng's requests. Then, Lin Feng asked the sacred Martin Great Immortal to take a look at the starry sky route map. The sacred Martin Great Immortal memorized the starry sky route map. Then, Lin Feng and the others entered the starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field. This starry sky world was indeed very dangerous. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many ancient ships floating in the starry sky world. Lin Feng's group of 3 boarded many ancient ships to check out the specific situation. However, they found that these ancient ships were completely empty. There was not a single person inside. Not only was there no one inside, there weren't even any corpses. This was the strangest thing. If people died, their corpses should at least exist, right? But where did the corpses go? Lin Feng's group discovered something that made their hair stand on end. Many of the things on the ancient ships were still very fresh. For example, some food, spiritual fruits, and the like. Moreover, some of the ancient ships even had boiling water on them. Some of the cups of spiritual tea still had some temperature. This made Lin Feng's group extremely puzzled. Logically speaking, many of these ancient ships should have been plundered a long time ago. But why were the things inside still so fresh? Why wasn't the fire in the furnace extinguished? Why was the spiritual tea still warm? Lin Feng had too many doubts. All of this was like an unsolved mystery. This place was simply too terrifying. No wonder it was so difficult to head to the buried God star field. This was only the first starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field. There were still many starry sky worlds shrouded by the magnetic field. One could imagine that the starry sky worlds shrouded by the magnetic field would be extremely dangerous. They might even be more dangerous than this place. This was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng's group of 3 quickly traversed through the starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field. They weren't willing to stay here for too long. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. They hoped to quickly leave the starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field. The heart plate was also greatly affected by this place. There were a few times where it deviated from its path. Fortunately, the Sacred Martin Great Immortal's ability was extremely powerful. The Sacred Martin Great Immortal fused with the heart plate. Lin Feng's group returned to the correct starry sky path time and time again. Then, they continued to traverse. However, just as they were about to leave this starry sky world shrouded by the magnetic field, Lin Feng's group of 3 encountered an extremely big problem. Lin Feng felt as if there was an invisible force rapidly spreading behind them. A gloomy and cold aura shrouded the entire starry sky world. Lin Feng didn't know where that aura came from. However, that aura made Lin Feng's soul tremble. Presumably, the unknown existence chasing after them must be extremely terrifying. At the end of the era, many terrifying existences would appear in this world. Some of them were existences that even Lin Feng could not understand. After all, this era had already gone through 3,000 eras. Most of the experts born in these 3,000 eras had fallen in the calamities of heaven and earth time and time again. However, it did not mean that all the experts had fallen. Some of them had not fallen. For example, some experts who had entered the time reversal world had not fallen. Some experts who were hiding in a certain small world had not fallen. Some experts who were sitting at the hidden latch of life and death in a hidden place had not fallen. Some extremely powerful experts had not fallen. Usually, these terrifying existences would not appear. However, it was now the end of the era. The 4 universes were about to be destroyed. Everyone wanted to improve their cultivation as quickly as possible so that they could get through this tribulation. However, it was extremely difficult to get through this calamity. Therefore, at this time, they needed to constantly devour powerful luck and improve their own luck by devouring others' luck. In addition, they needed to seek all kinds of opportunities to improve their cultivation. They also needed to find many powerful magic treasures to improve their strength. For example, Lin Feng liked to look for ancient weapon-level treasures to improve his foundation and strength. Once the Battle of Extinction broke out, these things would play an extremely important role. There were many experts in this world, so Lin Feng did not know what kind of creature the unknown existence was. When Lin Feng tried to sense this existence, he could not find any trace of it at all. He could not find where it was hiding. This was enough to explain too many problems. Lin Feng knew that there weren't many people who had the strength of the surpassing layer in this era. However, it did not mean that there were no transcendents. There were still some transcendents. However, an existence like the mastermind was not an expert who had completed the transcendence in this era. This led to another problem. In other words, in the previous eras, had the transcendents fallen? If they had not fallen, would they have come out at this time? There was a high probability that he would come out. 3,000 epochs had already passed in this universe. How many epochs was that? Every epoch would give birth to a group of transcendents. With their strength, it was not a problem for them to survive the Doomsday War. Since there was no problem and they were not killed by others, theoretically speaking, these existences could live until modern times. Think about it. 3,000 epochs. Every epoch would give birth to some Transcendence Realm experts. How many Transcendence Realm experts would there be when all 3,000 epics were added together? This was definitely not a small number. Not to mention too many, at the very least, there were more than 10,000 people, right, and this group of people was the most powerful existence in the universe. As for the quasi-transcendents, there were even more of them. That was because it was truly too difficult to surpass them. However, breaking through to the quasi-transcendence realm was much easier. Although quasi-transcendents couldn't be compared to transcendents, quasi-transcendents were still extremely terrifying. They were stronger than Sage Realm experts. For example, Yu Shang's lover was still so terrifying after sleeping for such a long time. One could imagine how strong she was when she was at her peak. Lin Feng felt that the existence behind them at this moment was very likely to be a quasi-transcendence expert. An expert of this level was too terrifying. The most shocking thing was that Lin Feng felt that this existence's strength should not have dropped significantly. Generally, when one's strength drops significantly, there would be some more serious situations. For example, being suppressed for a long time. During these years of suppression, one would not be able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish some of the nutrients needed by the body. As a result, one's cultivation level would drop significantly. Another example would be when one's body suffered some extremely serious injuries. For example, some Dao injuries that were difficult to heal, injuries to the origin, injuries to the soul, and so on. These injuries could also cause a cultivator's strength to drop significantly. In addition, if one's body weakened due to old age, one's strength could also drop significantly. Basically, these three reasons would cause a cultivator's strength to drop significantly. However, some people had extremely long lifespans like quasi-transcendents or even transcendents. Perhaps they had already grasped some methods to extend their lifespans. This would allow them to live in a peak state for a long time. Although this method was rare, it should be possible for top experts like them to find it. Therefore, Lin Feng had no intention of fighting when he sensed the existence behind them. He directly swept up Du Zhu and the heretical sovereign saint and quickly flew forward. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast, but so was the existence behind him. He was even faster than Lin Feng. The distance between the two sides was constantly closing. Lin Feng's expression sank slightly. The terrifying existence sneered as if he felt that he would be able to catch up to Lin Feng soon. Fortunately, Lin Feng had deep attainments in the spatial Dao. When Lin Feng used the spatial Dao, he perfectly combined the spatial Dao with his speed. Lin Feng's speed increased substantially and he pulled a certain distance away from the unknown existence behind him. The unknown existence was obviously extremely angry. He also increased his speed crazily. A cold aura permeated between heaven and earth as if the starry sky world was about to be frozen. Even though they were far away, Lin Feng and the other two still felt cold. This unknown existence was really terrifying. However, although he was increasing his speed, when Lin Feng's speed reached its peak, the unknown existence still couldn't catch up to Lin Feng and was left further and further behind by Lin Feng. After chasing for a long distance, Lin Feng finally shook him off completely. Lin Feng took Du Zhu and a heretical sovereign saint and successfully escaped from the starry sky world enveloped by the magnetic field. After successfully leaving the starry sky world shrouded in the magnetic field, Lin Feng and the other two couldn't help but reveal a relieved expression. If that terrifying existence had caught up to them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although Lin Feng and the others had very powerful means, it would still be very troublesome for them to face a quasi-transcendent level existence. At the very least, there would be casualties. This wasn't something that Lin Feng wanted to see. After Lin Feng and the other two successfully came out of the starry sky world shrouded in the magnetic field, that unknown and terrifying existence didn't chase them out of the starry sky world shrouded in the magnetic field. The three of them had already expected this situation. Lin Feng felt that the other party might be afraid of something. Therefore, an existence of that level wouldn't easily leave the area shrouded in the magnetic field. Lin Feng planned to find a place to rest. During this period of time, his nerves had been tense, especially when he was traveling through the magnetic field shrouded in the starry sky world. It made him extremely nervous. No matter what he did, he had to strike a balance between work and rest. Although Lin Feng was in a hurry to rush to the buried God Star field to rescue his mother, Lin Feng also knew that going to the buried god star field to rescue his mother wasn't something that could be done overnight. There were some things that couldn't be done even if one was anxious. Lin Feng summoned the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship, and then the three of them boarded the ancient starry sky ship. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Soon after, they saw a life planet. This life planet wasn't particularly big, but it was very lively. Many cultivators would go to this life planet to trade some items. This place was equivalent to a gathering place for cultivators. Lin Feng and the other two arrived at this life planet. They stayed here for about 10 days and had a good rest. Lin Feng didn't cultivate during these days. He tried to relax as much as possible. This kind of rest that allowed him to completely release himself was extremely effective for his recovery, especially for his spirit. During these 10 days, Lin Feng recovered quite well. His condition had reached about 80 to 90% of his peak state. Lin Feng planned to leave this life planet tomorrow and continue to the buried god star field. But on this night, Lin Feng felt something wrong. This was because he felt a devil power. This devil power was very similar to the aura of the Great Devil Yu. The Great Devil Yu belonged to the top ancient devil race. This devil race was extremely terrifying. Of course, the Great Devil Yu's race was just one of the top devil races. There were some top devil races that weren't weaker than the Great Devil Yu's race. Before Lin, the Great Devil Yu, and now the Great Devil Yu's Great Devil Yu. Now, the Great Mou was Lin Feng's slave. Even though she was just a slave, she was Lin Feng's woman now. Lin Feng wanted to see if he could cooperate with the Great Devil Realm through the Great Devil Yu. In the future, Lin Feng planned to go to the Devil Realm to subdue it. However, this matter wouldn't be easy to succeed. This was because the Devil Realm was very chaotic. Subduing the Devil Realm was an extremely difficult matter. But since Lin Feng had the Devil Lord token, he still had some confidence in subduing the Devil Realm. Although this ancient devil aura was very similar to the Great Devil Yu's aura, Lin Feng didn't know the identity of the other party. Lin Feng quickly woke up Du Zhu, the evil revered saint, and they flew out of their residence. Then, they saw an endless black fog rolling. Inside the black fog, they didn't know what kind of existence was inside. At this time, a cold voice was suddenly heard, "Devil swallows the heavens." After the voice was heard, the darkness seemed to want to swallow the entire planet. Lin Feng felt that the situation had become very bad. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He quickly used his space travel and brought Du Zhu, the evil revered saint, and quickly left the planet. They arrived at the starry sky outside. Then, Lin Feng and the others saw that the life planet they were on before was swallowed up. There were about 1 billion people on that planet, and there were people of all races. But now, all of them had been devoured. This situation was too tragic. Lin Feng didn't know if anyone else had managed to escape, but Lin Feng had the feeling that no one else had managed to escape. The others were probably all dead. After swallowing the planet, the black smoke turned into a strong cultivator in black clothes. That strong cultivator released an extremely evil qi. Lin Feng couldn't help but be afraid of that kind of qi. It was definitely a terrifying cultivator. Moreover, Lin Feng discovered that this person seemed to have the bloodline of the ancient devil race and the black fog race. Lin Feng could easily determine the bloodline of the black fog race. This was because the aura of the black fog race had been deeply imprinted in Lin Feng's mind. No matter how well they hid their aura, Lin Feng could still sense it. Unless they were far stronger than Lin Feng or had some extremely special means to hide their aura, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to sense the aura of the black fog race. However, the existence in front of him didn't hide its aura at all. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't even need to sense it carefully. He only needed to sense a little to determine what kind of background this person had. After swallowing a planet, this terrifying existence looked like it hadn't had enough. Its cold eyes looked at Lin Feng and the others in the starry sky world. Although there was a long distance between them, Lin Feng could still see the dense killing intent in its eyes. This terrifying existence didn't expect anyone to be able to escape after being swallowed by it. However, it didn't take Lin Feng and the others seriously. After sensing the powerful fate contained in Lin Feng's body, this terrifying existence showed a shocked expression. Then, it became excited. It quickly flew towards Lin Feng. Obviously, it saw Lin Feng as prey. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at the sight of this terrifying existence flying over. He did not leave, because Lin Feng was a bold and powerful person. How could he leave so easily? If this person was really courting death, Lin Feng did not mind sending him to hell. Soon, the devil flew over and looked at Lin Feng coldly. "Why didn't you run?" Lin Feng replied indifferently. "Why should I run?" The devil laughed and said, "Looks like you're very confident in yourself. However, it's indeed rare to see someone with such great luck. I'm sure you have some tricks up your sleeve. But even if you do, so what? You can't even withstand a single blow from me. Killing you won't be difficult for me. You think too highly of yourself." Lin Feng shook his head. "We'll know after the battle whether or not he thinks too highly of himself." The devil sneered. Then, he opened his palm and slapped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Without fear, he met the devil's attack with his palm. Bang, both sides attacked. They collided fiercely. Terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions. The collision between the two sides caused too much damage to the void. The surrounding void was shattered, and dense cracks appeared in it. After this collision, Lin Feng did not manage to gain the upper hand. In fact, he was even suppressed. This devil was truly terrifying. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. However, the devil was also extremely shocked. Although he had gained the upper hand, he was unable to cause too much damage to Lin Feng. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. How tyrannical was his strength? To think that he couldn't suppress this human. Furthermore, this human cultivator was clearly extremely young. To think that he would have such a cultivation base at such a young age. This was something that he found inconceivable. However, he soon revealed an extremely excited expression. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more extraordinary Lin Feng was. If he could devour Lin Feng, he would gain even more benefits. From the beginning to the end, the demon had absolute confidence in his own strength. In his eyes, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. In the end, he would only become his nourishment. "After eating you, I'll gain even more benefits than eating all the living beings on 100 life planets," the devil sneered. After saying that, the devil charged at Lin Feng again. He wanted to kill Lin Feng quickly and eat him. He was also worried that Lin Feng would run away. However, Lin Feng had no intention of escaping. Lin Feng sneered. "You want to deal with me with your strength? You're still far from it." Lin Feng waved his hand and summoned the Book of the Undead. There were 56 undead in the Book of the Undead. They were all Sage Realm undead. Among the 56 Sage Realm undead, there was even a 7th Heaven Sage Realm undead. With so many powerful undead working together and Lin Feng, wouldn't it be easy to deal with this devil? Actually, if they fought one-on-one, Lin Feng wouldn't necessarily lose. Lin Feng was at a disadvantage just now, but Lin Feng still had many powerful techniques that he hadn't used yet. For example, he hadn't activated the 5 great ancient weapons. For example, he hadn't used the ruler's armor, Sacred Bone, the Magic Lotus, Pangu's Mark, the Golden Dwarf, and the Stone Golem clone. If he used all kinds of techniques, his battle prowess would increase exponentially. However, he didn't need to use these trump cards to deal with this devil. He could just use the simplest method. The simplest method was naturally to use the undead in the Book of the Undead to deal with this devil. 56 specters spread out and surrounded the demon. Some time ago, Lin Feng had created a combination attack for the 56 devils. Using the combination attack would greatly increase the battle prowess of the undead. It was an extremely terrifying technique. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise himself for being a genius. He had actually created such a powerful combination attack. However, the 56 undead spirits had never had the opportunity to use the joint attack technique. This time, they finally had the opportunity to use it. They could test the power of the joint attack technique by dealing with the demon in front of them. After seeing the 56 undead, the devil's expression finally changed. The corner of his mouth twitched. Clearly, he hadn't expected Lin Feng to have such a technique. "That treasure of yours is the legendary Book of the Undead," the devil said with a gloomy expression. The devil had actually recognized Lin Feng's undead technique. Lin Feng sneered. That's right. This treasure of mine is indeed the undead technique. With 56 undead under my control and myself included, do you think you can still escape today? After Lin Feng said that, the undead began to use the combination attack. A terrifying aura surged out from the bodies of the 56 undead spirits. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Terrifying attacks were brewing. 56 dead spirits attacked this demon. All sorts of terrifying attacks bombarded the devil. Under the joint attack of the 56 undead, the devil was immediately suppressed. Although his cultivation was very strong, it was difficult for him to pose too much of a threat to the 56 undead who had mastered the joint attack technique. The devil was extremely angry and sullen. Despite his powerful cultivation, he couldn't fully display his cultivation when surrounded. He looked furiously at Lin Feng and said, "You don't even have the courage to fight me alone?" Lin Feng smiled coldly. "Why would I want to fight against you alone? I like fighting in groups." The devil said coldly, "Fighting in groups is just an excuse you use to comfort yourself. You're actually a coward." Lin Feng said, "Let me put it another way. I like fighting in groups, but it's you fighting all of us alone." The devil gnashed his teeth when he heard Lin Feng's words. Did this guy take him for a fool? How dare he tease him like this? The devil wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng to pieces. However, he also knew that he was in a very bad situation. Lin Feng had 56 undead, and they knew how to combine attacks. Lin Feng hadn't even made a move yet. If Lin Feng made a move, the devil's situation would be even worse. Thus, the devil didn't want to continue fighting the undead. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, find some experts, and work together to kill Lin Feng. How could Lin Feng let this devil go so easily? Under the attacks of the 56 departed spirits, the devil was greatly suppressed. Lin Feng knew that this devil must have some powerful methods, such as desperate measures. After all, the devil race often had terrifying methods, so Lin Feng didn't want to give this devil any chance to resist. While the 56 departed spirits were suppressing the devil, Lin Feng attacked. Lin Feng summoned the Door of Everlasting Life. The Door of Everlasting Life descended from the sky and oppressed the demon. The 56 undead spirits were suppressing the demon, but the demon couldn't move at all. Facing the suppression of the Gate of Everlasting Life, the devil couldn't do anything. He couldn't deal with the Gate of Everlasting Life. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The Gate of Everlasting Life fiercely suppressed the devil. In an instant, the devil was suppressed in the void. "Let me go, let me go." The devil roared furiously, and endless devil chi surged out of his body. He wanted to resist, but the Gate of Everlasting Life was too powerful. When the Gate of Everlasting Life suppressed him, he couldn't resist at all. Lin Feng coldly looked at the devil and said, "Don't try to struggle, you can't break free. Now, let me search your soul and see what you have in your memories." After saying that, Lin Feng arrived in front of the devil. The devil roared furiously, "Do you know who I am? Do you know what kind of power I have behind me? If you dare to search my soul and do anything to harm me, you're dead." Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He didn't care about the devil's threat at all. Lin Feng opened his hand and directly grabbed the devil's head, then used the soul search technique on the devil. Countless scenes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It turned out that this devil was a devil from the ancient Chaos era. During the ancient Chaos era, some ancient devils joined forces with otherworldly beings and lost races to create chaos. At that time, the ancient Chaos Great Emperor suppressed this rebellion. And this devil was one of the ancient devils from back then. His identity was indeed not simple. In the past, he was also a terrifying existence. At his strongest, he was a master who surpassed the realm of cultivation. However, because he was suppressed for many years, his cultivation dropped drastically. The end of the epoch was in turmoil. Many seals were opened. This devil broke the seal and saw the light of day again. This guy came to the starry sky world and continuously devoured powerful cultivators to improve his cultivation. In the beginning, he only devoured cultivators. But later on, he started devouring life planets. One life planet after another was devoured by him. It could be said that, this guy was simply a heinous existence. Who knew how many living beings had died in his hands? Lin Feng naturally did not have any good impression of such an existence. Killing him 1,000 or 10,000 times would be letting him off easy. Later on, Lin Feng saw some more scenes. Due to the arrival of the end of the ancient era, many ancient devils came into being. Then, these ancient devils gathered together and formed an extremely powerful force. These ancient devils seemed to be planning something important. However, what they were planning was covered by a strange power. Lin Feng could not find out. However, Lin Feng saw a scene in this devil's memory. That scene was actually a battle between two cultivators. One of the cultivators was Lin Feng's good friend, Gong Ziyu. The other person was Gong Zhongye, Gong Ziyu's half-brother. Lin Feng remembered hearing that Gong Zhongye had fallen. It seemed like the news was not accurate. There were all kinds of fake news flying around. Lin Feng hadn't heard any news about Gong Ziyu for a long time. Now that he saw these scenes, he knew where Gong Ziyu was. He didn't expect Gong Ziyu to go to the devil realm. Gong Ziyu was a cultivator of the heavenly devil race, so it was normal for him to go to the devil realm. After all, the devil realm was the ancestral land of all devils. That place was filled with countless mysteries. Perhaps going there could greatly increase Gong Ziyu's cultivation. However, Gong Zhongye was not simple. Would Gong Ziyu be able to deal with Gong Zhongye? After reading these memories, Lin Feng slapped the devil's body. With a bang, the devil's body directly exploded, leaving behind only its source energy. Although its source energy was very powerful, it wasn't of much use to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng gave this devil's source energy to Du Zhu and Evil Sovereign Saint. If they refined this source energy, their cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, Lin Feng really wanted them to increase their cultivation as soon as possible. Of course, their cultivation was also increasing quite fast. They had already broken through to the true immortal realm. Although they weren't like Lin Feng who could cross many realms to challenge people. However, crossing 1 or 2 realms wasn't a problem. If they could reach the Golden Immortal or Saint Immortal realm, they might be able to compete with Saint Immortal realm experts. Lin Feng summoned the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Then, the three of them continued to travel along the ancient starry sky path. About half a year later, Du Zhu and Evil Sovereign Saint came out of seclusion. They had obtained great benefits from this seclusion. Du Zhu and Evil Sovereign Saint were about to break through. The two of them summoned their lightning tribulation. Lin Feng stood in the distance and watched them go through their tribulation. About a month later, Du Zhu and Evil Sovereign Saint succeeded. The two of them broke through to the Tao Immortal realm. The ancient starry sky ship continued to travel in the starry sky world. Among the 3,000 great worlds, there were quite a few that had been destroyed in the Great Wars. At present, it was already quite good that there were 2,000 great worlds left. However, this universe was so vast that it was almost impossible for a cultivator to traverse the entire universe in their lifetime. Even Lin Feng had only been to a limited number of great worlds, that's all. The great world in front of him was definitely an extraordinary one. Lin Feng could sense that it contained an incredible amount of energy. Different great worlds contained different amounts of energy. For example, the Undying World was ranked first among the 3,000 great worlds. It had already reached the level of a half-higher plane. It contained terrifying amounts of energy. The world's core was also extremely powerful. The great world in front of him couldn't compare to the Undying World. However, it was still no small matter. Which great world is this? Asked Lin Feng. Du Zhu and the evildoer saint shook their heads. They also didn't know which great world this was. After all, they had never been here before. At this time, the Demon Lord transmitted to Lin Feng. This great world is the legendary Grading Great World. Grading Great World? Lin Feng was startled. He hadn't expected it to be this great world. The Grading Ancient Emperor was one of the strongest experts of the human race in this epoch. Of course, Lin Feng had some connection with the Grading Ancient Emperor's bloodline. Back then, Lin Feng had saved the Grading Ancient Emperor's daughter, Little Yao Yao, in the banished Great World. Back then, the Grading Ancient Emperor had died while suppressing a rebellion. Before he died, he had sealed Little Yao Yao, and she had only been born after countless years. Little Xiaoyao's fate was full of misfortune. Later, the great ancient emperor's people had come to take her away. Back then, little Xiaoyao had invited Lin Feng to visit her family as a guest. Lin Feng had agreed. At that time, Lin Feng was only in his teens. He did not know what he would become in the future. Would he be able to lead the Sky Martial continent? More than 200 years had passed, and Lin Feng had already become an overlord. Unintentionally, he had come to the grading world. This brought back many memories of Lin Feng. He wondered how little Xiaoyao was doing. When Lin Feng saw little Xiaoyao, she was only 3 or 4 years old. She was very cute. Now that so many years had passed, she must have become a peerless fairy. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could not help but smile. Perhaps he could go to the lunar great world to take a look now. I wonder how the lunar ancient emperor's lineage is doing now. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng only remembered that this tribe was extraordinary. Besides the lunar ancient emperor, there was another ancient emperor in this tribe. Although it might not be at the level of the great ancient emperor, it was still extremely terrifying. The lunar ancient emperor's lineage had 2 emperors. It was very rare. The emperors here were not great emperors. They were existences equivalent to ancient sacred emperors of the human race. At the very least, they had to be at the peak of the sage realm or beyond to be qualified to be called sacred emperors. That was why this lineage had been extremely prosperous back then. Even now, this lineage was extremely powerful. The ancient starship Xianxia sped up and soon arrived at the starry sky world where the grading world was located. Countless cultivators and ancient starships gathered from all directions outside the grading world and flew towards the grading world. A planet on the level of a great world would cover a large starfield. The great world was usually the core of the starfield. That was why countless cultivators in the starfield would gather there. The Xianxia ancient starship quickly flew into the lunar great world. After arriving, Lin Feng put the ancient starship away. The area they were in was a vast and boundless sea. Lin Feng and the other 2 chose a direction and quickly flew towards it. They wanted to find a place to settle down first. After about 3 days, Lin Feng saw a huge island appear in the sea. The island was boundless, just like a continent. Many ancient starships sailed towards the island from all directions. Many ancient starships were sent by countries from the secular world to the sea region in search of immortal pills. Lin Feng and the other 2 landed on the island. There were many people coming and going on the island. It was very lively. They could feel the prosperity of this great world from here. Lin Feng planned to find a place to stay first before looking for information about the lunar ancient emperor's lineage. They found a place to stay. Then, they went out for a good meal. Then, they went to the place where they were looking for information. They were in a trading company looking for information about the lunar ancient emperor's lineage. The deacon who served Lin Feng and the other 2 heard that Lin Feng and the other 2 were looking for information about the lunar ancient emperor's lineage. Suddenly, he was startled. The deacon said, "Young master, you must be a foreign cultivator, right?" Lin Feng nodded and asked in surprise, "How do you know that we are foreign cultivators?" "Because only foreign cultivators dare to ask about the lunar ancient emperor's lineage. Cultivators from the lunar great world would never dare to ask about the lunar ancient emperor's lineage because the lunar ancient emperor's lineage is taboo in the lunar great world." After hearing the deacon's words, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. He felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. When Lin Feng met the lunar ancient emperor's lineage, the lunar ancient emperor's lineage was still very powerful. Logically speaking, such a force should still be very powerful now. Why did it become taboo? Lin Feng felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Therefore, Lin Feng asked, "Could it be that something happened? I really can't tell young master much about this matter. Moreover, I advise young master not to talk about the lunar ancient emperor's lineage anymore in case you get killed." The deacon continued. Lin Feng did not say anything else and directly took out 1,000,000 immortal stones. He handed it over to the deacon. After seeing so many immortal stones, the deacon's eyes lit up. As the saying went, money makes the world go round. This saying was very reasonable. For example, after seeing so many immortal stones, the deacon could not suppress the greed in his heart even though he knew that he had violated some taboo. He kept the immortal stones and pondered for a while, as if he was thinking about how to tell Lin Feng about the lunar ancient emperor's lineage. About 50 years ago, many ancient demons appeared and came to this star area. They came here because they were suppressed by the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm. Those ancient demons hated the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm, so they wanted to take revenge on the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm. But the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm had been dead for many years, so they couldn't find him. So they started to take revenge on the descendants of the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm. Among the descendants of the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm, there was an extremely strong cultivator, the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm. He was the second ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm. That strong cultivator is terrifyingly strong, but he's old and weak. His cultivation level has dropped a lot. Why are so many ancient demons looking for him? Even though he managed to stop the attacks of the ancient demons for the time being, there were too many of them. The ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm didn't have enough strength to deal with the ancient demons. The ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm didn't have enough people to help him. If he had, he might have been able to deal with the ancient demons, but without help, it was too difficult for him to deal with so many ancient demons. At that moment, something even worse happened. The Qinwu people and the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm had a grudge against each other. I don't know the details, but I do know that they had a grudge against each other. The Qinwu people knew that the ancient demons were attacking the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm, so the Qinwu people found the ancient demons and joined forces with them to deal with the cultivators of the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm. With the help of the Golden Crows, the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm had a hard time. That's why the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm was there to protect the ancestral land. But at that moment, the ancient demons and the Qinwu people colluded with the cultivators of the Lost Epic Era. With the help of the cultivators of the Lost Epic Era, the ancient demons and the ancient emperor of the Great Ancient Realm were destroyed. The deacon said. Lin Feng's face suddenly became very gloomy. He suddenly thought of the information he saw in the ancient devil's memory. The ancient devil seemed to be planning something, but the specific memory was covered by a strange energy. So, Lin Feng didn't know what they were planning. From the looks of it, the ancient demons were planning to deal with the ancient demon emperor's bloodline. He wondered how little Yao Yao was doing now. Could it be that she had also fallen in the war of extermination? Lin Feng looked at the deacon and asked, "Is everyone from the lunar ancient emperor's bloodline dead?" The deacon said, "I'm not too sure about this either. After all, I've only heard about it from rumors. Cultivators at my level don't have access to these things. However, I heard about something 2 years ago. Some cultivators from the extreme ancient emperor's bloodline managed to escape, but I don't know where they went." "No news at all?" Lin Feng frowned and asked. The deacon said, "Indeed, there's no news. However, the ancient demons, the Qinwu people, and the Lost Epic Era used a special method to seal the void outside the Great World. If the cultivators from the ancient emperor's bloodline tried to escape, they would be sensed. So, I'm guessing that if there are still people from the ancient emperor's bloodline alive, they should still be in the Great World. However, the Great World is vast and boundless. It's very difficult to find their exact location. The Qinwu people, the Lost Epic Era, and the ancient demons have been searching for the survivors of the ancient emperor's bloodline. Perhaps they know something. It's because of these 3 great powers that the ancient emperor's bloodline became a taboo topic. Basically, no one dares to talk about it. That's all I know." Lin Feng asked, "What kind of experts are there in these 3 bloodlines?" "They all seem to have cultivators who are at the peak of the Saint Plane. A few years ago, some cultivators who have surpassed the Saint Plane appeared in the Great World, but we don't know which branch they belong to. They might have already left the Great World, but we don't know if they're from that place." Lin Feng nodded. He probably wouldn't be able to get any more information from this deacon. And so, he left the trading company with the Poison Group and the Evil Zun Saint. Lin Feng's expression was very gloomy. He had wanted to go and see little Yao Yao. But who would have thought that the ancient emperor's bloodline would meet with such a calamity, the ancient emperor's bloodline was the bloodline of the human race's ancient saint emperor. In the past, the ancient emperor had tried to suppress the ancient demons and caused trouble for the human race. In the end, he had died in battle. But after the ancient emperor's death, his descendants had suffered such a tragic fate. Lin Feng couldn't accept this. This matter made Lin Feng extremely angry. These ancient demons and the lost races of the epic and the Qinhua people who got involved. They really deserve to die. Lin Feng said. Du Zhu asked, "What do you plan to do next, young master?" Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "I plan to investigate this matter again and see if I can find any clues." In fact, Lin Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy to find any clues. After all, Lin Feng had just arrived in the grading world, and he was unfamiliar with everything here. He didn't have any connections to gather any important information. But no matter how slim the chances were, Lin Feng wouldn't give up. I choked on my Chi novel. This island was called Myriad Stars Island, and there were many trading companies. Lin Feng went to all the trading companies to gather information, but he didn't get much. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. One day, Du Zhu came back excitedly from outside and brought Lin Feng an important piece of news. He said that a Qinhua people cultivator had come to the island. The Qinhua people seemed to have an extraordinary identity because the Myriad Stars Island's island master had personally gone to welcome the Qinhua people. After hearing this news, Lin Feng's face lit up. The Qinhua people, the lost races of the epic, and the ancient demons had become the masters of the grading world in name. These three forces controlled the grading world. They had spies all over the grading world. Therefore, even if these three forces hadn't found the exact location of the ancient emperor's bloodline, they still had some information. But they must have some information about the ancient emperor's bloodline. This person is a breakthrough, Lin Feng said coldly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Du Zhu and heretical sovereign sage knew what Lin Feng was planning. After all, they had followed Lin Feng for a long time and could read his mind. Lin Feng only needed to say one word or glance to know what Lin Feng was thinking. Lin Feng clearly wanted to make a move on that cultivator from the Qinhua people. Du Zhu asked, "Young lord, when do you plan to make a move?" "Today." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Today, the island lord's mansion was very lively. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. In the sea region, many high-level cultivators from various clans and powers came to participate in this gathering. This gathering was to welcome the 8 young lords of the Qinhua people. The 8 young lords of the Qinhua people were the 8th son of the Qinhua people's patriarch. Recently, he had been appointed as the overseer of the Western Sea. Of course, this was a position that was very popular. After all, the Western Sea was very large and had all kinds of resources. As the overseer, the various powers would take out all kinds of treasures to show their filial piety to him. Myriad Star Islands was the largest gathering place of cultivators in the Western Sea. The Myriad Star Island Lord was one of the first people to follow the 8 young lords. Now that he had risen with the 8 young lords, he was the Island Lord of Myriad Star Islands. Now that the 8 young lords were here, the higher-ups of the various powers would naturally try their best to curry favor with them. If they could get closer to the 8 young lords, then it would be very beneficial for them. The major forces were very clear about this. Therefore, when the higher-ups of these forces came to welcome the 8 young lords, they brought a lot of gifts. In addition to all kinds of gifts, they also brought a lot of beauties. This was because they knew that the 8 young lords were lustful. He loved to collect all kinds of beauties. These people knew how to cater to his tastes. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Dozens of beautiful dancers were dancing gracefully. Their graceful and enchanting dance was truly pleasing to the eyes. The Myriad Star Island Lord stood up and said, "Congratulations to the young lord for taking control of the Western Sea. From now on, all the powers in the Western Sea are willing to follow the young lord's lead." This person was originally one of the 8 young lords' men. Now that they had expressed their stance, they represented all the factions that had come this time. After all, most of the factions had just pledged their allegiance to the 8 young masters. These factions knew the relationship between the Myriad Star Island Lord and the 8 young masters, so they asked the Myriad Star Island Lord to represent everyone and announce that many factions were willing to pledge their allegiance to the 8 young masters. The higher-ups of the various powers all stood up and bowed to the 8 young lords. I already know your intentions. Don't worry, since you've submitted to me, I won't mistreat you, the 8th prince said with a smile. For example, the sons were that in the future, one of these people would definitely inherit the position of the chief of the Golden Crow clan. But it was hard to say who it would be. Now that they had received their territory, the Golden Crow clan leader wanted to train his sons and see who had the qualifications to take over the position of clan leader. The 8 young lords were one of the more outstanding ones among the sons of the Kinwa people's chief. Therefore, they had a chance to take over the position of the chief in the future. At this moment, if they pledged their allegiance to the 8 young lords, they would be able to take over the position of the Kinwa people's chief. At that time, the status of the various powers would naturally rise. They might even be able to expand their powers to the inland world instead of staying overseas. This was something that the various powers hoped to see. Just as the higher-ups of these powers were imagining the beautiful future, 3 cultivators walked in. Who are you people? How dare you trespass here? Do you know what day it is today? Do you not want to live anymore? After seeing the 3 people who came uninvited, a cultivator immediately scolded. The 3 people who had arrived were naturally Lin Feng and the 2 others. They had taken care of the guards outside and easily entered the Great Hall. You don't know the meaning of death. Du Zhu sneered and waved his hand. An invisible poisonous gas filled the air. The poisonous gas directly wrapped around the cultivator who spoke. Following that, the cultivator let out an incomparably shrill scream. After that scream, his body was instantly corroded into a skeleton. After seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying method. Silently killing people, it really gave people a creepy feeling. It was no wonder that these people were frightened. Du Zhu's method was indeed powerful. Du Zhu's control of poison was unparalleled. Others might not even know what was going on, but they might have already been killed by Du Zhu's poison. Everyone, today's matter has nothing to do with you. Our young lord is here to look for the Kinwa people's 8 young lords. Du Zhu said. The Kinwa people's 8 young lords' expression suddenly darkened. He asked, Who are you? Lin Feng glanced at the 8 young lords indifferently. He did not answer the question. Instead, he asked indifferently, Do you know anything about the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline? After hearing Lin Feng's question, the 8 young lords' expression changed. The Kinwa people's 8 young lords already knew who Lin Feng was. He guessed that Lin Feng was very likely a friend of the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline. His guess was not wrong. The 8 young lords' expression turned grim. If they could capture Lin Feng, they might be able to use Lin Feng as bait to lure the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline out. Then, they would be able to capture the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline in one fell swoop. Furthermore, he would be able to rely on this matter to make a monstrous contribution. At that time, they would be able to surpass all their brothers. Who would be able to stop them from becoming the first successor? The 8 young lords' wishful thinking was extremely good. The 8 young lords said in a deep voice, These people are the remnants of the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline. Capture them and force the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline out. If we can use this opportunity to eliminate the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline, everyone will have made great contributions. When that time comes, it will be easy for you to get whatever rewards you want. After hearing the 8 young lords' words, many people's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the 3 people who had just spoken were extraordinary, there were only 3 of them. On the other hand, there were more than 200 people on the Kinwa people's side. Moreover, they were all high-ranking members of the various factions. With so many experts working together, how could they not be able to deal with 3 people? Of course, they did not think that way. They were still very confident in themselves. More than 200 cultivators stood up and surrounded Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic diviner saint. Although these people's cultivation was quite good, they were nothing in Lin Feng's eyes. They were just a motley crew. Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to deal with them. These people could be left to Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint and said, "Get rid of them." "Yes, young master." The two of them replied. Then, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint attacked. A large amount of poison surged out of Du Zhu's body and quickly rushed towards the cultivators. On the other hand, a powerful corpse chi surged out of the heretic sovereign saint's body and evolved into many corpse demons. These corpse demons directly attacked the group of cultivators. Under the attack of the poison and the corpse demons, many cultivators couldn't resist at all. They died on the spot. "Hurry up and take the antidote," someone said in a low voice. These people didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took the antidote. However, even if they took the antidote, they couldn't completely neutralize Du Zhu's poison. Du Zhu's poison was just too terrifying. Coupled with the corpse demon's attacks, the cultivators continued to die. "Spare us, spare us, spare us, we don't want to die." Soon, some people began to beg for mercy because they realized that they were no match for these two people. Now, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint were extremely terrifying figures. After all, they had broken through to the Dao Immortal Realm and weren't ordinary Dao Immortal Realm cultivators. They had extremely powerful ultimate moves, such as Du Zhu's poison and the corpse demon army that the heretic sovereign saint summoned. These were their respective ultimate moves. Although these people were quite strong, and some of them had even reached the true immortal realm, they were still very strong. But even if their realms were higher than Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint, it was still very difficult for them to withstand the attacks of Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. Cultivators with lower realms couldn't hold on for long under the attacks of Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. Those with higher realms could still hold on for a while, but they still couldn't escape death. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint naturally ignored these people's pleas. They started a massacre. Cultivators were constantly being killed. The eighth young master's face immediately became extremely ugly when he saw this. These were all his followers. If they died, the world of the West Sea would definitely descend into chaos. If the world of the West Sea fell into chaos, it would mean that he was useless as the person in charge of the West Sea. Once his father found out about this, the eighth young master knew that he would never have the chance to become the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan in the future. Therefore, the eighth young master was extremely angry. He roared, "You're all courting death." With that said, a sun appeared from his body. Of course, it wasn't a real sun. It was just a sun formed by a divine ability. But even so, it was still unimaginably terrifying. The sun shot out an endless amount of divine sunlight. The divine sunlight illuminated the land as if it could destroy everything. The resplendent light of the sun vaporized a large amount of poison. Moreover, the divine sunlight was able to restrain creatures like ghosts. The evil dominator saint belonged to the evil ghost category. The corpse devil summoned by the evil dominator saint suffered great damage from the sun's attack. The bodies of the corpse demons started to burn, and many of them were burned to ashes on the spot. The Qinwu people's eighth young master was very strong. Lin Feng roughly sensed his cultivation. He should be in the golden immortal realm. In addition, he was a member of the Qinwu people's royal family. His bloodline was powerful, so his talent was naturally very terrifying. So his battle power was definitely very strong. However, in front of Lin Feng, he was far too lacking. Seeing the eighth young master's power, the cultivators who joined the Qinwu people's eighth young master were very excited. Many of them shouted, "Young master's divine ability is invincible! Young master's divine ability is invincible!" The Golden Crow clan's eighth young noble couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. He was naturally very satisfied with the combat strength he had displayed. The Qinwu people's eighth young master controlled the sun to attack Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint worked together to attack the sun. However, they were still sent flying by the sun. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint's expressions became very unsightly. The Qinwu people's eighth young master said coldly, "You lowly creatures dare to behave so atrociously here? You don't know life from death. This young master will capture you first. Once the people from the ancient emperor's bloodline are lured out, this young master will definitely torture you. When the time comes, you will have a taste of what it means to live a life worse than death." Lin Feng sneered after hearing the Qinwu people's eighth young master's words. The Qinwu people's eighth young master naturally knew that Lin Feng was the master among the three of them. So, he controlled the sun to attack Lin Feng. His face was filled with indifference. In his eyes, a mere young human cultivator was nothing. Compared to him, they were worlds apart. The sun quickly flew in front of Lin Feng and produced a loud rumbling sound. The void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The sun fell from the sky and ruthlessly suppressed Lin Feng. Just as it was about to crush Lin Feng threw a punch at the sun. A loud bang was heard. The sun formed by the Qinwu people's eighth young master was directly shattered by Lin Feng's punch. The Qinwu people's eighth young master was horrified when he saw this. He did not expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. He had underestimated Lin Feng's cultivation. Such powerful strength was simply not something he could contend against. With that thought in mind, the Qinwu people's eighth young master did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately turned around and fled outside. How could Lin Feng let the Qinwu people's eighth young master escape? Lin Feng slapped the Qinwu people's eighth young master across the void. The Qinwu people's eighth young master was directly sent flying. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was directly sent flying and fell heavily to the ground. All the meridians in his body were broken by Lin Feng's palm. P.S. The new book has more than 400,000 words. Brothers, go and collect it. Go and read Old Mantu's new book. It's the prequel of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant spell. It's quite interesting. Thank you. End of chapter. You actually crippled me. You'll die a horrible death. I curse you to die a horrible death. The eighth prince's venomous voice sounded out. He glared at Lin Feng viciously. The eighth prince of the Qinwu people had become a cripple in the blink of an eye. This was a huge blow, and the eighth prince of the Qinwu people almost went crazy. He wanted to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, but he didn't have the ability to do so. He could only turn his boundless hatred towards Lin Feng into curses towards Lin Feng. You won't have a good ending. You'll die a horrible death. Your fate will be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times worse than mine. Not just you, but your family, your friends, your family, and everyone you know will die without a burial ground. The eighth prince of the Qinwu people continuously cursed Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the eighth high official icily. Your curses are useless against me. If you want to die quickly, you better answer my questions. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead, said the eighth high official icily. The eighth prince of the Qinwu people said coldly, I won't say anything. Is that so? Lin Feng's expression suddenly became cold. He immediately took out the heaven fire. The heaven fire flew into the mind of the Golden Crow young master and then enveloped his soul. The heaven fire burned fiercely and incinerated the soul of the Golden Crow young master. Under Lin Feng's control, the heavenly flame didn't burn the Qinwu people's soul to ashes. However, it did cause severe damage to the Qinwu people's soul. His soul was tortured, and it was worse than death. Not many people could withstand it. The eighth prince of the Qinwu people was tortured to the point that it was worse than death. The incomparably mournful screams were even more ear-piercing than the cries of malicious ghosts. His body kept rolling and twitching. The rest of the people looked at this scene in horror. At this moment, the rest of the cultivators were extremely pale. Even the 8 princes of the Qinwu people had ended up in such a miserable state. Naturally, they wouldn't have a good ending. However, it was useless for them to beg for mercy. Therefore, they wanted to break out of the encirclement, but it was very difficult to do so. Duzu and the evil dominator Holy Sun joined forces and quickly killed all the cultivators. These people were basically the upper echelons of the various major forces in the West Sea world. Many of them were even the leaders of those forces. The impact of their deaths on the forces they belonged to was too great. It was foreseeable that the Western Sea world would fall into turmoil. However, Lin Feng did not care about that. The West Sea world falling into chaos had nothing to do with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was only concerned about where the lineage of the great ancient emperor was and how little Yao Yao was doing. After seeing those people being killed, the 8 princes of the Qinwu people couldn't help but feel sad. Not long ago, he was still in high spirits. However, in the blink of an eye, he had ended up in such a state. The Qinhua people couldn't accept what had happened. But now, what was done could not be undone. Moreover, the 8 princes of the Qinhua people had been tortured by Lin Feng's heavenly flames. Therefore, the 8 princes of the Qinhua people couldn't think of anything else. As long as this pain could end quickly, he would be thankful. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Don't torture me anymore. The 8 princes of the Qinhua people begged. After hearing the pleas of the 8 princes of the Qinhua people, Lin Feng withdrew his heavenly flames. He coldly looked at the 8 princes of the Qinhua people and said, if we had cooperated earlier, we wouldn't have had to suffer so much. The 8 princes of the Qinhua people collapsed on the ground, his body still twitching. However, Lin Feng didn't pity him. If he pitied him, who would pity the lineage of the grading ancient emperor? Lin Feng coldly looked at the 8 princes of the Qinhua people and asked, do you know anything about the grading ancient emperor's lineage? The 8 princes of the Qinhua people replied, I don't know much about the grading ancient emperor's lineage. Lin Feng said, tell me what you know. In truth, Lin Feng could have soul-searched the 8 princes, but Lin Feng felt that there might be a powerful restriction in the 8 princes' soul, so he didn't do so. The 8 princes of the Qinhua people pondered for a moment before saying, in the depths of the grading ancient forest, there seems to be the whereabouts of the grading ancient emperor's lineage. However, I can't be sure because I wasn't involved in this matter before. I heard this information from a member of the Qinhua people. I'm not sure if it's true or not. Where is the grading ancient forest? Lin Feng asked. The 8 princes of the Qinhua people said, after reaching the mainland, keep heading east. When you see an endless mountain forest, that place is the grading ancient forest. Lin Feng nodded and killed the 8 princes of the Qinhua people with a single palm strike. They didn't stay there for long. The 3 of them quickly left the area and flew towards the mainland. Very soon, a shocking piece of news quickly spread throughout the grading realm. The 8 princes of the Qinhua people, as well as the higher-ups of the various large organizations in the West Sea world, had all been killed when they were welcoming the 8 princes of the Qinhua people. The entire grading realm was in an uproar. One had to know that the Qinhua people were one of the leaders of the grading realm. The 8 princes of the Qinhua people were the sons of the clan leader of the Qinhua people. How noble was their status, someone had actually dared to attack the 8 princes of the Qinhua people. It was unbelievable. Countless people were discussing this matter. Many people suspected that the person who had attacked the 8 princes of the grading ancient emperor's lineage. Some people believed that the grading ancient emperor's lineage wouldn't be destroyed so easily. There should still be survivors. However, very soon, some people felt that this guess wasn't correct. Many people believed that the grading ancient emperor's lineage still had some survivors. Those survivors must still be recuperating and wouldn't come out easily. After all, if they came out, they might die a horrible death and expose the location of the others. Just as the outside world was discussing this matter, the higher-ups of the Qinhua people were even more furious. No matter who had killed the 8 princes of the Qinhua people, this matter was a provocation to the Qinhua people. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Qinhua people were furious. They sent many experts to investigate this matter. Naturally, it was impossible for this matter not to be exposed. Very soon, the news spread. It was said that the people who had killed the 8 princes of the Qinhua people were 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators looked very unfamiliar and didn't seem to be from the grading realm. When this news spread, countless people were puzzled. Since they weren't from the grading realm, why would they kill the 8 princes of the Qinhua people? Could it be that they had a grudge against the 8 princes of the Qinhua people? However, no matter what the reason was, everyone knew that the Qinhua people would definitely not let this matter rest. End of chapter. Taiyin Ancient City was one of the top 10 ancient cities in the Taiyin Great World. Taiyin Ancient City was an extremely lively and prosperous ancient city. It was controlled by the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's bloodline back then. Although Taiyin Ancient City had experienced a great battle 50 years ago. Over the past 50 years, Taiyin Ancient City had regained its former prosperity. Of course. The cultivators from the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's bloodline who were stationed in Taiyin Ancient City back then were only a portion of them. Their ancestral land was not in Taiyin Ancient City. Most of the cultivators who were stationed in Taiyin Ancient City back then had died in the great battle back then. Only a small portion of them had managed to escape. Taiyin Ancient City was now the territory of the Qinwu people, the lost tribe of the epic, and the ancient demon clan. All three forces had experts guarding Taiyin Ancient City. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy Sage arrived at Taiyin Ancient City. This place was very close to the Taiyin Ancient Forest. After arriving, Lin Feng and the rest rested for a day before entering the Taiyin Ancient Forest to find out more about the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's bloodline. However, they stayed in the Taiyin Ancient Forest for more than a month but did not find out anything about the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's bloodline. They did not know if the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's bloodline was really hidden in the Taiyin Ancient Forest. Hence, Lin Feng and the rest returned to Taiyin Ancient City. They planned to find out more about the Taiyin Ancient City. They wanted to see if there was any news about the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's bloodline. Since the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's bloodline was a taboo topic, especially among the Qinwu people, the lost tribe of the epic, and the ancient demon clan, many businesses did not dare to sell any information easily. However, there were still businesses who took the risk. After all, Lin Feng had paid them enough. Lin Feng did find out some information. It was said that many experts from the Qinwu people, the ancient demon clan, and the lost tribe of the epic had come here. They had probably received some important information and were about to launch a big operation. These trading companies were unable to obtain any more information. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He naturally hoped that nothing would happen to the great ancient emperor's bloodline, especially little Yao Yao. Lin Feng and the other two temporarily stayed in Extreme Ancient City. Lin Feng thought that if the Qinwu people and other forces found out about the lineage of the great ancient emperor, they would be able to do so. Perhaps they would make a move soon. At that time, if he kept an eye on them, he might be able to find some clues. That night, a great battle broke out in Extreme Ancient City. More than a dozen cultivators were besieged by many people. There were Qinwu people, lost races of the epic, and cultivators from the ancient demon clan. There was one cultivator from each of the three clans, while the rest were cultivators who had sided with them. More than 10 cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and only one managed to escape in the end. The battle was not particularly far away from Lin Feng's residence. Therefore, Lin Feng could sense the battle. He stood in the courtyard and looked into the distance. Soon, Lin Feng saw an injured cultivator flying over from afar. Many people were chasing after him. When the injured cultivator passed by Lin Feng's courtyard, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He threw something down and quickly fled into the distance. Lin Feng took a look at the item and realized that it was a mysterious seal with the word extremine written on it. It was written in ancient divine language. He wondered if it was a treasure. After seeing the seal, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Could that cultivator be a cultivator from the great ancient emperor's bloodline? Lin Feng guessed that the cultivator thought that he was going to die. Therefore, he did not want the inheritance of the great ancient emperor to fall into the hands of the Qinwu people, the lost races of the epic, or the ancient demon clan. Therefore, when the cultivator flew over, he saw Zhou Donghuang standing in the courtyard. Since Zhou Donghuang happened to be a human cultivator, he handed the seal to Zhou Donghuang. Then, he led the others in another direction. You can't run away. The Qinwu people looked coldly at the fleeing cultivator. The fleeing cultivator's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with despair. Indeed, he was in a situation where he would definitely die. He could not run away. However, even if he could not run away, he would never give up. However, he was getting slower and slower, and soon, those people caught up with him. All kinds of attacks were launched at him. The cultivator's eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. The figure drew a line in the void with both hands. Suddenly, a huge energy shield appeared and blocked the opponent's attack. The cultivator looked at the person who attacked him. He was shocked to find that the person who attacked him was the cultivator who was standing in the courtyard. Run! The cultivator said in a low voice. He knew how terrifying those people were. Moreover, there were definitely experts from the Qinwu people, the lost races of the epic, and the ancient demon clan watching them. Therefore, if he attacked them, he would not have any chance of winning. Even though Lin Feng had shown his extraordinary strength, he was still very strong. However, no matter how strong Lin Feng was, he could not possibly fight against so many experts. Run? You can't escape. A cultivator from the lost races of the epic said coldly. The cultivator from the ancient demon clan said coldly, don't kill them now. Capture them alive. Once we find the whereabouts of the other descendants of the ancient emperor, we'll kill them all. Yes. Sir. The other cultivators answered in unison. Then, a large group of cultivators charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He flicked his finger, and dense sword chi flew out. The sword chi quickly attacked the group of cultivators who surrounded them. Poo, 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 numerous ripping sounds could be heard as dozens of cultivators who had surrounded Lin Feng were instantly torn apart by the sword chi that Lin Feng had unleashed. They all died on the spot. Seeing this, the cultivator beside Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Lin Feng was such a young cultivator, yet he was able to display such terrifying strength. This was something that he had never expected. Seeing how terrifying Lin Feng was, this cultivator's face was filled with shock and astonishment. It was really hard to imagine that such a young person could have such terrifying battle strength. He didn't know how he cultivated. At this moment, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint flew over from afar. Seeing Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint flying over, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to attack the remaining 3 cultivators. Get rid of them. Lin Feng said. Yes. After receiving Lin Feng's order, Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint immediately attacked the remaining 3 cultivators. The remaining 3 cultivators were from the Qinwu people, the ancient demon clan, and the lost race of the epic. Their strength was quite terrifying. Moreover, each of them had some powerful sacred arts that had been passed down from their respective clans. Once they used those sacred arts, they definitely couldn't be underestimated. However, although they were quite strong, they were only at the true immortal realm. 2 of them were at the first heaven of the true immortal realm, the virtual immortal realm. The other one was at the Tao immortal realm. Therefore, their cultivation level was similar to Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. However, when they really fought, they were slightly weaker than Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint. This was because Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign saint had more powerful techniques than the 3 of them. Not long after, the cultivator from the Qinwu people was killed. The ancient demon clan cultivator said angrily, "Who are you people? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Do you know the consequences of offending the 3 major powers in the grading world?" Lin Feng sneered, "Haven't many people been talking about us recently? Do you know who we are now?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, the ancient demon clan cultivators and the lost race of the epic looked at Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint. They suddenly thought of the matter that had happened some time ago. The 8 princes of the Qinwu people, as well as many experts of the outer race of the outer seas world had been killed. It had been a hot topic of discussion recently. Although some time had passed, there were still some people talking about it. But they still couldn't find any trace of them. He didn't think that these 3 people would actually come to ancient Taiyin City. How audacious of him. Obviously, he had also heard about the 8 princes of the Qinwu people being killed. When he had heard the news, he had been overjoyed. He hadn't expected to see the people who had killed the 8 princes of the Qinwu people here today. Moreover, he had been saved by them. In fact, the cultivator was very confused. He didn't know who Lin Feng and the others were. He also didn't know why Lin Feng had killed the 8 princes of the Qinwu people. Regardless of who Lin Feng and the others were, the cultivator knew that Lin Feng was their friend and not their enemy. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have come to save him. Lin Feng wouldn't have killed the 8 princes of the Qinwu people. The cultivator had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask Lin Feng. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time to ask Lin Feng. It wouldn't be too late to ask Lin Feng after the crisis was over. After the ancient demon clan cultivator and the epic lost race cultivator found out about Lin Feng and the others' identities, their expressions became extremely ugly. They also knew that Lin Feng and the other 2 were extremely terrifying, so they wanted to escape. However, Du Zhu and the evil sovereign saint didn't give them a chance to escape. Du Zhu and the evil sovereign saint each locked onto a person. Then, the two of them erupted with extremely powerful combat strength and directly killed the cultivator they had locked onto. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from afar. The Qinhua people, the ancient demon clan, and the epic lost race cultivators saw the situation here and quickly rushed over. Lin Feng said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his hand and a powerful magic power surged out and enveloped the three of them. Then, Lin Feng used a void teleportation technique and quickly disappeared without a trace. By the time the other cultivators rushed over, Lin Feng and the others had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Damn it! Investigate! We must find out who the other party is. The experts who flew over were extremely angry. One by one, they roared angrily. When Lin Feng and the others reappeared, they were already outside the city. They entered the ancient lunar forest and found a hidden cave to let the cultivator recover. His injuries weren't light. Although they had some questions to ask him, they had to wait until his body recovered. About a day had passed. The cultivator's injuries were about 60 to 70% healed. When he opened his eyes and saw Lin Feng and the others, he stood up and cupped his fists at Lin Feng. "Thank you for saving me, young master. If not for you, I would have died tragically at the hands of those bastards." Lin Feng said, "You're welcome." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng asked, "You should be from the ancient emperor's bloodline, right?" The cultivator nodded and said, "That's right. I am from the ancient emperor's bloodline. My name is Xianxia. How should I address you, young master?" Lin Feng said, "My name is Lin Feng." Xianxia was obviously unfamiliar with the name Lin Feng. He was sure of it. He had never heard of such a powerful person before. He also didn't know why Lin Feng would help him. Therefore, Xianxia asked, "Young master, are you related to the ancient emperor's bloodline?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Do you know little Yao Yao?" Xianxia was slightly taken aback and said, "Young master, are you talking about Princess Xiao Yao?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes. Little Yao Yao is the daughter of the ancient emperor. She should be your Princess Xiao Yao. Back then, I saved little Yao Yao in the exiled world. Later, some experts from your clan went to the exiled world and took little Yao Yao away. So young master is Princess Xiao Yao's savior. My apologies." Xianxia cupped his fists again and said. Lin Feng asked, "How is little Yao Yao now?" Xianxia said, "Princess Yao Yao has always been in seclusion in the ancestral land. Her cultivation increased very quickly. 50 years ago, when I returned to the ancestral land, I saw Princess Yao Yao. Later, there was a riot and we lost contact with the people of the ancestral land. Since then, I haven't seen Princess Yao Yao again." Lin Feng frowned and said, "So you're saying that you're the cultivators who were stationed in ancient Taiyin city back then?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, we were the cultivators stationed in ancient Taiyin city back then. After that battle, most of us died. Only a few managed to escape. We sneaked into the ancestral land and found that it had already fallen. It was a ruin. We knew that something had happened to the ancestral land. Later on, we kept trying to contact the ancestral land, but we couldn't get in touch with them." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He had thought that he would be able to find some clues, but now, they had been cut off. Xianxia said, "Lin Gongzi, don't worry about it. This time, we took the risk of entering ancient Taiyin city to get the seal. We want to use the seal to find where the cultivators of the ancestral land are hiding." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng said, "You're saying that the seal can sense their location?" Xianxia hurriedly nodded and said, "That's right. Because the lunar treasure seal is divided into two parts, the two parts can sense each other. As long as you use a special method to activate this lunar treasure seal, you can try to sense the other lunar treasure seal. The lunar seal is the most precious treasure of my clan. Therefore, when the people of the ancestral land escaped, they must have taken it with them. The lunar seal should be with the people of the ancestral land. Therefore, as long as we can sense the chi of the lunar seal, we should be able to find them." Lin Feng smiled. This was a blessing in disguise. Lin Feng asked, "How many cultivators escaped from ancient Taiyin city back then?" "About 300. Xianxia said. Where are you hiding? Lin Feng asked curiously. We're hiding in an underground crevice. I'll bring you there now, Xianxia said. Lin Feng nodded. Then, they headed into the depths of the ancient lunar forest. In the end, they entered an ancient forest shrouded in darkness. That area was extremely dangerous, emitting an incomparably gloomy aura. There were powerful restrictions everywhere. Entering this place, if one did not have any powerful means or did not know the route, it would be very easy for one to suffer a calamity. Xianxia was leading Lin Feng and the two others through the forest at full speed. Obviously, Xianxia had a map that would allow him to freely enter and exit this dangerous place. Lin Feng said, the outside world has been saying that the Qinhua people and other forces have some information about the ancient emperor of the ancient lunar forest. Could it be that the information they have is actually related to you and not the cultivators of the ancestral land? Xianxia nodded and said, that's right, they have indeed received information about us. A few years ago, we weren't hiding in this place. We were hiding in another place, but they seem to have found out where we were hiding. Then, we quickly moved to another place. All these years, they have been looking for us. Although they don't know our exact location, they should know the general area. Lin Feng said, we can't stay here for long. After all, there are many Qinhua people, the ancient demons, and the lost races of the epoch here. They have the advantage in numbers, and you have fewer cultivators here. You can't withstand the torment of a big battle. If another battle breaks out, you will lose a lot of people. When the time comes, you might even be wiped out. We have to find a time to leave this place. Xianxia said, the world is so big, there's nowhere to hide. I hope we can find the cultivators of the ancestral land this time and meet up with them to deal with this crisis. Under Xianxia's lead, Lin Feng and the other two arrived at the place where the cultivators of the ancient lunar forest were hiding. When they arrived, they saw the survivors of the Taiyin ancient emperor's lineage. Many of them were crippled. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh and pity them. When these people saw Lin Feng's group, they acted as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, they were hiding everywhere and could be discovered by the Qinhua people at any time. If they were discovered, it would be a disaster. Therefore, they were very cautious and vigilant against outside cultivators. An old man walked out. He was the great elder of the ancient lunar forest. When he saw Xianxia, the old man asked, are you the only one who came back? Yes, I'm the only one who came back. The others have died in ancient lunar city. Xianxia said. After hearing Xianxia's words, many people in the crowd started crying. There weren't many people left in the ancient lunar forest. Now that more than 10 people had died, they were in great pain. The old man couldn't help but sigh and ask, who are they? Xianxia said, Great Elder, some time ago, the 8 young masters of the Qinhua people were killed by this young master. After hearing Xianxia's words, the Great Elder's face suddenly showed a shocked expression. The rest of the people also showed extremely shocked expressions. When this news spread among their tribe, it could be said to be one of the few pieces of good news for them. At that time, the entire clan was extremely excited. They didn't expect that the person who killed the 8 young masters of the Qinhua people would follow Xianxia here. Xianxia continued, not only did this young master kill the 8 young masters of the Qinhua people, but he also has a deep relationship with the ancient lunar forest. This young master is the one who saved Princess Xiaoyao in the exile world. So it's Princess Xiaoyao's savior. Thank you for your kindness, young master. The great elder cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng said, there's no need to be so polite, great elder. I hope you can find the cultivators of the ancestral land. I hope little Xiaoyao is fine. After saying that, Lin Feng took out the lunar treasured seal. When the great elder saw the lunar treasured seal, he became excited and said, Lin Gongzi, don't worry. With the lunar treasured seal, we'll definitely be able to find them. If he wanted the 2 pieces of the seal to resonate with each other, he would need a special secret technique. And at this very moment, the great elder needed to use these secret techniques to activate the lunar treasure seal. The great elder said, if you want to use this secret technique, you will need to set up an altar. I will go set up the altar now. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay. The great elder went to set up the altar, and Lin Feng followed him. Setting up the altar wasn't particularly troublesome. After the Great Elder finished setting up the altar, the Great Elder placed the lunar treasured seal on the table. Then, the Great Elder began to chant an incantation. It was a very ancient language, and Lin Feng didn't understand what it meant. As the Great Elder chanted the incantation, a very special energy surged out. The special energy was all integrated into the Great Elder's seal. After the seal absorbed the special energy, a powerful wave of energy surged out. The moon treasure imprint released a powerful qi. When Lin Feng sensed that qi, he was astonished. The moon treasure imprint was an incredible treasure. Moreover, there were 2 pieces of the seal. If the 2 pieces of the seal could form a connection, the power of the seal would be incomparably terrifying. Everyone gathered around and watched the Great Elder activate the seal. They all hoped that they could quickly reunite with the people of the ancestral land. Previously, because they didn't have the Tying treasured seal, they couldn't find out where the people of the ancestral land were hiding even though they had inquired for a long time. Now that they had taken the risk to obtain the Great Elder's seal, they saw hope. After about half an hour, the Great Elder finally stopped chanting the incantation. After that, the Great Elder directly sat down on the ground. His forehead was covered in sweat. It seemed that activating the lunar treasured seal consumed a lot of energy for the Great Elder. Otherwise, the Great Elder would not be so exhausted. Lin Feng hastily walked up to the Great Elder and helped him stand up. Lin Feng asked, "Great Elder, how do you feel?" The Great Elder said, "Lin Gongzi, don't worry. I am fine. I am just a little tired." "It's good that you are fine. We can rest assured," Lin Feng said. He paused for a moment and asked, "Great Elder, have you found out where the people of the ancestral land are?" The Great Elder nodded and smiled. "I have indeed sensed where the people of the ancestral land are. They seem to be in the southeast, in a place with water." "A place with water in the southeast?" Lin Feng couldn't help but look surprised. Even if he used the moon seal, he couldn't sense the exact location. He could only sense the general location. But even if he could sense the general location, it was already an important clue. Was in the sea? If it was in the sea, it would be the East Sea World. However, this place was still some distance away from the Sea World. And in this distance, there might be a lot of inland lakes. Therefore, they needed to determine where this place was. If it was in the sea, then it would be difficult to find. If it was in some inland lakes, then it might be easier to find. At that moment, Xianxia said, "Is the place with water in the southeast Panyang Lake?" "What kind of place is Panyang Lake?" Lin Feng wasn't very familiar with the geography of the grading world, so he asked. Xianxia said, "Panyang Lake is the largest inland lake in the grading world. If you head southeast from where we are, the first place with water will be Panyang Lake. Panyang Lake is very dangerous. There are many terrifying beasts living there. There are many terrifying seals in the depths of Panyang Lake. Those seals are very powerful. They directly seal off a large area. Cultivators can't easily enter. For the cultivators of the grading world, Panyang Lake is an absolute forbidden area. Very few people go there. A few years ago, we tried to enter Panyang Lake to find the whereabouts of the people of the ancestral land, but we didn't find any clues. As far as I know, the Kinwu people and other forces also sent people to Panyang Lake to look for them, but they didn't find any clues either." Lin Feng said, "Maybe the people of the ancestral land are hiding very deeply and haven't come out. They've cut off all contact with the outside world. If that's the case, it'll be very difficult to find them." The Great Elder nodded and said, "That's right. If we find an extremely secretive hiding place in Panyang Lake, it won't be easy to find them if they don't come out. However, if we bring the grading seal, when we get close to them, the grading seal will be able to sense each other. If they're really in Panyang Lake, we'll definitely be able to find them." After hearing the Great Elder's words, Lin Feng was very happy. If that was the case, then it would be great. Lin Feng couldn't wait to see little Yao Yao. It was then that dozens of powerful cultivators passed through the restrictive barrier outside and arrived at this place. These cultivators were from the Kinwu people, the ancient demon clan, and some cultivators from the epic lost race. "We finally found them," a cultivator from the Kinwu people laughed. We searched high and low for them, only to find them when we least expected it. A cultivator from the ancient demon clan laughed out loud. Seeing so many people arriving, moreover, they were all top experts. The leader was even a Saint Realm expert. The people of the Great Ancient Emperor's bloodline panicked. At that moment, the cultivators quickly flew over and surrounded the survivors of the Great Ancient Emperor's bloodline. Although the Great Ancient Emperor's bloodline had the advantage in numbers, there were many old, weak, women, and children, as well as many disabled cultivators. There were only a few dozen of them who could fight. Compared to the top experts of the Great Ancient Emperor's bloodline, the dozens of cultivators who could fight were naturally too weak. There was no suspense in this battle at all. Many people couldn't help but feel extremely desperate. Lin Feng observed for a moment. Other than the cultivator from the ancient demon clan who was in the sage realm, the rest of them were all in the true immortal realm. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. The ancient demon clan, the lost race of the epic, and the Qinhua people really had a lot of experts. Actually, thinking about it, it was understandable. For example, the ancient demon clan was the driving force behind the Great War of the Heavens. They were the top experts back then, but their strength had declined a lot now. The lost race of the epic was even more so. They were a race that transcended epics and had many experts. The Golden Crow clan itself was an extremely heaven-defying clan, and this clan had flourished for a long time. Their strength was extremely terrifying. And now, this race had seized the opportunity of the great changes at the end of the epic. Their cultivation had improved very quickly. It was said that many people in this race had broken through to the true immortal realm, and some had even broken through to the sage realm. This was too terrifying. However, to Lin Feng, these people were not much of a threat because Lin Feng was too strong. Only those who were at the peak of the sage realm or beyond the quasi-sage realm could cause trouble for Lin Feng. If there was only an ordinary sage realm expert, it would be difficult for him to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Everyone, don't worry. It's just a bunch of motley crew. They won't be able to cause any trouble." After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned. The cultivators of the Great Ancient Emperor's bloodline were extremely shocked. They could not believe what they had heard. The other party was a Sage Realm expert and dozens of true Immortal Realm experts. Lin Feng actually said that they were a bunch of motley crew. Wasn't he looking down on them too much? When the cultivators of the three major forces heard Lin Feng's words, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. They were powerful people, but Lin Feng called them a bunch of motley crew. Was this a slap to their faces? Moreover, Lin Feng was such a young cultivator. He actually dared to call them a motley crew. They didn't know where Lin Feng's courage came from. He surprisingly dared say such things in front of them. An ancient demon clan cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a sinister smile and said, "Kid, I think you don't know how to spell the word death." As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient demon clan cultivator sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng, condensing a large energy handprint in the void. That energy palm blasted towards Lin Feng. The cultivator from the ancient demon clan was a golden immortal expert. His strength was quite strong. Therefore, the energy palm that he condensed emitted waves that made everyone feel suffocated. They all looked at Lin Feng worriedly. The Great Elder wanted to intervene because he was also a true immortal. If he intervened, he could at least save Lin Feng. However, before the Great Elder could do anything, Lin Feng had already made his move. Lin Feng flicked his finger and a sword chi flew out quickly towards the ancient demon clan cultivator. The sword chi instantly tore apart the energy palm formed by the ancient demon clan cultivator. Then, it quickly arrived in front of the ancient demon clan cultivator. Before the ancient demon clan cultivator could react, the sword chi had already split him into two. After seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. The ancient demon clan cultivator was a golden immortal. How terrifying was his cultivation! However, he was instantly killed by Lin Feng. The people from the Taiyin ancient emperor's bloodline suddenly burst into cheers. Si Kongyang's face was full of shock. He knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was quite high, but he didn't expect Lin Feng to be so strong. It was really shocking. When the cultivators from the three major powers saw this scene, their faces became extremely gloomy. The ancient demon clan cultivator said coldly, "Kill them." "Yes, sir." The cultivators from the three major powers replied. The three major powers were in an alliance, so they all addressed the ancient demon clan cultivator as Sir. The experts from the three major powers all attacked. Some of them took out powerful Dharma treasures and activated them. With the help of the Dharma treasures, they released terrifying attacks. Some of them, on the other hand, displayed extremely powerful divine abilities. All kinds of attacks blasted towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He condensed a gigantic energy dome which protected everyone. When the enemy's attacks arrived, they were all blocked by the gigantic energy dome. Lin Feng smiled coldly. He condensed a gigantic energy dome which protected everyone. When the enemy's attacks arrived, they were all blocked by the gigantic energy dome. Then, Lin Feng attacked these people. Lin Feng condensed the door of everlasting life. The door of everlasting life descended from the sky and suppressed those cultivators. The door of everlasting life emitted an unimaginably terrifying power. After feeling the terrifying power of the door of everlasting life, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone's expression suddenly changed because they could feel the terrifying power of the door of everlasting life. Even the Saint Realm expert's expression became gloomy. "Let's break that door of everlasting life together," the Sage Realm cultivator said in a deep voice. Then, he and dozens of true immortals attacked together. They blasted out all kinds of attacks towards the door of everlasting life. Even though the door of everlasting life was only a phantom, it was still enough to crush everything. When the attacks of the other party hit the door of everlasting life, they were all blocked by the door of everlasting life. They couldn't break the door of everlasting life at all. When the door of everlasting life pressed down, its destructive power instantly blasted the bodies of these cultivators. Following one explosion after another, the cultivators of the door of everlasting life were killed. One by one, the cultivators' bodies directly exploded. They died on the spot. Although the Sage Realm cultivator didn't die, he vomited blood from the impact of the door of everlasting life. The Sage Realm cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a terrified expression. He couldn't understand. Lin Feng was so young. How could his cultivation be so terrifying? He had seen countless geniuses, but he had never seen someone as heaven-defying as Lin Feng. He was scared out of his wits now. How could he continue to fight? He turned around and fled into the distance. But how could Lin Feng let him go? Under Lin Feng's control, the door of everlasting life pressed down on the Sage Realm cultivator again. The Sage Realm cultivator couldn't resist the suppression of the door of everlasting life. His body collapsed and his soul was destroyed on the spot. End of chapter. So many experts were killed in the blink of an eye. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. When everyone looked at Lin Feng, it was as if they were looking at a god. Lin Feng was so young. If Lin Feng was a cultivator who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, or even tens of millions of years, they wouldn't be so shocked. The key was that Lin Feng was only 200 years old. Sometimes, one couldn't help but sigh. Some people really couldn't be looked at like ordinary people. And Lin Feng was such a person. Thinking that someone like Lin Feng had an extremely deep relationship with their extremely ancient emperor's bloodline, these people became extremely happy. If they had such a person as their enemy, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Lin Feng refined the blood left behind by the dead experts into source energy and then handed it over to Du Zhu and the evil sovereign sage. He couldn't use these sources, but Du Zhu and the evil sovereign sage could. Lin Feng said, "These three forces have experts at the peak of the Sage Realm or at the Quasi-Transcendence Realm. If these experts come, the situation will become extremely dangerous. We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave this place now." Lin Feng was more cautious about this matter. However, it was necessary to be cautious. If a peak of the Sage Realm or a Quasi-Transcendence Realm cultivator came with a group of experts, Lin Feng might be held back. Although there were still 56 undead creatures, who knew how strong they were, what if the other party sent 2 experts at this level? The other expert would be enough to hold back those undead creatures. When the time came. What about the rest? The rest of them would definitely die. It was precisely because of this consideration that it was indeed time to evacuate. Everyone knew that they couldn't stay here any longer. Everyone nodded. Then, Lin Feng summoned the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship. Seeing that everyone had boarded the Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship, Lin Feng started the ancient ship. The Xianyuan Ancient Starry Sky ship directly jumped into the void and left this place. They quickly flew in the direction of Panyang Lake. In the depths of Panyang Lake. In an area filled with white fog. This area was densely covered with many horrifying restrictive spells. It was known as one of the most dangerous areas in Panyang Lake. Currently, the ancient demon clan, the lost race of the epic, and the Kinwa people were all here. In total, there were more than 2,000 people. They arrived at this place. Among these people, there was an expert at the peak of the Sage Realm. In addition, there were 2 other Sage Realm cultivators. Therefore, there were a total of 3 Sage Realm cultivators. There were about 200 to 300 true immortals while the rest were false immortals. At this moment, many cultivators stopped outside the white fog and looked coldly at the area shrouded in white fog. The leading elder was an elite of the Kinwa people. His name was the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. He was the cultivator at the peak of the Sage Realm. It was said that he was an elite from the immortal ancient era. From this, one could see how ancient he was. In the past, he had always sealed himself in a divine stone. During the long years, his lifespan did not decrease. It was only at the end of the epic that he broke the seal and walked out of his sealed state. As for the other 2 Sage Realm experts, one was from the ancient demon clan and the other was from the lost race of the epic. The cultivator from the lost race of the epic asked, "My lord, when do we make our move?" The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor said, "Let's do it now. Everyone, follow behind me." The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor took the lead and flew toward the white fog. The Golden Crow Ancient Monarch had a unique understanding of formations and restrictions. Although the restrictive formations and restrictions here were terrifying, the Golden Crow Ancient Monarch had led a group of experts to successfully pass through the restrictive formations and restrictions. An island appeared in the depths of the restrictive spells. They could vaguely see the figures of some cultivators appearing on the island. They are indeed hiding here. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent. They had actually found the cultivators who had escaped from the ancestral land of the Great Ancient Emperor. These experts quickly flew toward the island. The cultivators on the island clearly noticed the group of uninvited guests and shouted loudly. Everyone from the Great Ancient Emperor's bloodline was alarmed. Currently, there were about 4,000 to 5,000 people in the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's clan. However, apart from the old and weak cultivators, there were only about 2,000 people who could fight. Among these 2,000 people, only a portion of them were elite cultivators. Although the rest of them were not weak, they were still a far cry from the experts who had come to the Taiyin Ancient Emperor. Therefore, after the battle broke out, the Great Ancient Emperor's bloodline suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, 3 Sage Realm experts were jointly attacking the Great Mystery Ancient Emperor. The Great Mystery Ancient Emperor had not been able to recover from his injuries. Now that he was being attacked by 3 Sage Realm experts, one of whom was at the peak of the Sage Realm, one could imagine how much pressure the Great Mystery Ancient Emperor was under. At this moment, an ancient demon expert locked his eyes on a woman. He sneered at her and said, "You must be the daughter of the Great Ancient Emperor, Princess Xiaoyao, right?" The ancient demon cultivator's eyes were extremely evil. He was at the peak of the true immortal realm and was not far away from breaking through to the Sage Realm. This ancient demon clan cultivator was one of the ancient demon clan cultivators who had been suppressed by the lunar ancient monarch. Although he had managed to escape, his hatred for the lunar ancient monarch had never disappeared, just like his clansmen. Now, he no longer had the chance to take revenge on the Great Ancient Emperor. However, when he saw the Great Ancient Emperor's daughter, the ancient demon became excited. If he could kill the Great Ancient Emperor's daughter, it would be considered as revenge. The woman targeted by the ancient demon clan cultivator was indeed Princess Xiaoyao. The current Princess Xiaoyao had already grown into a beautiful woman. Her long white dress accentuated her graceful figure and coupled with her delicate and beautiful face, she was definitely the best of the best. She could be described as a peerless beauty. Princess Xiaoyao did not deny her identity. Even if she did, her opponent would not believe her. She said coldly, "That's right, I'm the daughter of the ancient emperor of Tyene. Die." The ancient devil charged towards Princess Xiaoyao and sent a palm strike at her. Princess Xiaoyao's expression was cold. She didn't retreat and sent a palm strike towards the ancient devil clan cultivator. Their attacks collided fiercely. As the daughter of an ancient sacred emperor, Princess Xiaoyao's bloodline was extremely powerful. Her cultivation was also very terrifying. Princess Xiaoyao was not at a disadvantage after colliding with the ancient demon. In fact, Princess Xiaoyao had just broken through to the Dao immortal realm. There was still a certain gap between her and the ancient demon. However, Princess Xiaoyao's bloodline was too powerful. Therefore, she was not at a disadvantage at all. The key problem was that the opponent had more people. 2 ancient demon cultivators, a Kinwu people expert, and a cultivator from the epic lost race flew over. A total of 5 cultivators attacked Princess Xiaoyao together. Their joint attack was naturally extremely powerful. Princess Xiaoyao, under the siege of the 5 experts, suddenly became somewhat flustered. At the same time, Ancient Emperor of Taishan was severely injured. He was sent flying by Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow. He was already injured. After being hit by Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow, his injuries worsened. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face became even paler. Ancient Emperor of Taishuan's situation was extremely bad. Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow said proudly, "Ancient Emperor of Taishan, your time is up today." After he said that, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor joined forces with the other 2 sacred powerhouses and charged towards the mysterious Ancient Emperor once again. The mysterious Ancient Emperor looked at his tribesmen dying around him with a sorrowful expression. He wanted to save his tribesmen, but he was unable to do so. Ancient Emperor of Taishan was extremely powerful when he was at his peak. Although there was still a gap between him and an ancient sacred emperor, Ancient Emperor of Taishan was still a peak figure below the ancient sacred emperor. Now that he was old and weak, he naturally could not be compared to the past. Now, he could not even protect his own people. Ancient Emperor of Taishuan's bloodline was about to be destroyed. Ancient Emperor of Taishuan's heart was filled with endless sorrow. Said the ancient emperor furiously. "Today, even if I have to die, I'll drag you down to hell with me." The great mystery ancient emperor wanted to burn his own origin to increase his battle strength. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Senior, you don't have to do this. Since I am here, no one can destroy Ancient Emperor of Taishuan's bloodline." Ancient Emperor of Taishan looked to his right. He did not know when a young man had appeared. That young man stood proudly in the void and looked coldly at the 3 sacred emperors. Ancient Emperor of Taishan was shocked. He did not know when this young man had appeared. It seemed that this person was extremely skilled in the Tao of space. This young man was none other than Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng had arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Big brother Feng." Princess Xiaoyao, who was surrounded, was extremely surprised when she saw Lin Feng. Although more than 200 years had passed, Lin Feng's appearance was still deeply imprinted in Princess Xiaoyao's mind. She would never forget it. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had appeared there. Princess Xiaoyao had never thought that he would appear there. Lin Feng also saw Princess Xiaoyao. Of course, the current Princess Xiaoyao was completely different from the Princess Xiaoyao of the past. After all, Princess Xiaoyao was only a little girl back then. Now, she was so beautiful. Lin Feng said, "Xiaoyao. Don't worry. I will protect you. I will also protect your people. As long as I am here, no one can bully you in the future. Those who bullied you, I will make sure that they die without a burial place." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Princess Xiaoyao quickly nodded. Although Lin Feng's words sounded unbelievable, Princess Xiaoyao did not doubt Lin Feng's words at all. "Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you say such arrogant words here?" Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow looked coldly at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Obviously, he did not take Lin Feng seriously. In fact, it was normal. Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow was a terrifying existence. How could he take a very young cultivator like Lin Feng seriously? Lin Feng did not say much to Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow. He directly summoned the Book of the Dead. 56 Sage Realm undead spirits flew out from the Book of the Dead. Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow narrowed his eyes when he sensed the aura of the 56 undead spirits. He naturally sensed the powerful cultivation of those undead spirits. Therefore, he was very surprised that Lin Feng could summon 56 Sage Realm undead spirits. Sage Realm undead spirits. Princess Xiaoyao could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng actually summoned 56 Sage Realm undead spirits at once. Regardless of whether these Sage Realm undead spirits could defeat Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow, who was at the peak of the Sage Realm. However, the 56 Sage Realm undead spirits summoned by Lin Feng could at least help them resolve today's crisis. When the cultivators of Grading Ancient Emperor saw the 56 Sage Realm undead spirits, they were originally extremely desperate. Now that they saw hope, they all erupted with extremely terrifying combat strength. The strongest undead spirit is only at the 7th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm. It's too weak compared to me. I can deal with all of them by myself. Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow was extremely proud. His cultivation was indeed very powerful. He also had the right to be proud. He might really have a way to deal with the 56 undead spirits. However, Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow neglected Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Your opponent is me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng immediately flew toward Ancient Emperor of Golden Crow and punched him. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor had never taken Lin Feng seriously. Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng take the initiative to attack him, he immediately revealed a look of disdain. Even the Ancient Emperor of Great Mystery, Princess Xiaoyao, and the others did not understand why Lin Feng would take the initiative to attack the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. In their opinion, Lin Feng should let the undead deal with the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor instead of himself. After all, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor was at the peak of the Sage stage. No matter how strong Lin Feng's cultivation was, it was impossible for him to defeat an expert at the peak of the Sage stage. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng was basically throwing an egg at a rock. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor sneered. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor attacked Lin Feng with his palm. At that moment, Lin Feng used the power of the ruler's armor, the Golden Dwarf, the Magic Lotus, the Holy Bone, Pangu's Mark, and the Stone Golem clone on his body. His battle strength had reached the peak. Moreover, Lin Feng also took out the Phoenix Shield. He held the Phoenix Shield in his left hand. This way, the defensive power of the Phoenix Shield could greatly reduce the damage caused by the opponent's attack. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor collided fiercely. Everyone saw an unbelievable scene. Lin Feng was actually evenly matched with the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. Many people thought that they had lived for a long time. Because Lin Feng was only a young cultivator who had lived for more than 200 years. But he was actually evenly matched with an expert at the peak of the Sage stage. This kind of method was really shocking. It was like a dream. Even Princess Xiaoyao also showed an extremely shocked expression. Soon, Princess Xiaoyao smiled. Big Brother Feng is too powerful. Princess Xiaoyao was very happy. In her opinion, no matter how extraordinary something happened to Big Brother Feng, it was very normal. Her big brother Feng could definitely do something that others could not do. How is this possible? The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's face was filled with disbelief. It was because Lin Feng was too young. Even if Lin Feng had used some other means to increase his combat strength, he shouldn't be able to fight evenly with him. Lin Feng coldly laughed as he said, "Nothing is impossible. I'll send you to hell very soon." Lin Feng charged towards the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor again. Of course, Lin Feng knew this as well. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor was too powerful. Therefore, it would be rather difficult to kill him. What Lin Feng wanted to do now was not to kill the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor immediately. Instead, it was to stall the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. The 56 undead summoned by Lin Feng joined the battle of the ordinary cultivators. 56 undead spirits of the Sage Realm, what kind of terrifying existence was that? After they joined the battle, the other side did not have any top powerhouses to hold back the 56 undead. Therefore, there was a drastic change in the battle. The cultivators of the three factions who had the absolute upper hand were immediately scattered by the 56 undead spirits. At this moment, the profound ancient emperor was holding back the Sage Realm powerhouses of the ancient demon clan and the lost epic clan. Although the profound ancient emperor was injured, he had no problem holding back these two Sage Realm powerhouses. A seventh heaven undead spirit of the Sage Realm charged towards the 5 powerhouses who were besieging Princess Xiaoyao. This undead spirit was obviously an extremely smart fellow. He could tell that Lin Feng and Princess Xiaoyao were very close, so he took the lead to save Princess Xiaoyao. Seeing this powerful undead spirit flying towards them, the 5 powerhouses at the peak of the true immortal realm were scared out of their wits. No matter how confident they were in themselves, even if they were confident, they did not think that they could resist such a terrifying powerhouse. They all fled into the distance, but this 7th heaven undead spirit of the Sage Realm did not give them a chance to escape. A large amount of death aura surged over. It directly enveloped the 5 powerhouses at the peak of the true immortal realm. Miserable screams rang out. The 5 powerhouses at the peak of the true immortal realm were all killed. Then, this undead spirit directly devoured their flesh and soul essence. This was because the cultivation of these undead spirits would greatly increase by devouring the flesh and soul essence of various living beings. In addition, devouring other special heavenly treasures could also continuously increase their cultivation. They were no longer simple undead spirits. When their cultivation reached this level, they were equivalent to corpse cultivators. Therefore, they were able to continuously improve their cultivation like ordinary cultivators. Moreover, among these 7th heaven undead spirits, one of them was about to break through to the 8th heaven Sage Realm. If he could break through, it would be an extremely good thing for Lin Feng. This was because Lin Feng would have an 8th heaven undead spirit of the Sage Realm under his command. This was an extremely terrifying existence. With the addition of these undead spirits, the cultivators of the 3 major forces kept dying. Many people wanted to escape, but in the face of so many undead spirits of the Sage Realm, they simply had no chance to escape. At this moment, the ancient starship Xianyuan quickly flew over from afar. After seeing the battle here, the cultivators on the ancient starship flew out one after another. Then, they joined the battle. With the addition of these experts, the other party could not hold on any longer. Not long later, more than 2,000 cultivators of the 3 major forces were all killed. Only 3 Sage Realm cultivators were left. The 3 Sage Realm cultivators' faces were extremely ugly. This time, their losses were too heavy. They wanted to quickly get rid of their opponents and escape from this place. After escaping, they would invite experts who had surpassed their cultivation level to deal with Lin Feng and the people of the Taiyin Ancient Emperor's bloodline. At that time, everyone would definitely die. Although their wishful thinking was extremely good, Lin Feng did not give them a chance to escape. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor was held back by Lin Feng. He tried to get rid of Lin Feng again and again but failed. The other 2 Sage Realm experts were held back by the Taishan Ancient Emperor and could not escape. The 56 undead spirits quickly flew towards the Taishan Ancient Emperor. They joined forces with the Taishan Ancient Emperor and quickly killed the 2 Sage Realm experts. Next, the Taishan Ancient Emperor and the 56 undead spirits quickly flew towards Lin Feng. They surrounded the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. Golden Crow Ancient Emperor, you're dead. Lin Feng sneered. He, the Taishan Ancient Emperor, and the 56 undead spirits launched a terrifying attack towards the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. End of chapter. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor was besieged by so many people. He naturally knew that it was impossible for him to withstand the attacks of so many experts with his own strength. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor did not dare to be careless in the face of so many attacks. He hurriedly took out a supreme treasure that was made of the Sun Divine Stone. It was called the Golden Crow Pagoda. The Golden Crow Pagoda had a total of 7 levels, and the light of the sun shone down from the pagoda. The light of the sun shrouded the land of the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor within. When all the attacks came crashing down, they were all blocked by the light of the sun. The Golden Crow Pagoda was indeed an incredible treasure. Lin Feng and the others were astonished when they saw the power of the attack. With such a powerful treasure protecting the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor, it would not be easy to kill him. However, Lin Feng and the others had enough people on their side. No matter how powerful the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's treasure was, it would not be able to withstand their continuous attacks as long as the attacks lasted for a while longer. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor said angrily. "Don't you think it's unfair for all of you to gang up on me?" Lin Feng said. "Is there such a thing as unfair in a battle of life and death? I just like to bully others with numbers." The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's mouth twitched when he heard Lin Feng's words. Although Lin Feng's words sounded a little shameless, the battle of life and death in the world of cultivators was extremely cruel. Everyone would only remember who had succeeded. The loser would be forgotten by everyone. The winner would be able to rewrite history. Only the winner would be able to survive. That was the most important thing. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor looked at Lin Feng and asked, "Who are you? We don't have any grudges with you. Why are you interfering with our business with the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline?" Lin Feng said. "Because I'm a human. How can I forgive you for harming a human cultivator of the Lunar Ancient Emperor's bloodline?" The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor said, "Although you are very powerful and have so many Sage Realm undead as your subordinates, you should know that our 3 factions have quasi-supreme level experts. If you insist on interfering, do you know what the consequences will be when the quasi-supreme level experts arrive?" "Oh, are you threatening me?" Lin Feng sneered at the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. He said coldly, "How dare you threaten me when you're about to die? You don't know what's good for you. I'll throw you into the 18 levels of hell soon." Lin Feng and the others attacked even more ferociously. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor released his Golden Crow Pagoda to block their attacks. At the same time, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor took out a jade talisman. It was a space travel jade talisman. It was no wonder that the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor had such a tough attitude despite being besieged. It turned out that he still had such a supreme treasure. Clearly, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor felt that he could escape successfully with the help of the jade talisman. Lin Feng sneered when he saw the jade talisman. Did this guy really think that he could escape with the help of the jade talisman? That was a little too whimsical. Lin Feng began to activate his space Dao. At the same time, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor crushed the jade talisman. Once the jade talisman was crushed, a powerful spatial energy surged out. The spatial energy condensed into a spatial gate. It was unknown where the spatial gate led to. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor did not enter the spatial door immediately. Instead, he looked coldly at Lin Feng. His face was filled with murderous intent as he said, "Little brat, I'll remember you. Today, you ruined our plan and caused us to suffer heavy losses. Moreover, you're still stubbornly trying to help the Ancient Emperor of the Moon. Soon, I'll make sure you die without a grave." He took a step forward and tried to enter the spatial door. He wanted to travel through space and leave this place. However, he had actually failed. The reason for that was because the spatial gate was rapidly closing. When he saw the spatial gate rapidly closing, his complexion immediately turned extremely ugly. What's going on? Why would something like this happen? The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor shouted in disbelief. He could not accept what was happening in front of him. However, he could not change what had happened. Very soon, the spatial gate completely disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng sneered. "Golden Crow Ancient Emperor, you won't be able to escape. Accept your fate." The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor looked coldly at Lin Feng. He had felt that Lin Feng was casting a technique. However, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor did not take it to heart. Now, it seemed that Lin Feng had something to do with the spatial door being destroyed. "What technique did you use?" The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's eyes were extremely gloomy. Said Lin Feng. "I received the legacy of the first space god, so I can control empty space Dao. That's why I can use empty space Dao to fight against you. Your door is also made of empty space strength, so it's not difficult for me to destroy it," said Lin Feng. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's face darkened when he heard Lin Feng's words. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's face darkened. However, Lin Feng did not say anything else to the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. The most important thing now was not to give the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor a chance to counterattack. Killing him as soon as possible was the most important thing. He and the others launched even more ferocious and violent attacks at the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. All kinds of attacks were launched at the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's defensive treasure was very powerful. However, under the continuous attacks of Lin Feng and the others, his defensive treasure was about to be destroyed. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor knew very well that if his defensive treasure was destroyed, he would have to face the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. This would be an extremely terrible thing for him. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many experts. Therefore, the Golden Crow Ancient the Arch looked at Lin Feng and said, "As long as you let me go, I can promise you anything. I can give you the Immortal Sutra and even tell you about the ancient weapon." The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor clearly knew that as long as he could rope in Lin Feng, he would have a chance to live. Therefore, he wanted to tempt Lin Feng into letting him live. The conditions he proposed were tempting enough to tempt anyone. Even Lin Feng had to admit that the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's offer was extremely tempting. If it had been anyone else, they might have agreed. However, Lin Feng was different. No matter how tempting the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's offer was, Lin Feng would not agree. This was because some things could not be measured by benefits. For example, his relationship with little Yao Yao and the connection between the bloodlines of the human race could not be measured by other things. Even though Lin Feng really wanted the celestial scriptures and the ancient weapons, he preferred to find those things himself. He didn't want to betray his friends for those things. Therefore, Lin Feng rejected him coldly. "Don't waste your time. You will die today. No one can save your life." Lin Feng continued to attack the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. The others also attacked the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor together. All kinds of terrifying attacks were launched at him. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He had no choice but to continue using the Golden Crow Pagoda to block the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. However, although the Golden Crow Pagoda was very powerful, it had blocked the attacks for a long time. The defensive system formed by the Golden Crow Pagoda had been severely damaged. After Lin Feng and the others released another 3 or 4 waves of attacks, the defensive system formed by the Golden Crow Pagoda finally could not hold on. The defensive system formed by the Golden Crow Pagoda collapsed. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng looked excited. Without the protection of the Golden Crow Pagoda, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor would definitely die no matter how powerful he was. After all, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor was only one person. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. On the other hand, Lin Feng and the others had many experts. Wouldn't it be very easy to kill the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor? Lin Feng and the others attacked the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor together. All kinds of attacks were launched at him. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor used his defensive mystique to block them, but his defensive mystique was destroyed in an instant. Then, Lin Feng and the others' attacks landed on the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's body. Half of the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's body exploded. How could this be? How could this be? I can't accept this. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor roared furiously. He was an expert at the pinnacle of the Sage Realm, and it was the end of the epic. He could seize this special period to break through to the Transcendence Realm. Once he completed the Transcendence, it would be an unprecedented transformation. If he were to be killed by Lin Feng and the others, then everything would be for naught. Even though he was extremely unwilling. However, he had no way to reverse the tide of the battle. In fact, no one could reverse the tide of the battle. If it was Lin Feng who was surrounded by dozens of Saint Realm experts, only death awaited him. "You won't be able to escape." Lin Feng sneered. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Right now, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's hatred for Lin Feng was as endless as a torrential river. If it weren't for Lin Feng, how could he have ended up like this? Therefore, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor wanted to drag Lin Feng to hell with him before he died. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's body started burning. He was burning his origin source to increase his strength. After burning his origin source, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's strength increased greatly. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's aura also became more and more terrifying. After sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's body, Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor flew directly toward Lin Feng at high speed. When he got close to Lin Feng, his body started to swell. Obviously, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor wanted to self-destruct to drag Lin Feng down with him. This method was very tragic because the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's soul would also be destroyed by the explosion. However, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor couldn't care less. Although this method was extremely tragic, it was the most effective method. If he used other methods, such as killing Lin Feng through a life-and-death battle, it might be more difficult. However, after he burned his origin source to increase his cultivation level and then self-destructed to drag Lin Feng down with him, the success rate was much higher. This was because the stronger a cultivator's cultivation level was, the more destructive the self-destruction would be. For example, the power of the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's self-destruction was many times stronger than when he didn't burn his origin source to increase his cultivation level. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw that the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor was about to self-destruct. At that moment, Lin Feng tapped the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor lightly and the power of destiny flew directly into his body. So, when the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor was about to self-destruct, Lin Feng had already used the Great Destiny technique to deal with him. Didn't you want to self-destruct? I'll use the Great Destiny technique to change your destiny so that you can't self-destruct. Therefore, when the powerful power of destiny surged into the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's body, his swollen body quickly returned to its original state. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's plan to self-destruct naturally fell through just like that. However, Lin Feng's attack was still approaching. The rest of the people also came back to their senses and released powerful attacks. All the attacks were directed at the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. The Golden Crow Ancient Emperor roared furiously. He withstood the first wave of attacks with difficulty. However, Lin Feng and the rest attacked him continuously. After 7 or 8 waves of attacks, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor finally couldn't hold on any longer. After all, his body had been severely injured. In addition, he had just failed to self-destruct and suffered a backlash. He couldn't hold on for long. In the end, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor was killed by Lin Feng and the rest. Lin Feng refined the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's flesh and soul into the purest source energy. The source energy of an expert at the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's level was still very useful to Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was still very interested in the source energy of the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor. Lin Feng put the 56 souls into the Book of Dead Souls, and then put the Book of Dead Souls away. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Great Ancient Emperor's bloodline cheered. They had thought that they wouldn't be able to escape this time, but they had survived. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really great. However, although they had survived, many of them couldn't help but cry softly when they thought of their clansmen who had died tragically. Lin Feng didn't try to persuade them to stop crying. Sometimes, it was necessary to vent one's emotions. He could understand the sorrow of the Taiyin Ancient Emperor. Princess Xiaoyao came to Lin Feng's side and said, "Big brother Feng, I originally wanted to look for you after I broke through to the true immortal realm, but because of the great changes, I couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to appear here. Did you come here just to see me?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I came here just to see you. Fortunately, I came in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. If something happened to you, I would die of grief." Princess Xiaoyao blushed when she heard Lin Feng's words, but she was very happy. At this time, the Taiyin Ancient Emperor ordered everyone to collect the corpses of the dead. Princess Xiaoyao looked at the Taiyin Ancient Emperor and asked, "Ancestor, shouldn't we get out of here now? After all, we've been exposed. If we continue to stay here, won't they send more experts to deal with us?" The Taiyin Ancient Emperor nodded and said, "Yes, we should leave. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous." Lin Feng said, "There's no need to leave. The powerful restrictions outside are the best defense. I plan to use them to deal with the cultivators who are coming. If they really dare to come, even if they're cultivators who surpass their cultivation level, I can make them die here." The Taiyin Ancient Emperor and Princess Xiaoyao's eyes lit up. If someone else had said that, they wouldn't have believed it. However, since it was Lin Feng, they believed that Lin Feng could do it. "Then I'll have to trouble you, little friend," the Taiyin Ancient Emperor said. "Senior, you're welcome," Lin Feng said. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, "I'll go and observe the restrictions outside. I want to think about how to set up the Great Formation here. Okay. The tiny ancient emperor nodded. Big brother Feng, I'll go with you. Princess Xiaoyao said. Lin Feng nodded. Then Lin Feng and Princess Xiaoyao flew outside. Ancient Emperor Taishan looked at Lin Feng and Princess Xiaoyao as they left. He pondered for a while and then smiled. He had been young and knew about love. Princess Xiaoyao had been thinking about Lin Feng all these years. Now that Lin Feng had come to find her, Ancient Emperor Taishan smiled. His heart must be filled with joy. Lin Feng and Princess Xiaoyao entered the restricted area. Princess Xiaoyao asked, Big brother Feng, have you been well all these years? Lin Feng said, I've experienced too many things over the years. There were good things and bad things, but it's still passable. After I finish setting up the formation, I'll have a good chat with you about what happened over the years. Princess Xiaoyao quickly nodded her head. Lin Feng spent 3 days studying the restrictions. The restrictions here were indeed terrifying. However, the restrictions here were scattered. Once they were scattered, they would be able to break through. If they were scattered, their power would be greatly reduced. If he could combine the restrictions, their power would naturally be terrifying. They could erupt with power 10 times, or even 100 times stronger. With so many restrictions, if they could erupt with power that many times stronger, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Besides, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Lin Feng was going to use those restrictive spells as a foundation to create even more powerful deployment spells. The stone scriptures recorded many top-notch killing formations. There were even records of some killing formations from the previous epoch. Lin Feng found it very difficult to set up some of the formations. However, if Lin Feng used the stone scriptures to set them up, it wouldn't be a problem for him to set them up successfully. While Lin Feng was setting up the formations, the news that all the experts of the 3 major forces had been killed quickly spread out. The higher-ups of the 3 major forces gathered together to discuss this matter. Originally, they didn't intend to invite the Transcendence Realm experts to come out. After all, the Transcendence Realm experts were terrifying existences. They generally wouldn't get involved in such matters easily. They were generally pursuing self-transcendence. But this time even the cultivators at the peak of the Sage Realm were killed. They knew that they had to invite the Transcendence Realm experts to come out. Therefore, the experts of the 3 major forces personally invited the Transcendence Realm experts to come out. Under the leadership of the 3 Transcendence Realm experts, the experts of the 3 major forces quickly rushed towards Panyang Lake. After setting up the formations, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Feng returned to the island and had a good rest. In the next few days, Lin Feng and Princess Xiaoyao talked about many things that had happened in the past few years. When they talked about some thrilling events, such as the matter of killing the Heavenly Emperor, even though it had happened a long time ago, Princess Xiaoyao still had a look of fear. Princess Xiaoyao had a look of lingering fear. When she was afraid, she would reveal a weak expression. That kind of appearance was quite delicate and pitiful. On this day, Ancient Emperor Taishan came to Lin Feng's place. Ancient Emperor Taishan said, Young friend, we have 2 extremely powerful supreme treasures, but these 2 supreme treasures have been sealed and can't be used. The reason why the experts of the 3 great forces want to kill us isn't just because of their previous grudges. The main reason is that they want the 2 treasures of the Ancient Emperor of the Lunar Ancient Emperor, said Lin Feng. If you're interested, I can take you to see the 2 treasures now, said Lin Feng. If you can activate those 2 treasures, it means you're fated to be with them. I can represent the Ancient Emperor of the Lunar Ancient Emperor and give them to you, said the Ancient Emperor. End of chapter. After hearing the Ancient Emperor's words, Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect such a good thing to be waiting for him. This was truly a pleasant surprise. In fact, Lin Feng had suspected that the 3 great powers had other motives for wanting to destroy the Ancient Emperor's bloodline. Perhaps there was some hatred in the middle. However, Lin Feng had always felt that the world was full of benefits. If there were no benefits, would they have to risk their lives to destroy the Ancient Emperor's bloodline? However, there were some things that the Ancient Emperor didn't say, so Lin Feng couldn't ask him. Now that the Ancient Emperor had taken the initiative to speak about it, it confirmed Yi Xian's previous guess. Lin Feng asked curiously. Senior, may I know what those two treasures are? The ancient emperor said. Little friend, follow me. You'll know when you see those two treasures. Hearing the ancient emperor's words, Lin Feng didn't ask any more questions. However, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel even more curious. Lin Feng suppressed his curiosity for the time being and followed the ancient emperor to the place where the two treasures were placed. They arrived at a cave deep in the mountain range. The two treasures were placed inside the cave. After seeing the two treasures, Lin Feng's face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Heaven-shaking stone tablet. Those two treasures were actually two heaven-shaking stone tablets. Moreover, it was one yin and one yang. Two heaven-shaking stone tablets that could form a connection. Lin Feng already had two complete heaven-shaking stone tablets. Back then, he had relied on these two heaven-shaking stone tablets to kill the Heavenly Emperor. They had played an extremely important role at the critical moment. Back then, they had joined forces to attack the Heavenly Emperor. If not for Lin Feng's two heaven-shaking stone tablets, Lin Feng's group of 4 would have died without a doubt. Lin Feng was very clear on this point. Therefore, Lin Feng knew how heaven-defying these heaven-shaking stone tablets were. If he could gather all 18 heaven-shaking stone tablets, he could even find the secret of eternal life. Moreover, these heaven-shaking stone steels also recorded countless absolute arts. Lin Feng had yet to fully comprehend the various absolute arts recorded in the book. However, Lin Feng believed that it was only a matter of time. Lin Feng naturally wanted to collect all 18 heaven-shaking stone steels. However, Lin Feng also knew how difficult it was to collect all 18 of them. It was just like how Lin Feng was collecting the stone swords. If he could collect all 36 stone swords, then he would absolutely be able to sweep through all the lost races in the world. Actually, to be honest, the master of the mastermind's world was also the epic lost race. After all, he had lived through many eras. If Lin Feng could find the 36 stone swords, perhaps he could use the 36 stone swords to kill the mastermind behind the scenes, but the key was that Lin Feng had only found 14 stone swords. Lin Feng had no idea where the remaining 22 stone swords were. The situation of the heaven-shaking stone tablets was very similar to the 36 stone swords. The heaven-shaking stone tablets were too heaven-defying. If he could find all the heaven-shaking stone tablets, that would be amazing. However, the key was that it was too difficult to find all the heaven-shaking stone tablets. Now, Lin Feng saw the 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets. From this, one could tell how happy he was right now. Lin Feng realized that the 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets were different from the 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets that he had obtained. The 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets were stained with blood. The blood had completely merged with the heaven-shaking stone tablets. It should be the blood of an extremely powerful cultivator. The reason why he made such a guess was that Lin Feng felt a trace of dangerous aura from the blood. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the heaven-shaking stone tablet that he had seen in the starry world back then. It was also stained with blood. Moreover, the blood on it was the blood of one of his ancestors. It was also because of this reason that when he was not particularly powerful back then, he was able to rely on the blood on the heaven-shaking stone tablet to successfully activate a portion of the heaven-shaking stone tablet's power. After that, he had killed dozens of alien life forms. Lin Feng did not know who the blood on the 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets belonged to, but Lin Feng was sure of one thing. The blood on the 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets was definitely not his ancestor's blood. If it was his ancestor's blood, he would definitely be able to sense it. However, when he sensed the blood on the 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets, however, there was not the slightest bit of movement. This meant that the blood had nothing to do with his ancestor. It should be his ancestor's blood. Lin Feng looked at the ancient emperor of supreme mystery and asked, "Senior, whose blood is this?" The ancient emperor of supreme mystery said, "I don't know. It's said that in the past, someone used the heaven-shaking stone tablets to participate in the Xianxia battle. That battle was too fierce, so I'm guessing that the blood should belong to the owner of the heaven-shaking stone tablets back then. It's simply unimaginable how strong a cultivator who could control 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets in that era was." Later, the ancestor of Supreme Ancient Emperor obtained the 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets. At that time, he was still able to activate the 2 heaven-shaking stone tablets. However, after he died, the two heaven-shaking stone tablets underwent some strange changes. Our lineage's cultivators could no longer activate the two heaven-shaking stone tablets. Even I can't activate the two heaven-shaking stone tablets anymore. Little friend, you should know how extraordinary the heaven-shaking stone tablets are. Apart from the supreme divine court and the door of everlasting life, the heaven-shaking stone tablets are supreme treasures that hide the most secrets. Once the cultivators of any power hear about the heaven-shaking stone tablets, they'll be very interested in the heaven-shaking stone tablets. Even if there's a river of blood, they'll want to obtain the heaven-shaking stone tablets. The two heaven-shaking stone tablets have been in our clan for a very long time, but we've never been able to activate them. This means that our fate with the two heaven-shaking stone tablets has come to an end. Now, we need to find a fated person to activate the two heaven-shaking stone tablets. I wonder if you're that fated person. Lin Feng said, I'll try. The ancient emperor of supreme mystery nodded and said, all right. Little friend, you can try to activate the two heaven-shaking stone tablets here. I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Feng nodded and sent the ancient emperor of supreme mystery out. Then, Lin Feng went back. He sat down cross-legged. Powerful dharmic powers continuously flowed into the two heaven-shaking stone tablets. Lin Feng tried to refine the two heaven-shaking stone tablets. End of chapter. However, there was one thing that made Lin Feng feel rather depressed. His magic power was actually unable to flow into the stone tablets. It was really strange. Lin Feng then tried to use his divine consciousness to sense the two stone tablets. However, there was still no reaction from the two stone tablets. There was no fluctuation either. They were just like two ordinary stone tablets. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Could it be that he wasn't fated to be with the two stone tablets? That wouldn't do. I must obtain these two stone steels. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Lin Feng summoned his two stone tablets. They had already been refined by Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to control the two stone tablets with ease. Just as Lin Feng's two stone tablets were activated, the two bloodstained stone tablets emitted waves of violent fluctuations from within. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face was instantly filled with joy. It seemed that the stone tablets could sense each other. Maybe I can refine these two steels? Lin Feng couldn't help but have a thought. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's magic power continuously flowed into the two stone tablets. Previously, his magic power was unable to flow into the two heaven-shaking stone tablets. However, he had succeeded this time. However, at this moment, a strange scene occurred. Lin Feng's blood, which had already dried up, was now dripping with blood. Lin Feng poured more strength into the stone tablet. All of it was devoured by the blood. The two stone tablets were indeed strange. They were resisting his refinement. This made Lin Feng feel that it was a little tricky. However, Lin Feng realized that although he couldn't refine the two stone tablets, the two bloodstained stone tablets hadn't died yet. But the two bloodstained stone tablets didn't calm down. It meant that Lin Feng's two stone tablets were resonating with the two bloodstained stone tablets. Lin Feng wanted to find out where the blood came from. He wanted to see if he could find any clues about how to refine the two stone tablets. The reason why Lin Feng had sensed the blood was because the blood of extremely strong cultivators often contained ancient memories. Maybe the blood contained such memories. If Lin Feng could find such memories, he would be able to find them. If he could find out the origin of the blood on the two stone tablets, he might be able to find out the origin of the blood on the two stone tablets. When Lin Feng's divine consciousness came into contact with the blood, Lin Feng immediately felt that he was instantly pulled into an extremely ancient world. An earth-shaking battle cry rang out from afar as countless cultivators engaged in a fierce battle against each other. A battle between Xianxia life forms. Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. Lin Feng actually had a certain understanding of the battle between Xianxia life forms. However, he didn't know much about it. It was said that many Xianxia life forms had fought over various resources and territories. This battle was originally a small-scale one. However, some Xianxia life forms had died later on. As a result, the Xianxia life forms who had suffered losses found their friends, and their friends found their friends. The battle became more and more intense, and the death toll became more and more severe. In the end, it swept through all the worlds. This battle. It was equivalent to an internal strife. The battle between Xianxia lifeforms was absolutely a destructive blow to the experts born in this era. The masterminds behind the battle between Xianxia lifeforms were actually the remnant races of the era, the alien lifeforms, and the mastermind behind the scenes. These people had always been high and mighty. They didn't want to see too many powerful lifeforms born in this era. For example, the remnant races of the era had their cultivation base constantly weakened while the strength of the lifeforms born in this era was constantly increasing. If they continued to increase their strength, the cultivators of the remnant races of the era would feel that the lifeforms of this era would pose a great threat to them. Therefore, they had to take precautions. Then, before the lifeforms of this era posed a real threat, they would think of ways to eliminate them first. Meanwhile, the reason why the foreign creatures started this war was even easier to understand. They came from other universes, they wanted to obtain all kinds of resources, they wanted to rule over the heavens. That was why they wanted to enslave other races to do things for them, so they needed to eliminate some powerful cultivators who resisted them. Needless to say, the existence of the behind-the-scenes world didn't need to be mentioned. Because the destruction of the era and the birth of the era were caused by them. But sometimes, if too many experts were born in an era, it would pose a great threat to them. Naturally, they had to prevent this threat from appearing. They had to completely nip this threat in the bud before it truly appeared. This was because the Xianxia life forms of this epoch were simply too powerful. The experts among them included Pangu, Xingtian, Nuo, Hongmeng, Hongjun, and so on. They were simply too powerful, which was why the three powers were alarmed. Therefore, these three forces joined forces to create this great war between Xianxia sacred spirits. After this war, most of the experts of this era fell. Then, this era turned from a golden age of cultivation to a relative low point. Lin Feng originally thought that the Xianxia lifeforms were schemed against very badly. They killed each other and suffered heavy losses. In the end, when they came back to their senses, their strength was extremely limited. Then, the remnant races of the epoch, the alien lifeforms, and the mastermind behind the scenes struck like lightning. In the end, the era of Xianxia lifeforms ended and countless Xianxia lifeforms fell. But now, that didn't seem to be the case. At the very beginning, the Xianxia lifeforms had indeed engaged in small-scale battles. But later on, the Xianxia lifeforms seemed to have discovered the hidden mastermind behind all of this. Thus, these Xianxia lifeforms banded together, erupting into an extremely bitter war with these three powers. This was completely different from what was recorded in the Taoist scriptures, where the Xianxia lifeforms were ultimately annihilated due to internal strife. At this moment, Lin Feng found himself in the middle of an ancient battlefield. Lin Feng saw an extremely tall cultivator in the distance carrying an enormous stone stele and walking over step by step. That cultivator was actually a cultivator from the demon race. Lin Feng was quite surprised. Most of the time, the demon race cultivators seemed to represent the evil side. That was because they were very ambitious. They'd launched many great wars in order to rule the multiverse. For example, Great Demon Yu's brother, Great Demon Sky, had launched such a war in the past. It had caused great suffering. But when the great war between Xianxia lifeforms broke out, many devil race cultivators participated in the battle. Moreover, these devil race cultivators were also on the side of the cultivators of this epoch. The demon cultivator in Lin Feng's line of sight was the same. He was a demon expert born in this era. Hefting the fused stone stele, he quickly charged into the rolling black mist in the distance. End of chapter. In the end, this unknown expert also died in this battle. His blood stained the two steles. Even though countless years had passed, his blood hadn't been completely erased by time. Now, his blood had completely fused with the steles, and from now on, they couldn't be separated anymore. All the images disappeared. Lin Feng's godly awareness came back to reality. Lin Feng looked at the two steles in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't thought that the actual situation of the battle between the Xianxia experts would be like this. It was completely different from what he had understood before. This battle was really too tragic, but it was also because of this battle that the surviving races of the epoch, the creatures from the world of the mastermind, and the creatures from the other domain had suffered great losses. Otherwise, these three forces would have been even more powerful. If that had been the case, it would have been too difficult to deal with these three forces. Basically, there was no hope. But now, there was still some hope. Lin Feng got up and walked to the two steels. He gently touched the blood on the steels. Lin Feng said, "Senior, your will has fused with the steels. So now, no one can activate the steels. Senior, my wish is to control the 18 steels and kill the mastermind, the surviving races of the epic, and the creatures from the other domain. Let this world become a world where everyone is a dragon. If Senior still wants to continue fighting, then let's fight side by side." After Lin Feng said this, an extremely terrifying will to fight emerged from Lin Feng's body. The blood on the two steels seemed to have sensed Lin Feng's will to fight. The blood flowed rapidly, as if it had its own consciousness. An extremely powerful will to fight gushed out of the blood. The will to fight surged out of the blood and fused with Lin Feng's will to fight. When the two wills fused together, Lin Feng immediately felt that the two steels had a very strange resonance with him. Lin Feng had obtained the recognition of the two blood-stained heaven-shaking stone steels. Lin Feng felt that he should be able to refine these two heaven-shocking steels now. As a result, Lin Feng's magic power continuously gushed out and poured into the two heaven-shaking stone steels. Before long, Lin Feng successfully refined two pieces of the heaven-shocking steel. After refining the two steels, Lin Feng immediately showed an extremely excited expression. He now had 4 steels. Once the 4 heaven-shaking stone steels were activated, the battle that would erupt was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng was relying on the might of these 4 heaven-suppressing stone steels. Even an expert at the peak of the Sage Realm would be killed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng dared to fight against an expert who was close to surpassing the Sage Realm. Lin Feng put away the 4 heaven-shaking stone steels and then left. Seeing Lin Feng return, the ancient Emperor of Mystery asked, "Young friend, how did it go?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "My luck is not bad. I managed to refine the 2 heaven-shaking stone steels." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the ancient Emperor of Mystery smiled and said, "Young friend, you are indeed a person with monstrous luck. Congratulations, young friend." Lin Feng said, "I have to thank Senior for letting me try to refine the 2 heaven-shaking stone steels. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain them." The two chatted for a while before Lin Feng bade farewell and returned to his residence. Lin Feng had not had the time to refine the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's origin energy when he had obtained it. Lin Feng planned to refine the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's origin energy to raise his cultivation level. Lin Feng took out the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's origin energy. As an expert at the peak of the Sage Realm, the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's origin energy was very powerful and could greatly raise a cultivator's cultivation level. Of course, the exact amount of increase depended on the individual's situation. Some cultivators with little accumulation might be able to raise their cultivation level by many realms. Some cultivators with great accumulation might only be able to raise their cultivation level by 1 or 2 realms. Some might not even be able to raise their cultivation level at all. Lin Feng really couldn't wait to become stronger. He was going to have an intense battle soon, and Lin Feng really wanted to become stronger. That way, his chances of winning would be greater. In the next 3 days, Lin Feng continued to refine the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's origin energy. Lin Feng had completely refined the Golden Crow Ancient Emperor's origin energy. Lin Feng's cultivation level had also broken through from the first firmament of the Golden Immortal Realm to the third firmament of the Golden Immortal Realm. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with the 2 consecutive breakthroughs. After all, Lin Feng's accumulation was too powerful. It was extremely difficult for him to break through. Being able to break through 2 realms at once was indeed an extremely great improvement. Lin Feng's soul power and physical body had also been greatly improved. However, this improvement did not allow Lin Feng's soul and physical body to completely transform. This was because Lin Feng's soul and physical body were both at the peak of the Sage King realm. If he broke through again, he would be crossing a major realm. It was extremely difficult to break through a major realm. At the same time, the 3 quasi-transcendents led the cultivators from the 3 major forces to Panyang Lake. These people did not hide their auras at all. Therefore, many people were alarmed. A large number of cultivators followed from afar to watch the show. After the three quasi-transcendents led the cultivators from the three major forces into Panyang Lake. The cultivators who followed them also entered Panyang Lake one after another. Not long after, the cultivators who had been searching outside returned to the island. They told everyone the news. After hearing the news, Lin Feng immediately sneered. Lin Feng said, "I'll go with Senior Profound Ancient Emperor to deal with those people. The rest of you, stay on the island and don't leave without permission." Then, Lin Feng and Profound Ancient Emperor flew outside. Profound Ancient Emperor had recovered quite well recently and had recovered a lot of his strength. With an expert like Profound Ancient Emperor helping him deal with the experts from the three major forces, he could share some of the pressure. After a short time, the strong cultivators of the three influential groups arrived. When they saw Lin Feng and the Ancient Emperor of the Supreme Mystery, they were surprised because Lin Feng and the Ancient Emperor of the Supreme Mystery had been waiting for them. This made them very confused. They didn't know what Lin Feng and Profound Ancient Emperor were planning. However, the experts from the three major forces were extremely confident in their own strength. Therefore, they didn't put Lin Feng and Profound Ancient Emperor in their eyes. In their eyes, in front of absolute strength, all schemes and plots were like paper tigers that could be broken with a single poke. End of chapter 56-59. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.